Chapter 1. Who on earth attends a wedding in a bathrobe? Today, the Lu family is abuzz with excitement early in the morning. The Qin family arrived to escort the bride, filling the air with laughter and joyous chatter. Yet, in the innermost depths of the third floor, there lies a locked room. This chamber is the most secluded part of the Lu residence, requiring one to ascend 3 flights of stairs and navigate a winding path to reach it. Lu Mingyu has resided here for a decade. Her room is modest, accommodating only a bed and a desk, with an easel propped in the corner. There is no space for additional chairs. She either sits on the bed or stands to paint. At this moment, she is engrossed in her artwork. The atmosphere is tranquil, save for the soft sound of brush against paper. Just a door apart, 2 worlds exist. As noon approaches, the Lu family begins the wedding send-off. Amidst the blessings of friends and family, the bride, Lu Qian, is lifted into the wedding car by the groom, Qin Lian, and taken to his family home. Lu Qian is Lu Mingyu's cousin, the daughter of her uncle, and the eldest daughter of the Lu family, marrying into the prominent Qin family of Zizisheng today. A splendid match. Once the clamor has entirely faded away, the sound of a key turning in the narrow room's door interrupts the silence. Lu Mingyu hastily flips the paper in front of her, reaffixes it, and switches hands to hastily sketch a few strokes. Click! The door swings open. The butler, Wang Qi, respectfully announces, "Miss Lu Heir, please come out for your meal." Lu Mingyu sets down her brush and rises to descend the stairs. This lunch is a solitary affair. The Lu family is either following the wedding procession to the groom's family or busy at the hotel preparing for the evening banquet. The entire household is bustling, except for her and her grandmother. Lu Mingyu sits alone at the long dining table, her place at the very end. Even when dining alone, she must remain here. Butler Wang Qi stands by the table, dutifully presenting or removing dishes. His diligence is unwavering, his demeanor stoic, as he performs the same tasks day in and day out, year after year. Like a machine, he exhibits no emotions, no weaknesses. Lu Mingyu quietly finishes her meal, rises, and heads towards the back courtyard. But the door is locked. Wang Qi materializes behind her, stating, "Miss Heir, you cannot go to the back courtyard." Lu Mingyu replies, "But, Butler Wang, I merely wish to take a stroll and admire the ginkgo trees." Wang Qi smiles and reiterates, "Miss Heir, you cannot go to the back courtyard." Lu Mingyu concedes, "Understood." She returns to her room, sets up her easel, and continues painting. Dinner time. The hotel lobby is alive with activity. Duan Xiuming encounters Zhan Xiang, who is dressed in formal attire. He halts, tilting his head, silently inquiring with his gaze. Zhan Xiang explains, "A distant relative is getting married. How about you join me for some festivities?" Duan Xiuming responds, "Sure." Zhan Xiang adds, "All right, let me first accompany you to change into something more suitable." Duan Xiuming questions, "Change into what?" Xiuming, are you really planning to attend the wedding in a bathrobe?" Duan Xiuming retorts, "Is that a problem?" Zhan Xiang glances at the hotel slippers on his feet, his expression complex. Not really. Who would dare to dictate Duan Xiuming's attire? Yet the combination of bathrobe and slippers is undeniably outrageous. His tall stature, coupled with an air of confidence and striking features, draws considerable attention. It feels as though he is intent on disrupting the event. Ultimately, Zhan Xiang hesitates to lead him to the banquet. At the entrance, he wipes his brow, saying, "Xiuming, why don't you go to the private room on the 2nd floor? You can still catch a glimpse of the wedding. There's food and drinks. Plus, there's a terrace for outdoor access, where you can smoke, haha." Duan Xiuming gazes at him with an inscrutable expression, betraying neither joy nor anger. Zhan Xiang's face resembles someone on the verge of tears. "Brother, we're in a foreign place. I'm frightened by your boldness." Duan Xiuming raises an eyebrow. "We'll go to the private room." Zhan Xiang exclaims, "Wonderful, brother." Duan Xiuming heads to the 2nd floor, locating an unoccupied private room, where he opens a bottle of wine and leans against the railing, observing the banquet hall below. He has little interest in weddings, but cannot resist the allure of good fortune. By now, the ceremony has commenced. The MC is enthusiastically addressing the guests, and the banquet hall is brightly lit. Duan Xiuming scans the room, pausing at a particular spot. In a corner stands a young woman, seemingly without a place to sit. She is adorned in a shimmering white qipao, her long black hair elegantly styled. The attire is ill-fitting, almost resembling a uniform from the banquet's hospitality staff. Yet she is strikingly beautiful. Not merely attractive, she possesses an innate grace that sets her apart from those around her and the entire event itself. A circle of onlookers gazes at her, with some even rising to catch a glimpse. The attention directed towards her surpasses that of the newlyweds. Before long, a bridesmaid approaches the young woman and whispers something. The woman follows her away. Duan Xiuming no longer pays her heed. Glancing around, once more finding nothing of interest, he carries his wine to the terrace. An excruciatingly dull wedding. This private room features a corner terrace, one side open to the room and overlooking the hall below, while the other leads directly outdoors. Duan Xiuming steps onto the terrace, taking a seat to enjoy the view, pulling half of the curtain to block the banquet's glaring lights. This hotel, built on wetland, boasts unparalleled natural beauty. As Duan Xiuming visits Zizisheng for the first time, he is captivated by the lush greenery that envelopes the city. Majestic trees tower, standing the test of time, just as he admires the colossal ancient trees in the distance. Creak! The door to the private room swings open, followed by an authoritative voice. I hear you can paint? Create a piece depicting the wedding. Click! The door closes. Duan Xiuming turns his head to glance inside. The bridesmaid has departed, leaving behind the enchanting figure in the qipao. Unbeknownst to her, concealed by the curtain's visual barrier, she is oblivious to the presence on the terrace as she sets up her easel. With her right hand, she picks up the brush and begins to paint. Her back is straight, her frame slender, hairstyled to reveal a delicate neck, fair and fragile, as if it could snap with the slightest pressure. Even her silhouette is breathtakingly stunning. How lovely! And yet, how utterly tedious. Duan Xiuming shuts his eyes, allowing himself a brief respite. Silence. He has no idea how much time has passed when raucous applause erupts from the hall. They have reached the pivotal moment of the wedding, where the groom kisses the bride. Duan Xiuming opens his eyes, casting a glance around the private room. Ah, this woman possesses a commendable ability to paint. Though time constraints prevent her from perfecting her work, she captures the essence of the wedding, her color palette romantic and evocative. Yet, there is a distinct lack of soul. She paints merely to paint, obediently following the tasks set before her, attending to the wedding without even partaking in a morsel of food. Dull, unyielding, and submissive, such beauty squandered. Disappointing. Duan Xiuming closes his eyes anew, as if slipping into slumber. After what feels like an eternity, applause reverberates once more through the hall. This time, it is for the wedding's final segment, a raffle with lavish prizes. Duan Xiuming opens his eyes, preparing to take his leave. Having soaked in the joyous atmosphere, he pulls back the curtain and steps into the room, just in time to see the woman toss her left hand, the brush clattering to the ground with a sharp sound. Ah, he nearly forgot. There is still this tedious woman painting away. Lu Mingyu, hearing the noise, turns to see a man clad in a bathrobe, casually wearing hotel slippers. He is not from Zizisheng. The man stands tall and imposing, his hair half dry, swept back, revealing his striking features and contours, his brows sharp and eyes bright, exuding an intimidating aura. Through the open bathrobe, one can glimpse his well-defined chest. The contours are smooth and robust, reminiscent of a poised leopard. This physique is truly commanding. Chapter 2. Self-Destruction of Art. The two stand less than 2 meters apart. Duan Xiuming does not gaze at her instead. His eyes are fixed on the painting. It vividly captures the wedding scene, the groom kissing the bride amidst a flurry of pink petals. However, there is an added element. Against the romantic backdrop of soft pinks and whites, she has painted a grotesque skull in bold crimson. The skull appears almost alive, as if attempting to claw its way out of the canvas. It tears through the atmosphere with horror and bloodshed. The brushstrokes are powerful and compelling, an image that one cannot easily forget. It overwhelms. It engulfs. It annihilates. The paint has yet to dry, oozing red streaks that trail downwards. It has ruined the entire wedding backdrop. Duan Xiuming stares in awe at the painting, his gaze shifting to the ground beside her, the red brush she had just discarded. He looks back at her. Beautiful, Duan Xiuming exclaims, not complimenting her looks. He genuinely admires her spirit, a facade of restraint, yet a heart of ferocity. She gazes coolly at him, unperturbed by being caught, her eyes fixed on his face without a hint of distraction. Single? she inquires. Duan Xiuming raises an eyebrow yes. Immediately, her gaze drifts downward, pausing at his chest. Then he hears her say, "Care for a night together?" For a moment, Duan Xiuming doubts his hearing. Amidst the destructive imagery of the Crimson Skull, he perceives the dissonance within this woman. Dressed in the most demure, albeit ill-fitting, qipao, she stands with an elegantly poised side profile. A subtle smile graces her lips, perfectly composed. Yet her eyes are piercingly sharp. Upon closer inspection, they glimmer with an inner light, like a blade forged in ice. Not interested? Very well. With that, she turns and departs. Duan Xiuming watches her casually open the door and leave. He adjusts the collar of his bathrobe, following her at a leisurely pace, pondering the situation. Aside from contemplating her words, there is a subtle nuance he must consider. Duan Xiuming distinctly recalled that she initially painted with her right hand, but after completing the skull, she tossed the paintbrush aside with her left. Lost in contemplation, he wandered into the corridor, where he observed her striding directly toward a handsome waiter. Just as she was about to speak, Duan Xiuming swiftly approached, seizing her before she could descend into madness, pulling her into his embrace. His physique was robust without any force. Her wrist turned red. She exhibited no reaction, merely lifting her gaze with an air of indifference, devoid of emotion or warmth. Duan Xiuming scanned her face and figure, sneering coldly, "Fine, let's sleep. If he was to sleep, it should be with the most beautiful." With that, he dragged Lu Mingyu away. Not long after, in the private room, a group of people burst through the door, erupting in screams. "Ah, who ruined this painting? What a pity. It was so beautifully done. This skull is terrifying. Is it graffiti? Damn it, where did that wretched woman go? Stealing the limelight from my wedding. She left before I could inspect her work. Now this painting has been defaced. Sister Lu Qian, wasn't it you who forced her into that ill-fitting dress? Shut up. By the way, who is she? She's absolutely stunning. Shut up." Deep within the hotel, in a secluded suite enveloped by trees, Lu Mingyu felt a sudden force as the man hoisted her effortlessly and pushed her onto the bed. He violently tore open the buttons of her qipao, showing no sign of tenderness. Yet, at the crucial moment, he reached out and turned off the lights. Then he frowned. Something felt amiss. He turned the lights back on and glanced over. "Is it your first time?" he asked in disbelief. Lu Mingyu smiled slightly. "What of it?" Duan Xiuming gazed at her exquisite face, now just inches away. "Have you lost your mind?" Lu Mingyu replied. "Not at all." Duan Xiuming frowned. "Why didn't you say anything?" Lu Mingyu retorted. "What is there to say?" Duan Xiuming insisted. "If you say it's your first time, I wouldn't have been so rough." He assumed. Lu Mingyu replied flatly, "Isn't it all the same?" Duan Xiuming scrutinized her face and remarked, "What is wrong with you? Are you of sound mind?" An unparalleled beauty, yet she seemed deranged. Lu Mingyu replied, "Perfectly normal. Shall we continue?" Duan Xiuming fell silent for a moment, avoiding her gaze. It was too late for any words now. He turned off the lights once more. Starting anew from the very beginning, Lu Mingyu chuckled. "Are you always this gentle in bed? Quite contrary to your appearance." His aura was so formidable that it intimidated anyone from meeting his gaze. His muscular frame could easily overpower her. A quintessential predator, yet just moments ago, he had become unexpectedly tender. Duan Xiuming did not respond immediately after a long pause. "I've never slept with anyone." His voice was hoarse as he uttered those words. This time, it was Lu Mingyu who was taken aback. Subsequently, Duan Xiuming proceeded with great caution, even refraining from pressing down on her. Time passed unknowingly. Duan Xiuming eventually halted, rising to shift her to the side. She felt so light. He could lift her with one hand. Lu Mingyu inquired, "Still interested?" Duan Xiuming's voice was low. "Can you turn on the light? I want to see you." Lu Mingyu remained silent, but proceeded to switch on the lamp on the bedside table. The soft yellow light illuminated her graceful form. Duan Xiuming shut his eyes. Lu Mingyu gazed at the man above her. "Didn't you want to see?" She too beheld him, and indeed, he possessed an impressive physique. Broad shoulders, a narrow waist, long legs. His line abs were nothing short of perfection, exuding strength and endurance. Duan Xiuming turned his head, averting his gaze, only to return after a long while. This time, he gently placed several kisses upon her. As he kissed her, she laughed. Duan Xiuming suppressed something within, asking, "What's going on with you?" Lu Mingyu replied, "I like you." Duan Xiuming questioned, "You don't even know who I am, and yet you like me?" Lu Mingyu answered, "I like your kissing skills." Her eyes remained aloof, sharp as ever, even as her body radiated warmth. Duan Xiuming kissed her eyes. "You truly have no heart." Then he descended, kissing her lips. His breath was warm. It felt as though he were holding back, exerting gentle pressure, one hand supporting her as he proceeded slowly. Lu Mingyu laughed. "What are you afraid of?" Duan Xiuming replied, "Afraid you might break a bone." Nighttime. Duan Xiuming listened to the sounds from the shower, donned a bathrobe, and pushed open the glass door to the courtyard, taking a seat in a rattan chair. He lit a cigarette. He too had gone mad, following this woman into madness. Not long after, Lu Mingyu emerged, fully dressed, and approached him. Duan Xiuming frowned, pondering her intentions. Before he could inquire, he witnessed her delicate fingers retrieving a cigarette from his pack. With a swift motion, she lit it. She didn't glance at him, merely gazing into the distance as she exhaled smoke rings. Duan Xiuming studied her, asking, "What is your true personality? Split personality?" Lu Mingyu offered no response, simply extinguishing the cigarette and smiling lightly, not enjoyable. Duan Xiuming remarked, "So familiar. I thought you indulged in one regularly." Lu Mingyu replied, "Your cigarettes are unpleasant." Duan Xiuming stood. "They'll make a run to get you some lady cigarettes." He would also buy some food. She hadn't eaten a bite at the wedding. Lu Mingyu chuckled silently, walking toward the courtyard door. Then, without a hint of hesitation, she opened the door and walked out. When Duan Xiuming tidied himself and emerged, he found the space utterly empty.
Chapter 3, Running away to pursue graduate studies. The next day, Zhang Xiang, looking utterly bewildered, inquired, "Who, what?" Duan Xiuming replied, "The one in the cheapao at yesterday's wedding, the most beautiful one." Zhang Xiang shook his head vigorously. "I don't recall such a person," Duan Xiuming, exasperated, exclaimed. "Are your eyes blind? She was more stunning than any star. She wore only light makeup." Zhang Xiang, still perplexed, shook his head again. "If she was truly that beautiful, I would certainly remember, but there was no cheapao beauty more exquisite than a star." Duan Xiuming's expression darkened as he sneered. "So I met a ghost yesterday, did I?" Zhang Xiang could only mumble, What was her name?" "I'll ask around." Duan Xiuming, growing increasingly agitated, retorted, "I don't know." Zhang Xiang was taken aback. Then how do we find her?" Duan Xiuming was too irritated to speak. "She vanished in the blink of an eye. She left right after sleeping, not a moment's hesitation, heartless, truly deserving of the title of someone who destroys their own artwork." Zhang Xiang felt something was amiss and asked, "Brother Ming, the wedding you attended yesterday, was it my uncle's golden anniversary?" Duan Xiuming paused. "Golden anniversary?" Zhang Xiang nodded vigorously. "Duan Xiuming. Zhang Xiang, did you go to the wrong place?" Duan Xiuming, "Was there more than one wedding at the hotel yesterday?" Zhang Xiang replied, 5 ceremonies. Duan Xiuming fixed him with a determined gaze. "Find her." Zhang Xiang felt like kneeling. "Brother Ming, this isn't our territory. How can you expect me to locate her? She was just a guest at someone else's wedding." Duan Xiuming pressed, "Your uncle." Zhang Xiang's face fell. "How many generations apart are we? A distant relative I haven't seen in over a decade." Duan Xiuming gritted his teeth. "You have no connections at all?" Zhang Xiang exclaimed, "Brother Ming, this is my first time in Shizi City. It's so far from Shangjiang." That made sense. Duan Xiuming didn't want to utter another word, irritatedly closing his eyes. His mind was filled with her voice from the previous night and those mesmerizing eyes. Zhang Xiang observed, then remarked, "Brother Ming, I always thought you had no interest in women." Duan Xiuming suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp. Zhang Xiang quickly waved his hands. "Not in that way, I meant Jiangnan women? The gentle type?" "Surely not." Duan Xiuming furrowed his brow. "She resembles a ghostly Jiangnan woman." Zhang Xiang found himself at a loss for words. The tone and description were off. Could it be that she owed a debt and refused to pay? Zhang Xiang suggested, "A living person wouldn't just vanish. Should we report it to the police?" Duan Xiuming was ready to curse. The day after Lu Qian's wedding, she returned home, but her new husband was absent. The dinner table was lively, with all the male and female relatives of the Lu family present, except for her grandmother. Lu Mingyu sat quietly at the corner of the lower table, eating in silence. Lu Qian cast a cold glance at the head of the table and declared loudly, "Lu Mingyu made quite a scene at my wedding yesterday." Lu Mingyu kept her head down, continuing her meal. "I was not in the banquet hall throughout the wedding. I was in the private room painting, causing no ruckus." Lu Qian shot her an accusing glare. That painting was vandalized. A blood-red skull ruined it completely. "Why weren't you watching it?" Lu Mingyu explained, "I just got a bit hungry and left early." Lu Qian scoffed, "Would you die if you went hungry for a while? My husband didn't even accompany me home." "It's all that skull's fault. The symbolism is terrible." you're so thoughtless. And Duan Xiuming also glanced at the lower table, frowning. Mingyu, as a child of a noble family, you must be mindful of your public image. After a wedding, everyone is discussing you, all sorts of people are inquiring, making it look ridiculous. Lu Qian added, exactly, do you have no shame? Elder brother Lu Lin interjected, alright, enough of this, she did nothing wrong. Lu Qian exploded in anger. Brother, why are you defending her? I said to lock her up and not let her attend my wedding. Why did you insist on bringing her along? At that moment, tap tap, Uncle Lu Qiuliang rapped the table. Let us all keep it down. Where's your decorum? The table fell silent. Lu Qiuliang looked over Mingyu. Come to my study after dinner. Lu Mingyu responded, yes. In the study, Lu Qiuliang sat behind the desk, wearing gold-rimmed glasses while flipping through a book. One hand playing with a string of olive pits, creating a rhythmic sound. He exuded a refined demeanor, embodying the archetype of a wealthy family merchant. Lu Mingyu stood before the desk, with no chair to sit on. About an hour later, Lu Qiuliang finally raised his head and asked, do you wish to go to the backyard? Lu Mingyu replied, Uncle, I am also a member of the Lu family, can't I move around my own home? Lu Qiuliang countered, your grandmother is unwell, don't disturb her. Lu Mingyu remained silent. Lu Qiuliang's gentle gaze fell upon her as he continued, whenever you are ready to understand, I will allow you to see her. 3 months, or 3 years, it's your choice. Lu Mingyu remained silent, not uttering a word. Lu Qiuliang's soft gaze lingered on her as he said, as long as you agree with me, you may see your grandmother whenever you wish. Lu Mingyu retorted with 2 words, go die. Lu Qiuliang lowered his head to flip through the book, his voice warm. Recite the lessons for women. The next day, a young woman adorned in a lovely dress arrived at the Lu residence. She was the cherished daughter of the Su family, Su Suyue. Upon seeing her, the Lu family members hurried to greet her with extraordinary enthusiasm. Lu Lin exclaimed, yeah, you're back in the country, on holiday? Su Suyue replied, I graduated, and returned. Lu Lin coaxed, you still look so young, our yeah will always be 18. Su Suyue protested, I'm 22, stop calling me young. Before long Lu Mingyu appeared in the living room. Su Suyue rushed toward her, linking arms. Mingyu, let us go out and have some fun. Lu Mingyu looked up at the other members of the Lu family. Lu Lin stepped forward, shall I accompany you both? Su Suyue jumped, no, so annoying. Lu Lin smiled apologetically, alright, without further ado Su Suyue pulled Lu Mingyu outside. Once outside, Su Suyue eagerly asked, Mingyu, what is the plan? Lu Mingyu replied, the airport. Su Suyue's eyes sparkled, so thrilling, let us go. She took the wheel of a small car, speeding away while shouting excitedly. Lu Mingyu, I'm utterly amazed, you actually dared to play the runaway card, I've never even tried that. The two had known each other since they were 12. Both of the same age. Su Suyue had not seen such a wild side of Lu Mingyu in years. When she received the call last night, she was so excited she couldn't sleep. Lu Mingyu looked at her, you'll get scolded when you return. Su Suyue raised an eyebrow, so what? The Su and Lu families shared a long-standing friendship. The Lu family was experiencing a decline. With the grandfather gone and the grandmother's health failing. In stark contrast, the Su family had 2 robust elders and held significant status and influence in Shizi City. Su Suyue was the only girl of her generation in the Su family. With her father being the current leader, she was spoiled beyond measure. No matter how grave her mistakes, someone would always cushion the blow. By the way, where are you going? Su Suyue asked. Lu Mingyu replied. England. Su Suyue gasped, what, you're going to Europe? You're making such a bold move right off the bat. Lu Mingyu chuckled. London, for graduate studies. Chapter 4, the High Seas Cruise. Su Suyue shouted in shock. No way, you're incredible, Lu Mingyu replied, keep it a secret. Su Suyue assured, I will definitely keep it under wraps, the Lu family has issues, except for you. By the way, which school? Lu Mingyu answered, Royal College of Art. Su Suyue exclaimed, ha, Lu Mingyu clarified, the Royal College of Art, the top art school globally. Su Suyue screamed again, bah, you're so impressive, how did you get in? Lu Mingyu smiled at her excitement, you've seen my portfolio. Su Suyue recalled, wait, those elite institutions must have high tuition fees, right? Isn't the Lu family not funding you? How did you manage the asset proof? What about living expenses and accommodation? And when did you take the IELTS? She couldn't dwell on it. Thinking about it only brought difficulties. Su Suyue could not fathom it all. Lu Mingyu explained, do you remember 6 months ago, when you returned to the country for spring break? Su Suyue paused, I remember, you said your room was small, and you painted in my family's basement, right? You painted a huge piece. Lu Mingyu confirmed, yes, I sent it to a gallery in Yadu and sold it. After splitting the profits and paying taxes, the asset proof just met the minimum standard for the Royal College. Su Suyue was astounded that painting sold for so much. Oh my, Lu Mingyu, you're a genius. Lu Mingyu replied, the buyer was generous. I didn't expected. Su Suyue was still in awe, but your planning and layout were so meticulous, you even specifically sought out a gallery in Yadu. No wonder the Lu family knew nothing, I didn't notice a thing, and now you're suddenly off to London. Lu Mingyu chuckled at her enthusiasm. Su Suyue frowned and asked, but what about your grandmother? Lu Mingyu's smile faded, and she replied, they've kept me from seeing her for 3 whole years. there is no point in dragging it out. Her room was located in the innermost part of the main building, while her grandmother's room was in the small building in the backyard. Despite being within the same residence, the Lu family had kept the two from seeing each other for 3 years. Her grandfather had passed away early, leaving the family under the control of Uncle Lu Qiuyang. Lu Mingyu's father was the second son of the Lu family, who had given up his inheritance to follow Lu Mingyu's mother to Yaodu. Lu Mingyu was born and raised in Yaodu, attending primary school there, and the three of them had been quite happy together. However, when she was 12, her parents perished in a car accident. The Lu family took her to Shizi City. And everything changed from that moment on. Susuya uttered a remark, saying, "Then don't concern yourself, eat well, live well. If it's not enough, just tell me, and I shall transfer you the money. Focus on your studies, I will support you." 3 months later, a colossal cruise ship set sail from Xiangshanao, gradually gliding into the open sea. The interior was resplendent with dazzling lights, a veritable realm of indulgence. And the entertainment areas buzzed with activity. The elevator descended from the top floor, and upon the doors opening, several bodyguards promptly stepped forward to obscure the view of the crowd. At the center strode a tall man clad in a black, collarless suit, moving with an air of confidence that left the tourists barely able to catch a glimpse. Beside him walked a young man of similar age, his strides equally grand and unwaveringly close. Yan Tianzhua, dressed in a floral shirt, trailed half a step behind Duan Xiuming, chattering incessantly. Yan Tianzhua exclaimed, "Brother Ming, I want to visit Zizisheng too. Once everything is settled, could you ask Zhang Xiang to switch places with me?" Duan Xiuming remained unresponsive, his mood evidently gloomy. Unperturbed by his demeanor, Yan Tianzhua continued, "I heard from Zhang Xiang that Zizisheng is breathtaking. I yearn to see the towering ancient trees clustered together and sip tea in a bar nestled within the woods." Duan Xiuming's lips twisted into an enigmatic smile. Shizi. Yan Tianzhua grew animated, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, Zizisheng is home to Shizi. I truly want to go. Once the matters in Shangjiang are wrapped up, please take me along, Brother Ming. I wish to see the beauties of Jiangnan." The smile faded from Duan Xiuming's face, his gaze turning icy as he quickened his pace. What a coincidence it was, the pursuit of Shizi and Zizisheng, yet for 3 months she had simply vanished. Only then did Yan Tianzhua notice the change in Duan Xiuming's expression, and he promptly lowered his head. Ceasing to speak, what had he said wrong? At a table in the cruise ship's restaurant sat 3 women and 1 man. Lu Mingyu was enjoying her meal. Su Wengjun glanced over and inquired, "Mingyu, aren't you going to play at all? It's the last day, shall we head to the entertainment area together?" Lu Mingyu shook her head. "I have no money." Su Wenjun generously replied, "No worries. Let us play something small, I'll treat you." Lu Mingyu shook her head again. "I don't gamble." Su Wenjun continued, "If you're not playing, how about just going in to take a look? Since we're already here." Susuya shot a glare at the person across the table. "Brother, are you annoying, always asking?" She said she doesn't want to go. "Are you deaf?" Su Wenjun fell silent. His mood evidently soured. Lu Mingyu's mood was even worse. She had landed at Xiangjiang Airport, impulsively deciding to visit Xiangshanao to broaden her artistic inspiration. She specifically boarded this cruise ship, having heard that the owner was an art collector, with many authentic masterpieces adorning the walls. Yet, she encountered this trio on their southern excursion. Their meeting was marked by an awkward silence. Susuya was utterly astonished. She had not anticipated Lu Mingyu's presence here. Upon realizing that the Royal Academy operated on a 3-semester system, and that 3 months marked the end of a semester, it was indeed a holiday. Susuya felt speechless. She truly did not foresee such an ironic coincidence, considering the vast distance from Xiangshanao to Zizisheng. Had she known, they could have exchanged messages beforehand. Sang-chi nestled in Su Wenjun's embrace, playfully saying, "I want to have fun." Su Wenjun wrapped his arm around her. "Today, I'll ensure you have a splendid time. We'll enjoy ourselves to the fullest." Susuya insisted, "I want to go too." "No one can stop me." Su Wenjun retorted. "Do you think you're a light bulb? Are you of age? Anyone under 21 is not allowed in." Susuya shouted, "I'm already 22. Su Wenjun called over a waiter to settle the bill, chuckling, 22 is still a child, take it easy, or else you'll get scolded by your father." Susuya became even more irate. "And what about Lu Mingyu? She is 22 too, why can't she go?" "I think you're just being unreasonable," Su Wenjun replied. "The reason I concern myself with her is either you truly don't understand or you're just pretending. 3 months ago, you were reckless and headstrong, Uncle Lu was frantic," Susuya argued. "What's the big deal? It's just a 3-month trip," Su Wenjun admonished. "You are you, she is she is a lady of high standing. Who is like you, frolicking outside every day? I think you've been spoiled." Sang-chi interjected to mediate. All right, stop arguing. What are siblings fighting about?" After settling the bill, the trio did not head directly to the entertainment area but instead escorted Lu Mingyu to her room. Su Wenjun cautioned, "Don't be as willful as Yaya, running away from home for 3 months is quite excessive. Once the cruise docks, I'll send you back." Lu Mingyu nodded, "Okay," just before closing the door. Su Wenjun added, "Don't wander about, after all this is the open sea, not Zizisheng. It's not safe." Click, the door closed. Chapter 5, a snap of the fingers. Lu Mingyu sat quietly on the bed. Using her right hand to unlock her phone's screen, her phone featured a dual system, and at that moment, the secondary system was inundated with missed calls and unread messages. Upon opening it, a call from Zizisheng rang through. As expected, Su Wenjun had already informed her family. Lu Mingyu did not answer the call or check the messages. She switched systems, returning to the primary one. Then she stood up and left. She possessed little in the way of belongings, just a handheld travel bag, which she took and departed. This cruise ship was vast and luxurious. During the past 3 days, Su Wenjun had kept a close watch on her, and she hadn't had the chance to explore properly. Lu Mingyu wandered into the grand hall, aimlessly strolling through the opulent surroundings, where extravagant decor and priceless artwork adorned the walls. She paused before a painting, standing there for 10 minutes. Nearby, a spiral staircase beckoned. As Duan Xiuming was about to descend, he halted in his tracks, frozen midway. The surrounding bodyguards also came to a standstill. Yan Tianzhua, oblivious to the situation ahead, nearly collided with a bodyguard, narrowly avoiding a mishap. He turned, puzzled. Brother Ming. Duan Xiuming fixed his gaze upon the silhouette before him, signaling with a hand gesture. The bodyguard silently retreated, fading around a corner. Yan Tianzhua pointed to himself, silently inquiring. Duan Xiuming's gesture remained. His fingers slightly shifting, Yan Tianzhua promptly took a step back, retreating with even quieter footsteps than the bodyguards, ascending the stairs. This was the highest-level silent retreat signal employed by the Duan family. Typically reserved for perilous negotiations, Yan Tianzhua swiftly assumed a ready stance, even placing a hand on his lower back, his eyes radiating a fierce determination. He had no inkling of the unfolding events, but he remained poised for action, ready to spring forth at Brother Ming's command. Thus, amidst an atmosphere steeped in seriousness, Duan Xiuming adjusted his collar and descended the staircase step by step. At that moment, Lu Mingyu stood transfixed before the painting, marveling at the world-class masterpiece. Oblivious to the approach of another, Duan Xiuming lingered behind her for a moment, yet she remained unaware and shifted her feet. Preparing to admire the next artwork, Duan Xiuming raised his hand at snap. He snapped his fingers. She turned around astonished. It was him. Today, he wasn't wearing a bathrobe, yet his attire was not overly formal. Beneath the collarless suit jacket was a simple t-shirt. His hair was styled impeccably, forming a handsome Hong Kong-style slickback, revealing a well-defined forehead that showcased his striking bone structure. He exuded an air of confidence in his features, having presented himself without any form of concealment on both occasions they had met. She could sense a certain nonchalance and audacity radiating from him. He possessed an elusive quality that she yearned for. Duan Xiuming wore a faint, almost imperceptible smile. He had not anticipated encountering her here. Not in Zizisheng, but in the open sea, aboard his ship. Gazing at her breathtaking visage, he remained silent, his eyes fixated on hers. Lu Mingyu regarded him with a curious expression. She inquired. Duan Xiuming raised an eyebrow, amusement glimmering in his gaze. Otherwise, looking for you. Want to sleep again? She replied. Duan Xiuming frowned. Had 3 months apart led her to suggest sleeping together immediately without even a word of conversation? He scrutinized her, his gaze sweeping over her travel bag, and his mood plunged into disarray. Then he chuckled, the laughter laced with derision. All right, he reached out, pulling her with the same force as 3 months ago, whisking her away. At the corner of the spiral staircase, Yan Tianzhua stood in shock, exchanging bewildered glances with the bodyguards. Duan Xiuming drew Lu Mingyu into the exclusive elevator. As soon as the doors shut, he kissed her fiercely, intense, violent. He exerted considerable strength, pinning her down with one hand while the other roamed freely. She barely had a moment to discern which floor the elevator was heading to. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Duan Xiuming swept her up in his arms, striding towards the door at the end of the corridor. Once again, he forcefully pushed her onto the bed, swiftly shedding her clothes. His actions bore the weight of punishment. Did you wear protection? She asked. His voice was thick with fury. Of course. In the throes of passion, she began to laugh. Duan Xiuming suppressed his emotions. So skilled. Aside from me, how many others have you been with? Lu Mingyu replied. None. Duan Xiuming studied her for a moment. The candor reflected in her eyes surprised him. Did I hurt you? He asked. Lu Mingyu was taken aback by his sudden shift in tone. He lowered his head, kissing her eyes, and then her lips. This time, the atmosphere was infused with a different emotion. After a prolonged moment, he inquired. You really haven't been with anyone? Lu Mingyu replied nonchalantly. Why would I lie to you? We not familiar? Duan Xiuming abruptly asked. If I hadn't pulled you last time, what would you have said to that waiter? Lu Mingyu paused, then answered. I would have asked for directions. Duan Xiuming hesitated once more. Lu Mingyu pressed. Are you concerned? Duan Xiuming. How could I not be concerned? After a lengthy silence, a deep rumble emanated from his chest, long and lingering. They entwined. He tempered his strength, wary of causing her pain. The frequency and duration of their encounters were another matter. As the cruise ship sailed, the moonlight cast a silvery sheen upon the sea, awakening Lu Mingyu from her reverie. When the morning light spilled in, she was roused again by his kiss, the warmth of his breath fanning her ear, his breathing growing heavier. Tell me your name, he commanded, his voice laced with a profound undercurrent. Lu Mingyu smiled softly. It's not important to Duan Xiuming. Can you not show a bit of heart? She wore an indifferent expression. He lowered his head and kissed the corner of her eye. Is your gaze always like this? Lu Mingyu let out a light laugh. He trailed his lips down, caressing her soft petals, his eyes half open, gazing at her. The depths of his gaze shifted momentarily. Suddenly, he kissed her with a greedy intensity. Have you thought of me? He leaned closer to her lips, asking with profound affection. She remained silent, only responding with her presence. Afterwards, she pushed him away and headed for the shower. Duan Xiuming donned a bathrobe and settled onto the sofa outside. Waiting, when she emerged, she was indeed impeccably dressed. He fixed his gaze upon her and asked, "Are you leaving again?" He had guessed correctly. She possessed no heart. Lu Mingyu nodded in acknowledgement and walked towards the door. The cruise ship was about to dock. Wait, Duan Xiuming called out to her. Lu Mingyu turned back, inquiring with her eyes. Duan Xiuming pondered his words and asked, "Am I to your satisfaction?" Lu Mingyu's gaze swept over his bathrobe. A faint smile gracing her lips. Quite good. He appeared alert, seemingly not having slept, brimming with energy. Duan Xiuming's lips curled slightly as he tore off a note from the table, hastily scribbling a string of numbers before handing it to her. He spoke earnestly, "If you need anything, come to me, don't go astray. Don't seek others." Lu Mingyu pinched the note between her fingers, smiling as she asked, "Am I to pay you? After all, you seem quite dedicated." With that, she tossed the note into the trash bin and exited. The door clicked shut behind her. Duan Xiuming stared at the garbage bin. Chapter 6, The Clown. When Lu Mingyu arrived, she was swiftly carried away. Barely catching a glimpse, now she discovered there was only one room. She approached the elevator, only to find she had no access rights, unable to reach any floor. The emergency exit door beside her was also locked. Behind her, the sound of the door creaking open echoed. Duan Xiuming, still clad in his bathrobe, strode towards her with a fierce demeanor. He seized Lu Mingyu with one hand while swiftly snatching her phone with the other. Unlocking it, he fixed his intense gaze upon her, leaving no room for rebuttal, the pressure in his eyes almost palpable, yet she remained unafraid, calm. After a moment, she extended her left thumb, unlocking the screen. Duan Xiuming returned the phone to her. Continuing to stare, "Scan and add me." A glimmer of amusement flickered in Lu Mingyu's eyes. She complied. Duan Xiuming raised an eyebrow. What did that look in her eyes mean? Did she find it amusing? The friend request was quickly accepted. Duan Xiuming inquired, "How many days will you be staying in Shangshan? Shall I show you around?" Lu Mingyu replied, "No more playing, I'm leaving." Duan Xiuming grew increasingly frustrated. "Is there something of utmost importance that compels you to leave?" "Once or twice, Lu Mingyu. Does my parents' situation count?" Duan Xiuming. That's reasonable." With that, he approached the facial recognition panel inside the elevator. The elevator resumed its function. "You are not to delete or block me," he warned as he released his hold on Lu Mingyu. The elevator doors slowly closed. Duan Xiuming watched as the elevator descended floor by floor. She truly left without hesitation, returning to the room. He perused her personal information, noting the absence of any social media posts. Her nickname was .ye in English, Pinyin. What did it mean? The cruise ship reached the port, returning to Shangshan. Lu Mingyu swiftly disembarked, disappearing into the crowd. Soon after, the Su siblings emerged from the elevator. Su Wenjun scanned the area. "Is Mingyu not here? The room is empty as well." Sang Chi, feeling somewhat jealous, remarked, "Wenjun, why do you keep paying attention to her?" Su Wenjun frowned. "You can meddle in other matters, but refrain from questioning me about her." Sang Chi's face fell instantly. Su Suyu, meanwhile, emotionlessly scrolled through her phone until a message popped up. She pocketed her phone and strode towards the exit. Su Wenjun called out, Yeah, Su Suyu, Mingyu has already disembarked." Su Wenjun. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Su Suyu. "Why should it concern you?" Su Wenjun, "Is that your tactic again? Have you lost your mind?" Su Suyu halted abruptly, turning to face him. "You are the one who has lost your mind. How dare you interfere with her?" Su Wenjun, furious, retorted, "I am your brother, how dare you speak to me like this?" Su Suyu, "I cannot accept that a fool is my brother." Sang Chi hurriedly stepped in between them, advising, "Siblings should not quarrel, it's unnecessary over an outsider." Yadu, cemetery. A taxi pulled up and stopped. Lu Mingyu paid, holding a bouquet of flowers as she exited the vehicle. At that moment, another car pulled up beside her. Coming to a swift halt, the driver's and passenger's doors swung open simultaneously, and two burly men stepped out, blocking her path from both sides. Lu Mingyu halted, glancing towards the car. The door slowly opened, revealing a pair of polished black leather shoes. Stepping out, a man in a tailored suit approached her with long strides, his stature tall and movements graceful. He approached Lu Mingyu at a leisurely pace, then extended his hand. A resounding slap landed on her face without hesitation. "So, you truly are here," Lu Lin remarked coldly. Lu Mingyu met his gaze defiantly. "Did you really think your uncle would guess this?" "Lu Lin, don't treat people as fools." Lu Mingyu began to analyze. "But he can't be certain, it should be a split operation. You're here taking a chance while Lu Qian is at Xiangjiang airport blocking people. Where there are more bodyguards, a dozen, or 20, no, wait. As she spoke, she suddenly negated her own conjecture, correcting herself. "The one heading to Xiangjiang airport is your uncle himself." Isn't it? Lu Lin's voice squeezed through his teeth. "Lu Mingyu." Can your cunning be any deeper? All your guesses were spot on. Lu Mingyu's eyes gleamed sharply. Quite the uproar indeed. Lu Lin raised his hand again. Do you dare to display that expression again? Lu Mingyu stared back at him. You strike me in front of my parents. Aren't you afraid of nightmares tonight? Lu Lin's expression turned grotesque. I fear no death. Lu Mingyu, you haven't visited since my parents passed. Have you? Are you sure you want to go see your little uncle and aunt? Lu Lin's voice dripped with sarcasm. I don't acknowledge her as my aunt. Lu Mingyu smiled. My mother is 100 times more beautiful than yours. Shut your mouth, Lu Lin shouted angrily. Lu Mingyu's eyes glinted fiercely as she spoke. My mother wasn't buried with my father. It was all arranged deliberately by your father. Your father is mentally deranged. Regarding my mother. Lu Lin, shut up. He raised his hand to strike her. Lu Mingyu quickly interjected. Alright, if you ruin this face of mine, how do you think your father would lose his mind? Lu Lin suddenly gripped her neck as if he wished to kill her. The elegance vanished as Lu Mingyu's few words transformed him into a demon, yet Lu Mingyu appeared impervious to pain, gazing at him as he went mad with rage. Eventually, the two bodyguards stepped forward, separating them. Lu Lin managed to calm down, taking a deep breath, but upon looking up, he found her gaze filled with provocation. He growled, I truly wish to pluck out your eyeballs. Lu Mingyu smiled at him. Clown. Lu Lin lost control once more. Lu Mingyu, clutching the bouquet of flowers, turned and walked towards the cemetery. Stop right there, you cannot go. He strode after her. Lu Mingyu, without looking back, declared, I will sweep this grave today, unless you kill me. Lu Mingyu, Lu Lin shouted, but he dared not take another step forward. He feared this cemetery. He barked at the two bodyguards, Are you blind? Quickly bring her back. The two immediately stepped forward, blocking Lu Mingyu at the entrance of the cemetery. Lu Mingyu raised her eyes pale-faced, and asked, I've come this far, yet still cannot enter. The two felt a pang of sympathy but shook their heads. Lu Mingyu smiled bitterly. Can I leave the flowers with the guard and have the staff take them in? The two nodded. Miss Lu is truly pitiful. Lu Mingyu approached the guard, placing the flowers down. The two bodyguards, unable to bear it, refrained from following, merely watching to prevent her escape. Lu Mingyu turned her back to the two bodyguards, swiftly retrieving something from her travel bag and placing it under the bouquet. While instructing the guard in a low voice, she quickly sent a message on her phone. In less than a minute, she turned and left. The two bodyguards sighed in relief, escorting her towards the car. Lu Mingyu held her phone tightly in her hand, the travel bag placed in the trunk. Chapter 7. The Great White Shark on the High Seas. Inside the car, Lu Lin waited in the back seat. The door swung open, and Lu Mingyu slid in, sitting beside him. Lu Lin extended his hand. Hand over your phone. Lu Mingyu offered no resistance, turning off her phone and handing it over. Lu Lin, don't think you can contact anyone. Susuyu will not be able to cover for you anymore. The same trick won't work a second time. Lu Mingyu remained silent. Lu Lin glanced at her before suddenly turning his gaze to the trunk behind the seats. That be a G.at that moment, Lu Mingyu spoke. I'm thirsty. Lu Lin ignored her plea. Lu Mingyu, brother. Lu Lin frowned, looking at her. Lu Mingyu, Brother Lin, do you remember how I used to call you that when I was young? We were quite close back then. Lu Lin suddenly shouted, Shut your mouth. Lu Mingyu chuckled. Hot clown. Lu Lin gritted his teeth. You are truly so malicious, Lu Mingyu, you're forcing me into this. Lu Lin's fists clenched, hatred surging, memories flooded back, colliding chaotically in his mind. He was initially oblivious to his father's sordid mindset, a revelation that came many years ago when Lu Ming, in a deliberate attempt to provoke Duan Xiuming into madness, inadvertently let it slip during a quarrel. At that moment, Lu Lin stood by, a witness to the unfolding drama. Lu Ming's eyes were alight with a mocking glint. A memory that remains vividly etched in his mind. She was exacting revenge on him. A decade prior, when Lu Ming first arrived at the Lu household, a fierce altercation erupted between Lu Ming and Lu Qian. Lu Lin unwaveringly sided with his younger sister. Lu Qian, watching as his cousin Lu Ming, merely 12 at the time, was confined for 3 days, emerging battered and bruised. The bond of cousinhood had been irrevocably shattered 10 years ago, in a restaurant at Shangshanao. Shang-Chi observed the estranged siblings, feeling disinclined to intervene any further. Their bickering had escalated from the hotel to the dining establishment, revealing to Shang-Chi numerous disheartening truths. It turned out that the stunningly beautiful Lu Ming had ancestral ties with the siblings, their families having maintained a close relationship for generations. Susuyu and Lu Ming were of the same age, while Su Wenjun was 2 years their senior. Su Wenjun had courted Lu Ming for a full 3 years. But his efforts were in vain. He had known her since she was 12, their childhood friendship blossoming. This was the first time Shang-Chi had learned of these matters. Additionally, Shang-Chi and Su Wenjun were university alumni, sharing the same age of 22, though he was 2 years her senior, having pursued her during his 3rd year while she was in her first. At this moment, she felt utterly disheartened. The trio sat in silence, the air thick with unspoken words. Suddenly Susuyu glanced at her phone, rose, and prepared to leave. Su Wenjun called after her. What do you think you're doing? Susuyu, cold and indifferent, replied, Mind your own business. Su Wenjun stood up in response. Is it a message from Mingyu? Show me your phone. Susuyu quickened her pace, breaking into a run. Su Wenjun attempted to pursue her. At this juncture, Sang-chi grasped his arm, her irritation palpable. Su and Jun, if you continue like this, we might as well break up. 4 years of university, and I even moved to your city for work. Have you ever shown me any respect? Su and Jun furrowed his brow side and took his seat once more. Let us just eat. Meanwhile, Susuyu burst out of the restaurant and swiftly hailed a taxi. Asking driver, can your car cross the border? The driver shook his head. No, it can't. Susuyu replied, then take me to the customs checkpoint. Not long after they set off, a luxury vehicle emerged from a corner ahead, obstructing the main road. Subsequently, a procession of luxury cars followed suit, totaling 9, escorting the rarest vehicle at the center. They executed a rapid formation on the thoroughfare, ensuring the 8 surrounding vehicles shielded the one in the middle. All other vehicles on the road halted, waiting for this convoy of luxury cars to pass before resuming their journey. Susuyu watched in awe, a fleet of all Rolls-Royces. That maneuver was incredible. So luxurious, the taxi driver, struggling with his Mandarin, remarked, first time seeing it, huh? We locals see it often. Susuyu, intrigued, pointed ahead. Is that one in the middle a custom job? The driver, surprised, responded, how did you know? Susuyu grinned, I love cars. That model isn't available for sale or limited edition. It must be custom made. What is it called? The driver replied, Mingyu, the only one in the world. Susuyu exclaimed, wow, what a name. Whose car is it? The driver gave a thumbs up. It's from Shangshan Ao, a big shot. Everyone calls him the Great White Shark. Susuyu marveled, what a formidable title. Does he have a boat on the high seas? The driver chuckled, not just a boat, but a cruise ship. More than one. Susuyu laughed, amazing. Where are they headed? The driver replied, they should be going to Shangjiang. Susuyu paused, then began to analyze. It's only a 2-hour journey from Shangshan Ao to Shangjiang, yet they're making such a grand display. Surely all those cars are bulletproof? Are there bodyguards in all 8 vehicles? The driver, impressed, remarked, you're quite knowledgeable, young lady. He hadn't intended to chat much, given the sensitive nature of the high seas, but her curiosity piqued his interest, prompting him to divulge more. Susuyu pressed on, has there ever been an assassination attempt? The driver nodded with a smile. Many have tried to deal with him. He is ruthless, driving away anyone who crosses him, even little boats. There are also many who owe him money on those cruise ships and are desperate to eliminate him. Susuyu raised an eyebrow. That's pretty harsh. Isn't he afraid of overreaching? The driver shook his head, young and brash, plus, he has a powerful background, being the scion of one of Shangjiang's top families, with ample support and backing. That family is divided into light and dark factions. He operates in the shadows, and his methods are certainly bloodthirsty. Susuyu inquired, what does dark mean? Surely it's not involving illicit activities. The driver clarified, decades ago. Perhaps, but it's not so extreme now. Susuyu nodded. So the cruise ships on the high seas belong to the underbelly of Shangjiang's elite. The driver chuckled, not the family's, but his own enterprises. Susuyu, astonished, asked, what has he done to amass such wealth? The driver replied, I'm not entirely sure, just know that he was nurtured abroad, returned to Shangjiang at 16, and resolved a major family crisis at 18, otherwise Shangjiang would have been reshuffled by now. Susuyu mused, sounds legendary. Did he then hit the ground running? The driver affirmed, correct, his family provided him with funds, and he rapidly developed in Shangshan Ao. Rumor has it he saved the family head's life, earning him significant favor. Now, he is overshadowing the family heir, causing rifts, and he is quite arrogant. Susuyu queried further, what is his name? The driver shook his head, I don't know. The dark factions among the elite remain a mystery to us common folk. We just call him the Great Shark. Susuyu laughed, what about his surname? Such a family should be well known. The driver replied with a sound, Duan. Susuyu was taken aback. Do, as in to lose? The driver scratched his head, unable to articulate the pronunciation in Mandarin. Just then, they arrived at their destination. Susuyu exited the vehicle and dashed toward the customs checkpoint, leaving that question unresolved. Chapter 8. One link leads to another after crossing the border. Susuyu hailed another taxi, immediately stating, driver, to Yaodu. The driver was astonished. You want to drive all the way to Yaodu, crossing cities? Susuyu affirmed, yes, please drive fast, I'll pay extra. 5 times the fare. The driver pressed the accelerator. Let us go. Susuyu arrived at a cemetery in Yaodu at breakneck speed. She rushed to the security office, exclaiming, security uncle, is there a stunning young woman who left something here? The head of security looked at her and asked, what is your name? Susuyu replied, today, I want to kill someone. The head of security chuckled, rising, the code phrase is correct. Let me fetch it for you. Shortly thereafter, he handed her a bouquet of flowers and a passport. Susuyu sighed in relief. Thank you, uncle. The head of security waved it off, no problem. But she didn't enter, she just left something and left. Susuyu nodded. I'll pay my respects for her. She pulled out her phone, referencing the grave location number sent by Lu Mingyu as she made her way inside to find it. Upon locating it, Susuyu gazed at the name on the gravestone, astonished and speechless. Meanwhile, Lu Mingyu had already been taken to the Yaodu airport by Lu Linda. He extended his hand, your documents. Lu Ming opened her travel bag, rummaging for her ID, and handed it over. As Lu Lin observed this, a sudden thought struck him. He snatched the travel bag from her, rifling through its contents. "Where is your passport?" "Or a pass?" he demanded. Lu Ming replied, "I don't have a passport, nor a pass." "What are you talking about?" Lu Lin bellowed. "Then how did you get to Shangshanao? Do you take me for a fool?" Lu Ming couldn't suppress her laughter, nodding. "Exactly, brother." Lu Lin's chest heaved with anger as he fixed her with a glare, pressing. "Where have you been these past 3 months? It shouldn't be a pass. You used a passport, where is it? Speak up." Thus, during their earlier car ride, she had intentionally provoked him, stirring his memories and emotions to a boil, causing his rationality to slip away, making him incapable of calmly considering the possibility of searching the travel bag. She had even placed the bag in the trunk. Now, too much time had passed. Retracing their steps was impossible. This cousin of his was cunning and always had a backup plan. He was no match for her. Within the entire Lu family, only his father, Lu Qiuliang, could suppress her. Lu Lin's teeth ground in frustration. Meanwhile, Lu Ming gazed at him with a beaming smile, as if watching a jester. Ultimately, Lu Lin's voice emerged. Strained through clenched teeth, "You will never see grandmother again." Lu Ming's smile vanished, her gaze turning sharp and retaliatory. "And you will never receive normal familial love and affection from your parents." Lu Lin closed his eyes, reopening them with a seething hatred. "You've destroyed my family." Lu Ming coldly met his stare. "You all forced my hand." That evening, Lu Ming returned to the Lu family home in Shizi City. The door leading to the backyard was still locked, secured with multiple locks. She couldn't enter, and her grandmother couldn't come out. It was now 9 in the evening. Inside the backyard, Lu Qian was present. Their grandmother, Tao Yalan, was elderly and suffering from dementia, lying in a rocking chair, her gaze fixed on the moon outside. Lu Qian tried to engage her, but there was no response. "Grandmother, don't look at the ginkgo tree. Look at your granddaughter." Tao Yalan snapped back to reality. "Granddaughter?" Lu Qian leaned against her grandmother's knee, saying, "I've divorced, just 6 months into marriage, and I'm heartbroken. Can't you send me some jewelry to comfort me?" Tao Yalan pushed her head away. "You silly girl, do not rest your weight upon my legs and then ask me for favors. I do not recognize you." Lu Qian's displeasure was evident as she exclaimed, "Grandmother, I am your granddaughter." Lu Qian. Tao Yalan furrowed her brow, insisting, "You are not my granddaughter. My granddaughter is Xiaoyi." Anger surfaced on Lu Qian's face as she rose and scolded, "You must truly be suffering from dementia. No one in this household goes by the name Xiaoyi." Tears welled in Tao Yalan's eyes as she retorted, "You speak nonsense. My granddaughter is indeed named Xiaoyi." Lu Qian, her expression darkening. "Shot back. All you say is Xiaoyi, Xiaoyi. That is all that occupies your mind." With a forceful shove, she pushed the elderly woman and stormed out. As she navigated the corridor, Lu Qian spotted Lu Mingyu standing at the entrance. Raising an eyebrow, she approached the glass door and inquired, "Do you wish to see grandmother?" Lu Mingyu lifted her gaze to meet Lu Qian's, replying, "I do." With her arms crossed, Lu Qian countered, "Then you must plead with me." Lu Mingyu earnestly implored, "Please, my sister, allow me to see grandmother." Lu Qian, with a hint of mockery, retorted, "Kneel down and beg me." Lu Mingyu laughed, "I heard you divorced. Your ex-husband has taken to keeping over a dozen women." In an instant, Lu Qian's pride was shattered, and she erupted, "Lu Mingyu, you wretched creature." Lu Mingyu coldly responded, "Why are you angry? Did you not know all this before you married?" The Lu family insisted on associating with the Qin family. "And now that he has grown weary, he seeks a divorce. I imagine many are laughing at your expense." Lu Qian's eyes widened in fury, trembling with rage as she stammered, You, Lu Mingyu," in a fit of anger. She fumbled for her keys to unlock the door, but just as she turned the last key, swoosh, Lu Mingyu dashed inside, yanking the locks open and hurling them into the nearby pool. Lu Qian was taken aback. Yet, before she could react, Lu Mingyu had already raced to the rear house, pounding on the door. Her eyes sparkled with a brilliance surpassing the moonlight. "Grandmother, open the door, Xiaoyi has come to see you." With a creak, the door swung open, revealing Tao Yalan's outstretched hand. Xiaoyi, her face lit up with joy, wrinkles deepening as she stumbled forward in excitement. Lu Mingyu enveloped her in a warm embrace. "Grandmother," Lu Qian pursued them, her face pale with fury. Lu Mingyu glanced back, ushering Tao Yalan inside and swiftly closing the door. Click, she locked it tight. Lu Qian began to pound on the door frantically. Yelling and cursing, Lu Mingyu paid her no mind, gently assisting her grandmother to the inner room and tucking her in with a blanket. Tao Yalan beamed at her. "Xiaoyi, how are your parents in Yao City?" Her dementia was severe. She could not recall events or people, having selectively forgotten the last 10 years, retaining only memories of Lu Mingyu. Lu Mingyu smiled and nodded. "All is well. They are busy with work and cannot return to see you." Tao Yalan patted her hand. "As long as Xiaoyi visits me, that's enough." Lu Mingyu clasped her grandmother's slightly cold hand. "Grandmother, you must wear more layers." Tao Yalan protested, "I am not cold, I want to ride horses with Xiaoyi. Feed lions and tigers at the zoo, and enjoy roller coasters at the amusement park." Lu Mingyu chuckled at grandmother. "I was mischievous and naive back then, dragging you along for fun. You cannot partake in such activities now." Tao Yalan frowned. I can play, you must take me with you when you go out. Lu Mingyu smiled. Indeed, next time, I promise. The elderly woman's frail health soon caught up with her, after a brief conversation. She fell asleep. Lu Mingyu fetched a thicker blanket to cover her and then quietly exited to the living room to wait. Chapter 9. The phone. Before long, a voice rang out from the doorway. Lu Mingyu, come out here. Lu Mingyu opened the door unhurriedly and stepped outside. Duan Xiuming instinctively raised her hand, ready to strike. However, Lu Mingyu glanced past her, prompting Duan Xiuming to frown and turn around. Standing there was Lu Qiuliang, flanked by Lu Lin. Duan Xiuming lowered her hand, stating Lu Mingyu intruded without permission. She needs a lesson. Lu Qiuliang raised a finger, pointing at Lu Mingyu's swollen face. Who did this? Lu Mingyu looked at Lu Lin, and with a resounding slap, Lu Qiuliang struck Lu Lin across the face. Lu Lin staggered back, his head tilting as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Lu Qian gasped in shock. Duan Xiuming went into a frenzy, shouting, Lu Qiuliang, how dare you hit my son? The backyard erupted into chaos. Lu Mingyu, however, calmly stepped past the four of them and walked back upstairs to her secluded room. In the deep of night, a knock echoed on Lu Mingyu's door, followed by the sound of the key turning as Lu Lin entered without hesitation. The earlier knocking had not been an inquiry for permission but merely a formality. Lu Mingyu sat at her desk, staring at him coolly. Lu Lin sighed, you will never forgive me, will you? Lu Mingyu replied with an enigmatic smile. Which matter are you referring to? Lu Lin continued, the incident from 10 years ago when you were confined. Lu Mingyu shot back, why should I forgive you? Lu Lin frowned. After learning the truth, father has already punished Lu Qian. Before that, she had never been struck. A glint of coldness flickered in Lu Mingyu's eyes. So prior to that, did I suffer punishment? Was I confined? Lu Lin hesitated. Lu Mingyu's voice turned sharp. Did my parents lock me in a windowless, lightless storage room, handcuffed and shackled, and whip me with a rattan for 3 whole days? Lu Lin's emotions were tumultuous. Lu Mingyu pressed on, whereon my body has not been struck. My dear brother. Lu Lin lowered his head, admitting, it was my mistake. I should have investigated more thoroughly. Lu Mingyu scoffed. Too late. Lu Lin raised his gaze. Must you escalate the situation like this? We are siblings. Lu Qian is your sister. We are blood relatives. Lu Mingyu retorted, then you should also endure 3 days of confinement. Beaten with a rattan and have salt rubbed in your wounds. Lu Lin's brow furrowed in anger. How can you be so cruel? Lu Mingyu chuckled lightly. You live your life like a joke, Lu Lin. Do not speak like that. Lu Lin stepped forward, attempting to grasp her hand. Lu Mingyu suddenly looked up, declaring, Uncle's study is on the 3rd floor. If I call out, someone will come. If he discovers you stole the key to enter my room. Do you think you will not be confined? Lu Lin's pupils dilated in alarm. Lu Mingyu demanded, return my phone. Lu Lin, filled with regret, replied, I gave it to my mother. Lu Mingyu ordered, go fetch it back. Lu Lin frowned, that might be difficult. She wants to unlock it to check your information. Lu Mingyu enunciated each word, go, bring it back. Lu Lin protested, Mingyu. Lu Mingyu opened her mouth softly beginning, but Lu Lin interrupted. I understand, I will bring it to you tomorrow, I promise. He exited the room, closing the door behind him. Lu Mingyu wearily lowered her head, letting out a deep sigh. She felt utterly exhausted. The following morning, Lu Mingyu was summoned to the study by Lu Qiuliang. This time, he had arranged a seat for her, so she did not have to stand. Lu Mingyu sat quietly, not uttering a word. Lu Qiuliang observed her before producing several photographs and handing them to her. As Lu Mingyu lifted her gaze, her pupils constricted in shock. It was a photograph of her grandmother lying in a hospital bed, frail and connected to numerous tubes. Her fists tightened in an instant, her fingertips turning pale. Lu Qiuliang's voice remained warm and unhurried as he spoke. I sent you a message. Did you not see it? During those 3 months, he had tried every means possible, yet she appeared unaware of any of this. Perhaps overwhelmed, she simply blocked his messages, focusing on her own affairs. Lu Qiuliang narrowed his eyes, playing with a string of olive pits. Mingyu, be sensible. Your grandmother's health is deteriorating, and she may need to enter the ICU at any moment. Lu Mingyu looked at him incredulously. She is your biological mother. Are you out of your mind? Lu Qiuliang's expression remained indifferent. I do not comprehend what you are saying. My mother is ill and, of course, requires medical care. Lu Mingyu felt a chill run through her veins, yet Lu Qiuliang's tone was gentle. Look at you, acting like a child, running away from home. Your grandmother is in such poor health. Yet you do not even consider returning. Lu Mingyu suppressed her trembling body, unable to utter a single word. Lu Qiuliang continued, it seems I have granted you too much freedom in the past. Lu Mingyu inhaled deeply, lowering her head. Lu Qiuliang smiled, good girl, recite the new jia for me. At noon, Lu Mingyu did not descend for lunch. The butler sent a meal to her room. Lu Qiuliang was usually not home during the day, as he was at the company. At the long table of the Lu family, Duan Xiuming, Lu Qian, and Lu Lin sat. Lu Lin ate quietly, while the two women engaged in conversation. Lu Qian exclaimed, mother, she ran away. Yet father insists on bringing her back. It was uncle who chose to leave. She should not bear the Lu surname. Grandfather and grandmother favor her so. I am utterly exasperated. Duan Xiuming was displeased. Your temper has worsened since your divorce. Do not speak like that, or what will outsiders think of the Lu family? Lu Qian retorted. There are no outsiders here. Du Wenxin commanded. Prepare some new clothes for Lu Mingyu. Lu Qian stared in disbelief. Mother, what are you saying? Du Wenxin continued. Once her face is healed, take her out to see the world, find a wealthy suitor, and marry her off quickly. Lu Qian shouted. My marriage has failed. Yet I must plan for her. Du Wenxin nodded. She must find someone from a more powerful family than the Lu family, someone who is decisive. Lu Qian raised her voice. Mother, are you out of your mind? It was uncle who brought shame upon the Lu family, turning all of Shizi City into a laughingstock. On what grounds can she still use the Lu family's identity to forge a union? Du Wenxin patted Lu Qian's hand. Be obedient. Can your mother harm you? Lu Qian remained furious. I disagree. I refuse to acknowledge her as a member of the Lu family. A mother, have you forgotten how arrogant she was when she first arrived at the Lu family at the age of 12? Du Wenxin comforted her. I haven't asked you to select a worthy husband for her. In fact, I would prefer she marry a beggar. The crux of the matter is that her voice carries more weight than that of the Lu family. Capable of overshadowing your father, do you understand? Others may be oblivious, but she is not this time. Lu Mingyu has been missing from home for 3 months, and Lu Zholiang has been acting as if he has lost his mind. Du Wenxin could no longer endure it. Lu Qian was taken aback. Du Wenxin whispered, keep these matters to yourself. You must not let Lu Mingyu or your father know. Lu Qian nodded vigorously. Chapter 10. No response. Lu Lin then rose. I've finished eating. You all may continue. He then ascended the stairs. Du Wenxin found it peculiar and inquired, Lu Lin, aren't you going to the company? Lu Lin paused. How can I go out with this face? Du Wenxin looked at her son with concern. I will definitely help you take revenge on her. She then began to discuss the details in a low voice with her daughter. Lu Lin fell silent. Turning upstairs, he took a detour and entered Du Wenxin's makeup room, searching for his phone. He found nothing, just as he was about to head to Du Wenxin's room to look again. He overheard the conversation of the mother and daughter coming from the staircase as they entered a room together. Lu Lin ascended to the 3rd floor. He knocked on the door. He hadn't taken his key. Unable to open it directly, the door opened from within. Lu Mingyu saw him and asked, have you found the phone? Lu Lin, not yet. Wait a moment, it should be in my mother's room. Lu Mingyu gazed at him quietly. Lu Lin, I can't go in. My mother and sister are inside whispering. Lu Mingyu, what are they discussing? Lu Lin, they are talking about how father hit me. Very angrily. Lu Mingyu smirked. They didn't talk about me. Unbelievable. Lu Lin frowned. You doubt that? They are also discussing how to torment you next time. After all, you caused me to be hit. As for other matters, he kept silent. Naturally, he chose to side with his mother and sister over his cousin. In a luxurious hillside mansion in Xiangshan, Duan Xiuming stared at the dialogue box on his phone. No response. It's not just 1 or 2 hours. It's been a day, more than 24 hours. After pondering, he sent another message and continued waiting. By afternoon, she still hadn't replied. Fine, she has no heart. Duan Xiuming immediately booked the fastest flight available. A few hours later, he arrived at the airport in Shaanxi City. Zhan Xiang drove an impressively stylish Lamborghini to pick him up, its color a striking dark night green. Brother Ming, didn't you say you were staying in Shangjiang for a few days? Why the sudden arrival? Sai, how do you like this car? He asked. Duan Xiuming retorted, have you found the person? Which family's girl? He now suspected if she was even from Shaanxi City. Zhan Xiang sighed. I told you, brother, Shaanxi City is a vast 16,000 square kilometers, with a population exceeding 10 million. Duan Xiuming, aren't you quite capable? What is going on? Zhan Xiang's scalp tingled. Without a photo or a name, this is the mainland, not the white-headed eagle. Some things are inconvenient to pursue. Am I supposed to search for a needle in a haystack? Brother Ming, be reasonable, my life is on the line too. Duan Xiuming, why Zhan Xiang, Hatan Duan Xiuming, it should be pinyin, a sound from her name. Zhan Xiang, that is quite challenging, save me. The next day, Lu Lin knocked on Lu Mingyu's door at the same time. She had been holed up for 2 consecutive days, waiting for food to be delivered. As soon as the door opened, she immediately reached out, uttering just 2 words, phone. Lu Lin, somewhat irritated, replied, can you be a bit nicer? Lu Mingyu looked at him coldly. Lu Lin, equally expressionless, the phone has been handed over to a black market dealer. It cannot be retrieved. Lu Mingyu, then you can just die. Lu Lin gritted his teeth, with that attitude father will make you copy the NGA 100 times. It seems that after being away for 3 months, your arrogance has resurfaced, hasn't it? Lu Mingyu, it's innate, rebellious. Lu Lin scoffed. But you actually used a dual system. What have you been doing with your alternate account? Lu Mingyu smirked. The self-destruct feature of the phone is quite effective. They dared to investigate, but found nothing, ultimately destroying that phone, and this cousin of hers was merely tugging at her. It was all a facade. Realizing he had inadvertently exposed himself with a single remark, Lu Lin fixed his gaze on her, coldly stating, Lu Mingyu, you are truly rotten to the core. Lu Mingyu simply reiterated, you all forced me to. Meanwhile, in an apartment in Shaanxi City, Duan Xiuming was playing with a dart in his hand. It had been 2 days, she still hadn't replied to his messages, and he had received no response to his voice notes. It was as if she had vanished from the face of the earth. Zhan Xiang entered, saying, "Brother Ming, I got to know someone named Yisong. I managed to uncover a bit." He mentioned that at that wedding everyone had a unified narrative and those who asked couldn't get any information. Duan Xiuming raised his eyes, deliberate. 3 months ago, I had inquired about that wedding. The newlyweds came from 2 prominent families in Shaanxi City. She had left with a bridesmaid, naturally asking about the bride's side. The response had been that they didn't recognize her. She was a last-minute actress, but now they are linking it back to that family. Zhan Xiang leaned against the doorframe, nodding. I've also discovered the reason for this. Duan Xiuming raised an eyebrow. Many inquiries? Zhan Xiang's eyes widened in astonishment, starting to applaud. Wow, brother, you guessed it. After that wedding, the unmarried scions of noble families were all inquiring. Duan Xiuming snorted. Everyone is asking. So many people are trying to snatch her up? Zhan Xiang shrugged, but still no leads. The unified narrative is quite peculiar, intentionally concealing something as if afraid of embarrassment. An illegitimate daughter. Duan Xiuming, she doesn't fit the profile of an illegitimate daughter. The defiance she exhibited while sketching skulls doesn't resemble a foster daughter either. She is neither of those two, nor is she some refined lady from a prestigious family. Duan Xiuming couldn't quite figure out what was going on. Zhan Xiang, then she must be a child of a noble family. I've obtained a list of prominent families in Shaanxi City. All the key figures are here. Duan Xiuming picked it up, glanced at it, and tossed it on the table. She wasn't seated at the main table. Zhan Xiang grimaced. It's even harder to find the peripheral figures. We don't even know their specific names. And the numbers. Duan Xiuming maintained a stoic expression, indifferent to joy or anger. Zhan Xiang, brother, should I resort to some extreme measures? But who will clean up the mess? We can't expose ourselves during this sensitive time. Duan Xiuming, so troublesome? Zhan Xiang blinked and asked. In a few days, there's a private party at the Linzhong Lounge. It's reserved, and with many people attending, we might hear something. Want to go? Duan Xiuming threw the dart in his hand, hitting the bullseye with a swift thud. Let us go, he declared. Zhan Xiang glanced at the dart. Brother, you're quite frightening. How much does she owe you? 9 digits. You're chasing that debt quite eagerly. Duan Xiuming frowned. Who told you she owes me money? Zhan Xiang was taken aback. Then why are you going to such lengths to find her? Duan Xiuming, to date her. Zhan Xiang was astonished. At the Lu residence a new desk had been added to the study of the elder uncle. Lu Mingyu was bent over copying texts over and over again. Lu Qiuliang sat behind the desk, polishing an olive pit, his gold-rimmed glasses shining brightly. He did nothing else but continuously watch her copy. After Lu Mingyu had copied 3 times, she put down her pen. Lu Qiuliang looked at her, his demeanor refined. Good girl, get some rest early. Lu Mingyu suppressed her disgust and strode toward the study door. Lu Qiuliang called out to her, etiquette. Have you forgotten again? Lu Mingyu took a deep breath, slowed her pace, and approached the door. Xiaoyi, a deep male voice called her from behind. Bang! Lu Mingyu slammed the door hard as she exited. Chapter 11. 3 days later, at 8 in the evening, a lounge commenced its regular operations. Nestled deep within the wetlands of Shaanxi City, exceptionally tranquil and secluded, this lounge had only recently opened. Yet it had already gained fame, receiving high ratings and popularity. However, it was not readily accessible to the public as it was frequently turned into a venue for private parties by a group of wealthy youngsters from Shaanxi City. The interior of the lounge was a hidden gem resembling a small maze, with its courtyard connecting to a portion of the surrounding forest. Outdoor rattan chairs placed every few steps, alongside a scenic water feature. On pleasant days, both indoor and outdoor settings were suitable. At this moment, Duan Xiuming sat beside the water feature, watching the koi swim gracefully. How many days had it been? He couldn't be bothered to count. Every message he sent had vanished into the abyss. It felt as though she was playing a game of complete disregard. It was enough to drive a person mad. Not far behind him, in a corner, Zhan Xiang was chatting with a young man named Yisong. Yisong was among the many scions of noble families in Shaanxi City, specifically chosen by Zhan Xiang, as most information came from him. Zhan Xiang was adept at conversation, continuously drawing out information, while Yisong was eyeing Zhan Xiang's Lamborghini, hoping to borrow it for a spin as time passed. Voices at the entrance announced the arrival of the noble youths who had made prior arrangements. People in the lounge began to indulge in drinks, some bringing along young female or male companions. The Su siblings had returned to Shaanxi City and were also present. Liu Qian arrived with Lu Mingyu. Lu Qian was dressed flamboyantly, showing no signs of the sadness from her recent divorce, and immediately greeted everyone with familiarity upon entering. Lu Mingyu wore a white dress, sleeveless and knee-length, her hairstyle in a ponytail, and sporting light makeup, embodying the image of a good girl. As soon as she stepped in, Su Suyue leaped up, exclaiming, "Wow, Mingyu, you're here too, you look so beautiful today." She then rushed over, wrapping her arms around Lu Mingyu's. Lu Qian's gaze swept over the intertwined hands of the two girls, and she said, "Yeye, I sincerely apologize. Mingyu has been thoughtless, causing you trouble at Xiangshan Bay and worrying you." Su Wenjun looked at Lu Mingyu. Unable to tear his eyes away, and after a moment replied, "It's nothing." Shang-Chi approached with a greeting, "Lu, it's good to see you again." Lu Mingyu greeted everyone in turn. Su Suyue disregarding the others. Pulled Lu Mingyu towards a corner. "What's going on? I sent you a message, but you didn't respond." Lu Mingyu replied, "My phone was confiscated. I destroyed it." Su Suyue scolded angrily, "Are you insane? How could things escalate to this? Is it really necessary? Fortunately, they think you're here on vacation. If they knew you were going to school, especially such a good one, they would probably go mad." Lu Mingyu remarked. "Who says otherwise?" Su Suyue asked again. "How about I take you to my house to get your passport and we make a run for it?" Lu Mingyu sighed. "My grandmother's health is poor. Her current situation is no different from house arrest. Plus, with my grandmother suffering from dementia and unable to care for herself, my uncle has many means and reasons." Su Suyue frowned. "No, bottom line, is he threatening you like this? How long is your holiday?" Lu Mingyu replied, "Less than a month." Su Suyue grew anxious. "That is too short, it's a precarious situation." Lu Mingyu suggested, "I could apply for a delayed start to school or take a leave of absence." Su Suyue examined her face and suddenly smiled. "From now on, I'll call you Xiaoyi. How about that?" Lu Mingyu inquired. "Did you see it?" Su Suyue playfully winked. "You look just like your mother." Lu Mingyu smiled slightly. Su Suyue then asked, "How did Lu Qian bring you out?" Lu Mingyu replied, "I don't know. Why bother with her?" Su Suyue remarked, "You have no ties with the Zizisheng aristocracy. So what are you doing here? Did you suddenly want to make acquaintances?" Lu Mingyu retorted, "Just casually looking for someone to kill." Su Suyue was shocked. Are you in a good mental state?" Before they could continue their conversation, Lu Qian called out, "Mingyu, come over and greet everyone." Lu Mingyu walked over, and Lu Qian smiled as she introduced her. "This is my sister Lu Mingyu, very well behaved and obedient." Raised in seclusion, the crowd erupted in exclamations. "Wow, isn't this the beauty from Lu Qian's wedding? So she is a local, the second miss of the Lu family. Why has the second miss of the Lu family never shown herself before? Lu Qian, your family is really good at hiding. Is she really your biological sister?" Lu Qian shot a resentful glance but smiled and nodded. "Yes, my biological sister. This is the official statement. The Lu family does not acknowledge the existence of my uncle. Especially Lu Qiuliang. In fact, they could publicly declare her as an adopted daughter, but Duan Xiuming does not allow it, saying that it's easier to manage a biological child. However, in reality, it serves as a warning to Lu Qiuliang." Outside, Duan Xiuming opened his eyes and observed the scene. He gestured to the person behind him. Zhan Xiang immediately approached and leaned in to listen. Duan Xiuming pointed inside. Zhan Xiang quickly raised his eyes and then widened them in surprise. "Wow, she is truly beautiful, even more stunning than a star. No wonder Mingyu couldn't forget her after just one glance." Zhan Xiang quickly nodded. On it, Duan Xiuming shifted from lounging to sitting upright. Watching Lu Mingyu in the crowd, that obedient girl demeanor, she really knows how to play the part. Zhan Xiang turned and walked to the corner, patting Yisong's shoulder. "We have a job." Yisong looked excited. "What is it?" Zhan Xiang smiled. "Find out everything about that beauty in the white dress inside. I'll let you drive my Lamborghini." Yisong saluted. "No problem. With everyone here, how could I not find out? It's a must." Not long after, Yisong jogged back, slightly nervous, knowing that Duan Xiuming was the real boss behind the scenes and that even the small boss Zhan Xiang could drive a Lamborghini. Indicating the power of the big boss, Duan Xiuming maintained a neutral expression. "Who is she?" Yisong replied. "The second miss of the Lu family, Lu Mingyu." Duan Xiuming asked, "What are the three characters?" Zhan Xiang immediately handed over paper and pen. Yisong, impressed by Zhan Xiang's preparedness, quickly wrote it down. Duan Xiuming glanced at it and then coldly tossed it aside. "Lu Mingyu, what a delightful name." Wild as her name suggests, Yisong nodded in agreement. "Yes, it's a beautiful name." Duan Xiuming asked, "Tell me about her situation." Yisong quickly stated, "She is the youngest daughter of the Lu family but is not favored." Duan Xiuming inquired, "How old is she?" Yisong responded, 22 this year." Duan Xiuming pressed on, "Has she always been like this, so submissive?" Yisong nodded. "No temper, a well-behaved girl, raised in seclusion for over 20 years." Duan Xiuming suddenly smiled meaningfully. "What a good obedient girl." Yisong was puzzled by his tone and attitude, looking questioningly at Zhan Xiang. Zhan Xiang was also confused, observing, "She does look very obedient." "She has never drunk before, right?" Yisong replied. "She definitely doesn't drink. It's her first time out in the world. Her sister personally said Lu Mingyu is the type to submit to authority. Especially suitable for." He hesitated to finish his sentence. "Suitable for a marriage alliance." The intent was clear. Being so beautiful yet always hidden away, she suddenly appears with this obedient girl image. There must be ulterior motives. And not a good one, a marriage alliance that sacrifices for the family. Duan Xiuming suddenly turned his head and said, "Use your skills to bring her over." He couldn't go himself. If he did, she would run away. That obedient girl could be cunning and manipulative. Yisong glanced at Lu Mingyu, surrounded by a crowd, and felt a headache coming on. How to deceive her, yet he steeled himself and went. Chapter 12, Observation. Lu Mingyu was amidst the crowd, with Lu Qian beside her. Everyone in their social circle was quite curious about the second miss of the Lu family, who had rarely made an appearance or was even heard of. Questions came pouring in, and Lu Mingyu grew weary of the inquiries. Lu Qian leaned in close, whispering, "Be good, don't forget your current identity. If you embarrass the Lu family, Dad will be angry. And Mom will kill you." Lu Mingyu smiled. "You're the dumbest in the entire Lu family, you should say less." Lu Qian fumed. "You." Lu Mingyu maintained a flawless smile and reached out to adjust Lu Qian's skirt. "Mind your image. If you disgrace the Lu family, you'll be punished too. I'll make it worse." Lu Qian fell silent, her chest heaving with anger. The two spoke quietly, close together, their voices barely audible to anyone. Su Wenjun remarked, "The sisters have a really good relationship." Su Suyue looked at him as if he were foolish. Not long after, Song approached to greet. "Would you like a drink, Miss Lu?" Lu Qian smiled and declined. "My sister doesn't tea drink." The family indeed held a respectable status among the aristocracy, but Song was not sufficiently unscrupulous. Lu Qian wanted to marry Lu Mingyu off quickly but also did not wish for her to have too favorable a marriage. Song thought to himself, as expected, and asked, "How about some juice?" Lu Mingyu replied, "Sure." Su Suyue raised her hand. "I want fruit wine." Song said, "I'll get it for you." Lu Qian shot Lu Mingyu a glare. Lu Mingyu stood up and headed to the restroom. Lu Qian also turned and went to another table. She didn't genuinely want Lu Mingyu to make friends, she was just annoyed to see her. In the restroom, Lu Mingyu washed her hands and then stood by the sink, lost in thought. Shang-Chi walked out and greeted. Lu Mingyu came back to her senses and smiled. "Hello." Shang-Chi also smiled. "I have work tomorrow, so I'll head back now. Enjoy yourself." The two exited one after the other, running into Su Wenjun, who was waiting outside. Shang-Chi linked her arm with his. "Shall we go?" Su Wenjun stood still, looking at Lu Mingyu with concern. "Not adapting, are you? Those people play rough. Do you want to sit outside for a while?" Just then, Song approached with the juice and encountered them. "Hey. Shall I take her over?" "Thanks," he shouted out. Su Wenjun nodded and turned to Lu Mingyu. "Mingyu, I'll take my girlfriend home first. I'll come back to find you later." Shang-Chi's smile grew somewhat stiff. "Miss Lu." "Goodbye." Song handed over the juice. "There's a lovely outdoor view. Let us go." Lu Mingyu accepted it and then followed him outside. Song opened the door for her. "Here it is. Very quiet. Miss Lu can rest for a while." Lu Mingyu, adhering to the etiquette taught by the Lu family, gave a slight bow. "Thank you." Song replied. "You're welcome." He turned around and shut the door. Then, right in front of Lu Mingyu, he clicked, locked the door. Lu Mingyu raised her eyes, staring directly at him, her gaze sharp and revealing her intent. Song's action inadvertently triggered her ire. Locking the door, confinement, she wanted to stab him. Song had not expected her to display such an expression. Startled, fortunately Zhang Xiang quickly appeared, patting his shoulder. "Come guard the door with me." Song, still shaken, whispered, "Zhang Gu, did you see that?" Zhang Xiang remained calm. "Yes. I saw." Song exclaimed. "She just tried to kill me." Zhang Xiang replied. "Yes, she definitely thought that." Song was astonished. "What happened to the obedient girl we talked about?" Zhang Xiang laughed. "Stay calm. She wouldn't really kill you." He also didn't fully understand what kind of person Lu Mingyu was, but he knew his boss Duan Xiuming well. Such a ruthless person would never be interested in an obedient girl. No matter how beautiful, it wouldn't matter. Duan Xiuming's ideal partner was a comrade, not a pet, either equally matched in strength or possessing extraordinary abilities. Lu Mingyu watched the two for a while. Alas, neither of the two individuals met her gaze. Separated by a glass door and a considerable distance, she could not discern the content of their conversation. Lu Mingyu, no longer insistent, turned away. Behind her lay an expansive wetland forest. Filled with towering ancient trees, this lounge was nestled deep within the wetland forest at the heart of the city, surrounded by foliage, a tranquil refuge amidst the clamor. Surely, the view would be splendid by day. Yet, it was now evening, and the scenery remained inaccessible. As for her, her spirits were low. Lu Mingyu gazed into the forest at night, momentarily motionless, until, snap, a sound of fingers snapping came from her right. Turning her head, she noticed outdoor tables and chairs set a short distance away. A person sat casually in a rattan chair, unabashedly staring at her. He appeared to wear a collarless suit, paired with either a shirt or a t-shirt. With a slicked-back hairstyle reminiscent of Hong Kong style, his rugged features and piercing gaze exuded an intense sense of aggression. Though undeniably handsome, his lack of a smile rendered him somewhat intimidating. Lu Mingyu lifted her foot and approached. This was a serene spot, removed from the din of the indoors, with outdoor rattan chairs and tables nestled beside a pool, leading directly into the wetland forest. Lu Mingyu seated herself opposite the man, placing her juice down as she began to observe. The rattan table bore several bottles of liquor in 2 empty glasses. Beside the man lay 2 packs of cigarettes, one opened, the other unopened. Lu Mingyu picked up a bottle from the table and poured herself a glass, downing it in one go. Duan Xiuming flicked his fingers, sending the unopened pack of cigarettes sliding toward her, perfectly stopping at the edge of the table, right by her hand. His control over strength was somewhat unnerving. Watching this unfold, Lu Mingyu remarked, "There will be consequences. A good girl smoking might get herself into trouble." Duan Xiuming retrieved the cigarette, then he gazed at her, his voice deep and deliberate as he pronounced, Lu Mingyu. Lu Mingyu responded, you've inquired? Duan Xiuming nonchalantly smirked, your name is quite lovely, Lu Mingyu of the Wild. From the Book of Songs, it is no wonder you hail from a prestigious family in Jiangnan, a cultured individual. Lu Mingyu returned his gaze and asked, what is your name? Duan Xiuming. His voice was powerful and resonant. After stating his name, he took up a pen and inscribed it on a piece of paper, sliding it across the table to Lu Mingyu with just the right amount of force and angle. Lu Mingyu did not pick it up, merely casting her eyes downward to glance at it, commenting coolly, you seem rather fierce. Duan Xiuming chuckled softly, not as fierce as your arrogance, which leaves others in the dust. You certainly know how to pique curiosity. Lu Mingyu gazed at the koi in the pond, a flicker of intrigue sparking in her eyes. Where are you from? She inquired. Duan Xiuming replied, if you mean my origins. Hong Kong. Lu Mingyu remarked, I would not have guessed. Your Mandarin is excellent. Duan Xiuming countered. And you, where do you come from? Lu Mingyu smiled. Of course, from Shizi City. Duan Xiuming commented, you do not resemble one bit. Lu Mingyu turned to him, a slight smile gracing her lips. Then where do I seem to be from? Duan Xiuming's gaze sharpened, like a scorpion emerging from the desert. Lu Mingyu retorted, thank you for the compliment. Duan Xiuming averted his gaze, looking into the distance as he inquired, may I ask, Miss Lu, why do you present two faces, one in public and one in private? Lu Mingyu replied, my family has strict rules. A pause lingered between them. Duan Xiuming leaned back lazily, suddenly stating, is it for finding a man to share your bed while adhering to such strict family rules? Chapter 13, Testing the Waters. Lu Mingyu shot him a sidelong glance. Duan Xiuming offered her not even a glance, focused intently ahead. How does the sheltered good girl from the Lu family sound so delightful beneath me? Lu Mingyu challenged, look me in the eye and say that. Duan Xiuming cast a fleeting glance her way, avoiding direct eye contact, his lips pressed together in silence, yet Lu Mingyu continued to gaze at him intently, having been testing him since she sat down. Suddenly she spoke, your muffled sounds are more impressive than mine. Duan Xiuming responded. Lu Mingyu persisted, how do you produce such sounds, especially that last one? You excel at it, why not lend your voice to some special scenes? Duan Xiuming regarded her, his expression after a long pause, he replied, visibly annoyed, are you intentionally showing off in front of me? You're quite meek with that crowd, but you put on a good act. Lu Mingyu remained calm, if you want me to act, I can. Don't. Duan Xiuming raised his hand, your act of being obedient is dull, being proud is much cooler. Lu Mingyu raised an eyebrow, shifting the topic. Why does he song listen to you? Duan Xiuming replied, he is one of my brother's men. Brother? Lu Mingyu glanced toward the glass door, asking, what is his name? Duan Xiuming raised an eyebrow, questioning her curiosity. But he answered nonetheless, Zhan Xiang. Lu Mingyu looked at the towering ancient trees ahead, murmuring, oh Zhan Xiang. Duan Xiuming softened his tone, alright, I did not come here to argue with you. I was a bit upset earlier and took it out on you. I apologize. Lu Mingyu was silent for a moment, then spoke gently, articulating each word, now it's my turn to be upset. A subtle provocation. Duan Xiuming closed his eyes, paused, and after a moment, opened them, you truly are infuriating. He suppressed the urge to curse, lighting a cigarette instead. After 2 puffs, he extinguished it. Lu Mingyu asked, why did you stop? Duan Xiuming shot her a sidelong glance, his tone curt, I'm afraid the good girl will return home smelling like smoke and get scolded. Lu Mingyu silently chuckled. Duan Xiuming glanced at her attire, questioning, what are you dressed like this for? Lu Mingyu surveyed him in return, retorting, not as flamboyant as your bathrobe. Duan Xiuming was left speechless. Lu Mingyu ceased speaking and took another sip of her drink. After a long while, Duan Xiuming broached the crucial topic, why haven't you replied to my messages these past few days? Lu Mingyu countered, are you angry? Duan Xiuming pressed, it's been days, how can I not be angry? Lu Mingyu fell silent again, continuing to assess him. Duan Xiuming inquired, what else with that look? Lu Mingyu explained, my family confiscated my phone the day we parted. Duan Xiuming was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond. What era is this? Such things still happen. Lu Mingyu gazed into his eyes. May I ask you? Before she could finish, Duan Xiuming snapped back to reality, retrieving his phone, removing the SIM card, and placing his phone before her. The actions were swift and seamless. Sorry, I didn't react in time. You can use mine first. Then he gestured behind him. Before long, Zhan Xiang entered. Bending down, Duan Xiuming instructed, give me your phone. Zhan Xiang was bewildered. Glancing between the phone on the table and Duan Xiuming, utterly dumbfounded, I'll format it first. Zhan Xiang quickly took out his phone, formatted it, removed the SIM card, and presented it. Duan Xiuming added, get a new card. Immediately understood, bro. Zhan Xiang replied promptly, hurrying to fulfill the task. Before leaving, however, he cast several puzzled glances at Lu Mingyu, as if she were some kind of creature. Lu Mingyu maintained a neutral expression, observing the scene. Brother, more like a subordinate. Duan Xiuming turned back to her, stating, custom-made phone, anti-tracking information encrypted to the highest level, the card will be here shortly. Zhan Xiang is capable. Lu Mingyu glanced at the sleek black matte phone, commenting, you haven't formatted it yet. Duan Xiuming replied nonchalantly, feel free to look. Lu Mingyu frowned, avoiding his gaze, how strange, why was he like this? Yet Duan Xiuming's eyes sparkled with amusement, you're 22. Not 12. Does your family still confiscate phones? He deliberately ignored him, but he had been needlessly angry these past few days, even arguing with her. Lu Mingyu raised her gaze, meeting his eyes. Thank you, she said, then took the matte black phone and initiated the formatting process. Duan Xiuming glanced over. Aren't you curious about what's on my phone? Lu Mingyu replied. What's there to be curious about in a dual system? It's all leftover from my usage. Duan Xiuming nodded, instinctively praising. Cautious, good habit. In 10 minutes, Zhang Xiang returned, panting. Here you go, bro, new card. Duan Xiuming held the card in his palm, offering it to Lu Mingyu. Safe. Usable worldwide. Lu Mingyu delicately pinched the card between her fingers. Duan Xiuming felt an unexpected itch in his palm. She was already inserting the card, yet he held out his hand, reluctant to withdraw it. Zhang Xiang could barely bear to watch, frowning as he walked away to guard the door. After Lu Mingyu finished setting up the phone, she lifted her eyes. Duan Xiuming finally retracted his hand, gazing at her earnestly. Then, let us not be at odds anymore. Lu Mingyu understood he referred to her earlier provocation in testing. It's not a big deal, she replied. Duan Xiuming seemed taken aback. You can speak Cantonese? Lu Mingyu's eyes brightened slightly. I can. She had grown up in Yaodu, having spoken it since childhood. It was her mother tongue. Wow, Duan Xiuming exclaimed. Then we could communicate in 3 languages while dating. Lu Mingyu's expression turned oddly contemplative as she lowered her gaze. Dating, she echoed. Which 3? The Duan Xiuming responded. Mandarin, Cantonese, and English. You can speak English, right? Lu Mingyu smiled. Yes, I can. Duan Xiuming asked. American or British? Lu Mingyu replied. London accent. Duan Xiuming's amusement could no longer be contained. I'll learn the dialect of Shizi City. In the future, we can communicate in various languages. Lu Mingyu countered. No need. Duan Xiuming's smile faded slightly. You don't want me to learn, Lu Mingyu explained. It's quite complex, with many variations. Duan Xiuming scrutinized her, nodding. Alright. It felt a bit peculiar, but it didn't matter. Lu Mingyu glanced at the time. I should take my leave. Duan Xiuming furrowed his brows. Is this all we've spoken? Lu Mingyu replied. As you know, my family has strict rules. Duan Xiuming retorted. Is it really that bothersome? Indeed, young Master Duan. Please open the door, Lu Mingyu said, correcting herself. It's young Master Duan Heir. Duan Xiuming added. When you have time, do call me and remember to reply to my messages. With that, he gestured behind him, and the door swung open immediately. Lu Mingyu's gaze softened slightly as she smiled at him. Alright, young Master Duan. Duan Xiuming's eyes fixed on her. If you continue to smile at me like that, do you believe I will bind you and take you to Shangjiang to marry you? After all, there would be no language barriers. Lu Mingyu paused, looking at him. Duan Xiuming scrutinized her expression. Are you upset again? Lu Mingyu replied. If you can manage it, please do so swiftly. With that, she turned towards the glass door. Duan Xiuming watched her retreating figure, his eyes flickering. After a moment's hesitation, he picked up the bottle of juice on the table and drank it all in one go, feeling a bit lightheaded. Chapter 14, Astonishing Maneuvers. As Lu Mingyu stepped outside, she glanced at Hisong and asked softly, which son of the Yi family is it? Hisong was startled, trembling, and too afraid to respond. Even lowering his head, once she had passed, Hisong finally exclaimed in terror, Zhan, brother Zhan. Zhan Xiang chuckled. Yes, I'm here. Hisong pointed at Lu Mingyu's departing figure. Just now, that was Zhan Xiang replied. A grudge. Hisong broke into a cold sweat. Will she kill me? You know, the dismemberment kind. Zhan Xiang rolled his eyes. How could that be? What are you thinking? She clearly lacks any physical strength. At most, she might retaliate, but it depends on her methods. Hisong exclaimed, but the contrast is too shocking, and she speaks so softly. If you don't look into her eyes, you'd think she is being coy, but upon meeting her gaze, it's downright terrifying. Zhan Xiang nodded. The contrast is indeed significant. At that moment, Duan Xiuming made a gesture, and Zhan Xiang promptly led Hisong inside. Brother Ming, Zhan Xiang smiled. Finished chatting so soon? Hisong eagerly chimed in. Congratulations, Brother Ming. Zhan Xiang looked bewildered. What are you congratulating him for? Hisong stammered. I just thought I'd congratulate. Duan Xiuming glanced at Hisong. Wishing you prosperity. Hisong responded. Zhan Xiang looked surprised. What is going on? Brother Ming, so happy. Duan Xiuming raised a finger, briefly pausing as if deep in thought. He asked, what is the process for proposing in Shizi City? Zhan Xiang was utterly shocked. No, Brother Ming, you've only met a few times. How can you not? I didn't ask you. I asked him. Duan Xiuming directed his gaze at Hisong. What customs do you have here? Hisong, equally stunned, shook his head. I haven't proposed. I don't know. Zhan Xiang was in despair. Brother Ming, please calm down. At the very least, show some respect to the young lady. It's evident she comes from a strict family. You can't propose after just 2 meetings. Have you met her parents? Is there consent? Don't make a mess of this. Duan Xiuming countered. Is proposing not respectful enough? Zhan Xiang pressed. Have you considered the current situation, your identity? It's easy for someone to exploit it. Hisong anxiously inquired, what identity? What is inappropriate? Duan Xiuming paused, nodding. Oh, this is troublesome. Zhan Xiang sighed in relief. No need to rush. This is the perfect time to develop feelings. Don't be so aggressive at the beginning. After contemplating for a while, Duan Xiuming asked, where is my brother? I'll have him represent me in the proposal. His status is quite suitable. Zhan Xiang nearly lost his mind. Without hesitation, Duan Xiuming dialed a number. After 3 rings, it connected. He casually crossed his legs, exuding arrogance. Yes, where are you? The other end responded with something unclear. Duan Xiuming frowned slightly, displeased. A meeting? How long will it take? Pause for a moment. I need to speak with you. Sounds of movement came through the receiver, followed by silence. Duan Xiuming continued. Is no one there? Come help me propose in Shizi City, right now. A long silence ensued on the line, and then the call ended. Duan Xiuming glanced at his phone, astonished. He hung up on me. Zhang Xiang slapped his forehead. With you acting like this, who wouldn't he hang up? Duan Xiuming immediately dialed another number, stating, where is my brother's meeting? White-headed eagle, which city? Fine, blow up his meeting hall. Screams erupted from the receiver. Duan Xiuming coldly remarked, why you ask? Tell him to call me back. He Song stood by, utterly stunned. What an astonishing maneuver. Zhang Xiang couldn't help but curse. Damn. Be a bit more normal, Brother Ming. He Song quietly asked, is Brother Ming usually this reckless? Zhang Xiang helplessly explained, he is reckless in love. He has never dated before, just a novice. He Song gave him a strange look. Blowing up a building isn't reckless? He was asking about the explosion, not romance. What are you two focusing on? In the indoor lounge, Lu Qian surveyed the room and asked, have you all seen my sister and He Song? Su Suyue replied, oh right, that damned He Song. Where's my fruit wine? Su Wenjun returned and approached the two, asking, where is Mingyu? Su Suyue snapped, what is it to you? Every day, it's annoying. Su Wenjun responded. He Song said he'd take her outside for a bit. Hasn't she returned yet? Lu Qian replied gloomily, the two have been missing for half an hour. He Song neither had the family background to suppress the Lu family nor any sordid affairs. This was not what Duanxin sought, but Su Wenjun panicked. What? Quickly call. Lu Qian said, Lu Mingyu doesn't have her phone right now. At that moment, Lu Mingyu appeared holding a bottle of fruit wine, asking, yay, is this the fruit wine? Su Suyue's eyes brightened as she rushed over. Yes, you truly understand me. Su Wenjun frowned, asking Mingyu, where is He Song? Lu Mingyu lowered her head slightly. The Yi family's young master encountered someone, apparently surnamed Zhan. They were chatting. I got lost on my way back and inadvertently wandered to the wine cabinet to help Ye get the wine. Su Suyue tilted her head, incredulous. Huh? What do you mean lost? If Lu Mingyu could get lost, I'd chop off my head and use it as a ball to kick. Su Wenjun was somewhat irritated. He Song left you there unattended. Lu Qian scolded Lu Mingyu. How could you wander off on your first visit? Did I permit you? And you got lost for half an hour? How foolish. At that moment, He Song's voice rang out. I found you all. Beside him stood Zhang Xiang. Su Wenjun turned around, displeased. He Song, you've gone too far today. He Song exclaimed, me? What have I done? Lu Qian chimed in. He Song, how could you take my sister away without telling me? He Song stammered. Su Wenjun, with a poor attitude, retorted, Lu Mingyu is my childhood friend. I agreed to let you take her out for fresh air, yet you left her unattended. He Song, you organized this gathering. Right, there is no way to treat guests like this. Su Suyue frowned, turning to her brother. Lu Qian joined in. He Song, please have some self-awareness and keep your distance from my sister. She cannot wander freely without my permission. No harm was done, but a scolding was necessary. Su Wenjun added, and who is this Zhan? Zhang Xiang, bewildered, pointed at himself. I'm Zhan Xiang. What is the matter? Su Wenjun continued to speak, seemingly unable to suppress his anger. His words lacking respect. He Song, realizing the situation, cast a furtive glance at Lu Mingyu. Goodness, they were waiting for this. The two were scolded to the point of bewilderment. Zhang Xiang also glanced at Lu Mingyu. Momentarily taken aback, such a temper, is this a case of using others as a tool? Does Brother Ming prefer the cunning type? Zhang Xiang considered this and stepped forward, patting He Song on the shoulder. He Shao, are these all your friends? Why not introduce them? First interrupt the spell, then continue scolding. He Song's face was turning green. Chapter 15, Threat so right. He Song quickly added, let me introduce, this is Brother Zhan. Zhan Xiang, the owner of the lounge. Su Suyue inquired, you're the owner? Zhan Xiang smiled at her, yes, little sister. Su Wenjun appeared surprised. This wetland was in the city center, exceptionally well preserved. To his knowledge, acquiring commercial land was extremely difficult. What sort of background does this Zhan have? Lu Qian asked. So this lounge is yours? Is that imposing dark green supercar outside yours too? Every time they visited, a striking and sleek dark green Lamborghini was parked outside the lounge. And entering or exiting the parking lot would inevitably pass by that exclusive parking space. Zhan Xiang nodded. Yes, that is mine. Su Suyue exclaimed, I also adore Lamborghinis, but my dad won't let me buy an expensive car. He only allows me to drive a smaller one. Zhan Xiang found the girl quite amusing, saying, why not switch it up and drive it sometime? Su Suyue's eyes sparkled. Really, you're not joking with me? He Song felt a bit anxious, muttering, Brother Zhan, what about me? Zhan Xiang chuckled, handing the car keys to him. Sure, you can borrow it for now, just don't drink and drive. Wow. He Song was ecstatic, then shouted to Su Suyue, you'll have to wait your turn. Su Suyue dashed over to snatch the keys. I'll drive first. The others present were unable to conceal their shock at this scene, such an expensive car. And he is just lending it out. he actually handed over the keys, just like that. Only Lu Mingyu stood silently at the back of the crowd, her expression indifferent. As he saw him lifted his gaze, he immediately met her penetrating stare, causing him to cease his banter with Su Suyu and shudder in fright. Instead, Zhan Xiang, who had also observed the exchange, let out a barely perceptible sigh. The well-behaved girl truly harbored a grudge. At that moment, an individual from the adjacent table approached, holding 2 glasses of wine. Liu Qian promptly took Lu Mingyu's arm and moved towards him, saying, "Mingyu, this is Mr. Hao Lu Shang from the Hao family. Be sure to greet him." Upon hearing her tone, Lu Mingyu realized that the Hao family was indeed more formidable than the Lu family. Hao Lu Shang's gaze was fixed intently on Lu Mingyu as he extended one of the glasses towards her, saying, "Miss Lu Heir, would you care for a drink?" Lu Mingyu replied, "I apologize, but I have a low tolerance for alcohol." Su Wenjun stepped in to interject, "Young master, how she doesn't tea drink?" Hao Lu Shang appeared somewhat displeased, questioning, "Is that really necessary?" Lu Qian frowned, insisting, "Mingyu, it's just a glass of wine. Young master Hao is personally toasting you. Don't be rude." With that, she seized the glass from Hao Lu Shang's hand and forcefully attempted to offer it to Lu Mingyu. "Hurry up and drink. Later, you can toast young master Hao in return." Just then, Su Suyu unexpectedly twisted her ankle and bumped into Lu Qian's arm, causing the wine to splash everywhere. Oh no! "I am so sorry," Su Suyu exclaimed as she picked up another glass from the table, offering it to Lu Qian. My apologies. The 2 glasses were identical in appearance. Lu Qian handed the new glass to Lu Mingyu, lowering her voice to warn, "Drink it quickly." Lu Mingyu accepted it and drank it all. Su Suyu had given her juice instead. Hao Lu Shang scanned Lu Mingyu and suggested, "Shall we sit together and chat for a bit?" However, Zhan Xiang suddenly stepped forward, warmly draping an arm around Hao Lu Shang's shoulder. "Young master Hao, why didn't you let me know you were here? I would have brought out some fine wine to entertain you." "Boss Zhan, you're here too," Hao Lu Shang replied. "Indeed, shall we go over there and have a chat?" Zhan Xiang proposed. Hao Lu Shang nodded. "It's rare to see you, Boss Zhan. Let us exchange some racing experiences later." "Sounds good." The 2 of them walked off, shoulder to shoulder. Liu Qian then dragged Lu Mingyu into a corner, her eyes fierce with pressure. You need to accompany the guests later, do you understand? "Make sure to keep young master Hao entertained," Lu Mingyu retorted. "Uncle will be furious if he finds out." Liu Qian sneered. "I have leverage over you. The one in danger is you," Lu Mingyu replied flatly. "What leverage?" Lu Qian barked. "Cut the attitude, go and toast. You must make young master Hao happy today. The Hao family is a perfect match, far more powerful than the Lu family, and Hao Lu Shang is rather reckless. He might even have issues." Lu Mingyu obstinately stated. "I refuse to go." Liu Qian warned, "You must. I saw you following Yisong, and I have the photos. Aren't you afraid? I can deal with you right now." Lu Mingyu scoffed. "Good luck, you useless thing." Liu Qian's face turned pale with anger, but she pressed on, "What do you think your father will do if he sees those photos? You shouldn't even be in a place like this." Lu Mingyu chuckled. "But you brought me here, sister." Lu Qian threatened, "Are you going to toast or not? If you refuse, I will show the photos to father. That would give him a proper excuse to confine you." "I'll ruin your face and pour salt on it." Lu Mingyu raised an eyebrow. "My face? Are you certain?" Lu Qian's pupils dilated in anger as she hissed, "Lu Mingyu, you wretched girl. You read just like your mother, a disgrace." Lu Mingyu smiled slightly. "Just wait for your demise, my dear sister." With that, she ignored Lu Qian and walked straight towards Su Suyu. You, could you help me call a car?" "I want to go home." "Sure, let us go." Su Suyu replied. Su Wenjun pulled out the car keys. "I'll drive you, brother." "Are you drinking and driving?" Su Suyu questioned. My car has 4 seats. "I can call a designated driver," Su Wenjun explained. Lu Mingyu declined. "I want to talk to you for a bit." Su Suyu shot her brother a disapproving glance and walked out alongside Lu Mingyu. Upon reaching the entrance, Lu Mingyu pulled out a matte black phone. "No need. I have my own." Su Suyu was taken aback. "Where did you get that? Didn't you just say you didn't have one?" "By the way, that color is quite cool." Lu Mingyu replied. "It belongs to the club owner." Su Suyu was puzzled. Zhan Xiang. Lu Mingyu shook her head. "No, another one." Su Suyu was astonished. "What, there are 2 owners?" Lu Mingyu clarified. "The behind-the-scenes owner." Su Suyu gasped. "The behind-the-scenes? Good or bad?" Lu Mingyu paused for a moment, uncertain. Su Suyu shrugged. "Alright, I won tea pry, you know what you're doing. I'll head back inside then. Be careful on your way." Lu Mingyu nodded, downloading the ride-hailing app as she walked out. The club was deep within the wetlands, requiring a bit of a trek to reach the designated point. Just then, she passed by a solitary parking space and spotted Duan Xiuming seated casually on the hood of a sports car. He was tall, his legs dangling down, relaxed as he perched on the sleek vehicle. Zhan Xiang appeared from behind, tossing the keys to him. "Xiuming." Duan Xiuming caught the keys effortlessly, stood up, and opened the passenger door, slightly tilting his head to gaze at Lu Mingyu. As if inviting her. Lu Mingyu hesitated for only 2 seconds before walking over and getting into the car. Duan Xiuming, with a subtle smile gracing his lips, ensured she was seated comfortably before closing the door and moving to the driver's seat. Zhan Xiang hurried over, whispering urgently, "Lock the door." He is upset. He had little time to explain the earlier incident, and without his phone, he couldn't send a message. Duan Xiuming nodded, indicating he understood. Chapter 16. Using a knife to kill the dark green sports car roared down the highway. Exiting the wetlands forest. As Duan Xiuming drove, he inquired, "You're quite brave to sit here without asking if I'd been drinking." Lu Mingyu replied, "I sent you the address." Duan Xiuming raised an eyebrow. Intrigued, was she certain he hadn't been drinking, or did she simply not care? The dark green vehicle sped through the city streets, mirroring Duan Xiuming's mood. Initially, he had found Zhan Xiang's obsession with racing cars perplexing. After all, they couldn't fly or truly compete. Now, however, he began to understand. Sitting next to someone special felt distinctly different. Duan Xiuming stole a glance at the passenger seat, where the atmosphere was thick with unspoken tension. He loosened a couple of buttons on his shirt to allow for a bit of ventilation. Lu Mingyu glanced over, then turned her gaze to his face. Duan Xiuming avoided her eyes. Rolling down the window, "Are you still upset about the locked door?" Lu Mingyu turned her head away. Duan Xiuming pressed on, "I'll be more careful next time. Don't be angry." "Okay," Lu Mingyu replied, "I'm not angry at you." Duan Xiuming appeared surprised, analyzing the situation. Whoever locked the door would be the one to be upset, even if I orchestrated it. Lu Mingyu looked out the window. "You were locked in with me." Duan Xiuming's gaze flickered with understanding. That made sense. If she had been locked in alone, it would have been an entirely unforgivable situation. He got it now. Duan Xiuming rolled up the window, and the subtle tension returned. They hadn't really communicated normally before. Whenever they were alone, it was either one act or another. This led Duan Xiuming to subconsciously think of something. "Why didn't you suggest we sleep together today?" he asked. Lu Mingyu countered, "What time does the club usually close?" Duan Xiuming replied, 2 in the morning. Lu Mingyu inquired further, "What about the surveillance coverage at the club?" Though the club was said to be owned by Zhan Xiang was loyal to him. Duan Xiuming answered, "The interior is fully covered, but there are no cameras in the area where we are sitting." After speaking, he observed her closely, trying to discern her intentions. Lu Mingyu wore a mysterious expression as she spoke softly, "Mr. Duan, today I didn't converse with anyone outside, nor was I escorted home. I haven't seen you and don't recognize you." Duan Xiuming tilted his head slightly. "Am I someone you can't be seen with?" Lu Mingyu met his gaze with a smile. "The good girl doesn't meet with people privately." "I'm very obedient." Duan Xiuming nodded silently. Would she get scolded by her family? Such a hassle. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the Lu residence. Duan Xiuming didn't park directly at the entrance but instinctively turned towards the side, avoiding the surveillance cameras. Lu Mingyu glanced at the parking position and unbuckled her seatbelt. Suddenly Duan Xiuming reached out, leaning closer to her, stopping just 10 centimeters away. With the buttons of his shirt already undone, the angle of his approach revealed a substantial expanse of his chest. His skin was slightly darker than hers, toned to perfection, devoid of any excess flesh. Both his physique and appearance exuded an aggressive aura, yet when he subdued his sharpness, it created a striking contrast. Duan Xiuming seemed to deliberate for a moment before asking, "Are you sneaking out to play at midnight? We could go for a midnight snack, enjoy the breeze, or even row a boat to the center of the lake. I can fetch a quieter car for you." "I can't escape," Lu Mingyu stated firmly. Duan Xiuming frowned. "Is it really that strict?" Lu Mingyu checked the time. "I need to get out now." Duan Xiuming nodded. However, he didn't release her. He gently traced her fingertips with his thumb, using his other hand to unfasten her seatbelt, intending to step out and open the door for her. Lu Mingyu pressed her hand against his to stop him. "Don't get out." In the inky darkness, the glint in her eyes was subtle. Duan Xiuming remained calm, not budging, his gaze shifting to her lips. Revealing an expression unique to such a situation, his breath was slightly heated, although they lacked emotional ties. Lu Mingyu met his gaze directly, but then her hand suddenly relaxed. She opened the door and stepped out. Striding toward the main entrance, she pushed open the heavy general's door, stepped over the threshold, and quickly closed the door behind her. In the fleeting moment when the door closed, the brilliance in her eyes was unequivocally unmasked. The enigmatic proprietor must not let her down. Inside the car, Duan Xiuming sat in silence for a long while before rolling down the window. He picked up the box of ladies' cigarettes placed in the center console, unwrapped it, and lit one. Within the confines of the house, Lu Mingyu traversed the elongated corridor, entering the main building. In the grand hall, she spotted Lu Qiuliang, who was seated and sipping tea. Indeed, he had returned earlier than expected. Lu Mingyu approached to greet him. "Uncle." Lu Qiuliang glanced at her and inquired, "Where did you get that dress?" "From Sister Lu Qian." Lu Mingyu replied. Lu Qiuliang frowned. "You are not to wear it again." "Where have you been? I waited for you for quite some time." Sister Lu Qian took me to the lounge, Lu Mingyu explained. Lu Qiuliang paused, his fingers playing with an olive pit. "The lounge?" Lu Mingyu nodded. "Yes, I returned early." "She is still drinking. Did you have any alcohol?" Lu Qiuliang asked, his gaze intensifying. Lu Mingyu nodded again. "Yes." Sister Lu Qian insisted I toast. The atmosphere in the hall grew suddenly tense. He lifted his gaze, questioning, "To whom did you toast?" "To the son of the Hao family," Lu Mingyu answered. Upon hearing this, she distinctly observed the veins on her uncle's forehead bulging, yet Lu Qiuliang's tone remained steady as he asked, "Who brought you back?" "I took a taxi," Lu Mingyu replied. Lu Qiuliang scrutinized her. "Was that car particularly loud?" "The engine's roar could be heard even from this distance." "Yes, a sports car passed by." "Aren't there many luxury vehicles around here?" Lu Mingyu countered. Just as she finished speaking, a sudden roar of a supercar echoed at the entrance. Inside the car, after a puff of smoke, Duan Xiuming restarted the vehicle and departed. Lu Qiuliang calmed his demeanor and instructed, "Go upstairs, copy the female precepts twice." The residence, situated in the luxurious district of Shizi City, witnessed the nightlife of affluent young men and women unfolding at this hour. "Which was hardly surprising." "Understood," Lu Mingyu replied, hastening upstairs to her room, where she first concealed her phone before waiting in silence to eye in the hall on the first floor. A series of knocks echoed. Lu Qiuliang rapped on the table. The butler, Wang Qi, appeared, presenting a tablet. Lu Qiuliang sipped his tea while perusing the surveillance footage. Unbeknownst to him, the car had not parked within the camera's view, only Lu Mingyu was seen approaching and opening the door alone. He set the tablet aside and dialed a number. At the private parking space of the lounge, Duan Xiuming awaited the arrival of his backup vehicle. Before the phone arrived, he heard the roar of the supercar drawing closer. The dark green sports car executed a perfect drift and parked steadily in the designated spot. He stared in astonishment as Duan Xiuming emerged from the car, striding forward while tossing the keys back to him. Duan Xiuming caught the keys. "So soon? Did you two go straight home? Didn't you have anything to eat? Take a walk?" Duan Xiuming remained unfazed. "Show me the surveillance footage." Her seemingly innocuous question hinted at underlying issues. Duan Xiuming paused, then chuckled. "I was just about to discuss something with you." Chapter 17, The Left-Handed Curse of Lu Family. Half an hour later, the hall on the first floor erupted in a cacophony of argument. Lu Qian had been summoned back by a phone call. Lu Mingyu did not descend. She remained in her small room on the third floor until the furious banging on the door began. "Get out here, Lu Mingyu!" Duan Xiuming shouted. Lu Mingyu feigned indifference. After a moment of banging, Duan Xiuming fetched a key and unlocked the door. "Come out!" The ant came at her like a whirlwind. Lu Mingyu was yanked, colliding painfully with the foot of the bed, losing her balance and crashing into the adjacent wall. Duan Xiuming continued to pull and drag her. Consequently, with a forceful inertia, bang, Lu Mingyu slammed against the wall. A sharp pain radiating from her right shoulder. Instantly, her entire right arm began to spasm. Beads of sweat erupted on her forehead, the pain rendering her voiceless. In her 10 years at the Lu household, she was forbidden from any exertion, leading to a condition of extreme frailty. Physically, she was a mere shell, easily overpowered by anyone. Duan Xiuming's relentless tugging had caused her injury, yet Duan Xiuming remained unconcerned, forcefully dragging her down the stairs and thrusting her before Lu Qiuliang. The atmosphere in the hall was fraught with tension. Lu Qian was in tears, her face a portrait of fury and grievance. Lu Lin was also present, frowning as he stood to the side. Lu Qiuliang, however, remained composed, gracefully sipping his tea from behind the tea table. Duan Xiuming bellowed, "Come, let us confront this, let us see who is lying." Lu Mingyu rubbed her aching shoulder, gazing at the four seemingly deranged individuals before her. Lu Qian shouted, "Daddy, it was just a private gathering, reserved for us, there were no strangers, everyone knew each other." Lu Qiuliang shot her a glance. "Did you make her accompany you in drinking?" Lu Qian retorted, "What do you mean by accompany? Don't make it sound so sordid. How Lushing came to toast. How could one refuse? He is the son of the Hao family, and she did not drink." Later, she specifically checked, and among the identical colored glasses, there was no liquor, it was all juice. Lu Mingyu interjected, "I did drink." Lu Qian exploded, "You're lying, you drank the juice that Su Suyue gave you." Lu Mingyu countered, "Why not test for alcohol?" Seeing her reaction, Lu Qian nearly lost her mind, shouting, "You must have drunk privately. Right, it must have been during the half hour you and Hisong disappeared." Lu Qiuliang suddenly narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on her. Lu Mingyu replied calmly, "I have said it before, Hisong was with the lounge owner. I did not drink during that half hour alone." Lu Qian accused, "You're lying, you are nothing but a bundle of lies." Lu Lin fixed his stare on Lu Mingyu, asking, "Don't lie, speak honestly, what is your relationship with Hisong?" Lu Qian scoffed, "Half an hour is ample time for anything." As she spoke, she produced her phone and displayed a photograph. "Look for yourselves." She was alone with Hisong. The photo indeed captured Lu Mingyu following Hisong. One after the other. Duan Xiuming, arms crossed, glared at the head of the table. "Dear, you worked hard to raise this young lady, and she runs off to disappear with a stranger for half an hour? How utterly scandalous!" Lu Qiuliang's expression darkened, his resentful gaze sweeping over Lu Mingyu, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Lu Mingyu remained tranquil. Lu Qiuliang turned to Lu Lin, "Go obtain the surveillance footage." Lu Lin nodded and departed. Lu Qian looked at Lu Mingyu with malicious intent. "Prepare for your fate." Lu Qiuliang addressed the two. "Shanshan, wait here in Mingyu, return to your room." Duan Xiuming protested, "Why should Shanshan wait here while Mingyu goes back?" Who is your biological daughter? After all, Lu Qiuliang's voice remained unchanged, but the fire in his eyes threatened to erupt. Mingyu, return to your room and copy the female precepts twice before Lu Lin returns. The calm before the storm. Duan Xiuming fell silent, letting out a cold huff. Lu Mingyu retreated to the third floor. She sat at her desk, took out paper, and began to copy. However, her hand trembled, brushing against her injured shoulder, causing her entire arm to throb with pain. She switched to using her left hand to write, needing to transcribe over 3,000 characters, yet the characters she penned with her left hand were entirely different from those she wrote with her right. Until the age of 12, she had always drawn and written with her left hand. She was a left-handed individual, uncertain of when Lu Lin would return. The deadline set by her uncle loomed over her. She had to finish copying. Otherwise, before she could obtain the video, the storm would strike early, landing squarely upon her. When her uncle was enraged, he would not care about the truth. His fury had reached a critical point. He was a madman. She needed to write quickly, rapidly. After several minutes, Lu Mingyu set down her pen. Lu Lin had yet to return. She rose, glancing at the closed door, then retrieved the phone she had hidden beneath her pillow. Su Suyue had indeed sent her messages, almost like a live broadcast. However, due to the overwhelming number of messages, Lu Mingyu could not read them all individually. She merely skimmed through the messages detailed Lu Lin's urgent demand for the surveillance footage. Exiting the chat, she noticed another unread message from 20 minutes prior. Duan Xiuming, don't be afraid. Lu Mingyu regarded this message calmly before tucking her phone away and descending the stairs. Clutching the paper she had transcribed. In the hall on the first floor, the atmosphere was stifling and oppressive. Lu Qiuliang sipped his tea, endlessly fiddling with the olive pit in his hand. Duan Xiuming wore a frosty expression. Seated silently on the adjacent sofa. Lu Qian lowered her head, anxiety etched on her face. For such a long time, her parents had not exchanged a word. The silence palpable, the oppressive tension made Lu Qian feel uneasy. Upon Lu Mingyu's arrival, the silence shattered. I have finished copying. Lu Qiuliang did not lift his gaze, his voice gentle. Let me see. Lu Mingyu approached and handed him the sheets of paper. After glancing at them, bang, he threw all the papers back at Lu Mingyu's face. The papers fluttered, scattering across the floor. Lu Qiuliang did not look at her again, nor did he speak, leaving her in utter neglect. An extreme humiliation. The entire hall fell into a deep silence, enveloped in a suffocating atmosphere. Lu Qian, witnessing this scene, felt a moment of joy, but upon seeing her father's face she quickly lowered her head in fear. It was terrifying, as if he were about to commit murder. Duan Xiuming stood and approached, picking up the papers strewn on the ground. Then she directed a furious reprimand at Lu Mingyu. What have you written? Wasn't it made clear that you are not to practice cursive? Lu Mingyu replied with an even tone. My shoulder is injured. Duan Xiuming retorted. That does not permit you to write cursive. It is not the script you should be practicing. What have we taught you at home? Have you forgotten your own surname after 3 months of playing around? Lu Mingyu replied. And, you just dragged me downstairs and I collided. Now I can't hold a pen with my right hand. Finally, Lu Qiuliang turned his gaze toward her, then back to Duan Xiuming. Duan Xiuming scoffed. How fragile you are, a mere tug and you're injured. Truly a sheltered young lady. Knock, knock. Lu Qiuliang rapped his fingers on the table. The butler approached to inquire. Lu Qiuliang stated, take the second miss to the hospital tomorrow. He refrained from insisting on an immediate visit, opting to postpone until the following day, for the matters of the evening remained unresolved. This choice signified that his ire was on the verge of eruption. Chapter 18, High Aspirations. Lu Qian fixated on the scattered sheets of paper on the floor, her expression contorting as she beheld the flamboyant cursive script. 12 years prior, when her grandfather was still alive, a grand birthday celebration was held. At nearly 10 years of age, Lu Mingyu was brought to Shizi City by her parents. It was the first return of her uncle to the Lu household after his departure, accompanied by his wife and daughter. The celebration was splendid, graced by numerous luminaries and dignitaries. Lu Mingyu penned a congratulatory couplet for her grandfather, and the elders, as if they had discovered a treasure, lauded her extravagantly. Cursive, wild cursive, how did they describe it back then? The strokes are powerful, flexible, and expansive, bold and magnificent, exuding imperial grandeur. To possess such vigor at nearly 10 years. What a lofty starting point. She is bound to become a master in the future. A girl excelling in cursive, remarkable. What, you can also paint? Is it traditional Chinese painting? A genius indeed. Little wild one, talent must be harnessed. Remember to promote traditional culture. Such a young child with such a profound aptitude for traditional studies. This is cultural renaissance, cultural confidence, traditional studies going global. Ha! That birthday banquet marked the fading of the Lu family's eldest daughter's brilliance. No one paid attention to her, all were enamored with the second Miss. Lu Mingyu could paint and write calligraphy. She was far from demure, she was not the quintessential young lady, and was even rather mischievous. Yet she garnered the affection of those old men, who declared her to be spirited. Her grandfather praised her calligraphy as sharp and dynamic, her paintings as grand and imposing. Lu Qian, feeling aggrieved, sought her grandmother. but found her proudly introducing her little granddaughter, who was studying in Yaodu, to others. Liu Qian would forever remember Lu Mingyu's smile that day, the confidence with which she introduced herself, and those eyes that sparkled like stars. I am Lu Mingyu, I am 10 years old. All of this drove Lu Qian to the brink of madness with jealousy. Not long after Lu Lin returned with surveillance footage. Liu Qiuliang lifted his gaze and commanded. Play it. Liu Lin presented the video to his father. Duan Xiuming immediately stepped forward to examine it. Liu Qian emerged from her reverie and approached as well. The footage consisted of 2 segments. First segment. Hisong brought Lu Mingyu to a door. Lu Mingyu stood outside dazed, while Hisong did not follow her and instead conversed with another man. Lu Mingyu remained in a stupor for a considerable time before turning to enter the room, where she helped Su Suyue find fruit wine from the cabinet. Next, the scene transitioned to her meeting with the Su siblings, with Lu Qian present nearby. This segment was already quite clear. Hisong and Lu Mingyu had hardly exchanged words, let alone spent a significant amount of time together. Merely a brief 2 minutes of walking. Upon viewing this, Lu Qian's face darkened. Lu Qiuliang's expression, however, softened considerably. Duan Xiuming and Lu Lin displayed neutral expressions, seemingly devoid of emotion as they intended to continue watching, yet Lu Mingyu was taken aback. She noticed that the timestamps on the footage had been altered, and the content had changed. Why had the segment where Hisong locked the door vanished? Furthermore, her time spent outside was not the long duration depicted. She had conversed with Duan Xiuming for nearly half an hour. Yet, in the footage, it appeared as though she had never moved from that door. At this moment, the second segment of the surveillance video began to play, accompanied by sound. How Lu Xing approached, offering 2 glasses of wine to Lu Mingyu, casting her a dubious glance. Lu Mingyu declined, stating that she could not handle alcohol. Lu Qian seized the glass of wine and forcefully placed it into Lu Mingyu's hand, her voice audible in the video. Hurry up and drink, later you need to toast Hao Shao. Lu Mingyu accepted the glass and drank. As for Su Suyue's sprained ankle, the spilling of juice. None of it was captured in the video. The color of the wine and the juice appeared indistinguishable. Lu Qian was left in shock, exclaiming, "No, this is not how it happened, this video was fabricated." Lu Lin expressed disappointment. "Lu Qian, there's audio, how can you continue to deceive us?" Lu Qian retorted, "I am not lying, this video has been tampered with." Lu Lin shook his head. "I only spent 10 minutes at the lounge, they couldn't have altered it in advance, could they, in just 10 minutes? What could they change? Who would be available to alter it at such a late hour?" Lu Qian insisted, "It has indeed been altered, believe me." Lu Lin urged, "Stop fabricating stories, 10 years ago it was the same." Duan Xiuming, however, dismissed it nonchalantly. "So what if she drank? It's just a glass of wine." No sooner had she spoken than Lu Qiuliang rose abruptly, slamming his olive pit bracelet onto the table. Fear filled Lu Qian's eyes as she contemplated apologizing and pleading for mercy, yet Lu Qiuliang advanced directly, seizing her hair and dragging her into a small, windowless room nearby. The door slammed shut, and terrifying sounds of beating and cries emanated from within. Duan Xiuming rushed to the door, pounding on it. "Lu Qiuliang, you madman, release my daughter, you are insane." Lu Lin, though somewhat flustered, knew it was crucial not to provoke their father further, so he hurried to intervene. When in a rage, their father would not spare even their mother. Amidst the chaos, Lu Mingyu approached the tea table, retrieving a clean cup to pour herself a cup of tea. After finishing, she ascended to the 3rd floor room. Locking the door behind her, she retrieved her matte black phone, noticing unread messages. "Duan Xiuming, are you alright?" Lu Mingyu gazed at the message, typing with her left hand. "Lu Mingyu, all is well. Thank you." She was somewhat taken aback by his perceptiveness and finesse but refrained from asking how he knew. Winning was what mattered, racing against time. A prompt reply appeared. "Duan Xiuming, is your sister bullying you?" Upon reading this, Lu Mingyu could not help but chuckle. When she had first arrived at the Lu household, she was indeed bullied by Lu Qian, but now, the sounds of scolding and beating continued resoundingly from the hall. Lu Mingyu, who was bullying whom? There was an eerie silence from the other side, with only typing displayed at the top, and after a long while, a new message emerged. "Duan Xiuming, do you like Cantonese cuisine? Tomorrow evening, I'll come pick you up." Following was a restaurant reservation. "Lu Mingyu, tomorrow is not feasible, I must behave for a few days." With her uncle just having lost his temper, she could not afford to meet someone privately at such a critical moment, especially since she was to visit the hospital the next day. "Duan Xiuming, truly a good girl, aren't you? You're already 22. TSK. He even added quotes, laced with a hint of teasing. In a private room of the lounge, Duan Xiuming set down his phone, feeling quite pleased. Beside him were 2 technicians packing up to leave. Zhang Xiang escorted them out, returning with a look of helplessness. Duan Xiuming inquired, "What is with that expression?" Zhang Xiang shrugged, speechless. "Brother Ming, what is going on with the Lu family? Just this trivial matter, and her brother comes running in the middle of the night demanding surveillance footage." Duan Xiuming frowned. Troublesome, restricted, difficult to pursue. Zhan Xiang scoffed. No wonder the Lu family is on a downward trend. Their mindset is too narrow. They make such a fuss over trivial matters as if it were a crime. Brother Ming is overly indulgent, fearing the good girl would be scolded by her family, so he preemptively called in the technicians. That speed. Zhan Xiang chuckled again. Yet, how did the second miss grow such a fiery temperament in this stifling environment? Duan Xiuming replied, that is something I cannot fathom either. Chapter 19, Cantonese Cuisine. The following morning, Lu Mingyu was en route to the hospital in the Lu family's car, guided by the butler Wang Qi to register and queue for her injury examination. Lu Qian, meanwhile, was accompanied by Du Wenxin to a high-end hospital in Shaoshan, renowned for its exceptional service and treatment, with a plethora of experts. Since a decade ago, a disparity in their quality of life had become apparent. Du Wenxin hailed from a prominent family, as the Du family had once formed a marital alliance with the Lu family. Naturally, she would not allow her daughter to suffer indignities. Uncle Lu Choliang was indifferent to such trifles. Exhibiting a severe case of male chauvinism. Liu Lin shared the same indifference, never believing there was anything wrong with his cousin's grievances, as long as his sister was not wrong. Lu Mingyu had been waiting in line. And after having her x-ray taken and medication dispensed, the time had drifted into evening. The delay had been excessive. Midway, after Wang Qi finished paying, he received a call from Du Wenxin and left. Taking the Lu family's car with him, Lu Mingyu exited the hospital alone, clutching her medication, and stepped to the roadside to hail a taxi. Suddenly someone called out to her, Lu Mingyu, it's really you. A young woman in professional attire, driving a small sedan, stopped at the roadside and rolled down her window, her face a picture of astonishment. Lu Mingyu quickly recognized her. Xiang Yi, long time no see. Xiang Yi pulled out her phone. We haven't seen each other since high school graduation. Shall we add each other on WeChat? Lu Mingyu nodded, using her right hand to unlock the auxiliary system. Xiang Yi continued, you're not in the group, shall I add you? Lu Mingyu replied, sure. Xiang Yi glanced at her and asked, are you at the hospital for a checkup? Lu Mingyu responded, yes, I bumped my hand. Xiang Yi inquired, is it serious? Are you alright? Lu Mingyu shook her head, it's just a minor injury, thankfully, it's not my left hand. Xiang Yi smiled, gesturing toward the passenger seat, get in, let us go grab dinner together. Lu Mingyu checked the time, recalling Wang Qi in the departing Lu family car, then nodded and took a seat in the passenger side. Xiang Yi was delighted, chatting animatedly, I'll take you to a great place to eat. Let us also invite Bai Wentao and the others. Lu Mingyu pondered for a moment, Xiang Yi continued, it's a rare occasion to have you here, we must gather, follow me, I'll make the arrangements. They all old classmates. Dinner time arrived. Xiang Yi brought Lu Mingyu to a quaint courtyard-style restaurant, notable for its unique semi-open dining arrangement. The entrance featured a plastic wood floor enclosed by low railings, creating an intimate atmosphere with outdoor dining chairs arranged around. Although the outdoor seating was limited, it was elegantly arranged, offering a splendid view. The two arrived early and settled into an outdoor seat, where an expansive open space lay just beyond the railing, allowing a clear view of the surrounding scenery, with the parking lot adjacent to the road at their backs. Before long, a man jogged over and took a seat across from them. Apologizing for his tardiness, breathlessly admitting, sorry for being late. Lu Mingyu stared at him for a while, unable to recall who he was. Late? We just arrived, Xiang Yi chimed in with a smile. Bai Wentao, surprised? Lu Mingyu exhaled softly. Bai Wentao nodded, casting a hurried glance at Lu Mingyu before lowering his gaze to drink water. Xiang Yi continued to smile, it's been so many years since we've seen each other, why are you being shy? Bai Wentao waved his hands vigorously, exclaiming, I'm not, don't say such things. Xiang Yi turned to Lu Mingyu, saying, do you remember how Bai Wentao would always hover around your desk in high school? Visiting twice a day, once in the morning and once at noon. I don't remember, Lu Mingyu replied flatly. Xiang Yi was momentarily speechless. Bai Wentao, feeling less anxious now, remarked, yes, back then, Lu Mingyu was always either drawing or reading. Completely oblivious to her surroundings. Lu Mingyu nodded slightly. That was indeed true. Her 6 years of high school were the darkest days of her life, a time when she was too young to manage her emotions. Struggling desperately after a fall from grace, grateful merely to have survived without taking her own life, she looked again at the person seated across from her. He was quite handsome, appearing flustered from his hurried arrival. His ears flushed. Lu Mingyu gently sipped her tea, still unable to remember. Xiang Yi patted her shoulder and whispered, it's fine, it's just a casual reunion with old classmates. Don't mind it. Just enjoy the meal, the Cantonese cuisine here is truly delightful. Lu Mingyu replied. It was evident that Xiang Yi and Bai Wentao had maintained contact, as they engaged in lively conversation about ordering food. Ensuring there was no awkward silence. Lu Mingyu occasionally contributed a few words, maintaining her usual calm demeanor. After placing their orders, Bai Wentao glanced at her and remarked, Lu Mingyu is still the same as before, so well behaved. Quiet and gentle. Lu Mingyu lowered her gaze. Yes, well behaved and gentle. It was true that she spoke little. She either remained silent or Xiang Yi interjected with a smile, but she is still as beautiful as ever. No, even more beautiful. Lu Mingyu was the campus belle in high school. She never fell from her pedestal. Do you have a boyfriend? Lu Mingyu was taken aback. that question hit home. No, she replied, while she didn't have a boyfriend. She did have a partner of sorts, albeit a rather fierce one who wanted to become more serious. Xiang Yi's eyes sparkled as she raised an eyebrow at Bai Wentao, who couldn't suppress a smile. At that moment, a woman approached from the steps, clearly also there to dine. Upon glancing over, she exclaimed in surprise, "Xiang Yi, Lu." The two women simultaneously looked up and spotted Shang-Chi, who appeared to have just finished work. Still dressed in her professional attire. Lu Mingyu nodded in greeting to Shang-Chi, while Xiang Yi stood up excitedly, saying, "Shang-Chi, you're here in Shizi City, didn't you go to Modu?" Shang-Chi smiled and replied, "Yes, I'm working in my boyfriend's city." Xiang Yi inquired, "Dining with your boyfriend?" Shang-Chi responded, "No, I'm meeting a client here." Xiang Yi laughed, "I just ran into my college classmates. Let me go say a few words." Bai Wentao, Lu Mingyu, you two chat for a bit, the food will arrive shortly so don't wait for me. Bai Wentao nodded, "Alright, you go ahead." After Xiang Yi finished her instructions, she walked over to Shang-Chi, and the two settled at a nearby outdoor table to chat, somewhat distanced from Lu Mingyu. Bai Wentao turned his attention back to the person seated across from him, feeling awkward and unsure of how to begin. Lu Mingyu lowered her gaze, sipping her tea in silence. Just then, the dishes began to arrive at their table. Bai Wentao finally seized the opportunity to speak, reaching for a pair of chopsticks, exclaiming, "Wow, this is my favorite dish. This place is really good." Lu Mingyu quietly waited for him to serve himself before she took from the nearest dish. After tasting a bite, he glanced over at her with a smile. Watching Lu Mingyu eat was a pleasure. Her demeanor was particularly graceful, every movement exuding the poise of a refined lady. Bai Wentao remarked, "There aren't many places in Shizi City serving such authentic Cantonese cuisine. I wonder if you can handle it?" Lu Mingyu replied, "I can handle it. I ate it every day before I turned 12. She hadn't eaten lunch, having spent the day queuing at the hospital. Nearly starving and lacking the desire to speak. At that moment, the sound of an engine roaring behind them caught her attention. She didn't turn around. There were plenty of sports cars near her residence, and the noise was rather bothersome. Bai Wentao glanced back, intending to say something, but upon seeing Lu Mingyu's calm expression, he ultimately said nothing. He wanted to urge Lu Mingyu to turn around and look at the striking dark green sports car, but it was clear she had no interest. Chapter 20, the intriguing exchange of phones. Zhang Xiang parked the car and, before even opening the door, noticed an interesting scene not far away. "Hey, Mingyu," he called out. Duan Xiuming, seated in the passenger seat, didn't he look up? "What's up?" Zhang Xiang carefully chose his words, saying, "Just don't get mad in a bit." "Why would I be mad?" Duan Xiuming found it oddly perplexing. Glancing at him, upon doing so, he caught sight of the outdoor dining area of the restaurant through the driver's side window. To his astonishment, a man and a woman were seated face to face, and the woman, with her back to the parking lot, was unmistakably Lu Mingyu. Duan Xiuming's expression instantly turned cold as he exited the vehicle, striding purposefully towards the outdoor table. Zhang Xiang shrugged and got out too, but instead of following, he crossed the street to buy some steamed buns. Seeing Duan Xiuming's demeanor, he sensed that today's situation wouldn't be resolved quickly, and dinner was likely off the table. So he decided to fill his stomach first. Meanwhile, at the outdoor dining tables, aside from Lu Mingyu, who was seated with her back to the parking lot, several other tables grew quiet, casting curious glances in their direction. Duan Xiuming radiated an aura of power. Tall and imposing, his cold expression made him appear even more formidable, akin to a commanding general as he strode forward with an air of intimidation. He didn't look at Lu Mingyu but fixed his gaze on the young man seated opposite her. "Alright, let us see if he dares to provoke me." He had texted her his location just yesterday, and she had rejected him. Now she was dining with another man, alone. What was her reason for refusing him? To be good for a few days. Did she consider this good? Who was this man? Was he more handsome or taller? Xiang Yi and Shang-Chi both watched in awe, their eyes widening as they took in the scene. Though Shang-Chi had been to that lounge, she had never seen Duan Xiuming before, and now she was staring at the unfolding drama alongside Xiang Yi. Duan Xiuming was indeed handsome, with superior external qualities, yet he rarely smiled, and his intimidating demeanor overshadowed his looks, leaving only a sense of sharpness. Bai Wentao was also observing Duan Xiuming, unable to disregard the man advancing right towards him. Just then, Shang-Chi's client arrived, rushing in and oblivious to the situation across the way. After greeting her, he took a seat. Xiang Yi stood up and returned to her table beside Lu Mingyu. By the time she settled back into her seat, Duan Xiuming had already positioned himself behind Lu Mingyu. Xiang Yi was momentarily stunned. What transpired next left Xiang Yi and Bai Wentao utterly dumbfounded. The man, who had just been radiating fury, suddenly reined in his intensity, his fierce demeanor dissipating, leaving behind only his striking handsomeness. He stood still, as if deep in thought. Bai Wentao's face twitched. Moments ago, he had nearly believed this man was about to come over and hit him. Xiang Yi continued to glance back at Duan Xiuming, captivated by his looks, which resembled that of a movie star, and feeling utterly perplexed. Lu Mingyu remained focused on her meal, oblivious to the surrounding tension, treating everyone as if they were mere air. Until snap, A loud finger snap echoed from behind her. Lu Mingyu paused, feeling a sense of familiarity, and turned to look. Duan Xiuming was leaning over the plastic wood railing just behind her, only a meter away. She noticed a complex expression on his face. Setting down her chopsticks, she was taken aback. What is he doing here? What a coincidence. Duan Xiuming raised his hand as if to speak, but upon glancing at Bai Wentao and Xiang Yi, he abruptly changed his words. Eating, he inquired. Lu Mingyu remained silent, glancing at her plate, then at the table, where 5 dishes lay untouched. Not eating. What are you doing here? She thought. She nodded. Duan Xiuming briefly lowered his gaze, then reminded her, I sent you the restaurant's location yesterday, do you remember? Lu Mingyu recalled. Right, Cantonese cuisine. She had turned him down, saying she wanted to be good for a few days, yet here she was dining with a high school classmate. The situation felt somewhat awkward. Duan Xiuming, noticing her expression, could guess the gist of it. He glanced at Bai Wentao, his mood still sour. What kind of look was this guy giving her? Was this merely a coincidence? Lu Mingyu attempted to explain, noting that the Lu family's butler had dropped her off at the hospital without a care, and she hadn't anticipated running into a high school classmate at the entrance. Plus, she had genuinely been hungry since she hadn't eaten lunch, so she followed Xiang Yi to this place. Such a coincidence. Duan Xiuming nodded. Hand over your phone. He believed in this coincidence, but he intended to clarify the details later. Lu Mingyu glanced at the phone on the table, a matte black device, picked it up and looked back at him. Duan Xiuming, with his long reach, snatched the phone from her hand. Lu Mingyu didn't resist. The phone was originally his anyway, including the SIM card, but the next moment, Duan Xiuming handed her his phone, placing it in her palm. Lu Mingyu was puzzled. What does this mean? Are we switching phones? The SIM cards remained unchanged. Duan Xiuming lightly tapped the railing with his fingers, his expression unperturbed as he spoke. The password is good girl. If you need anything, call your own number. I shall be waiting in the car. With that, he turned and walked away towards the dark green Lamborghini. He did not take anyone with him, leaving her to continue eating. The phone was locked, and they had even exchanged devices. Such a binding act. Lu Mingyu, however, remained composed, placing Duan Xiuming's phone on the table before resuming her meal, yet her dining companions, Xiang Yi and Bai Wentao, were utterly astounded. What was this operation, and informing her of the password? How did they come up with such a tactic of exchanging phones to secure someone? It was simply too audacious. The two were rendered speechless for a moment. In the distance, Sang Chi, who was conversing with a client, also witnessed this scene and was secretly taken aback. She did not recognize Duan Xiuming, but she knew that car even from afar. Its distinctive dark green hue was unmistakable. After all, it was exceedingly rare. And she had not seen another like it in the entirety of Shizi City. Sang Chi had visited the bar several times and had always seen that car, later hearing from her boyfriend Su Wenjun that its owner was the bar's proprietor. Zhan Xiang. Su Wenjun had shown her a photo of Zhan Xiang. The person she just saw was not him. So who was he? Why was he driving Zhan Xiang's car and familiar with Lu Mingyu? Duan Xiuming returned to the car, and Zhan Xiang came back bearing steamed buns. He tilted his head in astonishment and exclaimed, nothing happened? Clearly Brother Ming had been in a state that suggested he was ready to brawl. Duan Xiuming raised his hand. Give it to me. Zhan Xiang glanced at the items in his hands. Brother Ming, you can't be referring to these buns, right? Duan Xiuming replied. Yes. Zhan Xiang, in silent resignation, handed everything over and stood by. Duan Xiuming opened the car door and took his seat in the driver's position. Also, the car keys. Zhan Xiang retrieved the keys and passed them over. Feeling increasingly exasperated, Duan Xiuming remained in the car with the door wide open. Waiting, Zhan Xiang observed him and remarked, Brother Ming, I must remind you, your emotional fluctuations have been quite pronounced lately. You need to be cautious. Duan Xiuming showed no expression. You may leave now. Alright. Zhan Xiang departed without hesitation. Duan Xiuming sat in the car, deep in thought. Was he truly experiencing emotional instability recently? Chapter 21, Male Classmate or Female Classmate? At the dining table, Xiang Yi finally shook off her shock and glanced at the unfazed Lu Mingyu. Then at the phone on the table. You're still eating? She stammered. Lu Mingyu looked up. Did I not come here to eat? Xiang Yi nodded. You are remarkably composed. Had it been me, I would be restless. Bai Wentao took a deep breath and asked, Lu Mingyu, who was that person just now? The man's attributes were undeniably superior, inducing a sense of inadequacy. It was evident that he had rushed over under some misunderstanding, his demeanor suggesting a readiness for confrontation. Yet upon Xiang Yi's arrival, he swiftly recognized the critical misunderstanding and restrained himself. Such control, the act of exchanging phones was too intimate. Had they reached the point of sharing passwords? This left Bai Wentao feeling quite uncomfortable. Lu Mingyu pondered for a moment, unsure how to respond, and simply replied with one word, someone. Bai Wentao echoed, Xiang Yi chuckled. He is someone? That's quite the answer. Bai Wentao pressed on. What is he to you? A boyfriend? He cast a glance in the distance. The dark green Lamborghini stood with its driver's door ajar, obstructed by the scissor door, making it difficult to discern what the man was doing inside. Only a long leg casually draped over the ground, flaunting his impressive height and proportions. Not even eating, merely waiting, Xiang Yi remarked. But Lu Mingyu just said she has no boyfriend. Lu Mingyu replied, yes, not yet. The yet was subtle but significant. Xiang Yi understood and smiled. Then let us eat quickly. We wouldn't want him waiting too long. With the striking Lamborghini and that external image, others possess no competitive edge. Xiang Yi found it unsurprising. Lu Mingyu was undeniably beautiful, seemingly from a well-off family, so it was entirely normal for someone of that caliber to pursue her. Had she known better, she would not have invited Bai Wentao. Realizing it was rather presumptuous, meanwhile, Bai Wentao felt a twinge of discomfort and inquired, "How long have you known each other?" Lu Mingyu answered, 3 months. Bai Wentao frowned. Lu Mingyu, 3 months is too short to truly understand someone. You had your back turned earlier. Did you not see how he charged over, looking as if he wanted to fight? Does he have violent tendencies? Lu Mingyu replied calmly, whether he does or does not. That is none of your business. Her physical strength was poor. A mere bump from Duan Xiuming could send her to the hospital for examination and medication. Duan Xiuming clearly belonged to the fitness crowd. Having lifted her effortlessly on 2 occasions, yet neither time had he caused her any pain, his potential for violence had no bearing on her. Bai Wentao felt an overwhelming awkwardness. Xiang Yi laughed, attempting to lighten the mood. Alright, it's been 4 years since we last met, and it's not easy to reunite. Let us not delve into these topics. The trio had ordered quite an abundance of dishes, and by the time they neared the end of their meal, half remained. Bai Wentao served more food onto others' plates. Eat more. Xiang Yi replied, thank you, but I can't eat anymore. Bai Wentao continued to serve Lu Mingyu. Here, try this, it's delicious. Lu Mingyu glanced at her plate and then at the person opposite her. She too felt full. Bai Wentao insisted, you both are too thin, eat more. Xiang Yi hesitated, but someone is still waiting. Bai Wentao, you should be full by now, right? Bai Wentao surveyed the remaining dishes, just a bit more. It's too wasteful to leave food uneaten. Wastefulness is shameful. Xiang Yi nodded. Next time, let us order 2 fewer dishes. Lu Mingyu suggested, how about we pack it up? Bai Wentao frowned, unable to refute this statement. Xiang Yi shifted, I'll take care of the bill. Bai Wentao jumped up, no, I'll do it. How can I let a girl pay? Lu Mingyu raised her teacup for a sip. Thank you for the treat. Bai Wentao's mood soured. He managed a forced smile but remained silent as he went inside to settle the bill. Xiang Yi winked at Lu Mingyu, your almost boyfriend is still waiting for you. You should go ahead. I'll wait for Bai Wentao. Let us plan more outings in the future. Lu Mingyu nodded. Alright. Almost boyfriend, quite a useful term. When Bai Wentao emerged after settling the bill, only Xiang Yi remained at the entrance. Lu Mingyu approached the dark green Lamborghini. Before she could get close, Duan Xiuming exited the driver's seat, rounded the car to open the door for her, and ensured she settled inside safely. His expression remained rather grim. As Lu Mingyu climbed in and fastened her seatbelt, she glanced at him that he wore a cold face and slammed the door shut. Bang! Following that was a swift entry into the car, and the engine roared to life. This scene was captured by Xiang Yi and Bai Wentao, eliciting entirely different emotions. Xiang Yi exclaimed, what a gentleman! Ha! Bai Wentao retorted, he looks like a violent man, his expression is so cold. Xiang Yi countered, maybe he just doesn't smile much. Bai Wentao responded, do you women's perspectives always align with their appearances? Xiang Yi fell silent inside the car. Lu Mingyu noticed several buns placed in the center console and took a bite. They were already cold. While driving, Duan Xiuming did not look at her, keeping his gaze fixed on the road ahead as he coldly inquired, now explain to me how this coincidence occurred. Lu Mingyu replied, could you please adjust your tone? Duan Xiuming took a deep breath, turning to gaze out the window at a red light. He was at a loss. With a sigh, he turned back to her. Lu Mingyu observed him for a moment before explaining, it was merely a coincidence. I ran into a high school classmate outside the hospital, and they brought me here. I had no idea it was the restaurant you recommended yesterday. Duan Xiuming abruptly turned to her. What were you doing at the hospital? Lu Mingyu waved the medication in her hand. I injured my hand. Injury? Duan Xiuming frowned as he glanced at the medication, then scrutinized her arm for several seconds before making a sharp turn, changing direction. Let us go to my place. I have special medicine for muscle injuries. Lu Mingyu's gaze lingered on his face. Duan Xiuming continued to frown. Did you encounter male classmates or female classmates? Lu Mingyu replied, what difference does it make? Duan Xiuming stated, if they're female classmates. That is fine, but male classmates, I might want to beat someone up. Lu Mingyu asked, do you have violent tendencies? Duan Xiuming snorted coldly, raising his voice, yes, very much so. Lu Mingyu regarded him in silence. Duan Xiuming glanced at her. So you met with a male classmate, you went off with a male classmate, alone, huh? Speak, Lu Mingyu. Lu Mingyu retorted, you. Duan Xiuming frowned again. What is wrong with me? Lu Mingyu challenged, what are you to me that you need to know so much? Duan Xiuming was nearly exasperated. You make a valid point. I find myself unable to refute it. Lu Mingyu pressed further, was it a male classmate? Duan Xiuming's expression turned icy. I'll drop you off at my place first, and then I'll go back and beat him up. Lu Mingyu asked, not going to beat me? Duan Xiuming replied, why would I beat you? Are you out of your mind? Lu Mingyu looked out the window. It was a female classmate. Duan Xiuming's expression relaxed. Then it's all good. Lu Mingyu asked, did you not eat? Duan Xiuming snorted again. Eat what? I initially came with Zhan Xiang to eat, but your antics have filled me up. Chapter 22. Such an odd person as they conversed, the car entered an upscale apartment parking lot with a lake view. Duan Xiuming parked the car and walked around to open the door for her. Supporting her as she stepped out, placing a gentle press on her arm's right hand, he inquired. Lu Mingyu nodded. How did you know? Duan Xiuming explained. I've been exposed to these things since childhood. He led her into the elevator and pressed the button for a floor. The elevator was quiet, with only the two of them inside. As it ascended, Duan Xiuming suddenly realized something and glanced at the person beside him. You dare to come up too? Lu Mingyu cast a calm look at him. Duan Xiao, if you've forgotten, I can help you recall. I was the one who fell asleep first. Duan Xiuming. Fine. Ding. The elevator reached the floor after entering the password. Duan Xiuming seized one of Lu Mingyu's fingers and pressed it against the lock to register it. Lu Mingyu. Duan Xiuming's gaze swept over her throat. Will you be coming often from now on? Lu Mingyu raised her eyes. Why are you staring at my vulnerable spot? Having studied anatomy through her art, she was well aware. Duan Xiuming, unperturbed, glanced at her again. I wanted to take a taste. I didn't get a chance last time. With that, he pulled her inside. The apartment was spacious, with floor-to-ceiling windows offering a panoramic view of the lake. Duan Xiuming pointed to the sofa. Sit down and take off your top. After speaking, he turned to fetch medicine. Lu Mingyu remained seated, feeling oddly out of place. When Duan Xiuming returned with the medication, he observed her closely. Curious, you're concerned about this? Lu Mingyu met his gaze but still did not move. Duan Xiuming approached, lifted her shirt with one hand, while the other pressed down on her to keep her still. Aren't you the one who wanted to sleep? He seemed to mockingly whisper. I've seen it all before. Lu Mingyu remained silent, presenting her right shoulder to him. His hand was warm as he applied the medicine to her injury, accelerating absorption, then pressed on her acupoints with his fingertips. Initially painful, the discomfort significantly eased after a while. Lu Mingyu suddenly inquired, is this how you usually treat girls, undressing and applying medicine? Duan Xiuming's pupils constricted slightly. You really can jump to conclusions, Lu Mingyu replied. You're just too natural about it. Duan Xiuming's tone shifted. It's not unnatural, but you're injured, and I can't do anything else. Lu Mingyu tilted her head, glancing over her shoulder. Do you have good self-control, Duan Xiuming? Otherwise, what am I even doing? Lu Mingyu, then why are you still sleeping? Duan Xiuming, that's my choice. What does it have to do with self-control? Lu Mingyu frowned, contemplating. After applying the medicine, Duan Xiuming pinched her bone with two fingers. Do you never exercise? Lu Mingyu, not since I was 12. Duan Xiuming's eyes darkened. Would you like to work out? Otherwise. Lu Mingyu, otherwise what? Duan Xiuming, I won't be satisfied. Lu Mingyu, you not satisfied? Duan Xiuming glanced down, literally. Think it over. Lu Mingyu changed the subject. Is it done? Not yet. Duan Xiuming opened his mouth, pointing at her calf. Will you do it yourself, or shall I? Lu Mingyu looked at him, surprise flashing in her eyes. Duan Xiuming paused for a moment, then directly went to work, rolling up her pant leg to her knee, revealing a large bruise. Didn't I tell you? I've been dealing with these since childhood. I'm sensitive to the details of movements. As he spoke, he began applying the medicine. Lu Mingyu felt his strength and asked, Are you strong? Duan Xiuming nodded. I'm afraid to apply too much pressure. I might break your bones. Lu Mingyu watched him massage her injury. All done, he released her and helped her adjust her clothing. Lu Mingyu sat quietly on the sofa. Duan Xiuming handed her a phone, a new one. Just like mine, with top-notch anti-tracking. The phone was a matte white, clearly a couple's color with his matte black. Lu Mingyu's expression turned peculiar. Duan Xiuming, even more odd, remarked, What kind of look is that? Or do you want to keep using mine? Either way. Lu Mingyu pondered, asking, Does the anti-tracking also apply to you, Duan Xiuming? Otherwise, why do you ask? Are you planning to find a man behind my back? Lu Mingyu fell silent. Duan Xiuming frowned. Speak, Lu Mingyu, not looking white one. That matte black was too stark, not a color associated with femininity. Su Suyue had used such a cool tone, but Miss Lu could not. It would be troublesome if the Lu family caught wind of it. After a previous attempt to run away, the Lu family's methods had undoubtedly escalated. With anti-tracking and encrypted information, she truly needed it. Duan Xiuming glanced at her, helping her change the SIM card. After handing over the matte white phone, he formatted the matte black one for reuse. Lu Mingyu observed him silently, her gaze penetrating. He was peculiar. Unlike anyone she had ever known, a type she had never encountered before. His temper was fierce yet controlled, his physical strength astonishing yet manageable, and even his self-control seemed effortless, just as he said. Was everything merely a choice? Once he finished with the phone, he looked up, locking eyes with her. For a moment, he didn't move or look away, their gazes intensely focused. His eyes were penetrating, straightforward, and the changing hues in his irises clearly indicated what he wished to do at that moment. Lu Mingyu was the first to avert her gaze. Duan Xiuming continued to observe her, speaking. Rest assured. Lu Mingyu suddenly met his gaze again, asking provocatively, What if I use this phone and disappear? Duan Xiuming pressed his lips together, inquiring, Are you sure? Lu Mingyu regarded him gently. Just asking. I'm curious. Duan Xiuming smirked. Try it. I can find you twice, and I will find you the third. Fourth time I pursue you, you may refuse me, but I don't need such methods. He was exceedingly confident, brimming with self-assurance and arrogance. Lu Mingyu turned away, gazing out at the lake through the floor-to-ceiling windows. You're truly a strange person. Duan Xiuming's gaze remained intense. Returning your words, you are the strange one. Lu Mingyu. The sunset cast shimmering hues upon the lake's surface. Rarely did Lu Mingyu witness such a sight, surveying the earth and water from a height. She adored this place. Standing tall allowed her to see far. Duan Xiuming checked the time, asking, "Shall I take you home?" Lu Mingyu did not respond, still gazing outside. Duan Xiuming, if it gets dark, you won't escape. I will devour you. Finally, Lu Mingyu turned back, scanning his features. At that moment, his eyes sparkled with mirth, clearly having just been teasing her. As dusk fell, the light softened his sharp angles, perhaps due to years of training. His physique was remarkable, eyes gleaming, in stark contrast to hers. Chapter 23, Bad Cards, Trump Cards, or Bombs. Lu Mingyu stood, gathering her medicine and phone, heading toward the door. Duan Xiuming hummed behind her, ungrateful, so distrustful of me. Yes, I am a wide-eyed wolf. Lu Mingyu replied, adding, don't drop me off at the door, just hit the roadside will do. Duan Xiuming pondered for a moment, asking, is the sound loud? Lu Mingyu nodded. Duan Xiuming turned to fetch another car key. I'll switch cars to take you. The dark green one was modified by Zhang Xiang, hence the noise. Lu Mingyu glanced at the car keys in his hand. A Benz S-Class Maybach. Was it still Zhang Xiang's? He seemed indifferent, as if cars were merely toys. By the time they returned to the Lu residence, it was completely dark. Duan Xiuming parked the car beside the gate, asking, is this how a good girl behaves? No sound was made to avoid detection. Lu Mingyu nodded, unbuckling her seatbelt. She noticed that many things didn't need to be explained to him. He understood directly without needing to establish familiarity first. Before exiting the car, Duan Xiuming called out to her, remember to have dinner with me next time, just the two of us. His gaze was unmistakable even in the night. Alright, she replied softly. Upon arriving home, Lu Mingyu took out her phone and messaged Su Suyue. A quick reply came from the other side. Su Suyue, my brother didn't he say anything? He is right beside me. Hasn't he mentioned a thing? What is going on? What happened? Lu Mingyu, I ran into Sang-Chi, she saw some things about me. Su Suyue, it seems Sang-Chi didn't he tell my brother anything? Or hasn't he had a chance yet? Should I test Sang-Chi? Lu Mingyu, that is too obvious, it's like hiding silver in a field. Su Suyue, then I'll pin down my brother. He is such an idiot, don't worry. Lu Mingyu felt anything but reassured. She had no idea how much Sang-Chi had seen or what she would tell Su Wengjun, with a few casual remarks. Lu Choliang would reveal everything. What would she face? Lu Mingyu lightly tapped the back of the matte white phone, pondering another question. Duan Xiuming, what kind of person was he? His control over strength was terrifyingly precise, and his intelligence was no less impressive. His remarkable sensitivity in certain areas suggested specialized training. The apartment overlooking the entire lakeview didn't appear rented. It was a 200 square meter unit priced over 20 million. With a total value exceeding 40 million. Yet it was only a 40-year leasehold. Those who weren't wealthy enough to spend extravagantly wouldn't buy such an expensive apartment. It wasn't about money, the key issue was this phone. What did top-notch anti-tracking mean? Information encryption, and that wetland with a bar opening in the forest. How did he obtain the approval? From Shangjiang, surnamed Duan, this phone could connect directly to the external network. Lu Mingyu opened the Shangjiang website. Searching for his name, nothing came up. She began searching for the Duan family of Shangjiang. Numerous news articles appeared. The ruthless methods of the Dark Pulse young master, pressuring the Duan family heir. 35-year-old heir Duan Liqing's bloodstained speech condemns the atrocities of the Dark Pulse. Video, the battle between the Duan family's light and dark factions enters its final phase. Many branches of the Duan family forced to declare their stance or flee with funds. The Duan family's astonishing heritage, numerous luxury homes overseas and in the mainland sold out, with buyers all coming from the fleeing branches of the Duan family. The Duan family of Shangjiang, a world-class family focused on overseas ventures, she does not comprehend these matters, nor has the Lu family permitted her any exposure to them. Her knowledge of the elite family stems solely from Su Suyue, who had previously enlightened her on this subject. The core members of top-tier aristocratic families typically travel in grand convoys of luxury vehicles, accompanied by throngs of bodyguards, with roads being forcefully sealed and rerouted. Lu Mingyu clicked on a video featuring Duan Liqing, the heir of the Duan family, giving a speech. It was evident that he was a cultured businessman, clad in a tailored suit but with a gentle and restrained gaze. His refined demeanor was strikingly different from Lu Choliang's, not a mere fade, but rather a manifestation of innate grace and poise, exuding an effortless nobility in every gesture. In comparison, Lu Choliang's attempts at sophistication seemed rather futile. Lu Mingyu paused for a moment. Indeed, the headlines from Shangjiang were sensational. What a dramatic speech! She did not detect any signs of distress in this gentleman. His noble composure was unwavering, though his words were piercing and sharp, constituting a scathing critique. It seemed that this heir had reached the limits of his tolerance towards the atrocities of the dark forces. Lu Mingyu continued to peruse other information, locating a list of Duan family members. The name Duan Xiuming was conspicuously absent, however. Amidst the lengthy roster, she stumbled upon an individual named Duan Xiuji, positioned rather inconspicuously. Akin to a peripheral figure. A collateral branch. What connection did Duan Xiuji have with Duan Xiuming? Brothers. He had mentioned being the second young master of the Duan family. Was Duan Xiuji his elder brother? The eldest son relegated to the margins, while the second son is not even acknowledged. Was Duan Xiuming a collateral son without any rights to inheritance, a high-end apartment, perhaps a refuge? Lu Mingyu continued to tap her fingers against the edge of her phone. Deep in thought, it was rather peculiar. A bad hand, a trump card, or a royal flush. She closed the web page and unlocked the secondary system of her phone. A barrage of messages flooded in, from various aristocratic families as well as high school classmates. With countless unread notifications in the group chat, she glanced at them, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information. Xiangyi, I'm really sorry about today. Next time I'll go out with you alone and won't bring Bai Wentao. But he usually doesn't act like this. Lu Mingyu, to be honest, I didn't even remember who he was. A swift reply came from the other end. Xiangyi, outrageous, but your boyfriend is really handsome. His physique is incredible. Oh wait, your quasi-boyfriend, what does he do? Lu Mingyu, I don't know, probably a wastrel. She had never seen Duan Xiuming engaged in any legitimate work, so she had no basis for judgment. Xiangyi, are you coming to the class reunion this weekend? Lu Mingyu, I won't be going, I'm not familiar with anyone. Xiangyi, alright, for the next 2 days. Lu Mingyu remained quiet. Stirring up no trouble and avoiding the 4 lunatics, the special medication Duan Xiuming had provided worked wonders, and her injuries healed swiftly. That evening, she quietly opened her door and descended the stairs. The Lu family should be absent now. It was time to try again. Lu Mingyu approached the door leading to the backyard, still locked with multiple bolts. Through the moonlight, she could only discern a portion of the corridor. Anything further was obscured. Her grandmother had been confined to this backyard for years, suffering from dementia and unable to care for herself. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind her. It was Lu Qian's voice. Laced with malice, Lu Mingyu, confess honestly about the surveillance. Lu Mingyu turned around, frowning. When had her cousin returned? At that moment, Lu Qian brandished a women's belt, advancing menacingly. Lu Mingyu glanced at her hand and asked, "Have you recovered from the beating you took?" Lu Qian's face contorted in rage. "How dare you ask? I will beat you to death before Dad comes home." With that, she swung the belt down with force. Lu Mingyu swiftly dodged, but still felt the sting along her thigh. Crack, excruciating pain. She looked up. Lu Qian had raised her hand again, fierce and violent. Lu Mingyu dashed toward the hall, desperately evading the onslaught of this madwoman. However, she unexpectedly veered towards Lu Qiuliang's tea table. Chapter 24. Do you want to get married? I will marry you. Lu Qian relentlessly pursued her, swinging the belt without hesitation. Lu Mingyu's palms were slick with sweat as she sidestepped at the last moment. Crack, the purple clay teapot on the table was knocked over, shattering into countless pieces. The decorative olive pits and other trinkets belonging to her uncle scattered across the floor. Lu Qian froze, astonished. Had she just smashed several million with a single swing? Lu Mingyu shouted, "Butler Wang, come here." After calling out, she hurried upstairs, locked her door, and retrieved the special medication from Duan Xiuming to tend to her wounds. Every member of the family exhibited violent tendencies. Lu Lin and Lu Chen delighted in slapping her, while Duan Xin would strike at her with the intent to kill, and Lu Qiuliang was even more terrifying. She was either injured or on the path to injury. Not long after, the commotion in the hall escalated to it was evident that her uncle had returned, accompanied by Lu Lin. Lu Qian was crying out loudly about something. Duan Xin and Lu Qiuliang were embroiled in a fierce argument. Their words clashing with the weight of aristocratic lineage. She would not tolerate her daughter being beaten for 2 consecutive days. It was a provocation against the Du family. Ultimately, Lu Qian did not receive a beating but was subjected to a scolding instead. It was merely some trinkets. Even Lu Qiuliang cherished them. He wouldn't let something so trivial come between him and his biological daughter. Lu Mingyu listened to the turmoil, glancing at the injury on her thigh. A scolding? Not enough. For the following evening, Lu Mingyu dialed Duan Xiuming's number and opened with, "Are you having dinner, young Master Duan?" There was a brief pause on the other end. Lu Mingyu continued, "Have you eaten?" "It was getting late," Duan Xiuming replied. "Not yet. I'll come pick you up." He intended to fetch her first before discussing anything further. He had assumed it would take a few days, not expecting her to suddenly emerge. Lu Mingyu said, "Park a bit farther away. I'll come out. It's a bit dangerous right at the front door." Duan Xiuming drove his quiet Maybach, stopping at the roadside outside the community. He was in good spirits. With a slight smile gracing his lips, soon, he spotted Lu Mingyu exiting through the side door. His smile vanished, and his gaze shifted to her legs. He didn't even assist her in opening the door. He merely watched as she approached, opened the door, and settled into the passenger seat, his eyes locked onto her, flickering with concern. Lu Mingyu sensed his scrutiny and asked, "What's wrong?" Click. Duan Xiuming locked the car doors. Fixating his gaze on her, Lu Mingyu met his eyes, her expression questioning. Duan Xiuming furrowed his brow tightly, and after a moment he spoke. "Did your family hit you?" He had wanted to inquire that day. How could she have sustained injuries on her legs and arms? Today, it seemed to be the other leg. He was astute in observing her movements. He could tell something was amiss, though she tried to conceal her limp. He still noticed the discomfort she was in. At that moment, Duan Xiuming's eyes suppressed a surge of anger, his lips pressed tightly together. Lu Mingyu maintained a calm demeanor. "Corporal punishment is quite normal." Duan Xiuming's brow furrowed even deeper. "I do not consider corporal punishment at the age of 22 to be normal." Lu Mingyu turned to him. "How old are you?" Duan Xiuming replied, 24. Lu Mingyu inquired further. "Have you ever been hit?" Duan Xiuming's voice was low, resonating within his chest, suppressing his emotions. "I have never been struck by my family." Lu Mingyu turned her head in silence. "What a blissful family. How enviable." Duan Xiuming reached out, gently turning her face to look at him. His expression was unusually serious. He scrutinized her exquisite features, wondering how someone like her could ever be subjected to violence. "How long had this situation persisted?" he asked. Lu Mingyu's voice was barely above a whisper. "About 10 years." Duan Xiuming's brow furrowed, his fingertip caressing her cheek, rendered speechless. After a long pause, Lu Mingyu spoke. He called her name. She replied. "Do you want to get married?" He declared solemnly, "I will marry you." Calm and resolute. Lu Mingyu looked up, meeting his gaze, her surprise genuine and unfeigned. This was unexpected. That had not been her intention. "But Duan Xiuming continued, in the Duan family, there is no corporal punishment. No one in this world can harm my wife, not even myself." He had initially intended to take time to understand one another, to gradually build a foundation of feelings before broaching the subject, but it seemed that urgency was now required. Lu Mingyu lowered her gaze, saying, "Then you propose?" A proposal from a top-tier aristocratic family constituted a form of devaluation. Even as a collateral branch, the Lu family would be unable to resist. Duan Xiuming released her, speaking calmly as he pulled out his phone. "Wait for me, it will be soon, within a month." He typed rapidly. Lu Mingyu, a month, that's cutting it close, yet, it made sense. The Duan family was embroiled in severe internal turmoil, with everyone caught in the fray, and anxiety rampant. Wasn't he proposing during such a time akin to becoming a live target? The difficulty was immense. Duan Xiuming frowned. "I want it fast as well, but it's somewhat inconvenient now. I had originally intended for my brother to represent me, but he has been entangled in matters." Lu Mingyu asked, "Do you have a good relationship with your brother?" Duan Xiuming nodded. "We are blood brothers, the most trusted individuals in each other's lives." Lu Mingyu understood. His brother must be Duan Xiuji. After Duan Xiuming sent his message, he looked at her. "Time is tight. We won't have enough time to prepare for the wedding. A month later, I will first take you to Shangjiang. I promise to finalize all wedding arrangements within 6 months." Lu Mingyu chuckled lightly. "So fast? What if it doesn't feel right?" Isn't that a bit impulsive? Duan Xiuming was resolute. "If it doesn't feel right, we will adjust." Lu Mingyu regarded him curiously. "You're making decisions without prior knowledge. What if I have a criminal record?" "It's not a big deal." Duan Xiuming dismissed her concern, adding, "The Duan family has no precedent for divorce. Only for widowhood, regardless of your past. Once settled, it is forever." Lu Mingyu exclaimed, astonished. Duan Xiuming replied, "It is a family decree." Lu Mingyu, such a domineering family decree. Duan Xiuming smirked slightly. "Oh, and by the way, extramarital affairs are also prohibited. Once you marry me, you're not allowed to seek another man. My indiscretions have escalated. Family members engaging in inappropriate relationships will face expulsion." Lu Mingyu tilted her head slightly. "You are already entangled in a chaotic relationship with me." Duan Xiuming furrowed his brow. "It's not chaotic, it's a normal interaction," Lu Mingyu replied. "But you slept with me without even knowing my name," Duan Xiuming countered. "That was a choice. Who knew you would run off after?" Lu Mingyu sighed. Duan Xiuming started the vehicle. "What do you want to eat? Should I choose the place?" Lu Mingyu replied, "You choose. I have no dietary restrictions. Dining is secondary. Causing a stir is the priority." She took out her phone to send a message to Su Suyue. "Lu Mingyu, where is Lu Qian hanging out tonight?" Su Suyue, at a newly opened bar. They've already begun pre-drinking. Lu Mingyu, is there a location? Su Suyue, yes. What is the plan? Is Lu Qian causing you trouble again? Let us go. Unleash your inner cosmos. Bring me along. I'll deal with her. Lu Mingyu, 10 p.m., don't be late. After putting away her phone, she glanced at the person beside her. Duan Xiuming was still driving with a furrowed brow, preoccupied with thoughts of her getting hurt. Noticing her gaze, he extended his hand towards the passenger seat, grasping hers, his palm gently patting the back of her hand. Chapter 25. Setting the scene. Duan Xiuming took Lu Mingyu to a rice porridge hotpot restaurant. Reminiscent of flavors from her childhood, which she hadn't tasted in many years, she was surprised that such a hotpot place had opened in Shizi City. Duan Xiuming had reserved a private room. Taking her hand as they entered and seated themselves, Lu Mingyu looked at their intertwined hands, lowering her gaze, lost in thought. He too observed their hands, his fingertips continuously caressing her delicate fingertips. "Your hands are so small. How do you hold a paintbrush?" he inquired. Lu Mingyu replied, "It's not like I'm wielding a gun." Besides, her hands were not small, his were simply too large. Duan Xiuming continued to examine her hands, so fair and delicate. Lu Mingyu responded, "Fair but not delicate. The part where I grip a pen has developed thick calluses." Duan Xiuming compared his hand and raised his eyes to ask, "You consider this thick?" Lu Mingyu. Duan Xiuming then inquired, "Do you find my hands rough?" Lu Mingyu replied, "Not really." She didn't find them rough, they were strong and well-defined. Duan Xiuming asked again, "Is there anything about me that you find unsatisfactory?" "I can change." Lu Mingyu pondered for a moment, shaking her head. "No, Duan Xiuming, you have no demands of me." "How is that possible?" Lu Mingyu fell silent. She was not good, she was quite the opposite. Just then, the hot pot began to bubble, and they started to cook the ingredients. Once cooked, Duan Xiuming moved his chopsticks, the first piece going to her. Lu Mingyu was taken aback. Duan Xiuming, somewhat puzzled, "What's wrong?" Lu Mingyu lifted her gaze, gazing deeply at him. It had been 10 years since someone treated her this way, offering her the first piece of food rather than the remnants left on a plate. Only her parents had shown her such meticulous affection. Her once elevated and blissful life had been shattered at the age of 12. Duan Xiuming continued to serve her ingredients, then began to help himself. Lu Mingyu suddenly spoke, "Duan Xiao, I have a question." Duan Xiuming frowned, "Ask away, but don't call me Duan Xiao, call me Ming or husband." Lu Mingyu fell silent for a moment. Then asked, "You seem to know how to care for girls very well. Where did that experience come from?" Duan Xiuming looked at her. "Are you not feeling jealous?" Lu Mingyu retorted, "Do I have anyone to be jealous of?" Duan Xiuming replied, "No, I don't have any female friends. My experience comes from my parents and my older brother and sister-in-law, who flaunt their coupledom in front of me. Haven't I seen enough?" Lu Mingyu looked at him, surprised. "You will gradually understand." Duan Xiuming served her more food. "We are now in a relationship, you know." Lu Mingyu, "What are you trying to say?" Duan Xiuming, "As a boyfriend. Shouldn't I be able to make some requests?" Lu Mingyu raised an eyebrow, such as. Duan Xiuming's gaze swept over her lips. "For instance, kissing and hugging, staying up a little later until your injury heals." Lu Mingyu, "I thought you would say something like I shouldn't eat with other men." Duan Xiuming's expression shifted. "I really want to say that, but your rebellious nature." Lu Mingyu, "So I can." "Then, eat alone with someone." Duan Xiuming's expression darkened. "Can't you be a little more self-aware? Aren't you afraid I'll get angry? I have quite the temper, very much." Lu Mingyu smiled at him, "And then beat someone up?" Duan Xiuming resumed serving her food, his face stern. "Let us be fair, I have no female friends, so you can't have male friends." "Absolutely not." Lu Mingyu, "I don't have any male friends." Duan Xiuming began to interrogate, "Am I seeing ghosts? And the man who was talking to you in the lounge, who is he? Now that we have established a relationship, I need to get to the bottom of this." Lu Mingyu, "I only have 2 female friends, believe it or not." Duan Xiuming, "I believe you, let us eat. You're looking like a skeleton." Lu Mingyu cast him another deep glance, overbearing, temperamental, possessive, yet he was excessively kind to her. His sincerity made it hard to resist. At 10 p.m., the car stopped in front of a bar. Duan Xiuming, seated in the driver's seat, took her hand without asking what she was doing there. Not far behind, a small Lamborghini stood motionless. Further back was a dark green Lamborghini. Is Zhang Xiang here too? Lu Mingyu asked. Duan Xiuming, "He has been mingling with people in Shizi Circle lately." Lu Mingyu looked at him and said, "Can we make Lu Qian's phone take a dive? It would be best if it were rendered useless." Duan Xiuming's expression turned icy. "Did she injure you?" Lu Mingyu merely inquired, "Can it be done?" Duan Xiuming took out his phone. 2 minutes. Lu Mingyu lowered her gaze for a moment, then suddenly propped herself up, crawling towards him. Duan Xiuming, astonished, reminded her, "Your injury." But his hand instinctively moved to support her waist, fearing she might bump against something. Lu Mingyu shifted from the passenger seat to straddle his lap, leaning against the steering wheel. Duan Xiuming adjusted the seat for her comfort, his tone shifting as he asked, "What do you wish to do?" "Kiss me," she commanded. Duan Xiuming's eyes deepened momentarily, supporting her as he leaned in for a kiss. Lu Mingyu reached out, pressing a button to roll down the window. The night breeze tousled her hair, lightly brushing against his throat. Outside the car, sounds emerged from the bar's entrance. Lu Qian came out, shouting angrily. Duan Xiuming instinctively leaned back, attempting to separate, but Lu Mingyu stubbornly leaned closer, her voice melding into his lips. "Let her see." Duan Xiuming half closed his eyes, pressing her against the steering wheel, their breaths growing heavier. "Move," she ordered. He composed his expression, obediently complying. As Lu Mingyu was lifted, her peripheral vision caught Lu Qian's shocked expression. Lu Mingyu, you. She attempted to pull out her phone to capture evidence, but suddenly realized her phone was unresponsive, prompting her to dash back, shouting something about solid proof and evidence. Lu Mingyu was doomed. Inside the car, the two sharing a kiss quickly pulled apart. Duan Xiuming took a deep breath and opened the car door. Lu Mingyu exited, turning to him. "Let us go." Duan Xiuming surveyed her, said nothing, and started the vehicle, speeding away. Not far behind, the small Lamborghini approached, parking beside Lu Mingyu. She walked to the passenger seat, opening the door to find Su Suyue, who was gripping the steering wheel, her gaze fixed on her with intensity. Lu Mingyu smiled at her. Su Suyue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Incredible, now was not the time for conversation as a throng of people began to exit the bar. Zhan Xiang, he song, how lushing Su Wenjun, sang chi. A large crowd was present. Lu Qian was at the forefront, holding up someone's phone. Right here. Lu Mingyu was in the car with a guy. Huh? Her voice abruptly halted as she stared in shock at the Lamborghini. Su Suyue rolled down the window, glaring fiercely. What is going on? Looking for a fight? Lu Mingyu, from the passenger seat, leaned out to inquire with a puzzled expression. What is wrong, sis? Chapter 26, The Wolf Approaches Late at Night. The Lu family was bustling. Du Wenxin and Lu Lin hurriedly returned, accompanied by the Su siblings, who were closely acquainted with the Lu family. Lu Choliang sat at the tea table, frowning at Lu Qian, who was causing a ruckus. Lu Mingyu stood quietly to the side. Lu Qian's voice was loud. I'm not lying, I really saw it. Lu Mingyu was in the car with a guy, possibly even doing something. Su Suyue immediately retorted. You're full of nonsense, either check your brain or your eyesight. As the jewel of the Su family, she didn't care about offending anyone. Su Wenjun, unusually refraining from scolding his sister, spoke up. Lu Qian, stop spreading rumors. You've already said enough at the bar entrance. You're on the verge of ruining Lu Mingyu's reputation. Lu Qian shouted in anger. You all don't believe me, everything I said is true. Su Suyue rolled her eyes. Lu Mingyu was in my car the entire time, I drove her there. Are you out of your mind, Lu Qian? Lu Qian trembled with rage, turning to Lu Choliang. Dad, you need to check the surveillance, hurry up and check the surveillance. At that moment, Lu Lin spoke sternly. Lu Qian, how long do you intend to frame Lu Mingyu? Lu Qian looked at Lu Lin in shock. Brother, you don't believe me either. Du Wenxin was on the verge of speaking, but Lu Mingyu interjected first. Uncle, Aunt, I am truly feeling rather exhausted. Could you please ask my sister to cease her antics? Must she create a scene every time she has something to say? Can we still carry on with our lives? Lu Qian suddenly rushed over. How dare you speak, you vile creature? Su Suyue stepped forward quickly. You madwoman, do you still wish to resort to violence? Su Wenjun was taken aback. It was his first realization of Lu Qian's capability for such madness at home. Did she truly have a mental issue? Enough, Lu Choliang exclaimed. His tone grave. Of the hall fell into a hush, suppressing the fury simmering beneath his calm exterior. Lu Choliang smiled at the Su siblings. I apologize for the disturbance. It is rather late now. Su Wenjun nodded immediately. My apologies, Uncle Lu. After all, this is a private matter for the Lu family, and we shall not intrude any longer. Lu Choliang turned to Du Wenxin with a smile. Would you escort them out? Du Wenxin furrowed her brow instantly, but at that moment, she could not refuse. Otherwise, the decorum of both the Lu and Du families would be called into question. She forced a polite smile and warmly led the Su siblings toward the exit. Su Wenjun intended to decline, but Su Suyue unexpectedly linked her arm with Du Wenxin's, chatting amiably as if they were mother and daughter. The three of them exchanged pleasantries at the door, even sharing small gifts back and forth. Su Wenjun remarked, Uncle Lu is truly gentle. If it were my father, he would have already lost his temper. Du Wenxin suppressed her anxious feelings, replying, he is simply a good-natured person. Su Suyue's cheeks twitched, but she continued to stall for time. No, I believe Uncle Lu possesses great poise, unlike my father, who only knows how to scold. Su Wenjun retorted, come off it, when his dad ever scolded you, it's all just talk. Du Wenxin was nearly beside herself with urgency, but the siblings continued their endless chatter, incessantly praising Lu Choliang. At this moment, only 4 individuals remained in the Lu family's hall. In the thick silence, Lu Choliang rose to his feet. Lu Qian, belatedly realizing the gravity of the situation, felt a surge of panic. She attempted to rush out to call for her mother, but it was too late. Lu Choliang, his face darkened, seized her hair and violently slammed her against the wall. With a resounding crash, he dragged her by the hair, not toward an adjacent room but toward a storage shed in the side courtyard. Help! Help! Lu Qian screamed. Lu Lin, in a panic, hurried forward to intervene. Dad, she cannot be confined, she is your own daughter. Lu Choliang turned a deaf ear, forcefully dragging Lu Qian into the storage shed. Soon, the sound of chains clinking echoed from within. Lu Choliang had 2 red lines that could not be crossed. One was the reputation of the Lu family, and the other was related to a certain incident concerning Lu Mingyu. Today, Lu Qian had crossed both. Although her actions were indeed true, the repeated lies and schemes had severely diminished Lu Qian's credibility, compounded by Su Suyue's steadfast testimony, rendering Lu Qian's accusations feeble and ineffective. After a while, no one would believe her if the hall grew vacant, leaving only Lu Mingyu lie in the stillness. She approached the tea table and poured herself a cup of tea. Today's selection was Juko Hongmei, a fragrant variety. After savoring the tea, she ascended the stairs to her room. Another night of chaos was about to descend upon the Lu family. After escorting the Su siblings back Duan Xiuming erupted in anger, but this time Lu Qiuliang showed no mercy, nearly striking Duan Xian. Lu Lin was unable to quell Lu Qiuliang's fury. Lu Qian's confinement was a certainty. Incensed, Duan Xiuming returned to her maternal home that very night. The father and son pair ultimately did not remain at the Lu residence. Lu Qiuliang's emotions were on edge as he instructed the butler not to allow Lu Qian to leave. Then he departed alone. Lu Lin had no choice but to chase after him that night, either to plead with his father once more or to seek assistance from his maternal grandfather. But at this hour, regardless of the outcome, Lu Qian would at least be confined for one night. Once everyone had departed, the Lu residence returned to tranquility. Within the airtight storage shed, Lu Qian's sobs echoed incessantly. She had never imagined that one day she would find herself confined. The shed was meant for Lu Mingyu alone. Suddenly, a faint knocking sound reverberated. "Brother," Lu Qian exclaimed in surprise. "It's me," came Lu Mingyu's voice. Hatred surged in Lu Qian's heart as she shouted, "Lu Mingyu, Lu Mingyu, Lu Mingyu spoke softly. "Shoot, don't shout." With that she slid a thin tissue through the door crack. Clang, Lu Qian dragged herself forward. Cursing, "You vile creature. What are you pretending to be a good person for? You must have come to enjoy my misfortune. Why don't you just die? You should die along with your wretched mother." A burst of laughter erupted from outside the door, followed by Lu Mingyu's footsteps growing fainter until they vanished. She seemed to have come merely to laugh and to deliver a tissue. Lu Qian sensed something was amiss. She stepped forward to pick up the tissue. Was there moisture? Through the moonlight seeping through the door crack, she leaned in closer. In the next moment, her pupils constricted violently. The anger within her chest was about to erupt. Lu Mingyu had written 3 words on the tissue with water. "The wolf is coming." Lu Qian screamed in agony, resembling a madwoman. You did this on purpose. You did this on purpose, you vile creature." She began to pound on the door, wanting her parents and brother to come and see. Evidence. She had evidence to prove that Lu Mingyu acted with intent. But no one responded. The Lu family was entirely absent. A wave of paralyzing fear surged within Lu Qian. She realized the moisture on the tissue was evaporating, the writing beginning to blur, slowly vanishing before her eyes. Chapter 27. The ultimate praise. Lu Mingyu returned to her room, locking the door behind her. Even on the 3rd floor, she could still faintly hear Lu Qian calling out, her voice filled with despair. Eventually descending into incoherent babbling, as if she had lost her mind. "Keep shouting, you useless thing." The moisture from that tissue would dry quickly, leaving no evidence. Lu Mingyu was not acting without purpose. She intended this. A psychological torment driving someone to madness. In the storage shed, Lu Qian's voice had grown hoarse from shouting. Lu Mingyu donned headphones for soundproofing and opened her phone to check messages. After all the commotion, Su Suyue had finally returned home. "Su Suyue, hurry, tell me, where should I start asking?" "Never mind, let us start with Lu Qian. She's laughing hysterically." "Lu Mingyu, what is so funny? The suffering she endures is the same I have faced." As she typed this line, Lu Mingyu's expression remained calm. She was merely reflecting her own experiences onto Lu Qian. Was she unable to handle it? "Su Suyue, now that you mention it, I don't feel any satisfaction at all." "Lu Mingyu, but I am feeling quite good right now." "Su Suyue, by the way, who is that handsome guy driving the Maybach? Did you hire an actor? It looked so real. You two were kissing at the steering wheel like it was genuine. I even saw him move a little. Wow, are you two not just acting?" "Lu Mingyu, he is real. Not an actor, but what you saw was fake." "Su Suyue, wait, slow down. What do you mean?" "Lu Mingyu, boyfriend, acting." "Su Suyue, what?" Su Suyue's mind was overwhelmed, bombarded with 1,000 questions. Yet she didn't know where to begin. Where did Lu Mingyu find a boyfriend? When did they start dating? Where was he from? But in the end, Su Suyue didn't ask too many questions. She had grown accustomed to the shocks Lu Mingyu occasionally delivered. Lu Mingyu had always been this way, usually quiet but capable of astonishing revelations. Without a strong heart, one could not befriend Lu Mingyu. After chatting with Su Suyue for a moment, Lu Mingyu opened the conversation with Duan Xiuming. He had not sent a single message, however. The top of the chat displayed, typing, in large letters, which had been ongoing for quite some time. After contemplating, Lu Mingyu initiated a video call with him. When the call connected, the background was initially dark, then revealed a floor-to-ceiling window overlooking a lake. The screen rotated, showing him freshly showered, his hair slicked back, revealing his features entirely out. He sat on the sofa, his gaze complex. A moment of silence followed, an eerie silence. "Are you enjoying the scenery?" Lu Mingyu inquired. Duan Xiuming countered. "How about you?" Lu Mingyu replied. "I am splendid, absolutely wonderful. My sister has been confined, and I have frightened her to madness. Isn't that wonderful enough? Indeed, quite impressive," Duan Xiuming commended, then asked, "And what about my performance?" Lu Mingyu hesitated. Duan Xiuming's tone shifted. "Did you not feel it in the car? You flirted and then ran away." Lu Mingyu was taken aback. "That was several hours ago," Duan Xiuming responded. "Shall I come pick you up now?" Upon hearing this, Lu Mingyu was startled. No, are you insane? The Lu family may not be home, but the butler is still here. Duan Xiuming sat back down on the sofa, his expression cold. You went mad first. What was that movement? Are you trying to drive me crazy? Lu Mingyu replied. I apologize, I will be more careful next time. Duan Xiuming raised an eyebrow, clearly displeased. You start a fire and don't take responsibility for putting it out? Am I going to get any sleep tonight? Lu Mingyu said. Use your self-control, Duan Xiuming retorted. I have a girlfriend now. Why would I need self-control? Lu Mingyu, I am still recuperating. Another silence fell on the video call. Alright, Duan Xiuming spoke, his voice muffled, reminding her. Remember to apply your medicine. Lu Mingyu. Should I hang up now? Duan Xiuming gritted his teeth. Why are you so infuriating? Do you believe I will kidnap you? Lu Mingyu chuckled lightly. Duan Xiuming became serious. No laughing. Lu Mingyu actually stifled her laughter and softly said, Duan Xiuming was taken aback. You suddenly call me by my full name. Lu Mingyu gazed at him, her eyes calm yet imbued with strength. Your execution ability is the most remarkable I have ever witnessed. Such words from her lips constituted the highest form of praise. Today's plan had not been discussed with him at all. Every step taken was entirely her own initiative, yet, as soon as she spoke, he acted without the slightest hesitation or unnecessary words. What a formidable execution capability! What an exaggerated sense of trust. She did not even inquire about the reasons, only the outcomes. How decisively efficient. He resembled a knife in her hands, sharp and effortless. Duan Xiuming smiled nonchalantly. Is that all? Lu Mingyu observed his smile, her heart rate slowly quickening. Inside the apartment, after the video call ended, the phone screen remained illuminated with several unread messages from Duan Xiang, reporting the aftermath of the evening's events. Duan Xiang, the Lu family has so many issues. Miss Lu's sister is quite the troublemaker. We lost interest after her outburst. Duan Xiang, however, after today, Lu Qian's reputation will be in tatters for slandering her own sister. People in the circle are not planning to associate with her anymore. Duan Xiang, Su Wenjun seems to have lost his mind, following her to the Lu household and leaving his girlfriend behind. I had to find a car to send her home. What a dog of a man. Duan Xiang, and there were numerous messages, interspersed with some of his personal opinions. Duan Xiuming did not read a single one. Silencing his phone and flipping it face down on the coffee table, the apartment was plunged back into darkness, only the city's lights flickering through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Silence enveloped them, leaving only the sound of breathing. In this profound stillness, a spark flickered in Duan Xiuming's hand. Snap! The lighter's flame flickered briefly, illuminating his sharply defined features and his pair of emotionless eyes, then it extinguished. He did not smoke. Rather, he illuminated the space for a moment before tearing off a sticky note from the coffee table and writing a line. I am sensitive to details. This was something he had said the last time he brought her to the apartment. Following that, he wrote two more lines. Does your family hit you? Corporal punishment. This referenced their conversation before dinner today. He picked up the pen again, writing 3 words. Let her see. This encapsulated her entire day's scheme. From the concealed walking posture he had discovered to the internal strife within the Lu family in the West Lake Circle. One link led to another. Who was involved, and who was merely a pawn? Looking at the sticky note, Duan Xiuming suddenly smiled. Quite interesting. She understood how to utilize resources. However, she likely had no idea that he intended to marry her. Snap! The flame ignited once more. Duan Xiuming pinched the sticky note between his fingers, bringing it close to the flame until it was consumed entirely. Chapter 28. I Like the You. Inside. Lu Qian was released the next day, but she seemed truly unhinged for the following 2 days. Her mental state was off. She would suddenly wake in the middle of the night and run around the house shouting. Alarmed, Duan Xin returned from her family home to accompany Lu Qian to the hospital for psychological treatment. Lu Lin had let the matter drop, preoccupied with his own affairs, leaving early and returning late each day. Liu Qiuliang remained unchanged, showing no signs of difference. 2 days later, a message from a certain someone appeared in her unread notifications. With a rather displeased tone, Duan Xiuming, Miss Lu, it's been several days since we last met. I sought you out, and you refused me several times, huh? His words were quite brusque, especially after establishing their relationship, which occasionally revealed his true nature. Lu Mingyu glanced at the time and replied, Lu Mingyu, having dinner? Duan Xiuming, your nonchalant demeanor makes it hard to imagine you will soon be marrying me. Lu Mingyu stared at this message, her fingers pausing, and she took a long time to respond. Duan Xiuming, is your injury healed? I am about to make my move. Lu Mingyu, are you still eating? Duan Xiuming, yes. When Lu Mingyu stepped out the door, she discovered Duan Xiuming had arrived in a different car to pick her up. A black Cullinan. Lu Mingyu hesitated for a moment before taking the passenger seat and asked, why did you switch cars again? Duan Xiuming replied casually, wasn't that Big Ben seen by your sister? His tone was so nonchalant, as if changing cars were as ordinary as changing clothes, despite each one costing several million. Lu Mingyu felt slightly surprised, gaining a new understanding of the financial power of the top-tier elite. In her circle, Su Suyue ranked highly in favoritism, yet she merely drove a small Lamborghini. To upgrade to a larger one required good performance, which was expected by the end of the year. As for Su Wengjun, he was still driving the car discarded by Su Suyue. In comparison, Duan Xiuming truly left his peers far behind. Noticing her silence and uncertainty, Duan Xiuming glanced at her and asked, "Still want Cantonese cuisine?" Lu Mingyu replied, "Which one? The one you went to when you were acting strangely?" Duan Xiuming pressed his lips together, slightly displeased. "I was not acting strangely." Lu Mingyu looked into his eyes and suddenly smiled. Duan Xiuming scoffed, "You are truly odd. I act fierce, yet you laugh." Lu Mingyu replied, "Because it feels genuine." Ultimately, they went to that outdoor courtyard Cantonese restaurant. Duan Xiuming was in good spirits, showing no signs of the previous incident's impact. They chose a table with the best view. During the meal, he began to make flirtatious remarks. "Duan Xiuming, eat more. Don't beg for mercy later when you get tired. I won't stop even if you see her white out." Lu Mingyu set down her utensils and raised her gaze. Duan Xiuming glanced at her neck. "After dinner, come to my apartment." Lu Mingyu, with her mouth at 37 degrees, coldly replied, "I refuse." Duan Xiuming lowered his eyes, nodded after a moment. "All right, I will ask again next time." Lu Mingyu gazed at him. Duan Xiuming met her gaze calmly. "Or you can decide." Lu Mingyu frowned, feeling something was off. Duan Xiuming glanced at her again. "I actually quite liked your initiative those 2 times." Lu Mingyu asked, "Duan Xiao, what do you like about me? My looks?" Duan Xiuming raised an eyebrow, displeased. "Call me husband, Lu Mingyu." Duan Xiuming served her food, saying, "You are indeed beautiful, but it is not your face that I am drawn to." Lu Mingyu, puzzled, "Then what do you like?" "Surely not my flaws." Duan Xiuming's gaze became piercing. "I like the you within, regardless of good or bad." Lu Mingyu was taken aback. Duan Xiuming served her more food, saying, "But there is a paradox." Lu Mingyu watched his actions, waiting for him to continue. Duan Xiuming pondered for 2 seconds, frowning. "If you weren't beautiful, I wouldn't notice you. Without that allure, I wouldn't bother with you." Lu Mingyu, what a coincidence that is. Duan Xiuming's gaze swept over her left hand. "When will you paint again?" He had not truly witnessed her painting skills and was somewhat curious. Lu Mingyu lowered her head. "When the opportunity arises." During their conversation, a group of people had just finished eating and exited the indoor area, pausing as they passed by the outdoor dining area. Lu Mingyu, "Wow, it's really you." Lu Mingyu turned her head to see her high school classmates, about a dozen of them, including Xiang Yi and Bai Wentao. She quickly realized today was the weekend, and they were having a class reunion. What a coincidence! Again at this restaurant, having not seen each other for 4 years, they approached and exchanged a few pleasantries. Xiang Yi glanced at the couple's table and smiled. "Are you having dinner with your boyfriend?" Lu Mingyu, what a coincidence. Bai Wentao's expression soured a bit. "So quickly he is your boyfriend? Just a few days ago it wasn't." Lu Mingyu nodded, remaining silent. Duan Xiuming surveyed their faces, his gaze lingering on Bai Wentao for a moment. Xiang Yi patted Lu Mingyu on the shoulder. "Well then, enjoy your meal. We have another gathering later. You can come if you want after you're done." Lu Mingyu had yet to respond. "Come on, Lu Mingyu," Bai Wentao interjected, extending an invitation. Duan Xiuming's eyes locked onto him. Bai Wentao ignored that gaze, looking at Lu Mingyu as he continued, "I'll cover this meal, you must come." Upon finishing his sentence, he turned to settle the bill, leaving no opportunity for refusal. Xiang Yi awkwardly smiled. I'll send the address in the group. Lu Mingyu, feel free to join or not, just eat with your boyfriend for now." After saying that, she hurriedly led the others away, taking Bai Wentao with her, who had just settled the bill. How awkward. After the group departed, Lu Mingyu turned to Duan Xiuming, only to see him turn his head away, muttering a curse under his breath. Lu Mingyu suddenly laughed, watching him with amusement. Duan Xiuming glanced back at her. "What are you laughing at?" Lu Mingyu replied, still smiling. "You're amusing." Duan Xiuming scoffed. "You're the one who is amusing. What is the deal? Did you have so many flies buzzing around you before you met me? Wow, is my future role merely a fly swatter?" As he spoke, he scrutinized her face and figured, goodness, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Lu Mingyu shook her head. "Actually no." Duan Xiuming raised an eyebrow at her. Lu Mingyu clarified, "I didn't go out much before meeting you, even at the Royal Academy. Most of my time was spent between the studio and my residence. The tuition at the Royal Academy is exorbitant, and living expenses in London are ridiculously high." She truly had no spare cash for leisure. It was rare for her to venture out to Xiangshan Island, and she even got caught. Duan Xiuming lowered his head, contemplating for a moment, then said, "You should explore the world more. While painting may require solitude, inspiration needs external exploration." Lu Mingyu was somewhat surprised he would say such a thing. Duan Xiuming looked up at her. "But if you dare go today, just try it." Lu Mingyu's lips curled slightly. Duan Xiuming coldly huffed, "We're about to get engaged. You'd better behave and not meet wild men, understand?" "Lu Mingyu, am I not obedient?" Duan Xiuming chuckled. "Lu Mingyu, are you obedient?" Lu Mingyu nodded sincerely. Duan Xiuming propped himself up, leaning in closer, his breath almost touching. If you can be obedient, I, Duan Xiuming, will write my name backward. Lu Mingyu observed him with a playful glint in her eyes. Aren't you fond of the one inside me? Your choice. Duan Xiuming was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. You win. Chapter 29, One Person, Two Choices. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Lu Mingyu had just returned to the Lu family home when she encountered Duan Xiuming, who was about to step out, and she greeted. Duan Xiuming halted in front of her, scrutinizing her with a cold smirk. You are truly malicious. In just a few words, you've turned the household upside down. I bet you're thrilled to see Lu Qian grounded, aren't you? Lu Mingyu replied. I almost set off firecrackers. Duan Xiuming shouted angrily. Vile creature, my daughter didn't lie, did she? You are the reason she was punished. Lu Mingyu retorted. I didn't lock her up, that was your husband. Besides, she really needs to get her head checked. The entire family should. Duan Xiuming fumed. You are indeed a calamity for the Lu family. And your mother, that shameless woman, has caused my husband and I to sleep in separate rooms for over a decade. Lu Mingyu raised her gaze. And, my mother has never given your husband a second glance. Can you and your husband possess a modicum of self-awareness? With that, she ignored her and ascended the stairs. Duan Xiuming's expression twisted as she glared at Lu Mingyu's retreating figure. Just you wait. I will make your life a living hell. I will even dig up your mother's grave. Lu Mingyu paused on the staircase, glancing back with an inscrutable look in her eyes. She stepped forward, continuing her ascent, while the sound of Duan Xiuming's incessant cursing echoed behind her. Upon reaching her room, she locked the door and sat silently at her desk. In truth, her mood had been quite good earlier. She had even had the leisure to joke with Duan Xiuming. However, the moment she returned to the Lu household, a sense of oppression enveloped her. If Duan Xiuming hadn't been in such a hurry to leave today, she might have resorted to physical confrontation. After adjusting her mood, Lu Mingyu took out her phone and opened the hottest social media platform of the moment. Duan Xiuming had reminded her that it had been a long time since she had picked up a paintbrush. At this moment, her account showed 999 likes, comments, followers, and private messages. Lu Mingyu winced slightly. It had been ages since she last logged in, and the last post she made was from the previous semester, a piece that had caused quite a stir in the art community. She had only been managing this account for a little over 3 months, posting her work sporadically without any deliberate intent, yet she could not fathom why it had garnered such popularity. Apart from the overwhelming praise, there were numerous requests for commissions, each offering a higher price than the last. Now, in the Lu household, she had no means to create, nor did she wish to take private commissions. She preferred to build her reputation through the platform. Occasionally accepting a commission would merely suffice for her living expenses, especially considering the platform's exorbitant revenue share. Lu Mingyu scrolled through the messages in her inbox, overwhelmed by the sheer volume. Just then, a notification from her secondary system popped up. It was from a group chat with her high school classmates, where Xiangyi had tagged her, along with a location and several photos. They were at a night venue for a class reunion. A group was currently at a rather unique place, a bar hidden within a convenience store. To enter, one had to provide a secret code. Lu Mingyu glanced casually at the photos and was about to exit when another image was posted in the group. Suddenly, she spotted something in the corner of the photo. Duan Xiuming, her aunt was all dressed up for the hidden bar? After contemplating for a moment, she opened the chat with Xiangyi. Lu Mingyu, why does that bar require a secret code? Xiangyi, shoo, it's a special occasion, it's my first time too. A bit exciting, just curious, are you interested? Lu Mingyu, not interested. She ended the conversation there, staring thoughtfully at the photo. Then, she opened the chat with Su Suyue and sent a quick message. Su Suyue, why are you suddenly using this account? I didn't even notice. Lu Mingyu, location, do you know about this bar? Su Suyue, no, but it's very close to the club my brother is going to today. Almost facing each other? Lu Mingyu, club? Su Suyue, it's a very extravagant place, that whole street is quite flashy, my brother even took Shang-Chi, I can't believe it, it's ridiculous. Lu Mingyu, oh. How extravagant. Mentioning Shang-Chi made her feel a bit uneasy. Had Shang-Chi not told Su Wenjun about that day, or was she simply planning to keep it to herself? Su Suyue, just a wild time. Why are you asking this suddenly? Do you want to go? Lu Mingyu, yes, let us go. Su Suyue? Lu Mingyu, right now. Su Suyue, wait, let me ask, it seems like they're all there. Should I come pick you up? Lu Mingyu, okay. Su Suyue was always one to rush towards excitement, especially when Lu Mingyu expressed interest. It surely indicated something grand. In no time, she dashed to the Lu household, picked up Lu Mingyu, and they left. Su Suyue was utterly exhilarated and suddenly asked, hey, won't your boyfriend get mad if you go to that street? Lu Mingyu froze for a moment, then nodded, he will. Su Suyue, that you're so honest, I don't even know how to respond to that. Lu Mingyu, there are more important matters than his anger. Su Suyue pondered for a moment, then inquired, are we going to the bar or the club? They are facing each other. I heard the bar is a bit chaotic, while the club is more upscale with many people. Lu Mingyu thought for a moment and replied, the club. Su Suyue pressed the gas pedal to the floor. Before long, the two arrived at the street. Su Suyue pointed to a nearby opulent building. Look, that's the club. Lu Mingyu gazed across the street. Indeed, there was a convenience store from which the bar was not visible. One had to pass through the store and provide the secret code to enter through a hidden door. After observing for a while, she turned her attention to the cars parked along the road. Numerous vehicles were present, including one belonging to Duan Xiuming, a car she rarely drove, parked in the shadows at the far end, nearly undetectable at first glance. Unbeknownst to Su Suyue, she asked, "What do we say?" "Lu Mingyu, is there a place in the club where we can see this street?" Su Suyue nodded. "Yes, they booked the presidential suite. The window of the makeup room faces this street directly." "Lu Mingyu, that's perfect." With that, she stepped toward the club. When Su Suyue led Lu Mingyu to push open the door of the club's suite, everyone inside was taken aback. Su Wenjun even stood up. "Mingyu, what are you doing here? This isn't a place for you." Nearby, Sang Chia's expression shifted slightly, but she remained silent. Su Suyue immediately confronted her brother. "Why can't she come? You talk too much every day." Hao Lushing chuckled. "Indeed, welcome, Miss Lu Er. You finally came out to play." The others chimed in, chattering away. Lu Qian isn't coming out, but Lu Er is here for fun. It's all Lu family. After all, someone bring Miss Lu Er a male model. Su Wenjun grew furious. "Stop teasing her, she is not into this." Su Suyue clashed back. "Bring two, one for me and one for Lu Mingyu." Su Wenjun, Su Suyue, be quiet. Hao Lushing clapped in approval. Miss Su was bold. "If you come out to play, it should be like this." Everyone stop pretending. Chapter 30, Collision. He Song remained silent. Now feeling uneasy at the sight of Lu Mingyu, Zhan Xiang stared in astonishment as Lu Mingyu walked over and sat near them. Su Suyue took a seat next to Lu Mingyu. And before long, four newly hired male models entered, sitting beside the two girls. Fortunately, the suite was spacious, allowing them to avoid crowding together. Otherwise, Zhan Xiang felt he might perish today. Lu Mingyu noticed Zhan Xiang's gaze and unabashedly acknowledged him. A silent greeting. Zhan Xiang twitched his lips, whispering, "Miss Lu Er, I can't cover for you. I can't possibly keep today's events from Mingji. Lu Mingyu nodded. Understood. Zhan Xiang gave her a thumbs up. Then, right before her eyes, took out his phone to message Mingyu, clearly indicating his stance and offering her an opportunity to retreat. Yet Lu Mingyu remained composed, not leaving her seat, even lowering her head to check her phone. Zhan Xiang internally praised her again. How fearless, she was simply flaunting her privilege. At this moment, Lu Mingyu was perusing messages in the high school group chat. Her former classmates were having a blast. Sharing numerous selfies from the hidden bar, she spotted Duan Xiuming again in one of the photos, appearing somewhat inebriated and not alone. There was a young man beside her. Just then, Hao Lushing approached to toast. Lu Mingyu remained seated, glancing at the two male models beside her. They promptly stood to return the toast to Hao Lushing. Hao Lushing appeared slightly surprised. Miss Lu Er certainly knows how to utilize her resources. Unlike Lu Qian. Lu Mingyu smiled. Isn't this how it's done? Hao Lushing's interest piqued further. Miss Lu Er seems very astute. Are you still not drinking today? Su Suyue glanced over. You're a bit annoying. We're here to have fun, and you insist on coming over for attention. Hao Lushing. Such a mouth. Zhan Xiang glanced again, observing Lu Mingyu and Su Suyue, and sighed. Both women were formidable, each more impressive than the other. It seemed that powerful people always found themselves in similar company. Just then, Zhan Xiang's phone lit up, revealing a message from Minggu. Duan Xiuming. Let her connect the video. 2 exclamation marks. Zhan Xiang's eyelids twitched as he looked at Lu Mingyu, only to discover that she was still engrossed in her phone, utterly oblivious to Mingyu's summons. Oh, dual systems. Zhan Xiang swiftly comprehended the situation. Then moved to stand before Lu Mingyu, softly reminding her, Miss Lu Er, Mingyu has exploded. Quickly switched the system. Lu Mingyu nodded, casting a final glance at the latest photo in their class group chat. In the most recent image, Duan Xiuming was seen rising alongside a young man heading toward the exit. Zhan Xiang urged her sister, "Can I call you sister? Hurry up." "My goodness," Lu Mingyu replied, "I understand." As she switched the system, she stood up and entered the makeup room, locking the door behind her. Observing her calm demeanor, Zhan Xiang wiped the virtual sweat from his forehead. The makeup room had excellent sound insulation, immediately muffling the cacophony outside. Just as she accessed the main system, Duan Xiuming's video bombarded her screen. Lu Mingyu initiated the video call and saw him, expression cold, driving while seemingly clad in a bathrobe. Why is he wearing a bathrobe again? His hair was still damp, slicked back. Oh, he must have just showered. Duan Xiuming propped his phone beside him, casting a sardonic glance. Well done, Lu Mingyu, you chose a male model. Chose 2. At that moment, Lu Mingyu noticed from the window that Duan Xiuming had just exited a convenience store. The young man wrapping an arm around her as they approached a shadowy vehicle. Duan Xiuming raised his voice. "Lu Mingyu, I'm talking to you." Lu Mingyu, fixated on the road outside, held a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Duan Xiuming, bewildered, glanced at the video call. What are you shushing? And it's rather alluring. Lu Mingyu remained focused on the scene below, where Duan Xin and the young man embraced passionately against the car door. Lost in their kiss. As they continued, they both slipped into the back seat. The back seat. Just then, Duan Xiuming's voice cut through again, laced with coldness. I've arrived. Should I come up to catch you, or will you come down with me? Lu Mingyu replied so soon. As she spoke, she spotted the black Cullinan parked not far behind Duan Xin's car, a mere 10 meters apart. Duan Xiuming scoffed. Catching you couldn't be quicker. How does it feel to be the good girl who chose a male model? Lu Mingyu met his gaze through the video. Do you see the car in front of us? Duan Xiuming glanced over. Yeah, it's swaying. Are you thinking of a car shake too? I have no objections. Just curious if your waist can handle it. Lu Mingyu inquired further. Duan Xiuming, is the Cullinan yours or Zhang Xiang's? Is that color, Black Knight, expensive? Duan Xiuming raised an eyebrow. Speak plainly if you have something to say. Show your claws. Lu Mingyu fixed her gaze, her red lips parting lightly. Ram into it. In an instant, Duan Xiuming raised his hand, shifted gears, and without hesitation, pressed the accelerator to the floor. Bang, he crashed forward violently. The tremendous impact sent the phone beside him flying, yet he caught it with one hand, as if he had anticipated it. Duan Xin's car was dented at the rear, and a cacophony of panicked screams erupted inside. No more swaying, nearly sent flying. Meanwhile, in the driver's seat of the Cullinan, Duan Xiuming calmly remarked, traffic accident, I'm hanging up now, darling. He opened the door and exited. The video call was abruptly cut off. Lu Mingyu was momentarily stunned. What did he just call her? Inside the private room, Zhang Xiang glanced at his phone and stood up. My car has been hit. Do you want to come down and see? Song responded first. Which one? It can't be the dark night green, right? Zhang Xiang replied. No, it's the black Cullinan. How Lushing exclaimed. You have another Cullinan. We must go see. The others quickly rose and moved outside. As this group exited the club, they encountered the accident scene. The Cullinan was perched against the rear of a sedan. Two individuals, a man and a woman, disheveled, crawled out of the car. The sight left everyone astonished. Not only had the two cars collided during their intimate encounter, but even more shocking was the woman emerging. It was Lu family matriarch, Duan Xin. My goodness, an affair with a young heartthrob while married. And in a car. The first reaction from all the young scions was to whip out their phones and record. The Lu and Du families were about to become infamous. Duan Xin, still reeling from the shock, had just been in a passionate moment when the collision nearly knocked her spirit away. As she emerged, still dazed, she raised her gaze to see a throng of familiar younger generations filming her, nearly causing her to faint. The Su siblings were also among the crowd, their shock matching that of Duan Xin. This was explosive. Once word spread, every bar in the street heard about it. Even the hidden bar within that convenience store was buzzing with excitement. And a large crowd rushed out to witness the spectacle. By the time Lu Mingyu reached the ground floor, the crowd had already encircled the accident site, making it nearly impossible to pass. Not far off, the man in the bathrobe stood, nonchalantly smoking, his demeanor starkly contrasting with the surrounding chaos. As though the incident bore no relevance to him, he raised his eyes and pointed a finger at her from a distance. Warning, don't even think about running. Chapter 31. Let him see. The collision of luxury cars coupled with infidelity was explosive news, causing the crowd to linger long after the incident. Duan Xin was nearly driven to madness. Struggling to dress properly while caught in the most humiliating moment of her life, that night, messages in the prominent family groups surged beyond 99. The Lu family's scandal exploded overnight. The evidence of Lu Qiuyang's infidelity was undeniable, with rival families eagerly sharing videos and photos, mocking them from behind. Lu Lin, who was out of town, rushed back upon hearing the news, utterly shattered. How could his mother commit such an act, and to be caught in a live broadcast? Surrounded by a throng of young scions snapping photos, Lu Qian was also at home, dumbfounded, her mental state flipping from one disorder to another due to the shock. In short, that night, the Lu family became the undisputed center of attention in Zizishang. At the accident scene, Zhang Xiang approached to manage the ensuing chaos. Grinning from ear to ear, it was simply too lively. Amidst the commotion, Duan Xiuming strode directly toward Lu Mingyu. She darted into a nearby deserted alley. The alley was dimly lit, and with the outside commotion, no one noticed the two individuals moving in and out. Duan Xiuming took long strides, quickly catching up to her, gripping her wrist and pulling her into his embrace. His bathrobe was slightly ajar, exposing part of his skin. She collided with his chest, her face pressing against him. Duan Xiuming, visibly displeased, declared, Lu Mingyu, you've really gone too far. However, Lu Mingyu tilted her head back, offering him a radiant smile. Duan Xiuming, in a menacing tone, retorted, still smiling, choosing a male model, are you? Am I unable to satisfy you? Let us see if you can handle a day and night with me. Lu Mingyu continued to smile, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Duan Xiuming muttered a curse under his breath, continuing his fierce demeanor. Did those two male models even touch you? What do they look like? I'll chop their hands off. Lu Mingyu's face lit up with laughter, her eyes sparkling brilliantly in the night. Duan Xiuming, gazing into her eyes, softened slightly, yet his tone remained harsh. What exactly are you laughing at, Lu Mingyu? Finally, Lu Mingyu spoke. I really like you. His immediate response was bold and decisive, leaving her astonished. The words of scorn he had intended to unleash vanished as he beheld her smiling face and bright eyes. The corners of his lips curling up. In the stillness of the alley, he suggested, "Come here and give me a kiss." Lu Mingyu rose onto her toes, wrapping her arms around his neck, tilting her head to kiss him. Just then, the sound of chatter emerged from outside. Their high school classmates, drawn by the excitement, were preparing to leave. Among them was Bai Wentao, who, after bidding farewell to others, stepped into the alley. Instinctively, Lu Mingyu released her grip. But suddenly, her waist was pulled back. Duan Xiuming drew her into his embrace, his other hand caressing her neck as he leaned down for a deep kiss. "Let him see," he murmured against her lips. Spilling forth. Lu Mingyu's eyes widened in surprise. He was copying her. At the alley's entrance, Bai Wentao froze in his tracks, his feet feeling as heavy as lead. Unbeknownst to him, Duan Xiuming seemed oblivious to anyone's presence. Deepening the kiss, the hand at her neck caressed back and forth, from her front to her nape, threading through her hair and returning. His thumb gently traced her delicate collarbone, sliding up and down. Teasingly exploring. Lu Mingyu's vision was obscured by him, completely filled with him. Bai Wentao watched the two embrace, his expression darkening. The man was still in a bathrobe, and the mannerisms were utterly inappropriate. Bai Wentao stepped forward, intending to interrupt, but at that moment, the passionately kissing man drew Lu Mingyu closer, enveloping her entirely in his chest, his eyes glinting with cold light as he cast a sidelong glance toward the alley entrance. Filled with provocation, simultaneously Duan Xiuming, right in front of Bai Wentao, opened his mouth and captured her lips. One hand cradled her head, while the other caressed her lower back. Countless gestures proclaimed his dominance. Bai Wentao turned and fled, his pace quickening until he was nearly running. Time passed, and eventually Duan Xiuming released Lu Mingyu, a satisfied grin on his face. Lu Mingyu glanced back, realizing the alley was now empty. Duan Xiuming, with a single hand, turned her face back toward him. "Who are you looking at? Look at me." Lu Mingyu swept her gaze to his hand, following his fingers to his wrist. His index and middle fingers rested on her jawline, while his ring and little fingers touched her collarbone, and his thumb held her chin. With just a twist of his thumb, he effortlessly turned her face toward him. Duan Xiuming's gaze followed hers, questioning, "What are you looking at now?" Lu Mingyu's voice held curiosity. "Why is it that when you turn my face, I cannot resist, yet it doesn't hurt? Where does that strength go?" Duan Xiuming lightly tapped her collarbone with his fingers, speaking casually. "I released the force." Lu Mingyu looked up at him, her eyes filled with a thirst for knowledge. Duan Xiuming asked, "Do you want to learn?" Lu Mingyu nodded slightly. Duan Xiuming's eyes sparkled with amusement as he asked, "Have you ever played billiards?" Lu Mingyu shook her head. Duan Xiuming frowned and inquired further, "What about marbles?" Lu Mingyu nodded in response. Duan Xiuming took her hand, placing his palm over hers, guiding her fingers to bend and then flick. "Feel it," he said. Lu Mingyu remarked, "I'm cramping." Duan Xiuming was taken aback by her poor physical condition. "Take it slow. You truly need to exercise," he stated, beginning to knead her thumb's tendons. Lu Mingyu chuckled and then asked, "What about the accident?" Duan Xiuming replied, "Isn't Zhan Xiang handling it?" Lu Mingyu blinked in surprise. "What about the Cullinan?" Duan Xiuming reiterated, "Zhan Xiang is managing it." Lu Mingyu expressed astonishment. Repairing a car must be quite troublesome. "Right, this isn't just any car. The Rolls-Royce Cullinan costs nearly 10 million, and the Black Knight is a custom color, making it even pricier. The repairs from such a collision involve more than just money. Even the original paint can be a headache." Duan Xiuming dismissed her concerns. "It's not a big deal." At the accident scene, Zhan Xiang initially appeared unfazed, grinning as he regarded the situation. To him, the car was a minor issue. The commotion was far more entertaining. However, his smile quickly faded when his song reminded him, "Zhenggu, this person's name is Du Wenxin, the matriarch of the Lu family." Zhan Xiang gasped. "What?" His song's expression turned peculiar as he continued, "She is the mother of Lu Qian and Lu Mingyu." Zhan Xiang stared in horror at the woman before him, his mind racing. "What is happening?" Minggu crashed the car belonging to the mother of the second Miss Lu, and on top of that, caught her in an affair. No, how could the second Miss Lu handle such a blow? Consequently, Zhan Xiang hastened to manage the situation, striving to maintain order as he quickly dispersed the onlookers. "Alright, that's enough commotion." He wiped the sweat from his brow after a flurry of activity, relieved when the crowd finally dispersed, though the gossip had already spread like wildfire. Chapter 32, Out to Meet Your Husband After the Incident. A business vehicle arrived. Zhan Xiang swiftly opened the back door and took a seat. Indeed, Duan Xiuming was seated in the rear, his mood visibly buoyant. The driver started the vehicle and drove forward. Inside the car, Duan Xiuming wore a broad smile while Zhan Xiang hesitated, finally breaking the silence. "Gu, you're still smiling? You can't just crash in a fit of anger. Do you know who was in that car you hit?" Duan Xiuming glanced at him. "Why should I care?" Zhan Xiang sighed heavily. "Gu, you've just exposed the scandal of the second Miss Lu's mother." Duan Xiuming raised an eyebrow. "That's her mother?" Zhan Xiang nodded vigorously. "Yes." Duan Xiuming's eyes flickered. "Are you sure it's her biological mother and not a stepmother?" Zhan Xiang replied, "It's all on the household registration. She's her mother. Everyone in the circle knows. She and Lu Qian are full-blooded sisters." Lu Qian herself has said so. Duan Xiuming nodded thoughtfully but did not comment further. Zhan Xiang sighed again. Mingyu, your relationship with your future in-laws isn't looking good, Duan Xiuming retorted. I beg to differ. Meanwhile, the Su siblings and Sang Chi were engaged in conversation. Su Suyue held her phone, animatedly discussing while Su Wenjun appeared awkward and unsure of how to respond. Sang Chi looked on, clearly bewildered. As she was unfamiliar with the intricacies of West City. Lu Mingyu emerged from the shadows, approaching Su Suyue. The trio turned to her, momentarily captivated by her presence. Lu Mingyu raised an eyebrow. What's the matter? Su Suyue examined her closely and exclaimed, wow, Lu Mingyu, you. Lu Mingyu smiled and asked, what's wrong with me? Su Suyue replied, I haven't seen you smile so brightly in ages, you look stunning, you truly are a star. Lu Mingyu was taken aback. Did I really smile that brightly just now? Su Suyue nodded vigorously. Yes, not just bright but dazzling, like you at 10 years old. Lu Mingyu was momentarily speechless. Su Suyue stepped closer, linking her arm with Lu Mingyu's. You've known me since I was 12, but I saw you when I was 10. Back then, you shone like a star in the crowd. It's normal that you wouldn't remember me. Lu Mingyu pondered for a moment and suggested, shall we head back? Su Suyue agreed, sure, I'll drive you home. Get in. The little car sped away, leaving a trail of exhaust. Su Wenjun stood rooted in place, watching the vehicle turn the corner and disappear, still entranced by Lu Mingyu's radiant smile. She was the girl he had admired throughout his youth, yet it was the first time he had witnessed her smile so beautifully. Sang Chi observed him and softly suggested, shall we leave as well? Su Wenjun snapped back to reality and nodded, let us go. I'll take you home. Sang Chi replied, alright. As Su Suyue drove, she remained thrilled but soon turned her attention to the passenger seat. Lu Mingyu, she exclaimed, startled. Lu Mingyu looked up. What is it? Su Suyue shouted, I just remembered, you were the one who urged me to go out. Does today's incident have anything to do with you? Lu Mingyu chuckled. Guess. Su Suyue gasped in shock. What? How did you pull this off? When did you set this up? Your aunt's reputation is in tatters, the Lu family is in chaos. Lu Mingyu reflected for a moment. It was indeed a coincidence. There was no setup, just an encounter with a sharp knife. Su Suyue still didn't comprehend that as such a coincidence. I haven't understood anything from start to finish. Lu Mingyu confessed, I can't explain it myself. Su Suyue added, did you see the group chat? Alright, you weren't in it. I'll add you. The West City group, it's full of young people, the conversation is buzzing. Lu Mingyu mused, if I enter the group as the daughter of Duanxin, can they still speak freely? Su Suyue paused, then shook her head. I really don't understand. What's the big deal with your father's situation? Why does your uncle have to hold a grudge for so many years, being so petty? He even struck your father's name from the family tree. You can't even live as the daughter of the Lu family as second son. Lu Mingyu's gaze flickered, not only petty but psychologically twisted. Su Suyue asked, huh? I don't get it. Lu Mingyu lowered her head, feeling a wave of nausea wash over her. Su Suyue quickly regained her excitement, her eyes sparkling. Given your uncle's grudge, how do you think this will play out? Will he resort to violence? Lu Mingyu replied, I don't know. Add me to the group. I want to see the spectacle. Su Suyue laughed. Alright. When Lu Mingyu returned to the Lu residence, the hall was in disarray, with the tea tables and decorative items shattered, resembling the end of the world. The servants were busy cleaning, while the butler was on the phone. It was evident that Lu Choliang had already lost his temper, yet he was not home. She did not encounter any other members of the Lu family, only the ever-busy household staff, although Lu Choliang had no emotional ties to Duanxin. They had been married for over 20 years, a union of two prominent families. The families care about their reputations. After tonight, the Lu family would become a laughingstock in West City, and Lu Choliang would be labeled with various tags. As for Duanxin, her reputation would be utterly destroyed. It was a perfect 2-for-1 deal. After returning to her room, Lu Mingyu accessed her phone's secondary system. Su Suyue had quietly added her to the group. It was a chat for the younger generation of prominent families in West City. The group was bustling, comprising 80 of the city's affluent youth, while the remaining 20 either couldn't join or chose not to. At that moment, messages flooded in at an unprecedented rate, discussing the same topic, so much so that Lu Mingyu's arrival went unnoticed. She quietly observed, watching them mock the Lu and Du families without restraint. Lu Mingyu noticed that Lu Lin and Lu Qian were also in the group, but the siblings remained silent. For the next 2 days, Lu Mingyu enjoyed a period of comfort, even sneaking to try the door to the backyard, only to be consistently denied entry. Her grandmother remained in the courtyard, perpetually unable to emerge. The elderly required a guardian for dementia and needed assistance and supervision for daily living, all of which served as legitimate reasons for Lu Choliang to keep her confined. That afternoon, as Lu Mingyu sifted through materials in her room, a notification popped up on her main phone system. There were no words, just a nudge from someone. Lu Mingyu glanced at the notification and nudged back. Soon after, a message arrived. Duan Xiuming, is everything settled? Come out and have a date with your husband. 2 days had passed since the incident, during which Lu Mingyu had remained secluded in her room. Avoiding both the world and the ensuing chaos at the Lu residence, the Lu family was understandably in turmoil. Duan Xiuming had been too ashamed to return, staying at her family home. Lu Lin and Lu Qian flitted between both families, busying themselves. Lu Qiuliang proposed a divorce, soon followed by the Du family's arrival, engaged in various negotiations. Ultimately no divorce occurred. It was all about interests, just as Lu Mingyu contemplated replying with a simple okay. A knock at the door interrupted her. Knock, knock, the butler Wang Qi called out, "Second miss, the sir is looking for you." Chapter 33, the backyard. Lu Mingyu quickly concealed her phone. The next moment, the door unlocked from the outside, and the butler stood there, slightly bowing in a respectful posture, though only his posture was respectful. Lu Mingyu rose and exited her room. The butler escorted her to the tea room on the first floor, which had been reorganized with more luxurious decor and a larger, finer tea table. Upon arriving before Lu Qiuliang, the butler withdrew. In the expansive hall, only the uncle and niece remained. Lu Qiuliang sat behind the tea table, dressed in a white silk tang suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, polishing a purple clay teapot. Lu Mingyu stood before him, refraining from initiating conversation. In the tranquil environment, a subtle sense of oppression emanated from above the tea table, enveloping the space. Lu Mingyu stood there, unable to take a seat. Time slipped away unnoticed. Lu Qiuliang polished the purple clay teapot, began boiling water, and washing tea. In the serene tea room, where even the sound of the wind was absent, the gentle trickling of water for brewing tea filled the air. Lu Qiuliang was always like this, a quintessential Jiangnan individual, fond of tea, teapots, and cultural artifacts, relishing in listening to opera and playing cards. He held the pot with one hand, letting the tea steep, then lifted the lid to set it aside. A faint aroma of black tea wafted from the pot, rising in steam, savoring the fragrance. He took a sip and poured the entire cup into the tea bowl, continuing this ritual in a cyclical manner. Each cup was merely sipped once. After an indeterminate duration, he set down the teacup and lifted his gaze. Lu Mingyu had been standing there in a daze for several minutes. Lu Qiuliang spoke. "Have you been going out frequently lately?" Lu Mingyu snapped back to reality, retorting, "I rarely go out, the occasions can be counted on one hand." "Is that so?" Lu Qiuliang's voice trailed off, tinged with a hint of inquiry. Lu Mingyu nodded, "Yes." Lu Qiuliang scrutinized her for a moment and remarked, "You've ventured out only a few times, yet each time it has caused great chaos for the Lu family." "That's quite remarkable." Lu Mingyu felt a jolt in her heart but maintained her composure, stating, "It's not my concern." Lu Qiuliang picked up a nearby tea towel and wiped the water stains from the table, his tone calm. "You haven't copied the NG in many days, have you?" Lu Mingyu met his gaze. "Uncle, I do not wish to copy it." That is acceptable." Surprisingly, Lu Qiuliang responded in such a manner, Lu Mingyu's heart sank to the depths. "Then you shall be grounded," Lu Qiuliang stated flatly. "Why?" Lu Mingyu asked. Lu Qiuliang curled his lips into a smile devoid of warmth. "What do you think?" Lu Mingyu felt her breath quicken slightly. Lu Qiuliang, his expression hidden behind gold-rimmed glasses, inquired, "Are you afraid?" Lu Mingyu subtly exhaled, regaining her composure, while Lu Qiuliang's gaze remained unchanged. A smile played at his lips. "I have no evidence." "But you are to be grounded." Lu Mingyu coolly countered. "I refuse to accept punishment without justification." Lu Qiuliang nodded gently, rising. "Then let us go see your grandmother." Lu Mingyu's pupils dilated in disbelief as she looked up at him. However, Lu Qiuliang had already stepped forward, heading towards the door that led to the backyard. As Lu Mingyu followed, she quickly contemplated, and after 2 seconds spoke, "Uncle, I think it's best not to disturb Grandma." "No, you must see her," came Lu Qiuliang's calm yet assertive voice from ahead. Lu Mingyu's heart raced. Thump, thump, thump. The two moved in succession. Lu Qiuliang opened the door to the backyard and strode directly towards the small house. Lu Mingyu trailed closely behind, perceiving this figure as an immovable mountain. Knock knock. Lu Qiuliang rapped on her grandmother's door. Moments later, the door creaked open. Tao Yalan, her hair gray and her figure somewhat stooped, had clouded eyes. Initially bewildered, she quickly recognized Lu Mingyu standing behind Lu Qiuliang. "Xiaoyi," Tao Yalan exclaimed joyfully. Lu Mingyu felt a pang in her heart as she stepped forward to grasp her hand. "Grandma." Tao Yalan held her hand tightly, ushering her inside. "Come in quickly, Grandma has candy for you." "How are your parents in Yaodu?" "They are well." As Lu Mingyu lifted her foot, Lu Qiuliang's voice came from behind. "Her parents are dead." Lu Mingyu suddenly turned around. There stood Lu Qiuliang, concealed in the shadow of the house, his lips curling into a menacing smile, his eyes glinting with danger through the golden frames of his glasses. Before Lu Mingyu could react, the hand held by her grandmother slipped away. Tao Yalan stood there dazed, staring blankly at the door, fixating on Lu Qiuliang. Lu Qiuliang continued, "Mother, your favorite youngest son, and your daughter-in-law have both perished in a car accident." "Shut your mouth," Lu Mingyu cried out in terror, but it was too late. Tao Yalan suddenly began to scream. Ah! The elderly woman, with her hair turned gray, emitted piercing cries, tugging violently at her own hair. Pulling large handfuls as if unaware of the pain, Lu Mingyu rushed forward to embrace her. "Grandma, it's not true, Mom and Dad are fine, they are in Yaodu, they will come back to see you for the new year." Lu Xiuming interjected again, a smile on his face. Mother, have you forgotten? You are the one who caused their deaths. Why did you call them? Your one phone call led them to their demise on the spot. Ah, Tao Yalan screamed once more. She struggled in Lu Mingyu's embrace, her expression twisted, on the brink of tearing apart, her eyes filled with intense emotion, her mind nearing the brink of collapse. Lu Mingyu pressed her hands against her grandmother's ears. Grandma! Don T listened to his nonsense. Don't listen, Mom and Dad are well in Yaodu. Yet Tao Yalan, fueled by an unknown strength, forcefully pushed her away, then dashed into the room to grab a pair of scissors. Raising it high, intending to stab herself. Lu Mingyu lunged forward, trying to wrest the scissors away. Tao Yalan flung her off, unable to communicate with someone in a frenzy. Tao Yalan's mind was solely fixated on self-harm. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Mingyu was violently shoved against the cabinet corner and was repeatedly slammed against the wall. Her physical strength was inadequate to subdue the frenzied old woman. High in the struggle, the sharp scissors had already grazed Tao Yalan's sleeve. Leaving a crimson mark on her skin, of blood droplets began to bead out. Lu Mingyu exerted all her strength to hold her grandmother down, turning her head to glance outside. Lu Xiuming stood there, motionless in the shadows, calmly observing the scene of a grandmother on the verge of self-harm and a granddaughter striving in vain to intervene. Everything displayed how he could effortlessly control the life and death of an elderly woman without lifting a finger. It also conveyed to Lu Mingyu how, during her 3-month absence, her beloved grandmother had ended up in the hospital, lying on a sickbed, hooked up to numerous tubes. Lu Mingyu's voice trembled. Uncle, it's my fault. Please ground me, Lu Xiuming chuckled. Good then, he gestured to the side. Two hired hands promptly emerged from the room, each taking hold of Tao Yalan and administering an injection. Tao Yalan soon calmed down, ceasing her self-harm, yet she became dazed and bewildered. Lu Mingyu watched the scene, her blood running cold. Chapter 34. Ming, could you lend me some money? Lu Mingyu was taken to the side yard storage. A windowless, unventilated, damp, and dark space. The butler, like a robot, exhibited no personal emotions. Clank. The sound of chains echoed as they fastened around her wrists and ankles. A creak. The butler opened the door and stepped out. Bang. The storage door slammed shut. The sound of it locking from the outside followed. What ensued was an extended silence and isolation. Although it was still light outside, the interior was pitch dark, exuding a moldy odor. Clank. Lu Mingyu adjusted her posture, dragging the chains as she moved. This was not her first time confined here. Each visit brought back memories of past experiences of being locked away, especially the most severe instance at the age of 12. The peril of this situation was no less than that time. Physical harm had escalated into mental oppression, continuously eroding her will. Attempting to smooth her edges, she leaned against the wall, lowering her head, surrendering her long-held noble pride to the harsh realities. Thoughts of her parents flooded her mind, yearning to attend the Royal Academy, and cherishing moments with Duan Xiuming, who brought her joy. Did she not deserve to possess these? Time trickled by, each second amplifying the stifling atmosphere. Night must have fallen. She heard footsteps. Lu Qian's voice rang out at the door. Lu Mingyu, how many times is this for you in confinement? Ivy told you, this is your exclusive space, your prison, where you should remain for your entire life. Lu Mingyu lifted her head, gazing at the door. Cracked. It was dark, nothing was visible. Soon, the sound of a lock turning broke the silence. Lu Qian opened the door, tossing in a cardboard box, then she quickly shut the door, locking it behind her. Lu Mingyu heard some crawling noises, insects, snakes, or perhaps mice. She opened her eyes, striving to adjust to the darkness. Something small crawled onto her foot. Lu Mingyu reached down, pinching it. Oh, a scorpion. Just as she intended to toss it aside, her hand froze. Subsequently, she placed the scorpion on the ground, using her index finger to pin it down, her ring finger resting on the ground for support, and flicked her middle finger a snap. She sent the scorpion flying. It was her first attempt, and it went awry, veering off course. Yet more crawlers were approaching. An abundance of them, some resembling rubber balls. Snap, flicked away, pop. Lu Mingyu played while contemplating various matters. Time slipped away unnoticed, and after a while, many of the scorpions lay stunned or dead, while others remained scattered in the warehouse corners, producing rustling sounds. She paused, her hands aching. It was too dark to see anything. She began to close her eyes, resting, returning to the profound stillness. Lu Mingyu's confinement lasted longer than Lu Qian's, extending a day and a night before the butler, Wang Qi, arrived to unlock the door, releasing her. Faced with the half-stunned, half-dead scorpions in the storage, the butler chose to ignore them, escorting Lu Mingyu back to her room on the 3rd floor. Click. With the door closing behind her, Lu Mingyu reached for the phone hidden beneath the bedboard, swiping the screen awake. Someone had exploded with messages. Duan Xiuming, what are you doing? Are you dating some handsome guy? Duan Xiuming, Lu Mingyu. Duan Xiuming, answer the phone, your husband is looking for you. Duan Xiuming, did they take your phone again? Damn. Duan Xiuming, contact me. Gazing at these emotionally charged words, she initially sent out 2 characters. Lu Mingyu, Ming. Following that, she typed a line of text. Lu Mingyu, could you lend me some money? However, this line was never sent. She deleted it and retyped. Lu Mingyu, are you wealthy? The response came swiftly, consisting of just 2 words. Duan Xiuming, Card number direct and forceful, yet at that moment, knock, knock, the sound of knocking echoed. Lu Mingyu swiftly concealed her phone beneath her pillow. The door swung open, the butler entered, carrying a tray with a respectful tone. Second miss, you haven't eaten for a long time, please drink some porridge, or your stomach won't handle it. Lu Mingyu, thank you for your concern. The butler bowed his head. You're welcome. Suddenly Lu Mingyu turned to him and asked, how much does the Lu family pay you? The butler looked at her with confusion. Lu Mingyu, if I offered you double, 5 times, or even 10 times that amount, would you work for me? The butler smiled. Sorry, I work for the master, not for money. Lu Mingyu continued to raise the stakes, 100 times. The butler maintained his smile. Even if you offered me tens of millions, it would be pointless. Lu Mingyu pressed further. Evidence? Tell me. The butler shook his head. Neither. Second Miss Lu, our conversation ends here for today. With that, he retreated and closed the door. Lu Mingyu stared at the shut door, remaining silent. Her phone vibrated beneath the pillow. Duan Xiuming. Card number, I'll transfer you 20 million today. Lu Mingyu replied. Lu Mingyu, no need. Money cannot buy life, nor can it change a guardian suffering from dementia. In the study of the lakeside apartment, Zhang Xiang sat at a nearby desk, operating 2 computers while 10 mobile phones lay before him. All connected simultaneously. Line 3 is ready. Boom. Vehicle 9, just abandon it. Damn it, what's the point of keeping a car full of bullet holes? Where's Yen Tianzu? Crash. His voice was methodical, as if directing a network game. After a while, Zhang Xiang glanced over at the sofa, chuckling. Mingyu, it's done for today. Your tactic had them spinning in circles. Terrified, Duan Xiuming toyed with his matte black phone, gazing at the lake view outside the floor-to-ceiling window. Not even turning his head, Zhang Xiang, feeling helpless, exclaimed, Mingyu, Tianzu and I have been non-stop busy, can't you at least pay some attention? Duan Xiuming finally glanced over. Is it necessary? Let us proceed as planned. Zhang Xiang, what if something unexpected happens? Not everyone is as confident as you. Duan Xiuming continued to look out the window. Then let my brother adapt to the situation. Zhang Xiang was taken aback, saying, truly you are brothers. Your elder brother once said the same thing. You two trust each other too much. Duan Xiuming suddenly uttered a line that did not align with the current situation. Is she in dire need of money? Zhang Xiang looked puzzled. Huh, what? Who needs money? Duan Xiuming remained silent. Zhang Xiang, realizing, rolled his eyes. If she needs money, just send her a card. It's that simple. Duan Xiuming shook his head. She is deeply contemplative and hides her thoughts well. She wouldn't accept it. Zhang Xiang, send her jewelry, something expensive. Duan Xiuming, she may like those, but they are certainly not her favorites. Zhang Xiang, exasperated, shouted, then buy her something and send it. Duan Xiuming raised a hand to stop him. Spare me your trivial suggestions. They are too mundane. Zhang Xiang shrugged. You both are noble. I say it's best to appreciate both the refined and the popular. Duan Xiuming raised an eyebrow. Those 4 words are indeed apartment. Zhang Xiang, Duan Xiuming ordered, have someone bring over that painting from Shangjiang. Zhang Xiang was bewildered. Which one? You have so many world-renowned paintings in your collection, I can't distinguish one from another. Duan Xiuming looked up. The one purchased in Yaodu, the one with a striking theme. Zhang Xiang's eyes lit up. I remember now. You mean Dawn? That piece was priced at 100,000. Mingyu, you waved your hand and multiplied it tenfold, ensuring that young painter would never worry about food and shelter for half a year. Duan Xiuming smiled. It was undervalued. Talent shines brighter than wealth. Zhang Xiang nodded. That painting is hard to understand at first glance, but once you get it, it truly ignites passion. So, Mingyu, are you planning to give that painting to the second Miss Lu? Duan Xiuming, not as a gift, but as a lure to draw out her concealed thoughts. Chapter 35, Shangjiang News. After finishing her porridge, Lu Mingyu waited for the maid to clean up before locking the door. She first steadied her emotions and then casually browsed the news for any significant events. Mundane, the universe NT collapsed, and the Earth NT exploded. She then clicked on foreign news to check Shangjiang's headlines. This time, the excitement was greater. Within just a week, numerous significant events had unfolded. A major crisis event suspected to have occurred. The conflict between the 2 factions of the Duan family escalates. The reshuffling of the Duan family is imminent, and Shangjiang is about to face a new storm. The former was from 3 days ago, followed by recent developments. Image, the vehicle of the dark faction's young master appears at the Duan residence. 9 bulletproof Rolls-Royces crashing through the gates. Shock, the heir of the Duan family Duan Liqing is injured. And then today's headlines. Breaking, the young master's target is not just the heir, the Duan family's dark faction enacts a power grab drama. The dark master is injured, the young master's vehicle appears on the scene. Is it a coup? Image, the young master's ambition is fierce, forcefully seizing power. Both the light and dark factions are about to change hands. Will the power of the Duan family fall into one person's hands? This is how the news in Shangjiang is. The headlines are particularly explosive. The latest conflict occurred today, and the news was published just 10 minutes ago. Freshly erupted events? This afternoon, the young master of the dark faction of the Duan family sent his superior, the Dark Master, to the hospital, with images and evidence, a wrecked car, blood everywhere, and a smashed gate. It looked like a scene from a movie. Lu Mingyu clicked on a few points to delve deeper, piecing together a narrative based on the news she had seen earlier, that young master of the Duan family's dark faction first dealt with numerous branches of the Duan family, then targeted the heir Duan Liqing, and today, he confronted the Dark Master. The next target, the head of the Duan family. Ambitious indeed. In just half a month, he has orchestrated so much, and he certainly seems busy. How wonderful! She too yearned for such boldness and ambition, to strike down anyone who displeased her. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she reopened the chat window with Duan Xiuming. Lu Mingyu, are you returning to Shangjiang soon? Or will you remain in Zizisheng? Duan Xiuming, I'll stay here waiting for you to emerge. It's truly difficult to see you, my obedient girl. Though both were in the same city, it felt like a long-distance relationship. Lu Mingyu gazed at the text, pondering. With the chaos unfolding within the Duan family in Shangjiang, his return would make him a target. That young master of the dark faction was akin to an emperor, striking down anyone in his path. Staying in Zizisheng was safer. Survival is paramount. Nothing outweighs life. Her phone vibrated again. Duan Xiuming, after a while, I'll return to Shangjiang, and then I'll propose turning our long-distance relationship into one of intimacy. A subtle smile crept across Lu Mingyu's lips as she envisioned his demeanor while speaking. However, her smile quickly faded. She glanced at the easel in the corner, falling into silence. In the following days, Lu Mingyu remained quiet, devoid of emotion, rarely stepping out of her room. In contrast, Lu Qian appeared much more cheerful. Whenever Lu Mingyu was downcast, she would brighten up, seemingly cured of her psychological ailments. The gossip surrounding Duanxin faded, and discussions among the prominent families dwindled, having calmed down. As for Lu Cholian, he could not shed the green hat of shame for a lifetime, yet he still maintained a facade of grace, greeting everyone with a warm smile, leaving one to wonder whether his inner turmoil had escalated. Lu Lin, on the other hand, had set aside family matters and immersed himself in work, leaving early and returning late. As if he had a plan. One day, Lu Mingyu opened her phone's auxiliary system and dove into the Zizisheng group to observe their conversations. They discussed a variety of topics. In truth, few were like Lu Qian, who only knew how to indulge in pleasure. Most were focused on serious matters. At that moment, the group was discussing an exhibition event, with the offspring of scholarly families sharing their works. An art exhibition. Lu Mingyu rose, concealed her phone, then stood at her desk, clearing everything off to spread a sheet of paper and begin painting. Halfway through, the sound of a key turning in the lock echoed. Skipping the usual knocking, Lu Mingyu's hand froze, unable to hide her inkwash painting in time. As the door swung open, Lu Lin stepped in, seeing her artwork. What are you painting? He asked coldly. Lu Mingyu set down her brush. I want to participate in the art exhibition. Lu Lin approached, glancing at the desk, and scoffed. An art exhibition? Are you painting a tiger, or a cheetah? He couldn't discern the specific animal, but it was evident it was a fierce beast, with sharp teeth and a ferocious expression. Lu Mingyu, is that a problem? It is. Lu Lin's expression turned menacing, stating, I know which exhibition you intend to join. That exhibition is meant for the eldest daughter of the Qin family, which concerns the alliance between the Lu and Qin families. Don't draw attention to yourself, Lu Mingyu. Lu Qian is already divorced. How can they still maintain good relations? Lu Lin, how naive. Do you think the interactions between noble families are merely about marriage? With the Lu family's reputation in such disarray, we need to find a way to turn it around. Lu Mingyu kept her head down, not lifting it. The Lu family's poor reputation is due to your mother. Isn't it? It's far worse than my father's situation back then. Lu Lin's pupils dilated in shock as he shouted angrily, What did you say? Lu Mingyu smirked. Compared to my father's romantic pursuit of love, your mother's infidelity with a young man and her indiscretions are scandalous enough to erase both your and Lu Qian's names from the family tree. Lu Lin's face turned ashen. Lu Mingyu, how has your tongue not been torn to shreds? Lu Mingyu continued, Is it a fact that cannot be spoken? Lu Lin replied, Marriages among noble families engaging in their own affairs is a commonplace occurrence. It is just that no one has made it public before. Your father, back in the day, abandoned his family for an actress, breaking off his engagement and severing ties. Romantic, you say? He slapped the entire noble alliance in the face. He brought shame upon the Lu family. Lu Mingyu raised her eyes and remarked nonchalantly, What a trivial matter. Lu Lin was provoked. He stepped forward and ripped apart her unfinished painting, shredding it to pieces. Lu Mingyu watched him tear it apart with indifference, saying, Once you're done, clean up the mess. Lu Lin admonished, I warn you, do not provoke me, and do not entertain any wild notions. I have invested in that art exhibition. The eldest daughter of the Qin family must successfully compete for the vice-chairmanship of the art association. You would do well to be sensible. Lu Mingyu lowered her head. I don't understand. Lu Lin scoffed, Of course you don't understand. All you know is how to paint these worthless pictures. When have you ever cared about the Lu family's projects? Lu Mingyu retorted, What projects? What do they have to do with painting? What does my painting have to do with it? Lu Lin snapped at paper. Paintbrushes, you really are dense, devoid of any commercial acumen, Lu Mingyu inquired. I just want to paint. Am I not allowed to participate? Lu Lin replied. You can participate, but paint something else, like cotton candy. Lu Mingyu asked. What? Lu Lin insisted. Cotton candy, or a sky with white clouds. Yes, paint the sky pink clouds, that would be splendid, but you are forbidden from painting these things. Lu Mingyu queried. Your prohibition refers to what? Traditional Chinese painting, Lu Lin declared. You are not allowed to paint animals or flowers. Anything that the eldest daughter of the Qin family excels at is off limits. Lu Mingyu responded. Fine, then I will participate in the art exhibition under my own identity. That should be permissible, right? Lu Lin frowned. What identity do you possess? Lu Mingyu replied. My identification number. Lu Lin conceded. That works. With that, he slammed the door and left. Chapter 36. The more you scold, the more I enjoy it. Lu Mingyu locked the door again, tidied up the scattered paper fragments, and then took out her phone to message Su Suyu. Lu Mingyu, drawing paper, paintbrush. Paint, stone powder ink, plus a bit of glue, boards, frames, and everything related to art. Su Suyu? Lu Mingyu, there are projects behind the exhibition, but I'm not clear on the specifics. I don't understand business. It should be something like a collaboration with the art association, ranging from the exhibition venue to training institutions, monopoly? Su Suyu, which one in the group? Lu Mingyu, yes, the one Lu Lin mentioned, who is the eldest daughter of the Qin family, competing for the vice-chairmanship of the art association to promote the noble family's projects and make money? This is my conjecture. Su Suyu, that's a lot of information. Lu Mingyu, is it useful to you? Su Suyu, how could it not be? I didn't know this inside scoop. Perhaps my brother knows, but he is an idiot. Lu Mingyu, so does this count as first-hand information? Su Suyu, yes, once I earn money, I'll share half with you. You are not allowed to return it. Every time I send you money, it must be returned exactly as it was sent. Can't you live a little better? Lu Mingyu, I can earn my own money. If I truly need something. I will ask you, but you just returned to the country. Can you compete with Lu Lin? Su Suyu, what is he? Just like my brother, he is an idiot. Lu Mingyu, the more you scold, the more I enjoy it. The phone began to vibrate vigorously, erupting with Su Suyu's frenzied rants, unceremoniously cursing. Dear best friend, truly like-minded. After exiting the chat, Lu Mingyu stowed her phone away, spread out her paper again, and began to paint. Half an hour later, Lu Lin returned, and upon seeing her painting pink clouds, he left with evident satisfaction. Lu Mingyu continued her work, completing the blue sky with pink clouds and cotton candy as Lu Lin had requested. As night descended and silence enveloped, she took out another sheet of paper and began to mix ink. This time, her eyes sparkled with a fierce desire to create. Every student at the Royal Academy has their own studio. Hers boasts lofty walls, allowing her to spread out 2-meter-high canvases and unleash her talent freely. The Lu family in Shizi City offers nothing. Time always slips away quickly when painting. At dawn, Lu Mingyu laid down her brush, carefully rolled up her artwork, and admired it. Then she sought the best angle to display the painting and snapped a photo with her phone. The matte white phone, a customized top-tier model, captured the image far better than her previous one. There was no need for adjustments. The painting was photographed perfectly. She logged onto the currently most popular social media platform and published the photo. Subsequently, she layered the back of this painting with that of the cotton candy, merging them before framing them together. The painting she had labored over all night could not be left at the Lu residence, lest it be discovered and torn apart. She hid it behind the cotton candy. Let us see who is fortunate enough to win the grand prize. The next morning, Lu Mingyu, carrying her painting, exited her room and descended the stairs. The neurotic family of 3 was having breakfast. Though Duan Xiuming had not divorced Lu Qiuliang, she continued to reside at her family home. Lu Mingyu took a seat at the farthest corner of the long dining table. Lu Lin glanced at the painting she had set aside and warned. Be sensible. Lu Mingyu replied, alright. Lu Qian also cast a glance at the painting, beginning to mock. A kindergarten artwork, truly astonishing creativity. Isn't it, Miss Lu Heir? Don't represent the Lu family, we cannot afford to lose face. Lu Mingyu looked at Lu Lin. She is insulting you. Lu Lin frowned, his expression darkening. Lu Qian raised her voice, scolding Lu Mingyu. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm insulting you, you wretched girl. Lu Mingyu, not lifting her head, replied, this cotton candy painting was your brother's idea. He set the theme, and after I finished, he said he was very satisfied. Lu Qian's face contorted, shocked as she turned to Lu Lin. Lu Lin raised his eyes and asked, Lu Qian, is this painting really that bad? Is my taste that poor? Lu Qian opened her mouth, wanting to explain, but Lu Lin abruptly slammed down his utensils, angrily exclaiming, Lu Qian, sometimes you need to think before you speak. Lu Qian retorted, brother, I didn't mean it like that. At that moment, Lu Qiuliang knocked on the table and said, table manners. The siblings fell silent, bowing their heads to eat. Lu Qiuliang then fixed his gaze on Lu Mingyu. After the meal, come to my study. Lu Mingyu frowned. Lu Qian began to smirk, casting a mocking glance at the farthest end of the table. Lu Lin also shot Lu Mingyu a disdainful look. After the meal, Lu Mingyu arrived at Lu Qiuliang's study. He resumed his pretense of authority behind the desk, fiddling with an olive pit while flipping through a book. Lu Mingyu stood before the desk, silently waiting. After an hour of standing in punishment, Lu Qiuliang finally set the book down and spoke. Do you wish to buy over Butler Wang? Lu Mingyu neither denied nor confirmed. Lu Qiuliang revealed a warm smile. You may not know Wang Qi's background. I saved his life. He remains by my side to repay his debt. Money cannot sway him. Lu Mingyu nodded, understanding. Lu Qiuliang continued, but where would you procure the funds to buy over Wang Qi? Have you hooked up with a rich second-generation heir? Lu Mingyu suddenly met his gaze directly, one abashedly stating, yes, my boyfriend is wealthy beyond imagination, provocative, audacious, unrestrained. A direct confrontation. Silence fell. Lu Qiuliang's smile faltered, his eyes turning fierce. The olive pit in his hand was rubbed relentlessly, producing a crunching sound. Very well, his voice seethed through gritted teeth. It seems you do not care at all for your grandmother's life. Lu Mingyu kept her head down. Silent. Lu Qiuliang laughed, his eyes darkening with an inscrutable bloom. Mingyu, after all these years, you remain unchanged. Can't your temperament be tempered? Lu Mingyu still said nothing. Lu Qiuliang speculated, are you waiting for your grandmother to pass so you can play a grand game with me? Lu Mingyu smirked. Uncle, I will break up. Lu Qiuliang smiled. Good girl. Lu Mingyu's voice rang out again. In the next life, with a sudden motion, the olive pit was hurled at her face. Lu Mingyu expressionlessly lifted her gaze, reminding Uncle, your demeanor. Lu Qiuliang's face twisted grotesquely, his expression menacing. Lu Mingyu observed his countenance, chuckling. Stop pretending. Isn't it exhausting to maintain the facade of a cultured merchant all day? Lu Qiuliang's eyes were nearly smoking, his voice squeezing through clenched teeth. Do you still wish to be confined? Lu Mingyu remained calm and composed. I cannot be confined these days. I've already announced in the noble family group that I will participate in the art exhibition, which lasts a month. Today, I am going to set up the exhibition. Susuyu is on her way to pick me up. If I do not show up, it would be quite strange. Lu Qiuliang sprang up. Are you scheming against me, playing tricks? Lu Mingyu corrected. Uncle, this is called a stratagem. Read more. You're holding the book upside down. Chapter 37. The project is snatched. Lu Qiuliang instinctively glanced at the book beside him, only to be stunned to find it was not upside down at all. It was Lu Mingyu. Deliberately provoking him. He was indeed close to losing his temper. One thing led to another, escalating his anger to the maximum. His psychological defenses crumbling bit by bit, on the verge of collapse. The gloom in Lu Qiuliang's eyes could no longer be concealed. What a mouth you have. At that moment, the phone vibrated. Lu Mingyu smiled. Susuyu has arrived to pick me up. It would be quite rude to keep the jewel of the Su family waiting. Goodbye, Uncle. With that, she turned and left the study. In the lobby on the first floor, Susuyu was lounging with her legs crossed, waiting. Beside her, Lu Lin sat on the sofa with her, peeling grapes for her. Susuyu remarked, I don't like grapes. Lu Lin replied gently, you loved them when you were little. I've always remembered. Susuyu, all day long reminiscing about childhood. I've insisted that I do not enjoy grapes. Lu Lin, all right, no grapes. Lu Mingyu descended the stairs with the painting in hand, observing the lively interaction between the two, one coaxing, the other flaring up. The scene was rather touching. Suddenly, Susuyu sprang to her feet and rushed towards Lu Mingyu. Let us go. Lu Mingyu walked alongside her, departing from the Lu residence towards the little car. After they got in, Susuyu glanced at the painting, her lips twitching for a while as she drove in silence. After a moment she spoke, don't tell me this is your work. Lu Mingyu nodded. Yes, it is. Susuyu stuttered. You plan to take this to the exhibition? Lu Mingyu nodded again. Indeed. Susuyu began to rant. With such an incredible talent for painting, why on earth would you create something like this? It resembles a kindergarten drawing. Lu Mingyu replied. The person who just peeled grapes for you insisted I paint this and even tore up my previous work. Susuyu abruptly slammed on the brakes. Turn around, I'm going to take care of him. Lu Mingyu chuckled. It's fine, I just needed an excuse to get out and have some fun. Susuyu continued driving. You just wanted some fresh air, didn't you? You're not going back into confinement, are you? Lu Mingyu. Yes, I was locked up for 24 hours. Susuyu began to curse, venting her frustrations at the entire Lu family. Lu Mingyu listened with amusement as she ranted. The exhibition hall was bustling with activity, vast and sized. It was nearing the final stages, with most of the artworks already displayed, leaving Lu Mingyu a rather inconspicuous corner. After hanging her painting, the staff around expressed relief that it was in such a hidden spot among a plethora of vibrant artworks. Her piece stood out like an ugly duckling amidst a flock of swans. In terms of color, creativity, and quality, it was starkly out of sync with the exhibitionist theme. In the distance, a pair of siblings strode over, exuding an air of vitality. The woman was Qin Yuan, the eldest daughter of the Qin family, while beside her was Qin Lian, the eldest son. However, in stark contrast to Qin Yuan's elegant demeanor, Qin Lian radiated a rather flamboyant attitude. Following a half-step behind them was Lu Lin, wearing a hopeful expression. Qin Lian remarked, this exhibition is well arranged. Isn't it, sister? Are you satisfied? Qin Yuan nodded with a smile. It is indeed quite good. You all have worked hard. Lu Lin quickly waved his hands. It was nothing. It is what we ought to do. Qin Lian, on the other hand, expressed a different sentiment. But it was exhausting for me. Sister, you must reward me. Qin Yuan shot him a reproachful glance. Don't get ahead of yourself. Qin Lian, laughing, began to request something. Sister, I want to buy a LaFerrari. Qin Yuan ignored him, pausing to say, I'll go over there to coordinate. You two take another look around for any details that need attention. Don T slack off on the last day. They nodded in agreement, watching Qin Yuan walk away. Lu Lin smiled and asked, Qin Xiao, seeing how happy Miss Qin is, does that mean everything is secure? Qin Lian looked taken aback. What matter? Lu Lin panicked, quickly replying, the project I proposed, the one pushed by the Painting Association. Oh, right. Qin Lian rubbed his nose and then said, I forgot to tell you. Your project, my sister has assigned it to the Su family. Lu Lin was astounded. What? Qin Lian chuckled. I'm truly sorry. It slipped my mind until just now. Lu Lin's face turned pale. Struggling to contain his emotions, Qin Xiao, we had an agreement. I invested both money and effort. You can't let me toil for nothing. Qin Lian, I understand, but my sister is the planner here. I have no decision-making power. She believes the proposal from the Su family is more reasonable, and I didn't quite understand what you meant. Lu Lin grew anxious. I can make adjustments. Proposals aren't set in stone. Besides, how could the Su family suddenly seize this project? How did they find out? Qin Lian shook his head. I wouldn't know. Perhaps my sister has been in contact with them privately. Lu Lin was nearly beside himself, his expression darkening. Qin Xiao, I've prepared for this project for a long time, and you know the current situation of the Lu family is precarious. We can pursue something else. Qin Lian shrugged nonchalantly. And when has your Lu family's reputation ever been good, Lu Lin? Qin Lian continued walking, suddenly halting as he glanced at a corner. Lu Lin followed his gaze and spotted Su Suyu and Lu Mingyu standing side by side in front of a painting. Qin Lian pointed and asked, who is that? Lu Lin frowned. Su family's eldest daughter, Su Suyu. Right, the project was snatched by the Su family, and Su Suyu appears here alongside Lu Mingyu. Could it be that she is the one who took it? That seems unlikely. A mere 22-year-old fresh university graduate. A flurry of thoughts raced through Lu Lin's mind, only to be dismissed one by one. He didn't believe Su Suyu possessed such insight and determination. After all, of the Su and Lu families are longtime friends. Wouldn't that be tearing apart their relationship? How dare she? Perhaps it was Su and Jun. Lu Lin decided to inquire thoroughly. However, Qin Lian shook his head and continued pointing. I was asking about the person next to her. Isn't she the one from the wedding? Lu Lin furrowed his brow. Oh, that is her. This is my sister. Lu Mingyu. Qin Lian raised an eyebrow. Your sister? Lu Lin quickly realized and clarified. Qin Xiao may not know. I have two younger sisters. Besides Lu Qian, there is also a younger sister who has been kept hidden away for years. Upon hearing Lu Qian's name, Qin Lian immediately grew impatient. Don't mention her. Just hearing her name annoys me. Lu Lin could only apologize. She is spoiled at home. I'm truly sorry. Qin Lian looked ahead again, his tone shifting. And what about this sister? Is she a biological sister? Lu Lin's expression shifted slightly as he explained. It's a long story, but she is practically like a biological sister. Her household registration, identity, and family tree all aligned. In any case, she is the second young lady of the Lu family. At this, Qin Lian chuckled playfully. Indeed, marriage is a serious matter. If a divorce occurs, it's my fault. We can discuss other projects later. I'll ask my sister and contact you later. Lu Lin's eyes brightened. Sure thing. Qin Xiao, Chapter 38, Afraid you'll embarrass yourself before the painting. Su Suyu stood in silence, hesitating to speak. In contrast, Lu Mingyu appeared lively and unperturbed, admiring her work after hanging it. Su Suyu sighed and said, Xiaoyi, do you know what I'm thinking? Lu Mingyu tilted her head, asking, what? Su Suyu's expression grew complex. I was thinking how wonderful it would be if one day the person seated at the center of the Painting Association's podium was you. Lu Mingyu pondered this notion. Su Suyu, slightly indignant, continued, Miss Qin indeed possesses talent, but I do not believe her skills surpass yours. Your gift is undeniably greater. She is even running for vice chair of the Painting Association. Yet you must remain patient and hidden. Lu Mingyu smiled nonchalantly. Skill and status are unrelated. Su Suyu added, I've seen that painting of yours, the one that sold for $1 million. Your level 6 months ago already surpassed hers. Having advanced your skills at the Royal College, you must be even more exceptional now. Lu Mingyu, let us not discuss my matters. How is your project faring? Su Suyu's face lit up with pride. That rubbish proposal from Lu Lin was effortlessly outshone by mine. Lu Mingyu laughed. So you secured it? Su Suyu nodded. Your analysis was spot on. It is all about the materials, with the Painting Association leading the charge. Very lucrative. Lu Mingyu, it's a pity I have no money, otherwise I'd invest with you. Su Suyu was about to speak when Lu Mingyu interjected. No need to lend me any. Su Suyu. Lu Mingyu turned to her. Invest in me in the future. Su Suyu. Alright. At the lakeside apartment, the study remained arranged as before, with Zhang Xiang seated at the desk. Busy with remote command, behind him on the sofa, Duan Xiuming was engrossed in his phone, occasionally chiming in with adjustments. The two seemed as relaxed as if playing a game, yet they stirred up chaos in all of Xiangjiang. An afternoon passed. Zhang Xiang ended the call and glanced at his private mailbox. Minggu, I have an interesting tidbit. Duan Xiuming, go on. Zhang Xiang observed the text in the mailbox. Chuckling, an anonymous letter. Zhang, the executive assistant to Duan family heir Duan Liqing, had dinner with the Chen family yesterday. Wow, Duan Xiuming didn't even look up. Analyze it. Zhang Xiang. 2 points. Firstly, this executive assistant has been in private contact with the Chen family, which is treachery. Simple enough, just blacklist him and have Yin Tianzhua handle it. Secondly, it's a bit dangerous. Duan Xiuming nodded. MHM. Continue. Zhang Xiang turned back, frowning. Minggu, if the heiress contact with the Chen family is intentional, then it suggests a desire to exploit the chaos to disrupt the clear boundaries between the Duan family's overt and covert factions. Should we be on guard? Duan Xiuming raised his gaze. And the third point, Zhang Xiang, there is a third. Duan Xiuming, have you considered the possibility that the sender is trying to sow discord? Zhang Xiang suddenly realized, oh right, I'll check immediately. Duan Xiuming remained unfazed. Or is it you who seeks to instigate discord? Zhang Xiang exploded. I merely had a fleeting thought. I never intended to incite anything. Duan Xiuming looked indifferent. Minggu, you're truly intimidating. Zhang Xiang wiped his brow and suddenly added, but even if brothers turn against each other, we're not afraid. We have the white-headed eagle and Xiang Shan Ao as fallback options. Duan Xiuming, fallback for what? Zhang Xiang paused. Duan Xiuming fixed his gaze. If he were to act against me, why would I hold back? Zhang Xiang blinked. Understood. Duan Xiuming, at this moment, put away his phone and rose. Car keys. Zhang Xiang also stood up, handing over the keys. Brother, I was just making wild guesses. The trust and understanding between you two brothers are paramount. This operation is already in its final stages. I just got a bit too excited. Duan Xiuming replied casually. I have no doubts. Zhang Xiang let out a sigh of relief. I would never betray you. Minggu, you've saved my life twice. My life belongs to you. Duan Xiuming remarked nonchalantly. Betrayal wouldn't be an issue. I would simply crush you. Zhang Xiang responded with shock. Duan Xiuming chuckled as he patted Zhang Xiang's shoulder and walked towards the door. Zhang Xiang called out from behind. Where are you going? Minggu, aren't we having dinner tonight? Without turning back, Duan Xiuming waved the car keys in his hand. On a date, with a loud bang. The door slammed shut. Zhang Xiang shrugged helplessly. I give up. He's south all over the place in Xiangjiang, and he is still going on a date. In the evening, at the side entrance of the exhibition hall, a glacier blue Bentley arrived. Once the car came to a stop, Duan Xiuming got out and walked around to open the door for her. Lu Mingyu stood there, motionless, with a slightly dazed expression. Duan Xiuming tilted his head, inviting her. What are you standing there for? Get in. Lu Mingyu stepped forward and settled into the passenger seat. Duan Xiuming adjusted her position before closing the door and returning to the driver's seat to fasten his seatbelt. Lu Mingyu inquired, why did you change cars again? Duan Xiuming replied, the Lamborghini S engine is too loud, the Mercedes was seen by your sister, and the Cullinan was in an accident. Lu Mingyu found herself at a loss for words. As Duan Xiuming started the vehicle, he cast a sidelong glance. Are you joining me for a roll in the sheets tonight, wife? Lu Mingyu struggled to respond. Duan Xiuming smirked. Just teasing you. If you want to wait until marriage, that's fine too. Lu Mingyu remarked. Why are you in such a good mood, Duan Xiuming? We haven't seen each other in days. Of course, I'm in a good mood for a date. Lu Mingyu nodded. Your enthusiasm is quite infectious. Duan Xiuming glanced over and asked, are you feeling down? Lu Mingyu replied, not exactly. Duan Xiuming pressed on, does seeing me lift your spirits? Lu Mingyu looked at him, her gaze lingering on his chiseled profile, exuding confidence and an overwhelming strength. Duan Xiuming focused on the road ahead. Look again. And I'll tie you up. Lu Mingyu. But in the next moment, he reached out to pull her closer. At dinner and a movie afterward, he asked. Lu Mingyu agreed. Sure. Duan Xiuming feigned surprise. You're not going home early tonight? Lu Mingyu's eyes flickered slightly as she retorted, Duan Xiuming, are you afraid of anything? Duan Xiuming turned to look at her. What do you want to do? I'm with you. Lu Mingyu, oh, he really fears nothing. Duan Xiuming continued driving, his peripheral vision lingering on her for a moment. Lu Mingyu remarked, I can come out every day for a while. Duan Xiuming raised an eyebrow. Shall I start making plans? Movie tonight, concert tomorrow, sleep the day after. Lu Mingyu couldn't help but chuckle. At that moment, they arrived at a red light. Duan Xiuming pressed the brake, suddenly leaning in to plant a kiss on her cheek. So swiftly that Lu Mingyu didn't have time to react. He was back to looking ahead, a smile playing on his lips. Delicious, he commented. Lu Mingyu turned her head to gaze out the window. Duan Xiuming began to inquire, what was that exhibition about earlier? Lu Mingyu replied, the Danqing art exhibition. Today is the last day of setup, and it opens tomorrow for a month. Duan Xiuming's interest peaked. Is your work included? Lu Mingyu nodded. There is one piece, Duan Xiuming declared. We're not going to the concert tomorrow. We're going to the art exhibition. Lu Mingyu hesitated. Duan Xiuming raised an eyebrow. What is wrong? Lu Mingyu insisted. Don't go. Duan Xiuming, clearly displeased, responded. Am I not allowed to see it? Why not? Lu Mingyu countered. I'm afraid you'll embarrass yourself. Chapter 39. Getting straight to the point at 8 o'clock in the evening. Su Wenjun pushed open the door to a high-end tea house's private room, somewhat surprised as he spoke. Lu Lin, what brings you here for tea? Lu Lin rose to invite him. Have a seat. Su Wenjun surveyed the room and smiled. What is going on? It's just the two of us. Lu Lin nodded. I have some questions to ask you. Once seated, Su Wenjun inquired. What is so serious? Lu Lin, you know about the dancing art exhibition, right? Su Wenjun thought for a moment and replied. I recall. Miss Qin has many works on display. Has it started? Lu Lin observed his expression. Slightly taken aback. You haven't been following it. Su Wenjun looked puzzled. Why would I care about that? Lu Lin frowned, cautiously probing. I ran into Yaya at the exhibition today. Su Wenjun responded. She must have gone along because Mingyu was participating in the exhibition. She loves to wander around even though she doesn't understand any of it. I don't know what she is trying to join in on. Although Lu Lin felt uncertain, he smiled and said, Wenjun. Considering our families have been friends for so many years, why haven't we formed a union? Su Wenjun paused, his hand holding the teacup hovering in the air, astonished as he looked at Lu Lin. Emotions flickering in his eyes. Lu Lin swiftly changed the subject. If this exhibition has the support of an art association, we could collaborate on some projects and profit together, right? Su Wenjun frowned. Lu Lin. I am not quite following you. Lu Lin, could you ask your father if he has invested in any projects driven by the art association? Su Wenjun chuckled. Are you suggesting that if I inquire? Your family could marry Mingyu to me. We've tried several times. The Su family has tested the waters, but your family has been quite resolute. Lu Lin lowered his head. The union I mentioned could also be between me and Yaya. It is about strengthening ties between our families, a win-win situation. Su Wenjun set down his teacup, anger flashing across his face. Lu Lin, while our families have a long-standing connection, you should see how the Lu family compares to the Su family now. You're lacking sincerity. Lu Lin opened his mouth to explain, but Su Wenjun was already getting up. Excuse me, the conversation had fallen apart. Seeing Su Wenjun leave abruptly, Lu Lin felt an urge to smash the teacup. Just then, his phone vibrated, and he looked down in surprise. Qin Lian, are you bringing your sister to play with me? Followed by a location linked to a standalone villa. Without hesitation, Lu Lin called Lu Qian and drove over. An hour later, Lu Lin brought the elegantly dressed Lu Qian to the standalone house. Upon entering, they found around 20 people in the hall, some chatting, others drinking, besides a few elite young men and women of prominent families on par with Qin Lian. The remaining guests were strikingly handsome young men and women. Qin Lian loved to have fun, but his gatherings were much more upscale than those of Su Wenjun or Hao Lusheng. He never entertained in public. Always hosting in hidden villas throughout Shizi City, the companions he invited were meticulously selected. This villa was not a residence but specifically designed for various parties, discreet and secure. Lu Qian had always known about these events but was visiting for the first time. Witnessing firsthand how her ex-husband enjoyed himself. At that moment, Qin Lian lounged on the sofa, flanked by young women, some nestled against him, others offering him drinks. Lu Qian felt her emotions reaching a boiling point. Yet she maintained a smile as she linked arms with Lu Lin and walked in. Lu Lin calmly greeted Qin Lian. Qin Xiao, I brought my sister. Qin Lian lifted his gaze. Frowning, why did you bring my ex-wife here? Lu Lin was taken aback. You've Qin Xiao, it was you who asked me to bring her. Qin Lian glanced at Lu Qian with annoyance and told Lu Lin, I meant your other sister. Lu Qian's emotions finally erupted as she shouted sharply, Husband, it's one thing for you to play with women, but you're still thinking about that shameless person. Qin Lian grew even more irritated. Who is your husband? Shut up. Lu Qian rushed forward, pushing the woman beside him away. Shameless thing, seducing my husband. Get lost. The atmosphere in the room turned awkward after the commotion. The other young men and women exchanged glances. Their expressions akin to spectators watching a show. Qin Lian shifted to the side, palms upturned, looking at Lu Lin. I say, young Master Lu, take a look at what this is. Lu Lin hurriedly stepped forward to pull Lu Qian back. Repeatedly apologizing, Qin Xiao, I'm truly sorry, she has been under some stress lately and is still undergoing psychological treatment. Qin Lian laughed in disbelief. Psychological treatment? You call this a union and send me a lunatic? Is your Lu family playing with me? In his panic, Lu Lin shook his head vigorously. No, it's not like that, my sister. Enough. Qin Lian interrupted, his smile vanishing. I warn you, don't let me see this lunatic again. Lu Qian's chest heaved with anger. We were once married. Qin Lian, you get out. Qin Lian interrupted again, raising his hand in irritation. Several bodyguards immediately appeared, escorting Lu Qian out. The surrounding guests also left the hall. Heading upstairs, leaving only Qin Lian and Lu Lin in the vast hall. Lu Lin stood there, watching the imposing figure of Qin Lian seated centrally on the sofa. Qin Lian took a sip of his drink, then pointed at the sofa with a smirk. Lu Lin, let us get straight to the point. Lu Lin took a deep breath and seated himself. Late at night, Duan Xiuming drove Lu Mingyu to the side gate of the Lu family home. After unbuckling her seatbelt, Lu Mingyu grasped the car door handle, pulling it was locked. She couldn't open it. Duan Xiuming simply watched her without unlocking the door. Lu Mingyu turned to face him. But what awaited her was his aggressive advance. Her hands were firmly held by him with one hand, rendering her immobile. Without any forewarning, he kissed her, pushing her back against the seat. He felt incredibly hot. In the stillness of the night, the temperature inside the car soared dramatically. On the day he first drove her home, she had run faster than a rabbit. He pressed his lips against hers and spoke. Lu Mingyu's heart fluttered slightly, realizing a perilous truth. He appeared carefree, yet he was acutely observant of the minutiae, depending on whether or not to confront the underlying tensions, noticing her dazed expression. He released her with a click. Duan Xiuming pressed the unlock button, a smirk playing on his lips. You can choose whether to get out or not. With that, he shifted gears, pressed the brake, and restarted the car. The implication was unmistakable. If she chose not to exit, he would simply turn around and head to the apartment. Lu Mingyu calmly stated, "It's that time of the month." The three words extinguished all of Duan Xiuming's emotions. "Beautiful," he replied succinctly. He then rolled down the driver's side window, pulling out a cigarette between his fingers. Lu Mingyu opened the car door, stepped out, and smiled at him. "Good night," with a decisive turn. She pushed open the Lu family gate and entered. The heavy general's door slowly closed behind her. Duan Xiuming watched her silhouette vanish within, unable to suppress a smile. A spark flickered at his fingertips as he ignited the cigarette. It slipped his mind to mention that his sensory perception was astonishingly acute. The menstrual cycle was a mere detail for male models, yet today was not one of those days. Was she deceiving him? Chapter 40. This painting is shockingly ugly. The Lu family's hall was illuminated. Upon her return, Lu Mingyu encountered her uncle, Lu Qiuliang, seated prominently at the head of the table, surprisingly still awake at this late hour. His dark gaze turned toward her, a cold smile forming on his lips. "You truly have a great deal of audacity. Did I permit you to stay out this late?" Lu Mingyu smiled faintly and asked. "Uncle, have you heard of the most popular social media platform among young people today?" Lu Qiuliang scoffed. "Is your wealthy boyfriend someone you found online?" Lu Mingyu replied, "I meant to say that I am involved in social media." Lu Qiuliang frowned. "What do you mean?" Lu Mingyu explained, "I have a substantial following. If you were to do anything to my grandmother, I cannot guarantee that I wouldn't unleash a torrent of madness online. Worst case, I would abandon that account, leaving you with a scorched earth." Lu Qiuliang sprang to his feet, intent on confronting her, yet Lu Mingyu remained unflinching, refusing to retreat. "I have set commands. Confiscating my phone would be futile. 10 minutes later, it will post automatically, circumventing your current intentions." Lu Qiuliang halted in his tracks, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. Lu Mingyu continued, "Uncle, we live in an information age. Your outdated methods are no longer applicable in today's society." Lu Qiuliang demanded, "What exactly are you trying to say?" Lu Mingyu asserted, "We can coexist peacefully. If you open the back gate and allow me free passage, I have little regard for family reputation. It's you who cares." Lu Qiuliang's expression twisted, barely contained rage radiating from him as he stared at her. "You truly know how to manipulate people's hearts." Lu Mingyu responded, "Thank you for the compliment. Please hand me the key to the back gate." Yet Lu Qiuliang countered sharply, "Are you merely bluffing? Do you genuinely have a vast number of followers on your account? Can you wield any social influence?" Lu Mingyu retrieved her phone, swiped the screen, and activated the notifications. Instantly, a cacophony erupted. Ding 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 ding. She then silenced the phone in front of him and locked the screen. Lu Mingyu continued with a smile, "Did you hear that? I receive hundreds of private messages every second. And my likes reach over 100,000 within 24 hours." Lu Qiuliang glared at her menacingly. "You truly inherited your father's cunning." Lu Mingyu replied, 10 minutes remain. 6 are left. Lu Qiuliang took a deep breath, opened a nearby safe, and tossed a set of keys toward her. Lu Mingyu approached, took the keys without uttering another word, and headed upstairs. Once in her room, she locked the door behind her, took several deep breaths, and unlocked her phone screen. The vast number of followers was a fabrication. Her recently released painting had garnered some attention, but it was nowhere near as exaggerated as she had described. After all, that account had only been active for 3 months and held a minor reputation within the art circle, not mainstream at all. Moreover, there was no such command function. She was unfamiliar with such advanced technology. What she had just played was an audio recording. She had fooled Lu Qiuliang. Nevertheless, she had finally obtained the keys. The next morning, Lu Mingyu had never felt so invigorated in anticipation of breakfast. As soon as she finished, she left the table, unlocked the back gate with the keys, and walked toward her grandmother's room. Tao Yalan had already had breakfast and was reclining in a rocking chair with her eyes closed. The television nearby played a classic Cantonese opera, the melodic strains mingling with the chirping of birds outside, creating a soothing atmosphere. Lu Mingyu approached and took her grandmother's hand. Tao Yalan opened her clouded eyes, which brightened after a few moments. "Xiao Yi," Lu Mingyu beamed. "Yes, Grandma." Tao Yalan joyfully sat up from her rocking chair, grasping her hand and inquiring, "What brings you to Shizi City? On break?" Lu Mingyu nodded. "I'm on winter break." Tao Yalan gently stroked her hair, smiling as she asked, "Good, will you be staying in Shizi City for the new year?" "What about your parents?" Lu Mingyu replied, "Mom and Dad have to work." So I came to celebrate the new year by myself. Tao Yalan clapped her hands, nodding enthusiastically. Good, grandma will get you some candy. Lu Mingyu spent the entire morning with her grandmother, the two sharing countless stories. By noon, Tao Yalan grew tired and fell asleep in her rocking chair. Lu Mingyu covered her with a blanket before leaving the backyard. In the afternoon, Lu Mingyu hailed a cab to the exhibition hall. It was the first day, and many had come to show their support. Most of the prominent young scions of Shizi City were present, gathered around to admire Miss Qin's artwork, showering her with compliments for 10 uninterrupted minutes. Su Suya was also there, chatting with Qin Yuan about project details, and Lu Mingyu chose not to intrude, wandering the exhibition hall alone until she arrived at her own artwork. Each passerby couldn't help but voice their opinions. What an ugly piece hanging here, my eyes are assaulted. Isn't this a traditional painting exhibition? Why is this piece here? Did a kindergarten child paint this? Are they auctioning it off for charity? That's unnecessary. It's not even the same theme. Lu Mingyu remained unfazed, her gaze fixed on the painting, lost in thought. She didn't know how much time had passed when a snap echoed behind her. Turning around, she caught a glimpse of Duan Xiuming's hand falling. He stepped closer, standing near her, and from a certain angle, it appeared as though he had encircled her within his presence. Lu Mingyu felt the air grow slightly warmer. Duan Xiuming fixed his gaze ahead and declared, "This painting is shockingly ugly." Lu Mingyu replied, "I painted it." Duan Xiuming paused, re-evaluating. "The color sense is quite nice. Beyond that, nothing else was commendable." He glanced at her left hand. "You painted this with your right hand, right? It's horrendously ugly." At that moment, her phone vibrated. Duan Xiuming answered and placed it to his ear. "Yes, I'm at the art exhibition." A question came through the receiver. Duan Xiuming glanced at Lu Mingyu, saying, "There's someone here. Your sister-in-law is here to say hello." With that, he positioned the matte black phone by Lu Mingyu's ear. Simultaneously, he tapped the back of the phone twice, producing a tap sound like a signal. Lu Mingyu looked back at him, astonished, but just then a gentle, mature male voice emanated from the earpiece. "Hello, Miss Lu, I am Ming's older brother." Lu Mingyu had no time to think and quickly responded, "Hello, Mr. Duan." Just as she finished speaking, Duan Xiuming reclaimed the phone, his tone casual and even brusque. "What monumental issue could possibly warrant interrupting my date?" The voice on the other end said something. Duan Xiuming fell silent for a moment, then gestured to Lu Mingyu, pointing to himself and then to the terrace. Lu Mingyu nodded, understanding his intent. Duan Xiuming then walked to the terrace to speak with his brother on the phone. The terrace had a glass door, muffling the sound, but Lu Mingyu could easily make eye contact with him upon turning around. He appeared indifferent, speaking about something, and reading his lips was somewhat alarming. "Get rid of him. Eliminate him, who cares what happens?" Yet, when Lu Mingyu glanced over again, he was smiling back at her. Chapter 41. The hand was severed. Zhang Xiang and Hisong arrived, spotting Lu Mingyu's painting. Hisong burst into laughter. "Ha! How ugly!" Zhang Xiang added, "Uniquely ugly." Hisong even curiously stepped closer. "Let me see who the artist is." Then he fell silent. Zhang Xiang began to inquire, "Who is it?" Hisong turned back, his expression strange. Zhang Xiang pressed, "You saw it? Why aren't you saying? It's such a small font. Can't you just share it?" "I'm too lazy to walk." Hisong remained silent, his gaze scanning Lu Mingyu. Zhang Xiang asked, "What are you looking at Miss Lu for? What is the matter with you? Did you not get a ride?" Hisong replied. Lu Mingyu finally spoke, "I painted it." Zhang Xiang was momentarily speechless, and after a while, he reorganized his words. "The color sense is good." "Yes, particularly good. The combination of red and blue is the most reasonable and aesthetically pleasing I've ever seen." Hisong's lips twitched, and he quietly remarked, "That praise is too insincere." Lu Mingyu, however, said, "Feel free to insult it more. I enjoy hearing it." But the two quickly changed the subject and walked away, fleeing in haste. Not long after, someone approached from around the corner, heading straight for her. "Hello, Miss Lu." Qin Lian assessed her from head to toe, coming over to greet her. Lu Mingyu looked puzzled. She did not recognize this person. Qin Lian extended her hand towards her shoulder, saying, "I am your former brother-in-law." On the terrace, Duan Xiuming held up his phone, stating, "I have no issues." Suddenly, he looked up to see a man standing next to Lu Mingyu, his expression one of emptiness, and with little restraint, he reached out. Placing his hand on Lu Mingyu's shoulder. Immediately, Duan Xiuming noticed Lu Mingyu stepping aside, uttering something. The man ceased his advances, but his gaze was filled with predatory intent and exaggerated desire. In his ear, the gentle voice from the phone continued, discussing the details of their plan. Duan Xiuming's tone turned icy. "Then just kill him." The person on the other end of the line was baffled. "What?" Duan Xiuming quickly concluded the discussion. "You decide the details. Yen Tianzhuo will follow your orders." With that, he abruptly hung up and strode forward, pulling open the glass door of the terrace. At that moment, Qin Lian had finished her conversation and was smiling as she turned to leave. Their initial chat did not warrant such tension. He merely came to greet her, as this art exhibition held great significance for his sister, and he would never sabotage it. Yet, the next time might be different. Just as Qin Lian was savoring her satisfaction, she took a few steps and encountered a tall man approaching her, with a slick hairstyle reminiscent of Hong Kong style and clad in a collarless suit. His long strides exuded an aura of dominance. Before Qin Lian could react, she was suddenly collided with. She was about to curse, but the moment she opened her mouth, her right hand went numb. The man had simply knocked her aside, passing by while nonchalantly saying, "Excuse me." It took Qin Lian several seconds to process, and after a moment she suddenly shouted, "Ah!" Instantly people rushed over, surrounding her. By then, Qin Lian had collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat, clutching her arm and gasping for breath, unable to utter a word. Her arm was broken. Upon hearing the commotion, Lu Mingyu turned around, but saw nothing. As Duan Xiuming stood directly in front of her, blocking her view, she heard many voices filled with panic, and Zhang Xiang was calmly attending to something amidst the chaos. Lu Mingyu lifted her gaze, questioning him with her eyes. Duan Xiuming, however, casually inquired, "It's getting cold. Shall we have hot pot for dinner?" As he spoke, he swept his gaze over her shoulder, his expression cooling by a fraction, and when his eyes returned to her face, they bore a smile. The clamor grew louder, with someone calling for an ambulance. Lu Mingyu, shifting her feet to look around, asked, "What happened?" Duan Xiuming stepped in front of her. "It's not important." The art exhibition had ultimately descended into chaos. Amidst the cacophony, Duan Xiuming pulled Lu Mingyu away, yet, rather than heading directly for hot pot, he surprisingly took her to a shopping mall. They bought clothes, replacing the one he had discarded, dressed in a new coat. Lu Mingyu walked alongside him as they exited the store, and she could sense his displeasure etched on his face. Slowly piecing together the situation, Duan Xiuming walked with a commanding presence, inadvertently widening the gap between them. Instinctively, he reached out to pull her closer, but grasped at air. Turning around, he spotted Lu Mingyu hurrying to catch up, clearly struggling to keep pace with him. Duan Xiuming retraced his steps and took her hand. Lu Mingyu took a few deep breaths, assessing the length of his strides compared to her own. Duan Xiuming remarked, "I'll be more mindful next time," almost forgetting that his long strides and swift pace were a challenge for her given her lack of stamina. He paused, allowing her breath to steady before resuming their forward journey. Lu Mingyu softly asked, "Are you angry?" Duan Xiuming raised an eyebrow. "More than you know," Lu Mingyu replied. "So just a pat on the shoulder makes you angry?" Duan Xiuming's eyes flashed with intensity. Was that a mere pat? It was an attempt to embrace, to hold. With that, he firmly wrapped his arm around Lu Mingyu's shoulder. Holding her tightly, she felt the urge to curse, to unleash a torrent of expletives, but she held back. Lu Mingyu then inquired, "Are you easily jealous?" As Duan Xiuming countered, "I'm not jealous." Lu Mingyu nodded. "And yet, you broke someone's arm." Duan Xiuming fell silent for a moment, his tone calm. It wasn't a break, but he offered no further explanation, nor did he seem inclined to. Lu Mingyu refrained from pressing him, merely gazing at him with a newfound understanding. I am the hot pot restaurant. Lu Mingyu examined the messages in her group chat, where Shi was discussing the day's events. Strangely, the fire had not reached Duan Xiuming, and she was uncertain how Zhang Xiang had managed the situation. Duan Xiuming presented the menu, asking, "Shall we take a look?" Lu Mingyu replied, "You decide." Duan Xiuming nodded. "Can you handle spicy food?" Lu Mingyu responded, "I can eat it now. I used to avoid it." Duan Xiuming opted for a spicy and bone broth combo. Lu Mingyu quietly enjoyed her meal while Duan Xiuming served her ingredients, casually inquiring, "You rarely eat spicy food?" Lu Mingyu replied, "You are quite observant." Duan Xiuming shifted his gaze. "Apologies, that was unintentional. Did I offend you?" Lu Mingyu did not answer, needing time to reflect on whether what had not stirred her emotions could be considered an offense. Duan Xiuming grabbed a napkin and covered his eyes. "I won't look. Won't observe." Lu Mingyu laughed. "How can you eat if you can't see?" Duan Xiuming leaned back, the napkin still obscuring most of his face, revealing only his chin and thin lips. At that moment, his lips curled into a smile. "You feed me." Silence enveloped them, a long and profound stillness, broken only by the bubbling of the hot pot. Duan Xiuming lifted a corner of the napkin to peek, only to be met by a pair of brilliant eyes, yet she quickly averted her gaze, focusing back on her meal. A fleeting glimpse, Duan Xiuming was momentarily stunned, and by the time he turned to look at her again, the dazzling light had vanished, replaced by the depths of inky darkness, akin to an endless abyss. He crumpled the napkin into a ball, smiling. Though it was a fleeting moment, she no longer radiated the same lifelessness as the day before. That instant had distinctly hinted at a spark of affection for him. Chapter 42. Come to my place tomorrow to appreciate the paintings today. Lu Mingyu returned home later than usual, but not excessively so. The night had fully descended, and the landscape lights in the community had all gone dark. In the twilight, a Bentley once again parked beside the entrance, evading the cameras. Lu Mingyu did not rush to exit the car. The door remained shut. She turned her head to gaze beside her, and indeed, he had leaned in closer this time. He did not confine her but instead offered a gentle kiss, parting slightly after a moment. He was inches away, saying, "Whether you appreciate my inner self or outer appearance, just like one, don't overthink it." Lu Mingyu met his gaze, momentarily at a loss for words. He lowered his head and pecked her again. "Feelings take time to cultivate?" Lu Mingyu slowly nodded. Duan Xiuming gazed into her eyes, holding his stare for a long moment before finally unlocking the car door. Upon returning to the Lu residence, Lu Mingyu was surprised to find her father Lu Liang absent. Instead, Lu Lin and Lu Qian were present. Lu Lin bore a red swollen imprint of 5 fingers on his face, clearly a mark left by Lu Liang. Lu Qian was crying, tears streaming down her face. Meanwhile, Duan Xiuming had unexpectedly returned from her family home, sitting across from the 2 siblings, her expression suggesting she had just had a heated argument. Lu Mingyu did not pause, walking straight past the 3 of them without a sideways glance. Heading directly upstairs to her room, behind her, 3 icy gazes followed her, impossible to ignore. In the days that followed, Lu Liang had hardly made an appearance, coming and going at odd hours, seemingly indifferent to Lu Mingyu's existence. Lu Lin's demeanor had become peculiar, particularly in his eyes. Lu Qian remained sarcastic but refrained from taking any further action. Duan Xiuming returned to her family home, and it had been days since Lu Mingyu had seen her. The incident involving Su Suyue's project being exposed had had no repercussions, rather, it had drawn the attention of numerous prominent families, with their words filled with praise. To ascend to greatness, one must possess audacity. The election for the eldest daughter of the Qin family proceeded smoothly, propelling Su Suyue's project proposal forward. Lu Lin had approached her several times, but Su Suyue ignored him completely, showing no concern. Su Wenjun finally learned the backstory and attempted to admonish his younger sister, only to be met with a fierce tirade from Su Suyue. This young woman was overflowing with ambition, poised to amass great wealth. As for Qin Lian, she remained home nursing her injuries, her arm bound in plaster. On the day the project contract was signed, Su Suyue discreetly transferred a sum of money to Lu Mingyu, which Lu Mingyu promptly returned, refusing to accept. Lu Mingyu's troubles could not be resolved with money, yet life continued at a leisurely pace. Once Lu Mingyu obtained the key to the backyard door, she spent her mornings chatting with her grandmother. Her grandmother's condition improved daily, her spirits lifting, and at times she could even hum along to the operas on television. In the afternoons, Lu Mingyu would go out on dates with Duan Xiuming, sometimes visiting art exhibitions or taking a boat ride on West Lake, sipping tea on a small island in the lake center. Having lived in Shizi City for 10 years, it was the first time she discovered such beautiful scenery in the heart of West Lake. Life was simply at joyful point. One evening, as darkness fell, Duan Xiuming did not escort Lu Mingyu home but instead took her to the hotel where they first met, seemingly to remind her of something. Deep within the Wetland Hotel's lush surroundings, aside from private courtyard rooms, there were also quaint wooden tea rooms and personal lounges. At that moment, the two found themselves in a cozy wooden cabin. A self-service lounge exuding a delightful ambience, perfectly suited for their intimacy. Under the dim lighting, Duan Xiuming offered her a glass of wine. Lu Mingyu accepted it but did not drink. Duan Xiuming approached her, lifting her effortlessly to sit on the cocktail island. He positioned himself on either side of her, easily encroaching upon her space. Lu Mingyu leaned back slightly but was pulled closer, his hand resting on her waist. Not drinking? He asked. Lu Mingyu shook her head. Duan Xiuming leaned in closer, his voice husky. Just feel it. Lu Mingyu remarked, his breath grazed her neck. When we were strangers, I could sleep, but now, after 20 days of conversation, you wish to withdraw? She nudged him, saying, it's that time of the month. Duan Xiuming chose not to expose her fib, merely inquiring, were you satisfied on those 2 occasions? Lu Mingyu averted her gaze, replying, later. Duan Xiuming propped himself up slightly, creating some distance, and said, I have a painting delivered to Shizi City, shall we go admire it tomorrow? Lu Mingyu scrutinized his expression and softly asked, is it truly just to admire the painting? Duan Xiuming's gaze was direct, yet the corners of his lips curled into an innocent smile. Such ambiguity in your words could lead to misunderstandings. Lu Mingyu reminded him, it's that time of the month. Duan Xiuming nodded, simply to admire the painting. His eyes held no ulterior motives, only focus and sincerity. Lu Mingyu replied. Then in the afternoon, Duan Xiuming asked, are you planning to sleep in the morning? She clearly had an irregular routine, occasionally sporting noticeable dark circles beneath her eyes, as if burdened by unspoken worries. Lu Mingyu responded, I need to keep my grandmother company in the morning. Duan Xiuming said, I'll pick you up at noon, shall we go for lunch afterwards? Lu Mingyu agreed. He smiled, supporting her with one hand and leaning in for a kiss. Returning home earlier than usual, when Duan Xiuming drove to the Lu residence, he noticed another car parked at the entrance. Whose is that? He asked, his tone laced with an inexplicable sense of pressure. Lu Mingyu softly replied, it's my friend's brother's car. Is that so? He raised an eyebrow. Suddenly, he turned the steering wheel sharply, driving straight to the front gate. Parking directly in front of the surveillance camera, Lu Mingyu's heart skipped a beat. Duan Xiuming, however, asserted, in a week, I'll be coming to propose. Lu Mingyu glanced at him, and Duan Xiuming turned his head, stating, a prospective son-in-law shouldn't have to sneak around. Are you unwilling to grant me official recognition? Lu Mingyu took a deep breath, suppressing her anxiety. Until matters are settled, we must remain discreet. Duan Xiuming frowned, casting another glance at the car, but lifted his hand to shift gears, maneuvering the Bentley to a secluded corner, out of sight of the camera. Lu Mingyu exhaled in relief. Duan Xiuming looked at her with amusement. You are quite peculiar. At times, you exhibit remarkable courage, yet at others, You startle easily. Lu Mingyu met his gaze directly, their eyes locked, filled with an intensity that pierced through. Suddenly, Lu Mingyu propped herself up, leaving a kiss at the corner of his lips, her voice carrying a subtle plea. Please hurry. Duan Xiuming clenched his fist, lowering his voice. Are you trying to seduce me? Lu Mingyu chuckled softly, retreating to the passenger seat and pulling the door handle to lock it. Duan Xiuming, unblinking, observed her actions and casually pressed the unlock button. Lu Mingyu opened the door and exited. He watched her enter the house, rolled down the window, retrieved a lady's cigarette from the center console, and lit it. As the flame flickered, he fixated on the car at the Lu residence's entrance. A friend's brother, how strange, he pondered. Why did he suddenly feel an urge to accelerate into it? After taking 2 puffs, he extinguished the cigarette and drove away. Chapter 43, a phone call. Upon entering the hall, Lu Mingyu encountered Su Wenjun and Lu Lin in a heated standoff, both wearing grim expressions, seemingly on the verge of a physical altercation. She paused, eager to witness the unfolding drama, but opted for self-preservation and turned to retreat to her room. Just then, Su Wenjun stepped forward, grasping her wrist. Lu Mingyu frowned and attempted to break free, but to no avail. Su Wenjun's tone was urgent. Mingyu, I need to speak with you. With a loud clap, Lu Lin slammed his hand down, angrily exclaiming, Su Wenjun, don't overstep your bounds. Su Wenjun released his grip. Lu Mingyu sidestepped, watching the two of them. Lu Lin no longer held back, shouting, Your Su family truly knows how to seize opportunities. My sister snatched my project without a word. And you have the audacity to come to my home to snatch someone? Well, you two must have conspired to bully the Lu family to no end. Su Wenjun took a deep breath, stating, I apologize for Ye's actions, I will educate her. Lu Lin interrupted, You think you can educate her? Spare me the grandstanding. The two quickly fell into a back-and-forth argument. Lu Mingyu listened for a while, not gleaning any crucial information, and decided to slip upstairs to her room. She locked the door and propped a chair against it, then took out her phone to message Su Suyue. Lu Mingyu, your brother is arguing with Lu Lin. And after all that, he hasn't made any salient points. What happened? Su Suyue, oh, he broke up with his girlfriend and is planning to propose to your family. Lu Mingyu. Su Suyue, did Lu Lin scold him? Was it a fierce argument? Did it escalate to violence? Ha ha ha. Lu Mingyu, proposing to whom? Su Suyue, to you, are you scared? Ha ha ha. Lu Mingyu, with the Su and Lu families in such a poor state, let alone a union, there's even a possibility of a severed relationship. Is he out of his mind to propose? Su Suyue, that's why I say my brother is an idiot. But who knew that by snatching the project, I could also shield you from romantic advances? I am the unsung hero. I nipped it in the bud, praise me. Lu Mingyu, truly impressive. After putting down her phone, Lu Mingyu began to ponder. Something felt off. Just as she was attempting to organize her thoughts, she keenly sensed that someone had been in her room, rummaging through her belongings, although the intruder had made an effort to restore everything to its original state. She still noticed the signs of frowning. Lu Mingyu felt relieved that her passport was with Su Suyue and her artwork was hidden behind the cotton candy. The next day, Lu Mingyu went to the backyard as usual to chat with her grandmother, assisting in her recovery. After many days of diligent effort, Tao Yalan was no longer repeating her memory loss daily. In fact, she could recall that Lu Mingyu had visited the day before and could continue conversations from previous days. Occasionally, Lu Mingyu would tentatively mention past events, all gentle in nature, and her grandmother displayed no agitation, conversing with her as if it were entirely normal. Lu Mingyu was firmly convinced that her grandmother could recover. By noon, Duan Xiuming's car was parked at the roadside outside the community, waiting for her. He was quite displeased with the necessity of stopping so far away every time he came to pick someone up, to the point that his expression could frighten passing children. As soon as Lu Mingyu emerged, she caught sight of his sour face, exuding an air of quite the temper. Amused, she stepped in and closed the door. Duan Xiuming's demeanor quickly normalized. Lu Mingyu found it even more amusing and asked, Did you study Sichuan opera? As Duan Xiuming started the vehicle, he reminisced, Actually, I grew up in the United States, so there's a bit of a cultural gap. However, I've looked into Cantonese opera, I'm still trying to catch up on the rest. Upon hearing Cantonese opera, Lu Mingyu momentarily paused, then seamlessly continued the conversation. No wonder you're from Shangjiang yet enjoy spicy food, Duan Xiuming replied, I was influenced by friends in the U.S. Lu Mingyu suddenly inquired, Did you live there by yourself, or was your whole family there? Duan Xiuming answered, Just myself, but my family visited frequently, especially my brother. During my rebellious phase, he would come to the U.S. Every few days. Lu Mingyu blinked. Oh, why was he the only one raised in the U.S.? Is he a love child, hence his name being absent from the family register? Yet, how could a love child have such a close bond with his brother? Another curious point. This topic felt somewhat personal, so Lu Mingyu refrained from probing further. Shortly after, the two arrived at a tea restaurant. Duan Xiuming had long since realized that Lu Mingyu adored Cantonese cuisine. She could handle spicy food but didn't indulge excessively, her palate perfectly aligned with the flavors of Guangdong, making her well-suited for settling in Shangjiang. This was Lu Mingyu's first time at this tea restaurant. It wasn't upscale, lacking private rooms, yet the flavors were authentic. They settled at a windowside table in the hall this time. Lu Mingyu took the initiative to order, selecting her favorites. Duan Xiuming sat opposite her, watching her as she made choices, his gaze following her delicate fingers as they flipped through the menu, observing her hair fall softly and then gently tucking it behind her ear. She wore no makeup. Dressed in simple attire, exuding a serene and tranquil aura, though Duan Xiuming understood that this was merely a facade, he couldn't help but be captivated by her appearance. It was beautiful, no matter how many times he gazed upon it. In the aisle, Xiangyi and Shangqi passed by, both spotting Lu Mingyu at the window. Shangqi's eyes were still puffy, and instinctively her steps faltered. Xiangyi intended to greet Lu Mingyu but, noticing the person seated across from her, tactfully led Shangqi to a more distant table. The window table, as a variety of dim sum was served. Lu Mingyu's eyes brightened upon lifting her gaze. She met Duan Xiuming's stare. He tilted his head, asking, "Do you enjoy having dim sum this much?" Lu Mingyu replied, "Indeed." Duan Xiuming's lips curled into a smirk. "From now on, when in Shangjiang, we shall dine on dim sum daily until you tire of it." Lu Mingyu smiled, "I could never tire of it." How could one tire of their hometown cuisine? Just as Duan Xiuming was about to say something further, his phone on the table vibrated. Lu Mingyu inadvertently glanced at the caller ID, Isabel, a beautifully melodic English name. Lu Mingyu was momentarily taken aback, looking up to see Duan Xiuming swiftly answer the call, his expression intensely focused. The next moment, a mature, graceful female voice emanated from the receiver, Ming. The volume was somewhat loud, accompanied by strange noises, thumping sounds. Lu Mingyu, sitting close, caught a fragment of the conversation. The person on the other end said something else. Duan Xiuming raised his phone and glanced across the table, his eyes revealing a myriad of unsaid thoughts. Lu Mingyu was taken aback again, pulling her chair back slightly. She hadn't quite heard the previous remark but felt it prudent to maintain some distance. The phone call concluded swiftly. Duan Xiuming's expression shifted rapidly, his posture straightening abruptly as if he had been struck by the gravity of an important matter. After hanging up, Lu Mingyu placed her utensils down at the same time, gazing at him with a calm demeanor. Awaiting his words, Duan Xiuming fell silent for 2 seconds before he spoke seriously. "Lu Mingyu, I need to go abroad for a while." Chapter 44. Are you aiding the impoverished? Lu Mingyu nodded without any hint of surprise and inquired. White-headed eagle? Duan Xiuming replied, "Yes." Lu Mingyu picked up her utensils once more, responding, "All right." Duan Xiuming paused momentarily, then stated, "The situation is urgent. I cannot accompany you." Lu Mingyu continued to nod, asking, "Are you leaving today?" Duan Xiuming replied, "I am sorry, I must leave at once." Lu Mingyu's tone was indifferent. "It's fine, I can eat alone." With a sudden sound, a chair scraped against the floor. Duan Xiuming stepped forward to her side, bent down, and cupped her face. A fervent kiss landed upon her lips. His movement was so swift that Lu Mingyu was taken aback, her eyes widening slightly. The surrounding crowd was drawn to the sound, and this scene sparked a small commotion. Duan Xiuming disregarded the gazes and earnestly looked at her. "Lu Mingyu, wait for me to return and marry you." With that, he turned and strode away. The glacier blue Bentley sped along the main road, the dashboard numbers rising rapidly. Had it not been for the obstacles, Duan Xiuming could have driven even faster. He pressed the accelerator, one hand steering, while the other inserted a Bluetooth earpiece into his ear. Commands flowed from his lips, spoken rapidly yet calmly. "Zhan Xiang, immediately return to Xiangang and meet with the Dark Lord Yan Tianzua. Ensure my father has safety. Do not concern yourself with anything else." Buzz, the Bentley accelerated again, roaring out exhaust as it raced towards Pudong International Airport at breakneck speed. In the restaurant, Lu Mingyu dined quietly alone, surrounded by an abundance of dishes meant for two, unable to finish them all. She requested a takeaway for the leftovers. Upon exiting the restaurant, she encountered Xiangyi and Shangqi, who had also just finished their meal. Shangqi's eyes were noticeably swollen, likely from crying all night. Xiangyi, unaware of the underlying circumstances, merely knew that Shangqi had experienced a breakup and greeted Lu Mingyu casually. "Were you having dinner with your boyfriend?" Xiangyi remarked, teasingly adding, "That kiss was truly like a scene from a drama." "But why did he leave?" Lu Mingyu replied calmly, "He had something urgent come up." Lu, Shangqi interjected, "May I speak with you privately?" Xiangyi looked surprised at the two. Lu Mingyu nodded, "Of course." Shangqi glanced at Xiangyi and forced a smile that was more painful than tears. "Xiangyi, I need to talk to Lulu. You can head back first. No need to accompany me." Xiangyi nodded awkwardly. "Oh, all right." Lu Mingyu and Shangqi made their way to a nearby CAF, ordering 2 cups of hot coffee. Shangqi's eyes were red, tears cascading down her cheeks. There was no hatred in her gaze, only an endless sorrow. She was so overwhelmed that she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Lu Mingyu observed her quietly, taking a sip of coffee. Eventually, Shangqi spoke first. "Was that your boyfriend just now?" "I saw him from a distance at another restaurant." When it came to Duan Xiuming, Lu Mingyu hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Shangqi let out a bitter laugh. "No wonder you completely ignore Su Wenjun." Your boyfriend surpasses him in every regard. Lu Mingyu lifted her gaze, countering, that has nothing to do with Su Wenjun. Shang-Chi's expression was pained. I know. You've never cared for him. Lu Mingyu looked down at her coffee again. Shang-Chi seemed unable to endure the silence any longer, bursting out, why did your boyfriend leave you? It reminds me of the day Su Wenjun broke up with me. Lu Mingyu's grip on her coffee cup tightened momentarily as she asked. What are you trying to say? Shang-Chi continued. That day, Su Wenjun left without hesitation, even causing me to lose my job. I can't help but wonder if your boyfriend left because of another woman. Lu Mingyu's gaze sharpened slightly as she raised her eyes. You've crossed the line. Shang-Chi averted her gaze, murmuring, I'm sorry. Lu Mingyu studied her, frowning in contemplation. Shang-Chi still could not meet her eyes. Quietly confessing, I'm just so envious of you. You occupied Su Wenjun's entire youth, but he probably never loved me, always waiting for you. Lu Mingyu narrowed her eyes, staring out the window. Wake up to be smart. Shang-Chi was taken aback. What? Lu Mingyu set her coffee cup down, stating, I heard from Xiang Yi that you excelled in university and could have joined a certain listed group as headquarters. Why did you come to Shizi City? To Su's, Shang-Chi appeared lost, struggling to keep up with the conversation. Lu Mingyu continued, Su's ISNT even among the world's top 500 is it worth it? Shang-Chi replied, puzzled, you're actually asking me this? Su's offered me a high salary, a relaxed job with no pressure. He treats me well, listens to me on everything except for your matter. I just didn't expect he would dismiss me to propose to you. Lu Mingyu questioned, do you enjoy self-deprecation? Shang-Chi frowned, I don't. What are you talking about? Lu Mingyu pressed on, what about him is better than you aside from his family background? Shang-Chi was taken aback. Then offered a bitter smile, I'm no rich second generation, he is a favored son of heaven, ISNT being the firstborn of the Su family enough. Lu Mingyu replied softly, firstborn. Shang-Chi looked at her in confusion. Lu Mingyu glanced at her, the Su family ISNT without successors. What era are we in? Do you think the Su family's little princess is merely spoiled and lacks capability? Shang-Chi was astonished. What are you talking about? What do you mean? Lu Mingyu inquired. Didn't you receive several awards and scholarships in university? Shang-Chi nodded. I could have secured a graduate position. But he wanted to return to Shizi City, so I followed him. Lu Mingyu pressed, aside from his family background, what makes Su Wenjun superior to you? Family background is built by previous generations. What does that have to do with him? Even if it's a merit, it's one-dimensional. Why seek someone weaker than yourself? Are you aiding the impoverished, an intangible form of charity? Self-deprecation, handing over one's lifeblood to another, allowing them to manipulate it at will. Had Shang-Chi initially pursued a career in Modu, she would not have been so easily dismissed and lost her job. Lu Mingyu herself was unaware of where this sudden anger stemmed from. Feeling an urge to vent, Shang-Chi stared at her eyes wide with shock, then silence enveloped them, long enough for the coffee to grow cold. Lu Mingyu steadied her emotions, saying, I apologize, my words were too harsh. Shang-Chi shook her head repeatedly. No, it's not. You're right. It's my infatuation that led to this outcome. Lu Mingyu stirred her coffee. In matters of love, either don't engage, or if you do, pursue someone with numerous virtues, someone complementary or mutually beneficial. Time passed without either noticing. Shang-Chi seemed to come to a realization, organizing her thoughts before saying, thank you, you truly are wonderful. Lu Mingyu looked at her. I also thank you for not telling Su Wenjun about that day, otherwise Lu Choliang would have learned of her riding in that lavish car, tracing the clues to Zhang Xiang's lounge, combining it with the surveillance incident and then witnessing the Maybach. It could have resulted in her facing 3 disciplinary actions. Chapter 45, Brother, you were so verbose. One day later, on a street in the LA slums of White-Headed Eagle, a sedan raced past, several escorting vehicles followed but were intercepted. Whoosh, a series of silenced gunshots shattered the rear window of the car, the occupants quickly ducked, covering their heads, but then came another bright, piercing whistle, a silenced sniper. The driver pressed the gas pedal desperately, attempting to outrun the bullets, but it was too late. Boom, a tremendous explosion erupted nearby, sending shards of glass flying and debris scattering. Another bang sounded, the luxury sedan crashed into the railing ahead, the driver bleeding from his forehead. Losing consciousness completely, the car came to a halt. The sniper did not reappear. It seemed they had been dispatched, but the surrounding area erupted into a cacophony of gunfire and chaotic explosions. The battle raged fiercely. In the back seat, Duan Xiuming observed a black fragment that had grazed his thigh. Brushing it aside, blood gushed forth. He took several deep breaths, gripping the nearby briefcase tightly as he attempted to push the door open. Damn it, it wouldn't budge. The scene outside was chaotic, making it impossible to distinguish friend from foe. He glanced down at his wound, blood flowing continuously. If this continued, he would bleed to death in this car. He made a quick decision, tearing off his tie to fashion a makeshift bandage, tightly wrapping it around his injured leg, but soon blood began to seep from his abdomen as well. This wound wasn't as deep, but it was still significant. Duan Xiuming was drenched in sweat, tearing off his shirt to continue bandaging himself. Outside, the gunfire persisted amidst the tumult of battle, flashes of fire erupting, even vehicles being blown skyward. It was unclear how long this would last. At that moment, a roar of engines erupted. Vroom, a motorcycle suddenly sped into view from the end of the street, moving swiftly as though it could topple a tank. The rider, clad in black, helmeted, wielded an unknown firearm. Crouching low as they swerved beside the motorcycle, raising their hand, they began firing. Their aim was astonishing, hitting with precision in the brief distance of just a few hundred meters from the end to the sedan. The rider shot steadily, seemingly indifferent to whether they were friend or foe. From Duan Liqing's perspective, as the motorcycle's roar drew closer, the surrounding gunfire began to fade away. All ceased, only the distant sounds of battle continued. But this rider clearly had no regard for that. Their sole target was the luxury sedan. With a swift maneuver, the motorcycle skidded to a stop beside the sedan. The black-clad figure dismounted, striding purposefully towards the rear seat of the car. Behind them, the motorcycle fell to the ground. He did not even spare a glance, nor did he remove his helmet. Instead, he reached out his hand toward the car window, only to suddenly halt and retract it. He shrugged off his coat, casually wrapping it around his forearm to secure his fist, then, bang, with a single punch, he shattered the car window, violently forcing the door open from the inside, and dragged Duan Liqing out. The angle was not favorable. Duan Liqing felt a jolt to his forehead, and the injury on his thigh began to bleed more profusely. In that moment, he nearly lost consciousness, after being pulled out. The man in black yanked off his helmet and leaned down to regard the person he had captured. Duan Liqing gasped for breath, exclaiming, "Ming, the Duan family is fortunate to have you." Duan Xiuming then poked at his wound and inquired, "How come you are still injured?" Duan Liqing inhaled deeply, his face pale. "Let go, be gentle." Duan Xiuming tilted his head and loosened his grip. As soon as he did, Duan Liqing lost his balance and nearly toppled over. Fortunately, someone nearby swiftly supported him, draping his arm over their shoulder and assisting him toward a safer corner against the wall. However, as they helped him, they also reached out to pat Duan Liqing's abdominal injury. Slap, slap. The two strikes nearly caused Duan Liqing to lose his senses. Duan Xiuming chuckled, "You should practice. You're so weak." Duan Liqing panted heavily. Leaning on his brother's shoulder, I'll practice. My foundation is poor. I have no talent." Duan Xiuming observed him resting against the wall, his gaze drifting to the briefcase. "You risked your life and split up with your sister-in-law just for this? What a hassle." Duan Liqing grew anxious. "This has been in the works for years." "What do you mean just this? There are 3 copies. I got one. Your sister-in-law is surely fine, and I was supposed to get the last one. But I nearly lost my life here." Duan Xiuming glanced at the distant crossroad, still embroiled in battle. "I'll go. Since I'm here, I might as well." Duan Liqing raised his eyes to him. "This isn't a matter for the Dark Vein. I must trouble you again." Ming. Duan Xiuming crossed his arms. "Just remember to repay my favor. By the way, how many times have I saved your life now?" Duan Liqing raised his hand, indicating a number. 8 times. "I owe you 8 lives." Duan Xiuming laughed. "You're actually counting?" Duan Liqing shook his head. "Without you, I would have died long ago. Perhaps my life is just tough." Duan Xiuming cast another glance at the distant flames of war, which were nearing an end. Duan Liqing, fighting off dizziness, asked, "You arrived so quickly. Has everything been arranged on the Hong Kong side?" Duan Xiuming tilted his head. "Don't pry into my affairs." Duan Liqing nodded like a chick pecking at grain. Oh, I crossed the line. I won't ask about the Dark Vein." Duan Xiuming smiled. "Just teasing you. Everything is settled. Dad has Yen Tianzhua, and the Dark Lord sent Zhang Xiang." Duan Liqing continued nodding. "I just worry I might faint. It's better to chat a bit before people arrive." Duan Xiuming replied, "You won't faint. If you can't handle it, I'll give you a punch to ensure you jump up in pain." Duan Liqing's expression changed. "Ming, there is no need to be so harsh to your own brother." Duan Xiuming, "Fine, what do you want to talk about?" Duan Liqing, "How about discussing your girlfriend? How long have you been together?" Duan Xiuming, "A little over 20 days. Duan Liqing was taken aback. "Huh? That short?" Duan Xiuming tilted his head. "What's the problem?" Duan Liqing, "You said you were going to propose. A flash marriage, right?" Duan Xiuming nodded. "Yes." Feelings develop gradually. Duan Liqing readily agreed. "First deceive her. Once you have her, then talk. That's how it was with your sister-in-law." Duan Xiuming looked at his brother in astonishment. "You tricked Isabel back then?" Duan Liqing immediately shook his head. "Oh no. It was your sister-in-law who deceived me. We even broke up twice before marriage, then reconciled." Duan Xiuming was surprised. "This is the first time I'm hearing about this." Duan Liqing nodded. "You weren't interested in relationships back then, so we never talked, but your time together is short. Is it the honeymoon phase?" Duan Xiuming pondered for a moment, then shook his head. "She only likes me a little, not intensely, but I quite like her." Duan Liqing urged, "Then hurry up and get married. Don't wait until she loses interest and wants to break up. And let me tell you, with different growing experiences, not everyone can accept your violent and fierce demeanor. You must be gentle and patient, or you'll scare her off. Young ladies can run away." Duan Xiuming could no longer hold back and interrupted. "Brother, you really are getting old." Duan Liqing gasped. "There's nothing to be done. I am already 35. Don't be too sad. Everyone ages." Duan Xiuming, so verbose. Duan Liqing. Chapter 46. My brother. Duan Xiuzhe. The distant flames of war subsided, and soon medical personnel rushed in to tend to Duan Liqing's injuries. A team of sharply dressed men in black arrived, surrounding the area. Even farther away, another contingent, fully armed, began to sweep the area. Duan Liqing finally breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes reflecting gratitude for surviving the ordeal. It had been perilously close. Had it not been for Duan Xiuming braving a hail of bullets to rush in with a barrage of shots, he would have long since perished, never able to wait for anyone else to come to his rescue. Duan Xiuming, however, displayed no change in demeanor, calmly removing his bulletproof vest, waving to a nearby person, and changing into a new one. His partially exposed chest bore the marks of powerful impacts, resulting in bruising despite the protective gear. Yet, he showed no expression of pain, his tranquil demeanor betraying nothing of the imminent dangers he had faced. Those around witnessed this scene with wide-eyed astonishment. Duan Liqing closed his eyes, suppressing his emotions. At that moment, a bespectacled young man squeezed in, cradling a laptop, his glasses askew in his haste. He glanced at the pale-faced Duan Liqing, then at the robustly composed Duan Xiuming, momentarily unsure how to greet them. Who was this calm figure? He had never seen him before. So composed, Duan Xiuming was the first to speak. "Give me the address and the code." The bespectacled young man was taken aback. Looking to Duan Liqing, overwhelmed with questions, Duan Liqing, catching his breath, instructed, "This is my brother Duan Xiuji, listen to him." As soon as he finished speaking, he could no longer bear it and slumped to the side. Losing consciousness, the medical staff hurriedly rushed to his aid. The others, though shocked internally, maintained their composure. Duan Xiuji. This was the first time they had heard this name, Duan Liqing's brother. The level of trust indicated he must be a blood relative. Everyone was learning for the first time that Duan Liqing had a biological brother, but he looked so young and his skills were impressive. Moreover, he showed no fear of death. The age gap between the two brothers was quite significant. After a moment of stunned silence, the bespectacled youth approached to hand over information to Duan Xiuming. The black-clad figures around them stood at the ready, awaiting orders, yet Duan Xiuming took no one with him. He kicked the fallen motorcycle upright, mounted it, and donned a helmet. V-room, the tires heated, and with a twist of the throttle, he roared off. Shizi City Dai in the Lu family study. The door was locked. Slap! A heavy hand struck Lu Lin's face, causing it to swell immediately. This was the second slap he received in a week. In his 20s, he still had to endure such humiliating slaps at home. Lu Qiuliang, with a grim expression, demanded, "Where do you think you're putting the Lu family's reputation? What will outsiders say?" A surge of resentment welled up within Lu Lin, and he scoffed. "What reputation does the Lu family even have left?" Lu Qiuliang raised his hand again, delivering another slap. Lu Lin looked up. "Dad, even if you kill me, it won't change the fact that the Lu family's reputation is in tatters in Shizi City. If you care so much about this hollow fame, you might as well think of ways to elevate the Lu family. Since we're already shameless, is there any harm in seeking profit?" Lu Qiuliang seethed with anger. "The Lu family's reputation was ruined by your mother." Lu Lin took a few deep breaths and replied, "Then, Dad, aren't you at fault as well, after years of sleeping in separate rooms? You've constantly humiliated my mother." Lu Qiuliang's sharp gaze behind his gold-rimmed glasses pierced through. "Are you trying to dictate to me?" Lu Lin shouted in fury. "How long will you continue to deceive yourself? What matters more, the Lu family's ancestral legacy, or that lowly actress? Lu Ming's mother is just an actress. How long will you cling to that memory?" Slap! A cup of hot tea was hurled at him. Scalding water splashing onto Lu Lin's shoulder. Lu Qiuliang glared at his son. "You truly have no filter. The matters of the Lu family are not for you to decide." Lu Lin gritted his teeth against the burn on his shoulder. Staring ahead, "This matter has already been settled. Unless you can contend with the Qin family, Dad, you can't do that. Young Master Qin has already shown great sincerity." With that, he disregarded Lu Qiuliang's worsening expression and turned to leave the study. 2 days later, a private jet took off from White Eagle, heading towards Hong Kong. Outside the lounge, a woman leaned against the door, one leg casually draped over the doorframe, dressed in black. Her mixed heritage was evident, with sharp, striking features and a neatly cropped hairstyle that exuded efficiency. At that moment, she was playing with a small knife, spinning it on her fingertips, producing a swish-swish sound. A private doctor approached, requesting, "Miss Isabel, it's time to change the dressing for Mr. Duan." Isabel scrutinized the doctor from head to toe, as if attempting to see through him. After 2 seconds, she lowered her leg and allowed him entry. Inside the lounge, Duan Liqing and Duan Xiuming sat facing each other, engaged in conversation. The knock on the door caused them to instinctively cease their discussion. The doctor stepped forward, first changing Duan Liqing's dressing. Then turning to Duan Xiuming stated, "I don't need it." Duan Liqing pointed at the collar of his shirt, his meaning clear. Duan Xiuming adjusted his collar. "Just a minor scrape." Duan Liqing nodded. Relinquishing his insistence, his brother's physical capabilities were almost monstrous, utterly disregarding such minor injuries. Once the doctor departed, silence enveloped the room. Duan Xiuming inquired, "How did the administrative assistant handle it?" "It crossed the line and escalated to my level." "I need to know." Duan Liqing smiled. "Out of the game?" Duan Xiuming asked, "Was it an individual or orchestrated from behind the scenes?" Duan Liqing raised his gaze. "All of them." Duan Xiuming raised an eyebrow. All means, Duan Liqing replied, I lacked the time to investigate the details. It was a sweeping decision, 10 assistants, all out. Duan Xiuming beamed. I truly admire you, brother, Duan Liqing remarked. In critical moments, such measures are unavoidable when operating in the open. One must tread cautiously. Even a minor error is intolerable, even if it means sacrificing thousands. Duan Xiuming nodded. Then please continue to shield me from the front, allowing me to operate from the shadows. Duan Liqing chuckled. Our duet has stirred chaos throughout the entire Hong Kong. Your contributions are invaluable. Duan Xiuming shrugged nonchalantly. Isn't it simply acting according to plan? Duan Liqing regarded him with appreciation. Your decisiveness and ambition are commendable. Our parents truly bestowed upon me a remarkable partner. Duan Xiuming smirked. A kingdom shared equally, otherwise I shall claim your life in 8 ways. Duan Liqing responded. Of course, we agreed upon this. Duan Xiuming lazily leaned back. I will make a final appearance in Hong Kong to wrap things up. Once completed, I shall propose you expedite matters on your end. Do not delay my significant life event. Duan Liqing became intrigued. Shall I plan your wedding? Let us organize an Asian-level celebration. Duan Xiuming retorted. I desire a world-class wedding. Duan Liqing laughed at excellent. Knock, knock, knock. A series of impatient knocks echoed. Entered. Duan Liqing replied. Isabel forcefully kicked the door open. Her tone elegant yet fierce. Duan Liqing, are you finished with your rambling? Duan Liqing stood. I have concluded. Isabel scolded. Then come out for dinner. With that she turned and strode away, indifferent to whether anyone followed. Very well. Duan Liqing quickly stepped forward, beckoning Duan Xiuming to join him. Isabel led the way, her strides long and swift. Duan Liqing quietly asked, Aiming, is your girlfriend equally fierce? Duan Xiuming pondered for a moment. She is fierce, but not in this shouting manner, more subtly ruthless. As Duan Liqing nodded in understanding. That sounds rather intriguing. My curiosity is piqued, Duan Xiuming remarked. She possesses an air of mystery. Chapter 47, Boundless Love on This Day. Lu Mingyu, having finished breakfast, discovered visitors arriving at the Lu residence, gradually making their way to the reception room. Lu Lin was attending to them, his demeanor respectful, even obsequious. Lu Choliang soon appeared, engaging in polite conversation with the guests. Lu Mingyu, however, went to the backyard to visit her grandmother, only to find, as she intended to leave at noon, that the back gate had been secured with a new lock, trapping her and her grandmother inside. She furrowed her brow. What was happening with the Lu family? Was there some significant matter being concealed from her? Tao Yalan appeared behind her at some point, gazing towards the main building through the glass door. At that moment, several individuals began to exit the reception room, with Lu Choliang and Lu Lin smiling as they bid farewell to the guests. Lu Lin escorted one to the door, bowing and nodding, while Lu Choliang turned back after a few steps, casting a lingering glance at the grandmother and granddaughter duo behind the gate. Lu Mingyu instinctively shielded her grandmother. Suddenly, a hand from behind grasped her, pulling her toward a small room. Tao Yalan said, little wild, I have hidden some delightful treasures in my cabinet. Shall I fetch them for you? All right, Lu Mingyu replied with a smile. Inside the small room, Tao Yalan produced various trinkets and snacks hidden in the cabinet, the toys dating back over a decade. Many of the snacks passed their expiration dates. Lu Mingyu discarded the expired items and engaged in casual conversation with her grandmother until sunset. As night fell, Tao Yalan called softly, her wrinkled hand reaching out to caress Lu Mingyu's cheek. Lu Mingyu responded gently, yes, grandmother. Tao Yalan's eyes suddenly glistened with unshed tears. Grandmother wishes to see the tiger's eyes with you. To ride horses, to ride roller coasters. Lu Mingyu chuckled, viewing the tiger's eyes is fine, but the rest is out of the question. At your age, riding roller coasters is quite a stretch, Tao Yalan inquired. Do you know who those people were that visited this morning? Lu Mingyu frowned. I don't know them. It's unimportant. Please, grandmother, don't concern yourself with them. Tao Yalan's gaze darkened. They are members of the Qin family. Ones I have encountered before. Lu Mingyu was taken aback. Grandmother, do you recall something? Tao Yalan did not respond, merely tracing her fingers along the corner of Lu Mingyu's eye. Little wild, go forth and reveal your ambitions. Lu Mingyu stood momentarily stunned. Tao Yalan, however, smiled and abruptly pushed her outside, closing the door behind her. The sound of the door locking echoed ominously. Grandmother, Lu Mingyu rushed to the window only to witness Tao Yalan suddenly brandishing a fruit knife. Lu Mingyu's pupils dilated in horror. In an instant, with a swift motion, her grandmother plunged the knife into her own abdomen. Blood sprayed as she withdrew the blade. Again she thrust it in. The moment sent waves of terror coursing through Lu Mingyu. Grandmother, her voice pierced the air, sharp and anguished. She pounded on the window and kicked the door desperately. It would not budge. Tao Yalan's voice resonated from within. Little wild, do not mind this old woman. Leave, do not feel guilty. With those words she raised the knife once more, this time aiming for her heart. A brutal stab, blood pooled on the floor. Vivid and red, little wild, go, leave, she screamed, her face twisted in anguish amid the crimson. The commotion erupted. The hired hands scrambled for keys, rushing to unlock the door. Lu Mingyu trembled, her hands covering her mouth, witnessing her grandmother lying in a pool of blood. Her eyes wide open, gazing at her. Though no sound escaped her grandmother's lips, Lu Mingyu could read them moving. Little wild. Leave. The chaos enveloped them, frantic shouts reverberating around the small backyard overflowed with people. Lu Mingyu felt as though her throat had closed up. Leaving her voiceless, her breath evaporated, her heart raced violently. She cast one last glance into her grandmother's eyes and then, not without hesitation, turned and ran. She dashed towards the main entrance of the Lu residence. Fumbling for her phone, her fingers felt as though they were devoid of blood, trembling uncontrollably, struggling to swipe the screen. Yet, just as she was about to burst through the door, a powerful arm swept in, blocking her path. Lu Mingyu, running at full speed, collapsed to the ground due to the impact. Lu Lin confined her with one hand, while the other snatched her phone away, coldly dragging her towards the side yard storage. Lu Mingyu's fingertips quivered as she retrieved a metal hairpin from her pocket. With a swift motion, she jabbed it into Lu Lin's arm. In that moment, her eyes brimmed with red-hot fury, but not a single tear fell. Gritting her teeth, she slashed again, with force, pulling downward. Lu Lin bellowed in anger, seizing the object from her grasp and tossing it aside. Blood stained his arm, yet he still would not relinquish his hold on Lu Mingyu. Brutally dragging her into the storage room, buzzing, Lu Mingyu felt a ringing in her ears, drowning out all sound. With the last of her strength, she glimpsed outside. The dusk had descended into darkness, the taut string that had been drawn tight for a decade finally snapped. With a clatter, her hands and feet were restrained, chains locking her in place. Bang! The storage door slammed shut. Lu Mingyu found herself trapped in darkness, suffocating. She gasped for air, attempting to steady her racing heart. Her eyes wide open, fixed on the front. At last, her hearing returned, but the suffocation still enveloped her, rendering her breaths short and rapid. Through the crack of the door, she heard the frantic sounds of the Lu residence. Ambulances, footsteps, screams, and more. After hours of turmoil, calmness returned. In the deep of night, the storage door swung open, revealing Lu Qian, her expression frosty, holding a leather belt. Lu Mingyu looked up, her demeanor indifferent as she regarded her. Lu Qian flicked her wrist, the belt striking the ground with a sharp crack. Aren't you afraid even now? You're truly audacious, Lu Mingyu simply queried. Where is my grandmother? Dead, Lu Qian sneered. Are you happy? Your Achilles heel has finally vanished. She's dead, completely dead. Lu Mingyu lowered her gaze, remaining still. Lu Qian advanced step by step. You are truly cold-hearted. Where is the bond between grandmother and granddaughter? You witnessed that scene. Yet not a single tear fell, and your expression now shows no sorrow. Lu Mingyu sighed softly. Grandmother paved a path for me with her life. That path is strewn with thorns, soaked in corpses and blood. Lu Qian rebuked. Are you flaunting your favoritism? Lu Mingyu calmly uttered 4 words, boundless love. What? Lu Qian clearly did not comprehend, merely cursing. You heartless woman deserve to be locked up here. Lu Mingyu fell silent. Keeping her head lowered, her eyes dull and devoid of light, this prolonged struggle spanning a decade, she had lost. A moment's lapse. Suddenly Lu Qian lashed out with the belt. Speak, beg for mercy, quickly, plead with me. Lu Mingyu dodged slightly, feeling the sting across her back. It hurt, a physical pain, but she felt little of it. Chapter 48. The Great Green Attire. Lu Qian lashed out while berating Lu Mingyu. You wretched girl, just like your mother. A wretched woman, a woman who steals another's husband. I am not called Lu Mingyu. At last she spoke, her voice wavering but each word articulated with clarity. I am Lu Mingyu, in the city of demons. Lu Mingyu. Lu Qian could not tolerate this name. Upon hearing such words, she was driven to madness. She charged forward with a furious rush. Slap, a resounding blow struck her face. Lu Qian, seething with rage, shouted, Shut your mouth, you are Lu Mingyu, you are the daughter of an actress, your mother is an actress of no repute, within you flows the blood of the baseborn. Lu Mingyu's face was turned to the side from the hit. An actress, her voice was soft, laced with amusement. Suddenly she added a hint of playful mockery. My mother is a national first-class actress, a bearer of the intangible cultural heritage of Cantonese opera, she is. As she spoke, Lu Mingyu raised her head, her eyes shining like stars, locking onto the person before her. Her voice was firm and powerful, her red lips parting with precision. Lu Qian's pupils began to constrict violently. She could not endure Lu Mingyu's gaze, that unmistakable brilliance that stood out in a crowd. Bang! Lu Qian began to kick frantically, hammering with her hands. Shut up, I will gouge your eyes out. An actress is just an actress, a lowly actress. How could she possibly compare to my parents, both of noble lineage? You shut up. Yet, amidst Lu Qian's frenzied assault, Lu Mingyu laughed, then uttered words that Lu Qian could never have anticipated. The great cause of the proletarian struggle and the liberation of humanity. Lu Qian was stunned into silence, staring at her in terror. What are you saying? Lu Mingyu looked up at her once more. Mao Zedong thought. You don't know about Mao Zedong thought. That look in her eyes was thick with mockery. Lu Qian, Lu Mingyu laughed again, panting as she did. A daughter of a noble family, and yet your mind is vacant? In that moment, Lu Qian was at a loss for words. The barriers of thought, realm, and spirit. Lu Mingyu continued to gaze at her, her piercing eyes penetrating deeply. Lu Qian met that gaze. It was as if she stood at the highest dimension, looking down with disdain, exuding the utmost scorn and arrogance, mocking the wretched souls of humanity. To Lu Qian, that look was as lethal as a death blow. Enraged beyond measure, Lu Qian's pupils trembled violently, and she charged forward. I will kill you, She raised her belt, striking down heavily, but in the next instant, Lu Mingyu seemed impervious to pain, extending her hand to grasp one end of the belt. With a pull, Lu Qian, caught off guard, stumbled forward. Collapsing at Lu Mingyu's feet, their faces were alarmingly close. This was the first time Lu Qian had looked at her cousin from such proximity. That breathtaking beauty became increasingly maddening, paired with eyes forged in fierce flames. Sending shivers down one's spine, Lu Qian was entranced. With a sudden clang, the sound of chains being pulled echoed. Lu Mingyu encircled her hands around Lu Qian's neck, the chains entwining alongside. Lu Qian gasped in shock, attempting to break free, yet this method of entanglement only tightened the more she struggled. Lu Mingyu wore no expression, merely gazing down at her from such a close distance. Lu Qian, panicking, cried out, "Let go of me, release me." Lu Mingyu exerted a fierce grip, pulling the chains tighter. Lu Qian, in terror, exclaimed, "Are you mad? Do you intend to commit murder, you lunatic?" Lu Mingyu's breath was faint. Yet her words were horrifyingly chilling. Why not? In the next moment, the force in her hands surged, the pressure tightened, causing Lu Qian's eyes to bulge, her throat constricted as her tongue lolled out. The skin on her neck was wrinkled, tearing to reveal crimson marks, blood oozing forth. Lu Mingyu exerted all her strength, her wrists chafed by the handcuffs, drops of blood trickled down, splattering onto Lu Qian's face and hair. A vivid scarlet bloom, Lu Qian felt she was suffocating, her vision fading to black. In that position, she was forced to meet Lu Mingyu's gaze. This face was undeniably beautiful, appearing frail due to her injuries and confinement. Possessing a certain alluring brokenness, with her head slightly tilted back, beads of sweat trickled down, inciting a sense of wrongdoing. Yet within this dire situation, the glint in her eyes was one of murderous intent. Not madness, but a chillingly calm desire to kill, mixed with a hint of mockery, as if observing a toy being destroyed by one's own hands. Despite her apparent weakness, her grip grew stronger. Disregarding the deepening wounds on her wrists, the scent of blood was overwhelming. She truly would kill her, right here, right now. Lu Qian kicked and pounded relentlessly, but Lu Mingyu would not relent. At that moment, bang! The warehouse door was flung open. Lu Lin rushed in, forcefully prying Lu Mingyu's hands apart and pulling Lu Qian to the side. The deep crimson marks encircling Lu Qian's neck were shocking to behold. She was unsteady on her legs, collapsing into Lu Lin's embrace, gasping for breath, the fear within her surging, not daring to meet Lu Mingyu's gaze. Yet Lu Mingyu merely cast a fleeting glance, dragging the chains as she leaned against the wall. The entire warehouse was saturated with the stench of blood, overwhelming. Lu Lin first escorted Lu Qian out, then returned, glaring furiously at Lu Mingyu. His hands were still wrapped in bandages, a long gash that was nearly in need of stitches. All of this was the doing of Lu Mingyu, you lunatic, he scolded. Lu Mingyu paid him no mind, continuing to sit on the ground with her knees drawn up. Lu Lin began to berate her. How many times have I told you to be sensible? What do you intend to do, murder? Lu Mingyu tilted her head, letting out a derisive chuckle. As expected, Lu Lin, like Lu Qian, was incensed, demanding loudly, "What are you laughing at?" Lu Mingyu lifted her gaze, the sharpness in her eyes utterly unmasked. "I laugh because your days are numbered." Lu Lin picked up the belt from the ground. "Do you still wish to be beaten? I will whip you for 3 whole days. Whatever," Lu Mingyu replied coolly, as if devoid of emotion. Lu Lin's chest rose and fell with agitation, but ultimately he left, locking the warehouse door several times. As the heavy door closed once more, Lu Mingyu hung her head, her expression inscrutable. At that moment, she seemed devoid of emotion, her mind racing. She began to replay the events of the day of the guests, the Qin family, her grandmother's words. What were the Qin family doing at the Lu household? Why was Lu Lin so obsequious? Had some agreement been made with the Qin family, and why had she been locked in her grandmother's backyard, hidden from view, afraid she might find out? What did Lu Qiuliang's distant gaze signify? After a long while, Lu Mingyu slowly lifted her gaze, fixating on the door of the storage room. In the darkness, her eyes blazed like fire, radiating a sharpness and pressure that was utterly chilling. Devoid of vulnerabilities, she feared nothing. Chapter 49. Coincidence. Lu Qian was sent to the hospital. She resisted treatment, screaming like a madwoman in the hospital corridor. Ultimately, she was forcibly treated, with Lu Lin and Duan Xiuming teaming up to bind her to the hospital bed. Yet Lu Qian continued to scream, her cries heart-wrenching. "That is my husband, mine." Duan Xiuming approached, attempting to cradle her, but was met with a savage bite. Had she not dodged quickly, her hand would have been bitten through. Lu Qian had completely lost her mind, stimulated to the brink of collapse. In her desperate struggles, her wounds reopened. Another flurry of activity ensued. Duan Xiuming looked on at her daughter with sorrow, unable to utter a word. Lu Lin quietly exited the ward. Outside, he encountered Lu Qiuliang, who bore a smile. Lu Lin's heart sank. He called out, "Dad." Lu Qiuliang smiled. "Well done, your ex-husband marrying your sister-in-law has become the talk of the town. And now you've driven your own sister to madness." Lu Lin's expression darkened. Lu Qiuliang's warm smile persisted, even as he patted his son's shoulder. "Keep it up, the Lu family will soon be yours." At that moment, Duan Xiuming emerged, scolding, "What does this have to do with my son?" It was the eldest son of the Qin family who orchestrated this. The Lu and Qin families already have a marriage agreement. And besides, can you bear the consequences of offending the Qin family? Lu Lin interjected. It was indeed the young Master Qin who pushed this forward. We were merely passive recipients. Lu Qiuliang then spoke again, with your mother's passing. The wedding banquet is undoubtedly off. 3 years of mourning. Lu Lin immediately responded. I have already discussed this. The Qin family said to proceed with the engagement but wishes for the Lu family to keep the burial low-key. Duan Xiuming scoffed. That old woman has been mad for how many years now? How many people still remember her? Even if we hold a grand funeral, no one would come. Lu Lin frowned. Unfortunately, the wedding banquet has turned into an engagement banquet. Lu Qiuliang smiled in a peculiar manner, slowly replying, that is indeed unfortunate. Duan Xiuming crossed her arms, her tone icy. Now that the old woman is dead, who can keep Lu Mingyu in check? If she runs away, how will we explain it to the Qin family? Lu Lin frowned. Can she escape with the engagement in place? Lu Qiuliang's smile was as warm as spring. Keep her locked away. To be raised. Duan Xiuming's expression soured, glaring fiercely at Lu Qiuliang. Lock her up with the Qin family? I do not agree to lock her in the Lu family. Lu Qiuliang, the affairs of the Lu family are not for you to decide. As their parents appeared poised to argue. Lu Lin hastily changed the subject. The Qin family is anxious. Let us first discuss her gown. She is injured all over, and that gown cannot be worn. Duan Xiuming waved her hand irritably. Regardless, it's winter. Let her wear long sleeves. In a standalone villa, Qin Lian was wearing the most advanced 3D printed splint for his fractured arm, appearing lightweight. Aside from his inability to move his hand, there were no other impacts. At that moment, he sat on the sofa, his left hand holding a phone, engrossed in the screen. Kneeling at his feet was a young woman, breathing rapidly. After a moment, she swallowed hard and stood to leave. Qin Lian's expression returned to normal, yet her gaze did not alight upon the woman even once. Instead, it remained fixed on her phone. On the screen was a magnified painting that captivated her eyes with its stunning beauty. Knock, knock. The sound of a knock echoed. Qin Lian locked her screen, adjusted her attire, and said, Come in. Qin Yuan pushed the door open, frowning as she caught the scent in the air, exclaiming, Have you lost your mind while your hand is broken? Qin Lian chuckled. Sister, has the matter of the marriage alliance been settled? Qin Yuan replied. The family dotes on you too much. Qin Lian continued to smile. Sister, I am the only male heir of the Qin family, your sole brother. If not me, who else deserves the affection? Qin Yuan frowned. You're but a waste. Are you destined to be a dandy for life? Qin Lian shrugged. What's wrong with being a dandy? I have no ambitions. As long as you have them, that's enough for me. I merely desire a life of indulgence. Qin Yuan shot him a glance. I hope that 10 years from now, you still feel the same way and do not attempt to seize the family fortune. Qin Lian replied, I only wish to marry that Lu Mingyu. The sooner, the better. Qin Yuan sneered. It's all arranged for you. Our parents are personally handling it. The engagement banquet is in 2 days. Are you satisfied? Qin Lian expressed his dissatisfaction. Wasn't it said that the wedding would be held directly? Why has it turned into an engagement? Qin Yuan explained, there was a minor mishap. It's not significant once the engagement is completed. You can take her away immediately. However, I warn you not to back out. If you wish to play, do so outside. If you marry and then divorce, it would be better not to marry at all. Qin Lian waved his hand dismissively. This time, I certainly won't. Qin Yuan scrutinized him. You had better not. After their conversation, she departed. Ding, a message popped up. Qin Lian opened it. Shurinkuan, young Master Qin, can you reply? I couldn't make it to the engagement, but you must invite me to the wedding. Qin Lian, don't worry, you've done well. After responding, he closed the chat and reopened a social media platform. Continuing to scroll through a particular account. A student of the world's top art academy, truly impressive. The account showcased numerous artworks, particularly a recent ink painting that was simply breathtaking. The level of skill was such that not only did professionals in the comments rave, but even those outside the field were utterly enchanted, surpassing even his sister's talent. No one in Shizi City was aware of this, a clever deception, yet it was quite a coincidence. Qin Lian enjoyed socializing, not only within Shizi City but also made a large circle of friends from other regions. He had previously boasted about Lu Mingyu's looks in a group chat. By sheer chance, Shurinkuan, also studying at the Royal Academy, recognized Lu Mingyu upon seeing her. Upon learning the truth, Qin Lian's initial playful intent shifted, prompting him to urge his family to propose. He decided to seize her without delay. The following evening, the warehouse door swung open, and Lu Mingyu was led by the hired help to be cleaned and treated for her injuries. She was covered in wounds. Subsequently, she was confined to a small room on the 3rd floor. Before long, Lu Lin appeared with a matte white phone, commanding unlock it. Lu Mingyu coldly ignored him. Lu Lin, not wasting time, seized her right hand and pressed it against the fingerprint unlock interface. The screen lit up. Without hesitation, Lu Lin began to browse through the contents. Unfortunately, the chat history had been deleted, revealing nothing. Other folders were empty, not even a single photo remained. Lu Lin paid no mind opening Lu Mingyu's moments and posting an engagement announcement in her name, broadcasting it across the city. After completing this, Lu Lin grabbed Lu Mingyu's left hand, intent on unlocking it further. Surely there was something in this phone. She had always used a dual system, but at that moment, Smash! Lu Mingyu suddenly seized a glass from the table and slammed it down, shattering it into shards to eye. In the next instant, she pressed her finger onto the broken glass, slicing her own thumb and destroying the fingerprint on her left hand. Blood dripped from her fingertips, pooling on the ground. She maintained an impassive expression. The left-hand fingerprint was the key to unlocking the main system, representing her entire future. She would not allow anyone to destroy it. Lu Lin barked, "Tell me the password, hurry." Lu Mingyu unhurriedly picked up the shards of glass from the floor and aimed to stab Lu Lin with them. However, her speed and strength were insufficient. Lu Lin retaliated, shoving her aside, causing her to fall onto the bed. He gritted his teeth in anger. "You are quite the fierce one," refusing to yield to death. Blood from her hand stained the sheets, turning them crimson. Lu Lin stormed out, shouting, "Butler Wang, band-aids." The hired help rushed in, flustered, to tend to her wounds. Chapter 50, Morning Burial. In the early morning, Lu Mingyu was ushered into a makeup room, the largest in the Lu household. Typically used by Duan Xiuming. In the corner hung a long-sleeved gown. Several makeup artists entered, beginning their work. Lu Mingyu casually reached for a sharp hairpin on the table, pressing it against her throat. "Call those dogs in here to see me," she said coldly. Of the makeup artists, witnessing this scene for the first time, stood frozen in fear, unable to utter a word. One hired hand quickly went to summon others. With a whoosh, Lu Lin barged in, forcefully snatching the hairpin and tossing it aside. He suppressed the urge to strike her, warning, "Know your place, Lu Mingyu." Lu Mingyu met his gaze, speaking resolutely, "I want to see Grandma." Lu Lin shouted, "Your grandmother is dead." Lu Mingyu retorted, "What about the funeral?" Lu Lin replied, "She was buried quietly this morning without notice. The evening banquet is important. Do not cause trouble." Lu Mingyu's tone was unwavering. "I want to send Grandma off." Lu Lin insisted, "You can go afterward." Lu Mingyu stood firm, "I want to go now." With that, she reached for the makeup table again, where sharp objects were plentiful. Simultaneously, her eyes scanned Lu Lin's throat. Lu Lin, sensing the danger, stepped back. He was still nursing the pain from his injury and knew full well what Lu Mingyu was capable of at this moment. Lu Qian was still lying in the hospital. Amidst their standoff, Duan Xiuming entered, her voice cold. "Let her go, it's her last goodbye." At the gravesite, Lu Mingyu encountered Lu Qiuliang. Today, he was not dressed in traditional attire but in a meticulously tailored black suit. Lu Lin stepped forward and called out, "Dad." Lu Qiuliang turned, smiling warmly, "You've come. Both of you should pay your respects to grandmother." Lu Lin refrained from causing a scene at this moment and approached to bow. However, Lu Mingyu fixed her gaze on Lu Qiuliang, asking, "Was Grandma's suicide implied by you?" Lu Lin's head snapped up, his eyes scrutinizing his father. This development had never crossed his mind, yet, upon reflection, it was not impossible. Lu Qiuliang maintained his smile. "I do not understand what you are saying." Lu Mingyu chose not to pursue the discussion further and moved to the gravestone. The photo of Tao Yaolin displayed her smiling face. An elegant elderly woman. Lu Mingyu extended her hand, gently caressing her grandmother's picture and slowly tracing the surface of the gravestone. Reluctant to leave, she touched it repeatedly, a wave of sadness enveloping her. Light rain began to fall from the sky. The raindrops landed on Lu Mingyu's face, reflecting the redness at the corners of her eyes, as if she were shedding tears, yet no tears flowed. Her eyes had been left dry since the age of 12. In Shangjiang, within a bright hall, Duan Xiuming and his son Duan Liqing were delivering a speech, denouncing the nefarious acts of the underworld. Countless media flashes illuminated the scene. Simultaneously, in a corridor of the basement, two dark figures walked side by side, one older and one younger, yet both radiated a striking presence, striding with authority. Under the dim lights, their shadows intertwined as they approached a heavy door. The door swung open, and they entered in succession, closing behind them. Inside, the light shone brightly, revealing sofas and an office desk. It was a hidden office. Duan Beifu patted the young man's arm, offering him a cigar, and said with a smile, "Ah Ming, you've worked hard." Duan Xiuming declined the cigar, lighting a lady's cigarette instead, casually sinking into the sofa. "It's not hard, just split the profits, the power, and the territory." Quickly, Duan Beifu burst into laughter, then playfully chided, "You're quite the ungrateful one. You should ask your dad." Duan Xiuming leaned back, crossing his legs. "My dad's affairs are his own. Your dealings with the underworld are separate. I won't accept any less than my fair share." Duan Beifu raised a finger at him. "You little rascal, always climbing the ranks. You act as if you're ready to seize power and revolt. I haven't scolded you yet. We agreed to play pretend. And then that car nearly flipped. Are you committing murder?" Duan Xiuming flicked the ash from his cigarette. "It's just a small scene. Are you, the esteemed Dark Lord, afraid of this?" The Duan Beifu retorted, "Don't even start. Do you not know I have hidden injuries? I saved your grandfather when I was young. Now that I'm older, I can't be as reckless as you youngsters. Your brother is just as foolish." Following your lead, Duan Xiuming chuckled, rising to flick his fingers against his uncle's abdomen. "This muscle, and you call it a hidden injury?" Duan Beifu pointed to his chest. "It's inside." Duan Xiuming pressed, "Hurry up and get to the point." "I'm in a rush," Duan Beifu asked. "Aren't you attending the family celebration banquet tonight?" Duan Xiuming pondered. "I'll go tomorrow." Duan Beifu opened a file and began discussing serious matters. This internal reshuffle of the Duan family has been highly successful. Those who needed to be cleaned out have been dealt with, and all issues have been addressed, all at once. Splendid, Duan Xiuming replied. If we're going to clean house, it should be on a large scale. A slow approach is not my style. Duan Beifu nodded in appreciation and continued. As for the external matters, we dealt a heavy blow to the Chen and Tai families. They fell right into our trap. Though you two brothers are reckless, this tactic of luring the snakes from their lairs struck at the heart of both. The collaboration between the dark and bright factions of the Duan family was impeccable. Indeed, blood brothers share the deepest understanding, Duan Xiuming remarked. Stop praising me. If you keep it up, I might as well take over as the Dark Lord, and you can retire, you little brat. Duan Beifu cast a wary glance at him, cautioning him not to let his guard down. There were only 2 days left for the final tasks, and they still needed to conceal their true intentions. As for the media scrutiny, would he endure a bit longer? Duan Xiuming, indifferent, replied, whatever. It's all covered now. What need is there for reputation? They have no idea who I am. Duan Beifu smiled knowingly at him. Let me share the next step in our plan. Your father's intention is to penetrate the domestic market. Duan Xiuming was taken aback. No further expansion overseas. Duan Beifu chuckled. The domestic market is vast. I hear you often indulge in leisure there. You must have gathered quite a bit of insight. Why not act as a pioneer before we launch our plans? Scout ahead, Duan Xiuming nodded. I am fond of the cultural heritage. At the entrance to the basement, a group of men in black stood guard, motionless. Yan Tianzu crossed his arms and waited quietly by the side. Zhan Xiang, with time to spare, idly wandered about, occasionally adjusting the collars of his fellow guards. Yan Tianzu, exasperated by his antics, scolded, Are you done yet? I swear I'll make you regret it. With that, he purposefully moved his hand towards his lower back. Zhan Xiang shrugged. I'm bored. With speeches in the hall and clandestine discussions underground, the big shots are all occupied, leaving me with nothing to do. After a moment's thought, Yan Tianzu suddenly asked, Hey, once the work here wraps up, I am thinking of heading to Shizi City for a few days. Want to swap with me? Zhan Xiang replied. You'll have to convince me. Yan Tianzu began to curse. Zhan Xiang, however, smiled as he opened his phone's secondary system. Oh. Speaking of Shizi City, let me check if the ladies have sent me any messages. Yan Tianzu's eyes lit up. Is Shizi City truly filled with beauties? Of course, Zhan Xiang replied, tapping on the chat app, which immediately chimed with a flurry of notifications. Yan Tianzu, agreeing with envy, exclaimed, How many friends do you have from Shizi? So many are reaching out to you. Yet Zhan Xiang's smile faded as he read a message from Yisong. His expression shifting dramatically. He abruptly stashed his phone, snatched the gun from Yan Tianzu's lower back, and fired off several rounds, blasting the door lock open. Yan Tianzu gasped, Are you insane? The Dark Lord and young master are in a confidential meeting. Zhan Xiang ignored him, rushing towards the basement. Chapter 51, Afternoon Engagement. The guards in black instinctively reached for their lower backs, their eyes narrowing with lethal intent as they watched Zhan Xiang sprint away. In that frantic moment, he swiftly gestured backwards, and the murderous intent directed at him dissipated. The dark muzzles of their weapons lowered. Yan Tianzu, gripped by fear, followed suit without hesitation. The gesture Zhan Xiang had made was a signal of utmost urgency, permitting them to disregard any significant occasion and charge forth. What calamity had transpired? Inside the underground office, discussions continued until a sudden, urgent knock echoed. Duan Beifu lifted his gaze, a shadow flickering in his dark eyes. Is it your people? Seeking death, Duan Xiuming furrowed his brow and approached the door. Outside stood Zhan Xiang, panic-stricken and pale. He quickly whispered something in Duan Xiuming's ear and showed him the message on his phone. Instantly, the air in the conference room thickened. Duan Beifu closed the document, his gaze sharp as he focused on them. They heard Duan Xiuming's voice ring out. Where is it being held? Blow that hotel to smithereens. Zhan Xiang, drenched in cold sweat, pleaded, Brother, stay calm. Duan Xiuming's eyes flared with intensity, emotions surging. How can we not know the arrangements yet? Where's your brain? Right away. Zhan Xiang complied immediately. Bang! Duan Xiuming slammed the door shut and turned back to his desk. This time, he didn't sit down but leaned forward, hands pressed against the surface. He raised his eyes. Continue. Duan Beifu flipped through the documents, hastening his speech. Despite sitting at the head of the table, he felt overshadowed by the imposing presence across from him. After finishing, he sensed a trickle of sweat forming on his back. Exhaling, he looked up at the junior who loomed over most of the desk, closing the file. Duan Xiuming's voice was steady. Is that all? Duan Beifu nodded. Duan Xiuming turned and left. Inside the cabin, Duan Xiuming toyed with a bottle of mineral water. Silent Zhan Xiang, sitting beside him, dared not utter a word. Time passed slowly until Duan Xiuming finally asked, What did she post on her social media? Zhan Xiang handed over his phone. I don't have her main account, just this screenshot. Duan Xiuming did not take the phone but merely glanced at it before sipping his water. He inquired, Is she using a secondary account to add me? Zhan Xiang studied his expression and replied truthfully, It must be. This is her primary account, the one she has used for years, with high school and college friends. And those from Shizi City? Duan Xiuming smiled, a cryptic expression on his face. Lovely. The atmosphere in the cabin turned tense, and Zhan Xiang could only breathe softly. He silenced his phone, while notifications continued to pop up on the main system. Yan Tianzu, Zhan Xiang, What is going on? I don't dare ask Xiuming, you must tell me. Yan Tianzu, hurry up, I have the brothers ready. What are we going to do? Bring me along. Yan Tianzu, I'm about to explode. Do I have to follow a hierarchy with you? Aren't we equal? Why is it that only you know what is happening? Yan Tianzu, Zhan Xiang. For heaven's sake, reply. Zhan Xiang felt overwhelmed, opting to cut off the secondary system and engage in a chat with Hisong. Hisong, are you coming to the banquet, by the way? Where have you been these past few days? I was startled to hear the Cunning girl suddenly got engaged. Zhan Xiang, spare me the chatter, lives are at stake. Hisong, who is in danger? Zhan Xiang, everyone, I suppose, I don't know. The engagement banquet of the Qin and Lu families proceeded as scheduled. In the banquet hall, Qin Lian was impeccably dressed in a suit. The brace on his arm streamlined and even somewhat fashionable when paired with the formal attire. At that moment, he was surrounded by a throng of well-wishers celebrating him. The Lu family and Duan Xiuming were also present. Attending to the arriving guests. Liu Qian was absent from the event. Still at the hospital, backstage, Lu Mingyu was accompanied by several bodyguards, not to protect her, but to keep a watchful eye wherever she went. This entourage followed closely, ignoring their scrutinizing gazes. She made her way to the restroom. The male bodyguards could not accompany her inside. In the restroom, Lu Mingyu turned on all the faucets to their maximum. Using the sound of rushing water to mask any auditory cues from the guards outside. Su Suyue stood nearby, her face contorted with displeasure amidst the constant sound of running water. Su Suyue erupted. What on earth is happening? Are you alright? What is this nonsense about an engagement? Why is your dress long-sleeved? And what is this horrid perfume smell? It's utterly tacky. Who doused you in it? An entire bottle. Lu Mingyu faced the mirror, catching a glimpse of Su Suyue in the reflection. Let us not dwell on that. We need to address the issues at hand. Su Suyue was on the verge of exploding. How can you remain so calm? Hurry and tell me what is going on. Qin Lian is a complete scoundrel. Lu Mingyu spoke calmly to matters. Su Suyue took a few deep breaths, nodding. Go on, Lu Mingyu replied. Passport. Su Suyue promptly handed it over. I brought it. Lu Mingyu concealed it within her clothing and continued. Phone, it's with Lu Lin, the frosted white one. Su Suyue glanced outside. But what will we do once we have it? Those bodyguards. Lu Mingyu interrupted. Just do as I say. Su Suyue agreed. Understood. At the banquet registration area, Lu Lin was entertaining guests, laughing heartily as if securing an engagement with the Qin family would instantly elevate him to the pinnacle of society. Su Suyue composed her expression and approached. Lin Ge. Lu Lin turned, his eyes lighting up. Yeah. Su Suyue maintained her smile. Congratulations, Lin Gu. Lu Lin replied gently. It's been a while since you called me that. Su Suyue lowered her head. I was immature back then. Lu Lin tousled her hair affectionately. With me, you can always be immature. Su Suyue suddenly looked up. Can you give me a hug? Lu Lin, surprised yet delighted, stepped forward to embrace her. Su Suyue quickly reached into his pocket. Yeah, don't fumble around, Lu Lin exclaimed, his face paling. Su Suyue, undeterred, sweetly insisted. I want to. Lu Lin's voice faltered. With so many watching. Su Suyue sighed. Alright, then I want to hug you. The two separated, and while Lu Lin wanted to say something more, Su Suyue hastily departed, fleeing in a hurry. Qin Lian, witnessing this scene, approached with a smile. What was that about? You should have held her a bit longer, Lu Lin, savoring the moment, replied. Stop teasing, she is just shy. Lu Mingyu did not linger in the restroom for long before the four bodyguards began urging her to hurry. After a while, Duan Xiuming entered, her expression frosty. The banquet has started. Do you intend to delay? Lu Mingyu composed herself and walked toward the banquet hall. In the corridor, she crossed paths with Su Suyue. In that split second, the frosted white phone slipped into Lu Mingyu's sleeves simultaneously. Su Suyue greeted Duan Xiuming, and congratulations. Chapter 52, the engagement of Chuangfei. He casually swiped the screen, causing his footsteps to falter. Halting him in place, Lu Mingyu, are we eloping? Below, a location address was also attached. Beside him, Zhan Xiang stood there, utterly at a loss, bewildered as to why Mingyu had suddenly stopped. The atmosphere felt somewhat off. Moments ago, it had been charged with murderous intent, but now it had shifted to one of anger. It was an indescribable peculiarity. Duan Xiuming raised his gaze to the distant sky, tilting his head slightly and narrowing his eyes. Zhan Xiang felt a jolt of alarm, realizing that Mingyu was exceedingly displeased. He tentatively probed, brother, what is wrong? He truly did not comprehend. Duan Xiuming extended his hand to the side. Keys. Zhan Xiang promptly handed over the car keys. He was genuinely at a loss regarding Ming Ge's intentions and uncertain about what to do. He had never encountered such a situation before, he lacked experience. Duan Xiuming took the keys, unlocked the car door, and slid into the driver's seat. With a roar of the engine, he sped away as Zhan Xiang was nearly blinded by the exhaust fumes, almost crying out in surprise. Driving at such a speed, this was madness. He had no time to collect his thoughts and hastily jumped into another vehicle to pursue. At the engagement banquet, the atmosphere began with a lively buzz. After stirring up the crowd, the male and female parties ascended the stage. Standing face to face, the host proceeded according to the script, leading to the proposal segment. Qin Lian gazed at Lu Mingyu, adorned in a formal gown, feeling immensely satisfied, unable to suppress her smile, even though the long-sleeved gown revealed not a hint of skin. She was still breathtakingly beautiful. The host handed the microphone to the couple. Qin Lian produced the engagement ring and, with profound sincerity, uttered to Lu Mingyu, "Will you marry me?" Applause erupted from the guests below, and the atmosphere surged with excitement. Under the gaze of over 100 attendees, Lu Mingyu raised her hand, bringing the microphone to her lips, her calm voice resonating throughout the hall. "I will not marry a petty dog." Silence reigned and eerie stillness enveloped the entire banquet hall. The guests were collectively stunned. The Qin family all sprang to their feet, their expressions ashen and filled with rage. Qin Yuan cast a piercing glare at the Lu family. Although she held disdain for her own brother, she would not allow such a humiliating incident to transpire within the Qin household. The Lu family was no better off. Lu Lin stood frozen, his mind blank. Duan Xiuming suppressed the urge to lash out, her chest heaving with indignation. Lu Qiuyang's face paled dramatically, yet he managed to maintain his composure. The Lu family could not contend with the Qin family. This was disastrous. He, too, looked at Lu Mingyu in disbelief, unable to fathom the multitude of perplexities. Logically, after Tao Yalan's death, especially under such gruesome circumstances, one would expect a psychological trauma of immense proportion, leading to relentless nightmares. This psychological wound should have been profound, filling a normal person with despair and sorrow, rendering them dazed. This morning, when she went to pay her respects, her profound sadness had nearly overflowed. It was inconceivable that she could be so composed now, biting back at everyone at the banquet. On the elevated stage, Qin Lian stared in astonishment at the woman before her, at this unparalleled beauty. Never anticipating such words to emerge from her lips, he struggled to suppress the impulse to strike her, his expression contorting. "Do you even know what you're saying?" Lu Mingyu scrutinized him with a disdainful gaze, as if viewing refuse. "You must be a nightclub worker, right?" Even more insulting words followed. The Qin family erupted in a chorus of furious accusations directed at the Lu family. Other guests began to converse loudly, and the atmosphere suddenly became raucous. No one could have anticipated that the usually docile and quiet Lu Mingyu would unleash such sharp words in such a setting. Disregarding everyone present, Lu Lin sprang to his feet, intent on rushing over to snatch the microphone away from Lu Mingyu. She could not be allowed to speak further. At this moment, Lu Mingyu cared not for the occasion, disregarding her own reputation. It was sheer chaos. Lu Lin dashed forward with great speed, but before he could take 2 steps, a foot suddenly extended from the side. It tripped him. Thud, Lu Lin fell flat on his face, and because of his momentum, he crashed into a dining table, overturning it entirely. Clatter, dishes and drinks spilled everywhere, dousing him in a mess. What utter pandemonium! Consequently, the banquet became even more chaotic, screams erupting all around. Su Suyue calmly retracted her foot, muttering some profanities. Su Wenjun's eyes nearly bulged out. He seldom reproached his sister. He was the one most affected by this engagement banquet, never expecting such upheaval. But what to do next? Su Wenjun glanced at the stage, his expression exceedingly complex. Lu Mingyu had rejected Qin Lian's proposal. Under normal circumstances, he should be pleased, yet, he could not comprehend why Lu Mingyu would utter such words. This was utterly uncharacteristic of her. At that moment, from a table in the center, someone suddenly shouted, "Lu Er Xiaojie is amazing." The people at the same table were collectively stunned, turning their astonished gazes toward Yisong. However, Yisong immediately lowered his head, taking a bite of food as if that declaration had not originated from him. The adjacent tables, Hao Lusheng, initially taken aback, could not contain himself upon hearing Yisong's shout. Ha! Laughter erupted. Other young people from the West Circle gradually joined in, some reveling in the spectacle, others mocking. Laughter of all kinds filled the air. Such is the nature of youth. Emotions easily spill over. The banquet was suddenly alive with commotion. The host hastily stepped forward to regain control, speaking at a speed unprecedented in his career, striving to rekindle the atmosphere after so many years of hosting. He had never encountered such a scenario, one that could make the news. Both parties at the engagement banquet were from prominent families. Regardless of the female side's attitude, today's ceremony must proceed. Let us congratulate the two. Before he could finish his sentence, bang! A loud crash resounded as the banquet hall's doors were forcefully kicked open. The sheer force caused the doors to tremble violently. Teetering as if they might fall off their hinges, the crowd's attention inevitably shifted from the stage to the entrance. A tall man in a collarless suit stood there, his slicked back hair revealing his striking features. With a chiseled jawline and piercing gaze, with strides that exuded confidence, he moved swiftly, generating a gust that fluttered the corner of his suit. Ignoring the chaotic scene around him, he locked his focus ahead. Striding directly toward the front, in mere moments, he crossed the long aisle, arriving before Lu Mingyu. Chapter 53, Throwing back, spraying blood flower. Duan Xiuming first extended his hand, lightly flicking the microphone beneath her chin. Smack! The microphone was sent flying, soaring high into the air. Simultaneously, he swiftly scooped Lu Mingyu up, hoisting her onto his shoulder. He assessed her weight and pivoted to leave. At that moment, the microphone tumbled to the ground. creating a series of thuds. He was astonishingly fast, his burst of speed akin to that of a cheetah. Throughout the entire spectacle, he spoke not a single word nor cast a glance at anyone else. His gaze was fierce, as if prepared to unleash chaos upon the hotel. An air of menace permeated the atmosphere. Gasps echoed throughout the venue. Countless young people leaped to their feet, erupting in shouts. Could this be the legendary act of snatching a bride? Incredible, amidst the chaos, a high-stemmed glass was suddenly hurled across the room. It was Lu Xiuming, driven by fury, who had thrown it. He had a penchant for tossing objects at people, unable to contain himself at this moment. He watched as the wineglass soared towards Lu Mingyu. A hand shot out. Duan Xiuming, without looking back, steadied Lu Mingyu on his shoulder with one hand while swiftly raising the other behind him. He caught the glass. In the next instant, with a resounding crack, the glass shattered in his grip, splintering into shards. He held his fist aloft. Pausing. In that instant, many dared not even breathe. An inexplicable sense of dread surged from the ground up to their very cores. Moments later, his gaze flickered with intensity, and with a powerful motion, he unleashed his arm. He hurled the shards of glass back toward Lu Xiuming. Countless shards flew through the air, glinting ominously under the lights. Resembling deadly flying blades, the angles were treacherous, the precision lethal. The bodyguards were horrified, rushing forward to shield Lu Xiuming. They managed to cover most of the vital areas, but the shards were small and numerous. Scattering in multiple directions. Lu Xiuming was still struck. Thud, thud, thud. The fragments grazed Lu Xiuming's face and neck, and hands. Any exposed skin bore crimson wounds. Blood streamed down from his forehead and cheeks. He wore glasses that shielded his eyes. Otherwise, he would have been blinded. More minute shards had embedded themselves into his skin, requiring medical attention. The bodyguard stood frozen in shock. This was clearly not normal. Panic erupted among the crowd, with many frightened guests seeking refuge beneath tables. The young people from the West Circle, however, were exhilarated, inexplicably cheering. What a raucous affair! An engagement banquet that began with humiliation transformed into a scene of an unknown man snatching a bride, and now it escalated to a brawl. The dramatic flare of blood splattering resembled a cinematic spectacle. Lu Xiuming's face was a canvas of crimson. Duan Xiuming executed his actions with fluid grace, his entire performance seamless, save for a brief moment of hesitation before throwing the glass shards. After which he continued to carry Lu Mingyu forward, heading straight for the exit. Lu Xiuming shouted, "Stop him!" He could no longer maintain his dignified composure, his face smeared with blood, utterly losing control. The bodyguards, momentarily stunned, snapped back to reality and charged forward. The banquet hall's entrance was within reach, and the bodyguards swiftly converged, with the closest already blocking the doorway. Lu Mingyu, hoisted upon his shoulder, had a limited view. She could not see the situation at the door, only catching glimpses of numerous bodyguards and the frenzied members of the Lu and Qin families. She felt a slight jolt, a gentle motion. In the next moment, her vision continued to sway. With her head lowered, she beheld several bodyguards sprawled on the ground, their faces contorted in pain as they clutched their knees. Duan Xiuming moved swiftly and decisively, leaving Lu Mingyu utterly bewildered as to how he had struck. More bodyguards attempted to pursue, but they were too late. The scene then receded further away, until the entire banquet hall vanished from her sight. The hall had erupted into chaos. Everyone was on their feet, shouting and screaming, some even recording videos. The Qin family rushed towards the Lu family, hurling insults. Su Wenjun, in a state of panic, was at a loss for what to do. Hisong was excitedly sending messages. Su Suya, however, sat cross-legged, thoroughly enjoying herself. Lu Mingyu lay motionless against Duan Xiuming's shoulder. She felt him descending the stairs, taking 2 or 3 steps at a time. Soon after, they exited the hotel. Just before opening the car door, he seemed to be struggling to contain his fury. Suddenly he reached out, smack. He playfully slapped Lu Mingyu's backside. It was a light tap, but unbeknownst to him, he had struck her injury. A cold sweat instantly broke out on Lu Mingyu, and she bit her lip to stifle the pain. Duan Xiuming noticed her tremor and coldly inquired, "Did I apply too much force? Must you be so dramatic, and wearing that horrid perfume? Who applied it on you? It overwhelms my senses and makes my head spin." With her head bowed, Lu Mingyu remained silent. The emotional turmoil surged within her. A suffocating desire to escape. He opened the car door and shoved her into the passenger seat, followed by a heavy slam of the door. They got in and the engine roared to life. The clamor of the banquet hall persisted, akin to a volcanic eruption. Qin Lian was utterly enraged. This was the greatest humiliation he had ever faced, courtesy of the Lu family, amidst the ongoing feud between the Qin and Lu families. The Du family was also inevitably affected, and numerous aristocratic families were watching the spectacle unfold. The young elites of Shizi Circle began to rise, gathering at a few tables in the corners, engaging in lively conversations, their laughter ringing out, transforming this farcical engagement into a grand celebration. Such a ruckus was a rare sight indeed. Shortly after Zhang Xiang arrived, Hisong's eyes lit up as he rushed to greet him. Zhang Xiang often mingled with the young crowd from Shizi Circle, frequenting bars, and now he settled into the group as if returning home. Hisong excitedly raised a glass. "Why did it take you so long to arrive? You missed the grand spectacle." How Lushing chimed in, "I went, it was spectacular. But who was that muscular man? I've never seen him before, not from our cheesy city, right? Susuya shot a glance at him. Taking a sip of her drink, others suddenly started exclaiming, I've seen him, the day Duan Xiuming had that scandalous incident in the car. Oh my gosh, I remember now, there was a person in a bathrobe. That's him, I saw him too. I was curious at the time, but the gossip was too shocking. I only glanced and didn't pay further attention. Why does it seem like every major event is connected to this person? Could he possibly be the Lu family's nemesis? The crowd resumed their animated discussions. Zhang Xiang first glanced at the distant conflict between the Qin and Lu families, then turned to Yisong and quietly asked, Is it quite a commotion? Yisong nodded vigorously and lowered his voice. Indeed, are you here to assist Mingyu with the aftermath? You better get to work, you're going to have a headache for the next few days. It has gotten too out of hand. After mingling for so long, he had already discerned Zhang Xiang's position beside Duan Xiuming. Zhang Xiang nodded solemnly, asking, Is anyone dead? Yisong replied. Zhang Xiang paused, then replied flatly, If no one died, then what's there to handle? Yisong was left dumbfounded. Chapter 54. The ultimate manipulation. Duan Xiuming drove towards the apartment, his gaze fixed ahead, not sparing a single glance at the person beside him. Lu Mingyu felt an overwhelming pressure and turned her head to glance at him. Don't look, came his cold voice. Lu Mingyu shifted her attention to the cityscape flashing by outside the window. And in the rapidly receding night scene, she sensed a crucial point. There was something he should have known. Or rather, he had likely been aware all along. It made sense, his perceptiveness was exceptional, and he had merely indulged her previously. Playing along today, however, he was thoroughly incensed. At this moment, he was suppressing an imminent eruption of rage. Lu Mingyu closed her eyes and took a deep breath, allowing her emotions to ebb like the tide. When she opened her eyes again, clarity returned to her gaze. With the only rationality she had left, she urged her mind to work at full speed, contemplating her next move. Yet, regrettably, this was a conundrum without a solution. Under his keen insight, even the most flawless deception and strategies would prove futile. All schemes, both overt and covert, would inevitably succumb to the lethal strike of sincerity. He was genuine, she was not. The sleek green sports car sped swiftly. Soon arriving at the apartment, after stopping, Duan Xiuming circled around to the passenger side, opened the door, and lifted her once more, carrying her into the elevator without releasing her, and then into the apartment. The place had been uninhabited for many days, shrouded in darkness, save for the city lights filtering through the windows. Amidst the swing, a thud echoed as a passport fell to the floor. Duan Xiuming glanced at the passport and kicked it into the corner. Lu Mingyu felt herself being pressed into the sofa, and in the next moment, she was enveloped by the heavy, aggressive presence of a man he had been holding back. But upon seeing the passport, he could no longer contain himself. It was a passport, not a pass. She had never intended to go to Shangjiang, it was all a setup. He swiftly shed his outer coat, tossing it aside, and unfastened the button at her collar. Lu Mingyu pushed against him, but to no avail. I don't want to, she protested. He paused, his voice laced with anger. You don't want to? You've already been abducted and still don't want to? Lu Mingyu averted her gaze, refusing to meet his eyes. I truly don't want to. Duan Xiuming stared at her for what felt like an eternity. Finally, his tone turned frigid. Lu Mingyu, tell me the truth. You never intended to develop anything with me, did you? He had always known her feelings were tepid, that she didn't hold much affection for him. What he sought to ascertain was whether she had any intention of pursuing a relationship. After a moment of silence, she answered affirmatively. Good. He propped himself up on the sofa with one hand while the other fastened her collar. Rising, he moved to the window and lit a cigarette. Silence enveloped the room. No one spoke. He stood in the shadows, his face obscured, only the flickering red glow of the cigarette visible. An invisible pressure rolled in from the window, enveloping the entire living room. It grew increasingly potent, threatening to erupt at any moment. She watched as he finished the cigarette and extinguished it, striding toward her with an irresistible force, pinning her hands to the sofa, his knees straddling her body. She was utterly immobilized, ensnared. His expression and tone revealed no discernible emotion. Lu Mingyu, are you toying with me? Lu Mingyu hesitated before nodding. I'm sorry. She understood that this was the true state of his anger. And it was the first time she faced the fear of such overwhelming pressure, yet, she could only passively accept everything and strive to remain as honest as possible. He knew everything. Duan Xiuming's eyes flashed with a fierce intensity. Are you playing with my feelings? Using me? He inquired. Lu Mingyu replied, yes. The grip on her wrist tightened suddenly. You're quite bold in front of me. Should I be pleased? He murmured. Lu Mingyu sighed, asking, do you want to hit me? In light of their disparate physical strengths, she had no room for resistance. Hit you? Duan Xiuming seemed to chuckle, his gaze growing colder. Then tell me, what were you thinking, Lu Mingyu? Duan Xiuming. Alright, then tell me about your scheme. He began to exert pressure. Am I your most meticulously chosen pawn? When did the plotting begin? When you realized I could sway Yisong? Lu Mingyu was left speechless. Duan Xiuming slowly bore down closer, his face mere inches from hers. You truly executed a brilliant maneuver of using someone else's blade to kill and slipping away unscathed. Lu Mingyu, yes, I'm sorry. Duan Xiuming's gaze turned icy. You were using me from our third meeting, weren't you, Lu Mingyu? Yes, she sighed softly. he was indeed fully aware. Duan Xiuming sneered. Surveillance, Lu Mingyu. Yes, it was surveillance and the roar of engines. I wasn't sure, but I had to test it. She had not only exploited his influence as the hidden boss of the lounge but had also leveraged a time discrepancy to exonerate herself. She had perceived his intentions that day. Of course, he would have thought the same, as the solitude was too ambiguous. She had given him a fleeting glance but had exited the car immediately afterwards. Thus, he would surely take a moment to calm down before leaving. It was a masterful manipulation from capability to detail. As for the surveillance, that had been an unexpected surprise. Duan Xiuming gritted his teeth, and then? You continued to manipulate, preventing me from obtaining anything was also part of your plan. For an entire month, you led me on step by step. You truly excel at this, Lu Mingyu admitted. Delayed gratification. To get you hooked. Duan Xiuming felt a chill wash over him. What a splendid delayed gratification. You even knew I was hooked. Such astonishing tactics. Your honesty now, does it mean I hold no value for you anymore? Lu Mingyu, there's no need. No need. Duan Xiuming repeated, his jaw trembling with anger. Pray tell, Miss Lu, how have you wielded this knife of mine? Is it to your liking, easy to use? Lu Mingyu averted her gaze. I am sorry. Duan Xiuming exhaled sharply, his breath laden with danger. Sweet words with harsh deeds, leveraging genuine feelings to cross bridges. Impressive. Now show me that victorious stance of yours, Lu Mingyu. I'm not in the mood. Duan Xiuming laughed lightly, a slight quiver in his voice. You used me, and I consented. It's harmless. I allowed you to use me. The act of seizing a bride, of course, I shall attend, after the abduction. Would you reconsider? At present, you appear as frigid as an iceberg. Do you harbor even the slightest affection for me? Please do not tell me that your feelings for love are merely feigned. All the tenderness you possess in this lifetime is dedicated solely to her. Lu Mingyu turned her head slightly. I am sorry. A prolonged silence ensued, the atmosphere thick with suffocating tension. She felt his breath cascading against her neck. He forcefully pressed her into the sofa. His fervent lips kissing the expanse between her neck. Would it kill you to love me, even for a moment? His voice was laced with suppressed fury. Lu Mingyu felt utterly powerless. But I truly cannot bring myself to love. That statement bore an overwhelming weight. He ceased his movements. Time dragged on. Duan Xiuming propped himself up, one hand cradling her cheek, compelling her to meet his gaze. Her eyes were hollow. Gazing into those lifeless orbs, a rush of air escaped his lungs, and the strength in his hands dissipated. He spoke slowly. Lu Mingyu, this has lost its meaning. Lu Mingyu, I am sorry. Chapter 55, The Divine Revelation. Duan Xiuming hung his head, obscuring his expression. One last question, why did you sleep with me back then? Was it indulgence? She was not that love at first sight was out of the question. She left immediately after their encounter. So why did she utter those words when they were strangers? She had repeated them twice. Lu Mingyu, for my first night I wanted to choose for myself. Duan Xiuming scoffed derisively. Well chosen indeed. You truly have an eye for choosing someone with the surname Duan. Lu Mingyu regarded him. What is your standing in the Duan family? Duan Xiuming fixed his gaze upon her eyes. Heir of the dark pulse. Lu Mingyu's limbs gradually turned ice cold. She had misjudged. He was not a mere peripheral figure. He was indeed the heir of the dark pulse who had ruthlessly overshadowed the Duan family's inheritor in the news. But during the recent chaos, why was he not in Shangjiang, but in Zizisheng? He was present in Zizisheng every day. Though absent, he stirred up turmoil. This was the critical point of her misjudgment. Yes. Lu Mingyu realized. He was unlike her. Individuals of such stature orchestrated schemes without needing to personally engage. How had she managed to exploit someone of his caliber, time and again? Yet now, it was too late to speak of anything. Her eyes dimmed slightly as she asked, do you have another name? Duan Xiuming let out a self-deprecating laugh. I initially intended to propose under this identity. Lu Mingyu fell silent again. Unable to find her voice. It turned out that Duan Xiu was not some distant elder brother, he was the publicly acknowledged identity of the Duan family. In the news, Shangjiang was in turmoil. The heir of the Dark Pulse was a pivotal figure within the Duan family, overshadowing the importance of the inheritor. Internally, the Duan family was undergoing a massive reshuffling, even extending to the entirety of Shangjiang and multiple affluent families. And the person before her was the key orchestrator of this upheaval, with astonishing audacity and ruthless tactics, taking down the inheritor, the Dark Master, the family head expanding with an unstoppable force. Many were analyzing and predicting that the Duan family's heir would be replaced. Perhaps even the family head. After the reshuffling, he would likely transition from obscurity to prominence. In the near future, control over both the light and dark factions would rest in his hands, and Shangjiang's Duan family would belong solely to him. What a formidable individual. Indeed, he had mentioned it was somewhat inconvenient and would require some time. It turned out that the inconvenience entailed a multitude of tasks. He also claimed it would be soon. It appeared he was certain of victory in that upcoming conflict. She had drawn the ace. Lu Mingyu could not help but inquire, how many adversaries have you dealt with? The news suggested a near total annihilation. Duan Xiuming scoffed dismissively. How could one possibly keep count? Lu Mingyu pressed further. What becomes of those who provoke you? Duan Xiuming's voice turned frigid. Death. With that, he released her, both hands retreating, propping themselves beside her body, devoid of physical contact yet looming above her. What is it? Are you afraid? He inquired. Lu Mingyu lowered her gaze. He was an entity capable of extinguishing her life at any moment. A behemoth far more terrifying than either the Lu or Qin families. She had emerged victorious in the end, yet had lost utterly. Duan Xiuming, close enough to touch, sighed softly. Indeed, no matter how stubborn little dear may be, she remains a herbivore. With that, he extended his hand, gently rubbing her wrist through her clothing. In the darkness, unsure if he had reddened her skin, she flinched slightly. He ceased his actions, withdrawing back to the window. Extracting a cigarette from a box meant for women, it was unclear when it had become the only type of cigarette in his household. He did not smoke but toyed with the cigarette between his fingers. Lu Mingyu, may I inquire about my fate? To utilize such a person as a weapon, she truly was audacious, perhaps even insane. She had broken free from her cage yet stepped into the depths of hell. Yet, to perish at his hands would be preferable to the Lu family, not repulsive. Duan Xiuming. What fate? Lu Mingyu, how will you take your revenge upon me? Duan Xiuming, why would I seek revenge on you? That is quite absurd. Lu Mingyu fell silent. She had indeed taken the most crucial step correctly. He would not strike against a woman he had once possessed. He was ruthless towards his enemies. Yet he also possessed a noble spirit untainted by greed. Indeed, she had meticulously chosen the best possible target for exploitation. In the darkness, Duan Xiuming's expression remained inscrutable as he finally lit the cigarette. After a brief moment, his voice deepened, his tone returning to calm. What are your plans, Lu Mingyu? To leave the country, immediately. He extinguished the cigarette. Shall I escort you to the airport? Lu Mingyu, thank you. Which airport? He asked. Lu Mingyu, Pudong. Duan Xiuming's expression turned indifferent. You insist on Pudong instead of Zizisheng Airport. Are you crossing oceans? Lu Mingyu, yes. Duan Xiuming donned his coat, picked up the passport from the floor, and as he handed it to her, he adjusted her disheveled collar and tucked her stray hair behind her ear. Do you have money on you? He inquired. Lu Mingyu, I do. With that, she took out her phone to book a ticket. Duan Xiuming watched as she sought the cheapest connecting fare. He swore fluently. I am truly at a loss for words. Lu Mingyu, he commanded, send me your card number. With that, he turned on the lights and walked to the coffee table to grab his phone. The moment the lights illuminated the room, it cast a glow upon the adjacent wall. Lu Mingyu's gaze froze. There was something new on the wall that had not been there during her last visit. Duan Xiuming followed her line of sight. It was a painting, an oil painting. A large piece, visually striking. The artwork, titled Dawned It, depicted a dark sea, with monstrous creatures lurking beneath, poised to surge forth and assault a lone boat drifting perilously atop the waves. Beset by danger from all sides amidst the prevailing darkness, a beam of radiant light pierced through the clouds above, cascading down upon the boat, accompanied by twinkling stars. Upon closer inspection, one could discern fragments of text. Each character was in Chinese, rendered in cursive script, wild cursive, infused with intense emotional expression, bold and unrestrained. The characters varied in size, arranged in a staggered manner, each one soaring toward the boat. When pieced together, they formed a statement: please always save yourself from the flames and flood. As if a divine directive, it sent shivers down one's spine. The artist's signature was concealed on the boat's hull. Two characters, Liu, Lianyu, inscribed separately on the bow and stern of the boat, in golden strokes, resonating with the light of dawn. The signing was quite small, barely noticeable unless one looked closely. The characters remained in wild cursive, written with elegance and grandeur, particularly the last stroke of U, akin to a sharp, curved blade, executed in a single motion. The artist's handwriting bore a strong personal style, not only skilled in painting but also in calligraphy. Lu Mingyu was entranced, gazing intently for an extended period. Duan Xiuming casually asked, do you recognize this script? Cursive. Lu Mingyu felt a peculiar surge of emotion and asked, where did you acquire this painting? Duan Xiuming, purchased in Yaodu. He could not decipher cursive script, having struggled to learn its forms with a professional teacher. Piecing together the sentence. At that time, he had only 2 words to describe his feelings: shocked. He later returned to that gallery but had not encountered any further works by the artist, Liu. Recently, he had whimsically decided to have the painting sent to Zizisheng, inviting her to appreciate it. Duan Xiuming's tone was somewhat detached. The painting we agreed to appreciate before your departure is this one. What are your thoughts? Lu Mingyu hesitated before responding. This painting has a profound resonance. Yet, Duan Xiuming raised an eyebrow. Yet, Lu Mingyu, the mindset lacks expansiveness, the strokes are not bold enough, and the thought process seems rather conventional. Duan Xiuming, what leads you to that conclusion? Lu Mingyu pointed at the characters. The divine revelation can be seen. The boat yearns for salvation, reflecting a mindset of the weak, establishing itself from a passive perspective. Duan Xiuming, you present a contradiction. Do the words not encourage self-rescue? Lu Mingyu firmly retorted, it should be drawn the other way around. Letting the words emerge from the boat rather than descending from the heavens, Duan Xiuming's gaze flickered. Continued. Lu Mingyu began her fervent critique. This painting contains numerous elements: waves, sea monsters, text, dark clouds, and light, enveloping the small, fragile boat, which only knows to flee, passive and lonely, teetering on the brink. Duan Xiuming gazed at her, his eyes intense. Do not stop, proceed. Lu Mingyu's voice grew louder. Why not guide the sea monsters to destroy one another? Utilize the waves to ride the storms, employ the dark clouds and light to forge ahead. Duan Xiuming initiated a line of questioning. Anything else? Be bolder. Lu Mingyu, or perhaps change perspective. At this point, a glimmer of brilliance sparked in her eyes. Why not become the sea monster and the raging waves instead of the little boat? Chapter 56, Swift as the wind. Duan Xiuming's eyes brimmed with astonishment. Do you possess a hunter's mindset? Her utterance was even more astonishing than the divine revelations. Mingyu, in a state of bewilderment, inquired, What does that mean? Duan Xiuming's gaze flickered with a fleeting glimmer, subtle yet ephemeral. Concealed within the depths of her enigmatic eyes, she articulated it effortlessly, almost as if it had slipped from her lips without her conscious awareness. How could this woman embody such contradictions? Had he encountered her earlier and explored her potential? He dared not imagine the heights she might have achieved by now. He edged closer, yearning to caress the corner of her eye, yet hesitated and withdrew his hand. Ultimately, his gaze traversed her visage, lingering on each feature before colliding with her eyes. He spoke softly. Mingyu, shall you utilize me once more? Paving the way, seizing every opportunity to ascend. After all, he could endure it. Mingyu steadied herself, shaking her head. I won't, I'm sorry. He might be objectively irredeemable, yet his kindness towards her was undeniably impeccable. She resolved not to exploit him again. Duan Xiuming scrutinized her for a moment, unable to contain himself. And then he erupted. Suddenly, he drew her into his embrace, capturing her lips with his. In a fervent longing, he greedily inhaled. His hand lifted, brushing against the hem of her garment. He began to breathe heavily. Lost in a tempest of desire, his hands glided along her waist, ascending further. He exhaled a searing breath. Today, I shall compel you. A statement, not a question. In she replied with an indifferent tone. He pressed closer, his movements fervent, breaths labored. There will be many times. I intend to make you pregnant. She maintained her unruffled demeanor, devoid of emotion. He chided her. Are you truly this unresponsive? Yet she offered no reply. He paused, inhaling deeply, then lowered his gaze, scrutinizing her as if attempting to see through her soul. After a prolonged silence, he sighed, closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, he adjusted her collar before releasing her and stepping back. Duan Xiuming's tone reverted to its initial cadence. If you feel weary, forget me. Do not feel guilty. Do not feel guilty. Mingyu's heart suddenly quivered. Duan Xiuming shook his phone. Give me your card number. Mingyu hesitated. No need, thank you. Duan Xiuming maintained a steady gaze upon her. Mingyu, I value my pride. Mingyu replied. I do not quite comprehend your pride. Duan Xiuming's demeanor hardened. Regardless of whether it is a breakup or a severance, I implore you, Miss L, display a life of grace and dignity. Mingyu lowered her head, her brow furrowing. Duan Xiuming raised a hand and said, In that case, I shall purchase that piece from your exhibition for 50 million. Is that sufficient? Mingyu lifted her gaze, regarding him with a peculiar expression. Duan Xiuming cast a sidelong glance. Is that too little? 500 million. Mingyu corrected him. You're mistaken, that piece is quite small and not worth such a sum. Duan Xiuming frowned. 20 million, Mingyu pondered before responding. 100,000. Duan Xiuming's lips pressed tightly as he scrutinized her. Whom are you mocking? Me, or yourself? Mingyu blinked. Then 200,000. Duan Xiuming, exasperated, barked. Your card numbers, Mingyu retorted. Let us conduct the transaction through the platform. Duan Xiuming's breath caught, adopting a tone of derision. You place such importance on that wretched painting for a transaction? Truly audacious. His words were unrelenting, and having finished, he stormed out. Let the platform deal with Xiang. Duan Xiuming strode ahead, not sparing Mingyu a glance. Indifferent to whether she followed, his fury was palpable. The dark green vehicle departed from the apartment, racing towards the airport. Inside the car, silence enveloped them. Mingyu unlocked her phone, deleting a post Su W New Jersey and had made, then glanced at the WeChat group, where messages flooded in at lightning speed. Exciting. Duan Xiuming focused on the road ahead, driving at breakneck speed. After a stretch on the highway, he glanced in the rearview mirror. A friend's brother, is it? Mingyu hesitated, looking back. A car was tailing them closely, accelerating rapidly. It was Su W New Jersey's vehicle. Is he pursuing you? Duan Xiuming inquired nonchalantly. Mingyu contemplated for a moment before deciding to speak the truth. He pursued me for 3 years in high school. Duan Xiuming chuckled coldly. Did you ever date? Mingyu replied candidly. You were my first love. Duan Xiuming raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at her, but refrained from further questioning. Yet, the car behind them remained relentless. The dark green vehicle occupied the middle lane, with a towering freight truck on the right, capable of crushing their sports car with a mere nudge. At that moment, the car behind suddenly accelerated and switched lanes, positioning itself in the fast lane to the left of the dark green vehicle, effectively sandwiching it. Lu Mingyu turned to her companion. He remained impassive, gripping the steering wheel with no discernible emotion. Meanwhile, Su W New Jersey's car began to encroach upon the dark green vehicle, intent on forcing it to a halt. When driving, individuals instinctively engage in self-preservation behavior. They might slam the brakes, colliding with the vehicle behind, or in a moment of panic, veer right into the freight truck to avoid the car on the left, disregarding the presence of a passenger. In such urgent circumstances, the latter scenario was far more likely. Should that occur, Lu Mingyu, seated in the passenger seat, would be at the forefront of danger, potentially facing grievous injury or worse. Su W New Jerseyan was gambling. Wagering that Duan Xiuming would break. Indeed, he relished gambling. He was a gambler. However, Lu Mingyu narrowed her eyes. Why should she be the one to bear this risk? What Su W New Jerseyan did not anticipate was that Duan Xiuming maintained his speed. Racing at life-threatening velocity, Lu Mingyu shifted closer to the center, bracing for the imminent collision that could spell disaster. In a critical moment, self-preservation took precedence. At that juncture, Duan Xiuming glanced at the rearview mirror. A flash of disdain crossing his features, he then extended his hand toward her, intertwining their fingers. With his other hand, he abruptly jerked the steering wheel to the left. Bang! The front right side of Su W New Jersey's car collided with the left side of the dark green vehicle. Scraping against Duan Xiuming's door, a dent formed. It was a test of courage. Who feared death would be the first to hit the brakes. Su W New Jerseyan abruptly slammed on his brakes. Nearly losing control of the steering wheel, after regaining stability, he halted, sparks flying from the side of his vehicle. Duan Xiuming merely cast a glance in the rearview mirror, a flicker of mockery in his gaze. They had not toppled off the bridge. What a pity! Throughout the ordeal, his car surged forward steadily, never once tapping the brakes, nor even lifting his foot from the accelerator. Then, with a sudden burst, he pressed down hard and sped towards the airport. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, and throughout, he said nothing, his demeanor calm and unruffled, his actions swift as lightning. He had nearly led Su W New Jerseyan to his demise. Halfway through, he glanced at their intertwined hands, then slap. He released her hand, both hands firmly grasping the steering wheel. Lu Mingyu looked at him. Duan Xiuming's sidelong glance radiated coldness. Would you be frightened if I killed that man? At that moment, he no longer concealed his ferocity and perilous nature. Lu Mingyu replied, I would applaud you. Duan Xiuming tilted his head, regarding her with an inscrutable expression. Had she comprehended what had just transpired? Chapter 57, I am her boyfriend. A sudden arrival. Before long they arrived at the airport. Duan Xiuming drove with remarkable speed. Lu Mingyu was set to board the last flight to London that day. She carried nothing but her phone and a passport. After retrieving her boarding pass, she turned and spotted Duan Xiuming standing behind her. The dark green vehicle was parked at the entrance. He paid her no mind, staring blankly ahead, lost in thought. Lu Mingyu approached him. Duan Xiuming gestured, your phone. Lu Mingyu took out her phone, intending to return it. That's not what I meant. Duan Xiuming interjected, blocking her with his hand. The phone contains a butler service. It's a one-touch feature. Lu Mingyu was taken aback, gazing at him. Duan Xiuming's tone grew stern. Use it. Lu Mingyu nodded, accepting without protest. Duan Xiuming pursed his lips, studying her for a moment. After a brief silence, he softly asked, Lu Mingyu, have we truly parted ways? Just as Lu Mingyu was about to respond, Mingyu, a loud shout erupted from the entrance. Su W New Jerseyan had somehow chased her down, rushing towards Lu Mingyu with an anxious expression. Duan Xiuming's anger ignited within him. He swiftly stepped forward, pulling Lu Mingyu into his embrace. Su W New Jerseyan halted abruptly, eyes fixated on the two of them. Duan Xiuming stood behind Lu Mingyu. One arm wrapped around her waist, the other encircling her entirely, his towering form enveloping her completely, his chin resting atop her head. His possessiveness surged to its zenith. He smiled, inquiring, is this your fiancé? Lu Mingyu's expression grew peculiar. Did you not see at the time? He is not. My apologies. Though his tone was calm, his demeanor reeked of disdain, inviting provocation. Su W New Jerseyan suppressed the urge to retaliate. Introducing himself, I am her family friend, her brother, and we grew up together, childhood sweethearts. Duan Xiuming pondered the term. He suddenly tightened his grip around her, pressing Lu Mingyu's back firmly against his chest. Drawing her closer, ensuring her waist and lower body pressed against him entirely. He then leaned down, placing a kiss at the nape of her neck. Childhood sweethearts, he murmured softly. Lu Mingyu stiffened, nearly losing her balance. He was well aware of her sensitive points. Duan Xiuming's grip was firm as he supported her, allowing her entire weight to lean back securely against him. Lu Mingyu felt herself enveloped, surrounded, without a trace of space between them. Then she heard the laughter of the person beside her. I am her boyfriend, Duan Xiuming declared, raising his gaze to Su Wengjun, his smile brazen, his words punctuated with force. Heaven descends, the childhood sweetheart cannot rival the heavenly arrival. Su Wenjun's expression darkened in an instant. Duan Xiuming reached out again, lifting Lu Mingyu's chin. Give me a kiss. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Mingyu stood on her toes and pressed her lips against his. After the kiss, Duan Xiuming tilted his head, looking at Su Wengjun with a provocative smile. Su Wengjun's pupils constricted violently, his gaze flitted over their closely intertwined bodies. Such intimacy was far beyond the mere flirtation of a new relationship. He was well aware of what this signified. Mingyu, Su Wengjun's world crumbled in an instant as he yelled hoarsely, "How could you have changed like this?" Lu Mingyu, nestled in Duan Xiuming's embrace, replied, "Changed into what?" Su Wenjun retorted, "I have known you since you were 14, we were childhood sweethearts, families intertwined." His voice trembled, his eyes reddening, glistening with unshed tears. Lu Mingyu responded, "So," Su Wenjun continued, "are you blaming me for not pursuing you further? But I am a normal man, you have always been so cold and distant. When a gentle girl appeared by my side, how could I resist? No one can remain composed at 20, Lu Mingyu simply asked. And then, she glanced back at the person behind her. Someone had just managed to keep it together in the apartment. Duan Xiuming nonchalantly remarked, "I am not of the same ilk as him. He is worthless." Lu Mingyu couldn't help but chuckle softly. Agreed. Su Wenjun clenched his teeth, utterly distraught. "Mingyu, you have always been a refined young lady, you were so well behaved, so obedient. If you reject me, so be it, but how could you privately be with someone?" He could not utter the final words. He simply could not accept it. Lu Mingyu regarded him coldly, her eyes sparking with fire. When had she ever been obedient? When had she ever conformed to the norms of propriety? Why should she abide by them? Duan Xiuming tightened his embrace around Lu Mingyu, lowering his chin so that his breath brushed against her ear. "Is this what you consider childhood sweethearts?" Duan Xiuming nearly laughed at the absurdity. Lu Mingyu remained silent, her head bowed. It was a monstrous error, the Lu family had always been a mistake. Su Wenjun's anguished shout broke the silence. "What are you laughing at? What on earth are you two laughing about?" "Laughing at your foolishness," Duan Xiuming responded before leaning down to kiss Lu Mingyu's cheek. His little dear was not a docile girl to be manipulated. She was the queen of the wild, weaving through the entanglements of several prominent families and deftly playing with emotions. Was it not laughable to think she would remain obedient and compliant? It seemed like an infatuation as he followed the curve of her cheek and kissed the corner of her mouth, a warm, gentle touch. Afterward, he let out a soft sigh, loosening his hold on Lu Mingyu. It was nearly time for her to leave, yet, before his hand could fully drop, another luxury car sped into view. It stopped just outside the entrance, a red Ferrari LaFerrari. Only 599 of these are globally limited. Far superior to Zhan Xiang's bold. Duan Xiuming paused, his hand re-embracing her as he watched a figure emerge from the passenger seat, striding purposefully into the airport. The newcomer was Qin Lian, his hand still encased in a fracture brace. The driver, not an ordinary chauffeur but a bodyguard, parked the car and rushed over. Duan Xiuming glanced down at Lu Mingyu, then at the man, and inquired, "Fiancé?" Lu Mingyu let out a soft sigh. Yet before she could finish her sigh, a large hand lifted her face, gently turning it to the side. Simultaneously he leaned down. Their lips met, intertwining. This kiss was not the fervent passion he displayed in bed. Nor was it a fleeting brush. It was warm, possessive, neither heavy nor light, lingering softly, then parting. "You shall not acknowledge it," Duan Xiuming commanded imperiously. At this moment, Qin Lian was already approaching, witnessing the scene unfold, and he erupted into a furious tirade. His shouts echoed relentlessly, however neither Lu Mingyu nor Duan Xiuming paid him any mind, not a single glance cast in his direction. The two shared an unspoken agreement, a tacit understanding to face the world united against him. "If you miss me, call me," Duan Xiuming said before releasing her, gently pulling her back a step. "Go on, don't get hurt." "All right." Lu Mingyu looked at him and acquiesced. It was unclear which of his statements she was responding to. Their exchange was ambiguous, blurring the lines between performance and genuine sentiment, yet both Qin Lian and Su Wenjun heard it all. Qin Lian bellowed, attempting to intercept. "Lu Mingyu, stop right there." Duan Xiuming's towering frame blocked the way, his tone arrogant. "Today, she is leaving, and not even the King of Heaven can stop her." With that, he tossed his coat aside, fixing his gaze forward. "I mean what I say." Zhan Xiang appeared from who knows where, catching his coat. Chapter 58. "Bring it on." Qin Lian charged forward. "You're looking for death." Duan Xiuming raised his hand and shattered Qin Lian's fracture brace with a single strike, then, with a clenched fist, he made a cracking sound. Qin Lian crumpled to the ground, drenched in sweat. Duan Xiuming delivered a swift kick. "Go to the hospital and lie down." Crack. Qin Lian's leg suffered a fracture from an unknown location. At that moment, the driver bodyguard rushed over, attacking without a word. Su Wenjun also raised his hand. He had refrained from fighting earlier due to a lack of confidence, but with the Qin family's bodyguard blocking the way, the situation had changed. Duan Xiuming met the two head-on. What followed was a relentless exchange of fists. Bang! Wasn't it just a fight at childhood sweethearts? "Fiancés, let us take them down." Amidst the chaos, the airport hall erupted with the sound of fists meeting flesh. Lu Mingyu did not head to the security check but stood aside, waiting. Zhan Xiang approached with the coat, saying, "Miss Lu, you can either head straight to security or stay here to watch the spectacle. Rest assured, no one will stop you from leaving today." "That's what Brother Ming said." Lu Mingyu asked, "Aren't you going to help him?" Zhan Xiang didn't even glance in that direction, chuckling, "Oh. I am not one for fighting. He could hold his own, but he was nowhere near as formidable as Yin Tianzu. They each had their strengths and different missions while following Brother Ming. Lu Mingyu glanced again at the fray. Perhaps she had spoken out of turn. At that moment, Su Wenjun and the bodyguard were being pummeled to the ground, unable to rise. Qin Lian endured several more blows during the scuffle. Duan Xiuming appeared dissatisfied, having not yet fully vented his frustration. A crowd gathered around, bewildered. A brawl in the airport hall. Goodness, this was getting out of hand. Hurry up and break it up. Don't let anyone get killed. Who would dare intervene against such a fierce opponent? Lu Mingyu inquired again. What now? The chaos had ensued. She was not particularly concerned about the repercussions. Someone of his status likely didn't care about such matters. Right, but this was not his territory, and the restructuring of the Duan family in Shangjiang was at a critical juncture. Certain identities were inconvenient. Lu Mingyu was curious about how this would all be handled. Zhan Xiang remained cheerful. No worries. At that moment, several individuals approached from a distance, clad in suits, each carrying large bags. In their left hands were cigarettes, in their right, cash-filled briefcases. The group moved toward the crowd, distributing cigarettes to the men and cash to the women. No need to worry, no need to worry. We're just filming a web series, they proclaimed cheerfully. Everyone gets a share, everyone gets a share. Come on, little ones, no snacks, here is some pocket money for you. After distributing the goods, some in the crowd genuinely began to act along. Lu Mingyu watched in silence. Soon before airport staff could arrive, Duan Xiuming finished the fight and withdrew. Qin Lian, Su Wenjun, and the bodyguard were escorted away by the group of men in black, who praised them as they left. Well done, we'll give you more scenes. Upon noticing that she remained, Duan Xiuming approached her, looking slightly rumpled but otherwise unharmed. Brother Ming, here, I'll handle it. Zhan Xiang returned the coat. Heading toward the approaching airport personnel, Duan Xiuming accepted the coat. Standing before Lu Mingyu, the distance between them had shifted from intimate closeness to a more than 2-meter gap of detachment. He gazed down at her, silent, his expression inscrutable. After a long pause, Lu Mingyu stepped forward, resting her head against his chest, wrapping her arms around his waist. Thank you, she whispered. A glimmer flickered in Duan Xiuming's eyes as he remained still, allowing her to embrace him. His tone was commanding. Lu Mingyu, don't tempt me, I have a terrible temper. Then, he heard her laughter muffled against his chest. Duan Xiuming frowned. Why do you laugh every time I scold you? What on earth is so funny? Lu Mingyu released her grip and looked up. It's nothing really, I just envy your unrestrained confidence. She longed to become someone like him, living without a care in the world. No need to tread carefully, no need to walk on eggshells. So strong that whether good or bad, it all shone through, a fearless and open, boldly radiant. No need to hide. Duan Xiuming stood immobile, coldly mocking. Are you not living recklessly? Playing with my feelings, that takes guts. Lu Mingyu replied. Courage and confidence are not the same. Duan Xiuming studied her intently, silent. Why had she uttered such words? Then, farewell. She turned to leave. Duan Xiuming made no attempt to retain her but remained where he was, watching her walk toward the security checkpoint. She did not look back even once, leaving with resolute determination. Duan Xiuming watched her figure recede, eventually disappearing into the crowd. It was uncertain how much time passed. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers lightly, then turned and walked away. In the crowd, Lu Mingyu paused at the duty-free shop, gazing at the mirrored walls of the display case through the reflective surface. She caught a glimpse of the person behind her, lingering for an extended moment, and also saw his hand rise and fall. Only after he had departed did she shift her feet once more. Lu Mingyu made her way to the boarding gate, quietly settling down to await her flight. She gazed through the glass at the night sky. The weather was splendid, perfect for flying, and there were no delays in sight. Everything was as it should be. She had triumphed. She would ascend step by step to the pinnacle of the world. And return to eliminate all who stood in her way. At the airport entrance, Duan Xiuming leaned against the hood of a dark green car, surveying the vast expanse of stars above. This damned weather was indeed delightful. He lit a cigarette, the smoke curling from his lips, clouding his vision. Before long, several vehicles approached and halted by the roadside. Lu Choliang and Lu Lin strode forth, accompanied by a dozen bodyguards, surrounding Duan Xiuming in a tight circle. Though the wound on Lu Choliang's face had been tended to, he could no longer maintain his composure, his gaze venomous as it fell upon Duan Xiuming. Lu Lin questioned sharply. Have you considered the consequences of ruining my sister's engagement party? Duan Xiuming replied, his tone neutral. What consequences? Lu Lin retorted. The Shizi city families will not let you off lightly. They will unite against you, the disruptor. The family alliance cannot condone this. Duan Xiuming flicked the ash from his cigarette, his expression impassive. How intriguing. Lu Choliang threatened. Do you believe I won't end your life right here, right now? A wry smile curled Duan Xiuming's lips as he exhaled a wisp of smoke. Bring it on. Lu Choliang's face twisted in rage. Attack. A dozen burly men surged forward. Unhurriedly, Duan Xiuming extinguished his cigarette, stood up, and stepped forward, casting aside his coat with a swift motion. Half an hour later, Duan Xiuming sat atop the hood of the dark green vehicle, engrossed in his phone. In the distance lay a scattering of bodies. The bodyguards lay incapacitated, while Lu Choliang and Lu Lin were sprawled on the ground, blood spilling from their mouths. Further away, a crowd gathered, A multitude of staff members bustling about, creating quite the scene. Soon Zhan Xiang approached, having resolved the situation, and said, "Brother Ming, it's all taken care of." Duan Xiuming nodded, his demeanor unchanged. Zhan Xiang continued, "Has Miss Lu departed?" Duan Xiuming replied, "Yes." Zhan Xiang inquired, "Off to travel, to clear her mind?" Duan Xiuming responded, "Who knows?" He was oblivious to whether they had truly parted ways. Zhan Xiang remarked, "But Brother Ming, you just assaulted her father and brother." Disregarding everything, Duan Xiuming frowned. "Wasn't I concerned?" Zhan Xiang replied, "You didn't kill them, did you?" Duan Xiuming, disinterested in further discussion, stood up and patted the side of the vehicle. "Let that fool pay for the damages." Zhan Xiang, taken aback by the abrupt change in subject, could only stammer, and Duan Xiuming's expression turned cold. "The damage caused by the abrupt stop on the highway is entirely his responsibility, let him compensate." Childhood sweethearts. Zhan Xiang nodded. "That feels good, though he didn't lack for money, it was satisfying nonetheless." Chapter 59. How I Long to Render You Mute. One day later, in London, at the Royal Academy of Arts Pure Art Studio building. Each floor was partitioned into several art studios. Within one studio, Lu Mingyu was unfurling large sheets of paper on the expansive wall, preparing to paint. As she mixed colors, a malicious female voice echoed from the doorway, "Well, I heard from the professionals next door that you caused quite the scandal during your holiday back home, an engagement, a broken engagement, a marriage snatch, straddling two boats, humiliating the male counterpart, and offending the families. You're the local laughingstock." This woman, named Chenla, was Lu Mingyu's classmate, a rival, and a bitter enemy. Last semester, the two had fought fiercely over a scholarship. Chenla sought glory, while Lu Mingyu was financially strained. Observing Lu Mingyu's lack of response, Chenla boldly entered, "That Xu Ringkuan even knows about your troubles back home," spreading the word, creating quite the uproar. "All the Chinese at the Royal Academy are aware." "Everyone's talking behind your back," Lu Mingyu replied calmly. "Slander is a form of admiration. You don't mean to say you are admiring me?" Chenla retorted angrily. "Who would admire you? What are you so proud of?" "I'm reveling in your misfortune," Lu Mingyu countered. "Chenla, when did you sink to the level of those beneath you? I've always regarded you as my strongest opponent. Are you now aligning with my defeated foes?" Lowering your own status, Chenla's expression shifted dramatically, and after a moment of contemplation, she stormed out in her high heels. Not long after, a heated argument erupted from other studios. The commotion escalated, echoing from the first floor to the second, and eventually spilling outdoors, even reaching the neighboring department. As night fell, a battle-worn Chenla returned to the studio, her lips twitching as she observed Lu Mingyu already engrossed in her second painting. "You used me as a pawn," she realized, her fury igniting. Lu Mingyu ignored her, continuing her work in silence. Chenla shouted in frustration, "I'm talking to you, Lu Mingyu. Are you deaf?" Finally, Lu Mingyu spoke softly, "Please let me be quiet for a moment." "I refuse." Chenla's anger flared. She lifted her foot and with a resounding bang kicked a wooden plank on the floor. Lu Mingyu finally turned to her, coolly stating, "If you like, feel free to break it." Chenla continued to berate her. "What's wrong with you? You look like someone just died in your family." Lu Mingyu paused, her hand faltering. "My last close relative has passed away." Chenla's expression changed abruptly. The studio fell silent, the stillness palpable. After 2 seconds, Chenla suddenly advanced and hugged Lu Mingyu tightly, patting her back. "I'm sorry," she said, her brow furrowed in remorse. "I didn't know. I'm truly sorry." Lu Mingyu pushed her away. "Let go. I'm suffocating." The embrace was painfully tight. Chenla quickly released her, looking flustered. Lu Mingyu set down her brush. "Please refrain from disturbing me for the next couple of days. I have a headache." Chenla replied, "Oh." Lu Mingyu began to tidy her belongings, lapsing into silence. Chenla, concerned, asked, "Why aren't you crying?" Lu Mingyu replied, "I can't." Chenla suggested, "You must release your emotions somehow." "I can accompany you," Lu Mingyu asked. "What do you suggest for venting?" Chenla proposed, "Let's go drinking. My treat. We won't return until we're intoxicated." Lu Mingyu nodded. "All right." Chenla seized her hand, pulling her along as she added, "Shall we go beat someone up?" Lu Mingyu nodded again. "All right." Chenla continued, "What about going to kill someone?" Lu Mingyu paused before nodding. "But all right." That night, the two headed to a bar, seated across from each other, ordering drinks and snacks. Chenla began to indulge in food and drink, while Lu Mingyu remained silent, unable to eat, sipping her drink intermittently. After Chenla had her fill, she raised her glass and clinked it against Lu Mingyu's. "Drink. Once you're drunk, you'll be able to cry. Venting is essential. You're just putting too much pressure on yourself. You need to balance work and rest, you know." "I know." Lu Mingyu nodded, downing her drink. Chenla finished her own and filled her glass again, saying, "Don't be too sorrowful." "Oh no, you should be intensely sorrowful." Lu Mingyu unexpectedly remarked, "I despise the name Lu Mingyu." Chenla found this odd and replied, "Haven't I always called you Lu Mingyu?" "Oh, you mean others?" "Just tell them, it's not a big deal." Lu Mingyu lowered her head. "Yes, not a big deal, just being melodramatic." Chenla fumbled for words, explaining, "It's not being melodramatic. You're too heartbroken to cry, that's why you're acting this way. The death of a loved one is a profound sorrow. When my grandmother passed away, I was in a state of despair for an entire year. You're doing much better than that." Lu Mingyu shook her head. "I am not well at all." I am utterly exhausted. Chenla began to offer suggestions. Well, why don't you find a man to spend the night with? That could also be a form of venting. Lu Mingyu glanced at her and said, I've already done that. Chenla nearly dropped the bottle in shock. What? Lu Mingyu nodded. I found someone, and we slept together. Chenla stared at her, wide-eyed, blinking in disbelief. So how was it? Is he handsome? A fleeting smile graced Lu Mingyu's lips. Very handsome, Chenla suggested. Then why not sleep with a few more? Find someone even more handsome. Better. Lu Mingyu lowered her gaze. There won't be anyone better than him. Chenla was astonished. Such a high appraisal, how good could he possibly be? Lu Mingyu pondered for a moment and replied, the best in the world. With that, she took out her phone and glanced at the news from Shangjiang. Only to be taken aback by the shift in narrative. Shocking, the Duan family's dark and light factions appear to have conspired. A chilling arrangement, the Duan family undergoes a major reshuffle. Duan family's territorial expansion, the Chen and Tai families suffer significant blows. The young master of the dark faction's astonishing maneuvers, disregarding fame, amassing wealth, and power. The fearsome Duan family, an unmatched cohesion. The light and dark factions have never diverged. Lu Mingyu was stunned as she read, then quickly regained her composure. Such insider information about a top-tier family could not be found online. Anything that made it to the news was always a smokescreen. What a great deceiver. Lu Mingyu shook her head and set her phone aside. Chenla, still astonished, took a sip of her drink and asked, just how good and handsome is he? You, with your sharp tongue, can say such things. Why not bring him along for some companionship? Lu Mingyu remained silent for a moment and said, a man influences how quickly I draw my blade. Well said. Chenla raised her glass to clink with hers, saying, unless that man himself wields a treasured blade. Lu Mingyu's hand, which held the cup, paused mid-air, and her gaze lifted with an ambiguous expression. Chenla turned her head, scolding, drink up. What are you doing? Lu Mingyu downed her drink in one gulp and inquired, which is more painful, living apart or parting in death? Chenla, seemingly tipsy, raised her hands high. Of course. Both at once, buff stacked to the max, explosive. Lu Mingyu sighed, calling out, Chenla. Chenla replied, why are you calling my name? Lu Mingyu said, I really want to silence you. Chenla retorted, are you out of your mind? Chapter 60, ruling deceased Jiangqi in West Lake City. At the lakeside apartment, Duan Xiuming returned upstairs, drenched in sweat from the boxing gym. After showering, he emerged to find Duan Xiang in the living room. Duan Xiang cradled a painting in his hands, asking, Brother Ming, brought it back, should we hang it? Duan Xiuming frowned at the painting, waving his hand irritably, it's hideous, dismantle the frame and fold it up, it's an eyesore. Without hesitation, Duan Xiang complied. Duan Xiuming turned to gaze out the window. The sky was a brilliant blue, and the air was fresh. Did she think of him? Probably not. He never messaged her, and she never took the initiative to reach out. Oh, so they really have broken up, damn it, how infuriating. Crack, crack. As Duan Xiang disassembled the frame, he spoke up, Brother Ming, the aristocrats of West Lake City are making threats against you, that bar has been investigated. Duan Xiuming replied, bar, oh the Wetland Lounge. He nearly forgot he owned a bar. Duan Xiang laughed, the bar is inconsequential, they can only trace it here, but do we still need to stay in West Lake City? Or should we switch to another city? Anyway, the cleanup in Shangjiang is over, and Yen Tianzhua argues with me every day. Shall we take him along and explore the beautiful landscapes of our homeland? Duan Xiuming remained silent for a moment, not responding. Duan Xiang gauged his expression, saying, Miss Lu isn't in West Lake City anymore. It's quite dull for us here. We'll find her when she returns from her getaway. Duan Xiuming stated, let's head back to Shangjiang first. I didn't even attend the family celebration banquet. Duan Xiang had finished disassembling the frame and asked, alright, should we fold this up, bringing it back to Shangjiang? Duan Xiuming continued to gaze out the window, responding softly. Just then, Duan Xiang emitted a sound of surprise. Duan Xiuming turned to look down. A piece of paper floated out from the back of the painting. Swaying slowly from side to side as it descended, Duan Xiang initially reached for it but froze mid-motion when he saw the content on the paper. Another slender hand extended, catching it. Duan Xiuming lifted a corner of the painting. Frowning as he examined it, Duan Xiang stood beside him, his eyes wide in astonishment. This was an ink painting. On the small sheet of paper, a beast resembling both a tiger and a leopard emerged from the Black Sea. Its gaping maw bared, revealing sharp teeth and a terrifying jaw. As it roared, the dark sea churned with tumultuous waves. Enraged, behind the beast, a pair of wings were ablaze, equally black, extending from its back in the form of black flames. Ascending upward, it seemed ready to break through the firmament. It appeared as if it might leap from the canvas. The entire painting was dominated by ink tones, varying in density, yet, the eyes, the only red in the ink. The beast stood sideways, its eyes burning like flames, exuding a sense of heat. A stroke of black vertical pupils added a finishing touch, masterfully done. It gazed intensely, as if it had transcended dimensions, coming to life. Fixating on the viewer with ferocity, dominance, and a lofty disdain for the world, one instinctively wanted to avert their gaze. Unable to meet those fiery eyes, the beast spread its wings, roaring over the sea, trembling. Was it awakening? No, it was declaring itself ruler of the seas. This was no mere painting. it was a manifestation of some impending will ready to burst forth from the artwork. What astounding vigor! The fluidity of the entire piece was breathtaking. With even the most casual brushstrokes showcasing brilliance, and the use of negative space was impeccable, Duan Xiuming couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy cow, Brother Ming, this painting. It's incredible." Duan Xiuming did not respond, his eyes shimmering with amazement as he stared at the painting. Duan Xiuming continued to marvel, "What kind of creature is this? Though it's a mix, it's so striking, absolutely stunning." Duan Xiuming's voice was low and solemn, a mythical beast from the mountains and seas. "Jiangji," Duan Xiuming exclaimed, "Jiangji, fierce and trendy, I can't even describe how cool it is, roaring over the seas, spreading its wings in dominion." Duan Xiuming furrowed his brow. Ink and wash national trend. Duan Xiuming gasped, "Oh my. Brother Ming, it's truly a correct decision for us to develop back home. Such art is absent in the bald eagle." Duan Xiuming remained focused on the painting, silent for a long time. Suddenly Duan Xiuming reacted, shouting again, "Brother, this is Miss Lu's painting. She created this, how impressive." After his outburst, he began to gaze at the cotton candy painting, utterly astonished. Were these two pieces truly by the same artist? The disparity was staggering. Duan Xiuming began searching for her signature, then he focused on the black flames of Qiangqi's wings, found it. The flames formed the characters, her signature, cursive. The characters were not small, occupying 1/5 of the painting, merging with the artwork. One word, wild, written in a wild cursive style. The strokes were both elegant and sharp, exuding an air of arrogance and defiance. Duan Xiuming's gaze fixed on the word, unable to return to reality for a long time. Moments later, he abruptly turned, looking at the painting on the wall. Dawn, the styles and visual impact of the two paintings were clearly the work of the same person, not to mention the distinct personal style of the cursive. Duan Xiuming realized that Li Yu was actually a single character, merely split in Dawn. The artist's pseudonym was a single character, Wild, Lu Mingyu. Yes, Wild. There was no artist, Li Yu, only the artist, Wild. It was her. Duan Xiuming's eyes sparkled uncontrollably. It was actually her. 6 months ago, she painted Dawn to demonstrate her resolve, and now she had created Qiangqi to showcase her ambitions. Compared to Dawn, Qiangqi was on another level. No wonder she deemed Dawn worthless. Qiangqi was not just any display of arrogance. Duan Xiuming suddenly comprehended her inner turmoil. What had she encountered? Why such an urgent desire to rescue or even transform herself? To utilize everything to ascend, but after weathering countless trials, the small boat does not ride the winds and waves, nor does it accept divine redemption. Instead, she chose to transform into a fierce beast, becoming possessed and frenzied. Unleashing her claws, soaring with wings, stirring up a tempest. Yes, she once stated she would become a sea monster amidst the surging tides, personally stirring the waters, ready to battle. How could there be such a woman in this world? She completely repudiated her past, even vehemently criticizing her former self. A transformation that defied convention, charging forward with a brand new visage. It was utterly ruthless, such earth-shattering courage and determination. Duan Xiuming closed his eyes. His voice muffled within his chest, a low murmur, "I'm going mad." Silence lingered for a long time, not so long that Duan Xiuming hesitated to speak. The vibrating sound arose. Duan Xiuming glanced at his phone. Quietly retreating outside. A few minutes later, Duan Xiuming returned after answering a call, holding up his phone and asking, "Brother Ming, Miss Su is looking for you. Will you meet her?" Duan Xiuming opened his eyes. Regaining his composure, Duan Xiuming covered the phone's microphone, whispering, "Susuya, Miss Lu's only friend in West Lake City. Want to meet?" Duan Xiuming donned his coat. Yes, Chapter 61, that was her choice inside the wetland lounge. The establishment was closed during the day as Duan Xiuming brewed 3 cups of tea, placing them on the table. Susuya was engrossed in her phone, murmuring, "I knew that post on Moments wasn't from Lu Mingyu herself. Although she rarely uses her alternate account, it wouldn't post something like that." Duan Xiuming turned his head. "Alternate account?" Susuya replied, "Yes, she previously posted about her engagement on that alternate account. It must have been the Lu family." Duan Xiuming looked over. "Brother Ming, we've guessed wrong." Duan Xiuming remained silent. At that moment, Susuya placed a large package on the table. "This is for Lu Mingyu." Duan Xiuming frowned. "She's not here with me." Susuya responded, "I know, she returned to school. It's been several days since the semester started. She delayed her enrollment. Aren't you her boyfriend? Won't you go see her?" Duan Xiuming, astonished, exclaimed, "What, to school?" Susuya, even more shocked, said, "OMG, you guys didn't know? She's pursuing her master's." Duan Xiuming closed his eyes, despairing, then opened them. First, that was her alternate account. Secondly, she was in a rush to enroll, carrying her passport. What were they arguing about? Great. This escalated. Susuya glanced over. "You don't even know this? What kind of boyfriend are you?" Duan Xiuming's expression turned cold in an instant, yet he had no words to retort. Susuya continued, "But you crashing her engagement banquet is quite the bold move. Impressive, otherwise she wouldn't know how to return to school." Duan Xiuming, curious about the school, quickly asked, "Which country is Miss Lu in? What school? What's her major?" Susuya replied, "Royal College of Art in London." Duan Xiuming was dumbfounded. What on earth? Duan Xiuming, however, was aware, the Royal Academy of Arts in England, but why pursue pure arts when lacking funds? What was she thinking? Duan Xiuming swiftly took out his phone to search for information. Exclaiming, the top art school globally, how impressive, Miss Lu was truly remarkable. Unexpectedly, Su Suya appeared displeased. Stop calling her Miss Lu, Zhan Xiang asked. Why? Su Suya wrote down the address and burial plot number. This is where her biological parents are buried. Wait, Zhan Xiang was stunned. Her biological parents? Was it Lu Mingyu, the second miss of the Lu family? She is the adopted daughter of the Lu family. Su Suya shook her head. No, she is the second young lady of the Lu family. But she is not the daughter of Lu Qiuliang and Duan Xiuming. She is the daughter of the Lu patriarch's second son, who forsook his inheritance to marry her mother and left the family to develop in Yaodu. Zhan Xiang, Su Suyu. Lu Mingyu grew up in Yaodu when she was 12. She lost both parents and was brought to Shizi Cheng. Zhan Xiang slapped his forehead and turned to the side. Mingyu. So that is the crux of the matter. We've been mistaken all along. Duan Xiuming cast another glance out the window. Growing up in Yaodu, no wonder she speaks Cantonese and enjoys Cantonese cuisine. He suddenly asked, did the Lu family treat her poorly? The Su Suyu. It was truly abysmal. You can't even begin to imagine how bad it was. It was outright abuse. Zhan Xiang, astonished, asked, what kind of abuse? Confiscating her phone. Su Suyu. Confiscating her phone? That is nothing. They locked her up, forced her to transcribe the NGA, physical punishment, forced marriage. They didn't even allow her to paint or read. There is so much more. Duan Xiuming frowned. It seemed the severity of the situation exceeded his expectations. That the glass blades at the engagement banquet were indeed restrained, and the incident at the airport was toned down as well. Truly, Zhan Xiang exclaimed, how twisted. They wouldn't let her attend such a good school. What do we have to be concerned about since they aren't her biological parents? Mingyu. The approach at the engagement banquet and the airport was far too lenient. Duan Xiuming inquired, is there anything else? Su Suyu shook her head. That is all. Yet Duan Xiuming asserted, there must be more. Su Suyu, there is nothing else. We are the best of friends. She tells me everything, and isn't this serious enough? It's quite severe. Not severe enough. Duan Xiuming's expression was cold. Who said friends must share everything without reserve? He saw beyond those two paintings. There were not just these issues, there were also her words before leaving and those hollow, vacant eyes. Taken together, it was evident she had suppressed all her emotions. She harbored secrets, significant secrets. Su Suyu, feeling dissatisfied, remarked, I grew up alongside her. I understand her better than you do. Duan Xiuming, however, coldly retorted, I can guarantee that no one in this world truly understands her. Su Suyu pondered for a moment before conceding with a nod, you might be right. I'll wait until she has settled before asking, but regardless, she is truly deserving of sympathy. What she desires is not pity. Duan Xiuming interrupted harshly, his tone indifferent. That is her own choice. Su Suyu glared at him in anger. How can you be like this? As Duan Xiuming turned away, he raised a hand, please see yourself out, book a flight. Su Suyu sprang to her feet, exclaiming, there is no need to see me off, I truly regret coming to find you. Zhan Xiang, however, calmly took out his phone, heading back to Hong Kong. Duan Xiuming, we're going to Yaodu. Su Suyu, astonished, turned back as she reached the door. Alright then. Zhan Xiang quickly booked the flight. Approaching Su Suyu, Su family sister, shall I escort you to the door? I want to see you back. I'm a bit busy, please forgive me. Duan Xiuming gazed out the window. Lost in thought, she encountered adversity, yet she rejected the pity and compassion of others, unwilling to position herself as a victim, being able to create that piece titled Xiong Qi to negate break of dawn. It was evident her ambition was immense. What she needed was a patron. She sought recognition from the outside world, respect, the value of her own existence. He resolved to visit Yaodu to understand her past. What kind of person is she really? Outside the lounge, Zhan Xiang escorted her to the door. Su Suyu suddenly turned around and asked, will you be going to London? Zhan Xiang nodded, given Mingyu's demeanor. It is inevitable, but speaking of which, Miss Lu has so many secrets. It's astonishing. Su Suyu handed over a large bag of items. Then please help me deliver these to Lu Mingyu. Zhan Xiang, what is it? Does it need to be checked in? Su Suyu opened the bag. This is essence, this is sunscreen, and these are scar creams. Please help me bring them to her. Zhan Xiang, shocked and confused, why 10 boxes of scar cream? Are you buying in bulk? Besides, can't she buy these there? Su Suyu, you don't understand her, she definitely wouldn't buy them herself. Zhan Xiang looked at her speechlessly. Mingyu can buy them for her. Su Suyu frowned, they're not essentials, she may not accept them. As Zhan Xiang rolled his eyes, I'm saying. Su family sister, Mingyu is a man, if he buys them and leaves them there, can she refuse? Who does she need to use them for? Can't you comprehend this logic? Su Suyu suddenly realized, wow. You rewrite, you're so clever. Zhan Xiang looked at her oddly, this is clever. What kind of foolish people do you usually interact with? Su Suyu, don't even mention it. I am starting to doubt if that idiot brother of mine is even my biological sibling. Chapter 62, Lu Mingyu in Yaodu. That day, the two arrived at a cemetery in Yaodu. Zhan Xiang checked the grave location number, muttering, why isn't at a joint burial? Duan Xiuming remained quiet, holding flowers and incense as he searched. Soon, they found the tombstone of Lu Mingyu's parents. Though not a joint burial, they were not far apart. As the two stood before the tombstone, the atmosphere shifted. Zhang Xiang stared at the names on the tombstone, stunned. After a moment of silence, Duan Xiuming instructed, "Investigate." Zhang Xiang immediately took out his phone and complied. They were familiar with the Guangfu region, had connections, and had woven a vast network. In no time, Zhang Xiang spoke up, looking at his phone. Lu Mingyu was her former name before the age of 12. After going to the Lu family, she changed her name to Lu Mingyu, which I suspect was forced. Duan Xiuming gazed at the three characters on the tombstone, his emotions complex and indescribable. So her nickname Ye and her artist name derived from Lu Mingyi's Ye. Lu Mingyu and Lu Mingyi, though differing by just one character, held a chasm of difference. Zhang Xiang continued to scroll through his phone. His voice filled with astonishment. "I can't take it anymore, Mingyu. What kind of life experience does Miss Lu have? She has so many secrets." "My heavens," Duan Xiuming asked. "What else?" Zhang Xiang exclaimed, "Do you know who her mother is? A Cantonese opera inheritor, a Major Ching Yi. Oh my, that's incredible. Initially, I thought Miss Lu had won the genetic lottery, but who knew it was stable inheritance?" Her mother was stunning. Duan Xiuming, Zhang Xiang spoke with admiration. Her father was also remarkable, so responsible. He gave up his inheritance for love and came to Yaodu to start from scratch. Becoming a leading figure in the industry at that time, both her parents were exceptional. They tragically perished in a car accident 10 years ago. Such a pity. Duan Xiuming, heaven is jealous of talented individuals. Sigh. The more Zhang Xiang looked, the more he sighed, shaking his head. Her father's company was swallowed up, leaving nothing behind. Her mother had nothing left either. At 12, she was far too young, left with not even the remnants of bones to eat. Duan Xiuming furrowed his brow silent. The tuition and living expenses for studying abroad were all earned from selling her paintings. If not for his appreciation of talent and his willingness to invest tenfold. How many paintings would she need to sell? Then that day, when she cautiously asked him if he was wealthy, she must have had something in mind, needing a sum of money, but that matter didn't come to fruition. And she never requested his transfer. That was the only time she called him a Ming, and for such a strong person to show a rare moment of vulnerability could not possibly be trivial. She had endured much that he was unaware of. Goodness, Zhang Xiang suddenly exclaimed again. Lu Mingyu was a prodigy in classical studies as a child, mastering traditional Chinese painting and calligraphy with countless awards. Duan Xiuming, that is evident. She is exceptionally gifted. The Lu family would not have hired teachers for her, and after 12 she must have been self-taught. To reach such a level through self-study is nothing short of genius. Those eyes are so bright. Zhang Xiang pointed at the award-winning photo. I've never seen that kind of expression in the eyes of the second young lady of the Lu family, and she's Zichang. Duan Xiuming also noticed those eyes, like blazing fire, like stars. He abruptly averted his gaze, his brow furrowing in distress. He must not look. Such dazzling eyes, how could they be tortured to such a dull luster? On the day of separation in the apartment, he had witnessed firsthand how hollow her eyes had become. She felt nothing. His kisses, his scoldings, even his coercion, they evoked no response. Only when analyzing the painting Break of Dawn did the light in her eyes shine through slightly. But it was merely a flicker, incomparable to the brightness in the photo. The brilliance and fire she was meant to possess had been completely frozen, leaving only a trace of sharpness and defiance. Zhang Xiang continued to flip through the documents, reflecting. What on earth did the Lu family do to her? Such a drastic change in character. Yet Miss Lu was incredibly strong. She managed to get into the Royal Academy. Impressive, Duan Xiuming slowly spoke. Indeed impressive. Under such pressure, she could still produce Zhongqi. Such willpower is not something an ordinary person can possess. The Lu family, the Qin family, the Shi Zichang aristocratic alliance. One individual against an entire city. Incense, Duan Xiuming said. Zhang Xiang promptly lit the incense and offered it. After paying respects, Zhang Xiang asked in confusion. She has no money, why does she insist on attending such an expensive school? Just because it's top one, it's utterly reckless. She disregards food and accommodation to go. Duan Xiuming, the exchange of inspiration within the same circle, the collision of cultures from different countries, is vital for an artist. What can one create in isolation at home? Zhang Xiang still didn't understand. But that tuition is far too expensive for her, and pure arts have poor job prospects. What is she thinking? She is clearly very intelligent, yet this move seems unplanned. What is she really doing? Duan Xiuming gazed into the distant sky, narrowing her eyes. She yearned for fame, not for profit, but solely for recognition. The culmination of her aspirations made her intent painfully obvious. Offer her billions, and she would refuse. She insisted on trading her artwork on platforms, be it galleries or exhibitions, which come with exorbitant commissions. Can a public transaction truly elevate one's renown? Duan Xiuming was not entrenched in the art circle. She did not fully comprehend, yet she could roughly surmise her ambitions of the realm of pure artistry may be challenging for employment. But the pinnacle of artistic achievement is extraordinarily high. Her confidence was unwavering. She aspired to be a master in her field, a globally renowned master. She craved social standing, the kind that reigns supreme in the art world. What an exuberant ambition! She was not merely a figure from Shizi City. She was a force of nature from Yadu Luming, unable to contain the tumultuous emotions bubbling within her. Duan Xiuming strode purposefully outside. Zhan Xiang hurried to catch up. Minggu, I'll arrange the itinerary. Shall we head to Huangyi to find your sister-in-law? Duan Xiuming retorted. Don't call her sister-in-law. She is too occupied with thoughts of victory to entertain my romantic pursuits. Zhan Xiang exclaimed. Duan Xiuming's gaze flickered. I'm flying to London. You go to Xiangshanao. Zhan Xiang protested. Why? Duan Xiuming replied. Move some funds to Shizi City, in the name of Duan Xiuji. Invest in a large-scale art exhibition in a bustling location and create it on-site. Zhan Xiang nodded. That sounds good, but why not allocate some funds to Miss Lu? She could desperately use the sponsorship. Duan Xiuming ignored his inquiry and continued. Also, which brands constitute the top 10 galleries in the world? Go engage with them and select one for acquisition. Zhan Xiang replied. Alright. Duan Xiuming laid out her plans one after another. Isn't the Chamber of Commerce of our family alliance making bold statements? You should establish a network in Shizi City. Zhan Xiang was taken aback. Wait, establish a network? Duan Xiuming quickened her pace. Unleash your full potential, let go and act. Zhan Xiang was bewildered. Such a grand operation? Duan Xiuming declared. Open up the mainland market and take them down. Zhan Xiang felt a surge of excitement. Alright, Minggu, finally, it's my turn to showcase my abilities. I will definitely bring them down within 2 years. Duan Xiuming suddenly paused. Breathe, don't go bankrupt. Zhan Xiang was puzzled. Why? Duan Xiuming stated. Let her deal the final blow herself. Revenge is sweetest when served personally. Let her relish it. Chapter 63. Wait. Who was on the high seas cruise? In Xiangshanao, Zhan Xiang met with Yan Tianzue, tidying matters while enjoying a meal together. Yan Tianzue was fuming. What on earth happened that day? Am I not worthy to know the truth? I was nervously handling affairs in Xiangjiang, and not only did Ming not take me along, but you also ignored my messages. Do you believe I'll beat you up? Zhan Xiang waved his hand dismissively. I was genuinely busy. You have no idea how chaotic it was. Minggu was about to commit murder. Yan Tianzue grew more irate. What was this top-secret matter that I was excluded from? What is the point of my martial prowess? Zhan Xiang replied. You were truly unnecessary, and besides, it was Ming Ji's personal affair. Yan Tianzue tilted his head. Zhan Xiang nodded. It's about emotions. Yan Tianzue was stunned. Emotions? A woman? No way. Zhan Xiang teased. Indeed, it's all about a woman. Yan Tianzue was left in utter shock. Which woman could compel Minggu to initiate a top-level emergency state, daring to enter the confidential meeting room? If your gesture had been a second late, you would have been riddled with bullets, Zhan Xiang pondered, apprehensively saying. At that moment, who could afford to think? It was genuinely urgent. Minggu even revealed his phone password to her. Yan Tianzue's eyes nearly bulged. Who is this woman, so special? Zhan Xiang waved his hand. Let us not mention it. Minggu exhibited a spectrum of uncontrolled emotions around her. You would be startled upon witnessing it. Suddenly, Yan Tianzue seemed to recall something, grinning. It must be the one from the high seas cruise, right? At that time, Minggu made a gesture to silence and dismiss everyone, leaving me astounded. Zhan Xiang was first taken aback. Then a flicker of terror crossed his eyes. Wait, who was on the high seas cruise? Yan Tianzue momentarily appeared puzzled, then both he and Zhan Xiang were engulfed in fear. They exchanged glances. And a profound silence enveloped them, an eerie atmosphere beginning to spread. Zhan Xiang was the first to break the silence. I'll go first. What has the deal with Minggu and that person from the high seas cruise? Yan Tianzue replied. They spent a night together in the top-floor suite. Zhan Xiang exploded with emotion. What the hell? Was he just putting on a show in Shizi City, and there are so many plans in motion? Yan Tianzue interjected. Now it's my turn. How far have things progressed between Minggu and the woman from Shizi? Zhan Xiang replied. They're discussing marriage. He is rushing over to propose. And it's incredibly serious. Yan Tianzue's emotions also flared. Good gracious, so Minggu has too. Is he openly challenging the ancestral teachings of the Duan family? Does he no longer wish to be the heir of the Dark Pulse? Zhan Xiang rubbed his temples. Give me a moment to think. I need to analyze this. Yan Tianzue, however, couldn't contain himself and blurted. If it's about dating, that's one thing, but if they're getting married like this, he could be disowned by the Duan family. The ancestral teachings are extremely strict to prevent internal strife and division. Zhan Xiang cradled his head in his hands. I know, stop shouting. Yan Tianzue continued to shout. Is Minggu really attempting to rebel against the family? An open conspiracy? Is this reshuffling incident in Xiangjiang a rehearsal for him? Zhan Xiang suddenly raised his head. Watch your words. Yan Tianzue realized the gravity of the situation and became serious in an instant. Zhan Xiang, if Minggu's intentions are indeed rebellious, a battle is inevitable, and it would be an exaggerated level of upheaval in Xiangjiang. Zhan Xiang retorted. So, Yan Tianzue placed his right hand on his waist. This secret is too significant. I must clarify something. Zhan Xiang glanced at his movement, sneering. What, do you want to kill me to silence me? Yan Tianzue's eyes flashed with menace. Apologies, but if it's true, it's classified information that must be silenced. Zhan Xiang raised his phone high. Do you believe that before you pull the trigger? I can detonate this place with one command, taking us both down. Yan Tianzuo's arm tensed. I have only one question, the Duan family or Mingyu, who do you choose? Zhang Xiang's palms were sweating. Shall we say it together? 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Yan Tianzuo, Mingyu to Zhang Xiang, Mingyu to Fu both exhaled in relief simultaneously. 1 shook off the hand resting on his waist, while the other tossed his phone onto the table. Yan Tianzuo, panting, remarked, it's not certain that this matter even holds truth, yet we almost ended each other. Zhang Xiang wiped the virtual sweat from his forehead. You were too agitated. You should know we're not cultivated by the Duan family. We've been following Mingyu and the white-headed eagle since early on, so what is there to question our loyalty? Yan Tianzuo replied. I must remain skeptical. Unlike you, how can I know your psychological state? Zhang Xiang slammed the table. Let us drop this topic. It's not our place to speculate wildly. Can you please control your thoughts? Are you unwell? The two fell silent, returning to their meals with fervor. Another day passed. Noon. I in the Pure Art Studio building at Huangyi. Chenla had her chin resting on her hand, watching Lu Mingyu mix colors, asking, why didn't you come with me to eat that fried chicken? Lu Mingyu frowned. Too oily. Chenla insisted. No, we must eat. Lu Mingyu retorted. That it's tasteless. I can't swallow it. Chenla inquired. Are we drinking tonight? Lu Mingyu shook her head again. Not going. I need to finish my assignments today, Chenla conceded. Alright, I'll drink a bit by myself first, and I'll come find you at 11 p.m. Let us have another drink. We won't return until we're drunk. Lu Mingyu sighed. Chenla, where are your ears? Chenla replied. They're perfectly fine, Lu Mingyu remarked. You're utterly tone-deaf. Chenla slung her bag over her shoulder. I'm leaving now. Lu Mingyu urged, hurry and go. The studio returned to tranquility, with only the soft rustling of paper. In the afternoon, an elderly professor led Duan Xiuming into the Pure Art Studio building. This is it. Thank you for your sponsorship. The professor smiled. Duan Xiuming nodded. I'll explore on my own, no need to guide me. The professor readily agreed, offering a few more words before departing. Duan Xiuming wandered through the floors. And before long, she spotted a familiar figure in a studio compartment. She softened her footsteps, pausing in the corridor. The other remained oblivious to her presence. Finding a shadowed corner, she leaned against the wall. Quietly observing, the figure held a palette knife in her left hand, spending considerable time crafting an abstract painting, a mirage with a riot of colors. Duan Xiuming nodded in approval. It was exquisite, both in brushwork and composition. The color coordination was exceptional. Her color sense was indeed remarkable. Perhaps innate talent. It was evident she was left-handed. Painting with her left hand was her true nature, oblivious to the presence in the corridor. She retrieved paper and continued her work. Duan Xiuming nodded again. Yes, she had first noticed this in that wedding gift box. When she painted or appreciated art, her focus was intense, as though she entered a small world. If left undisturbed, she would automatically filter out everything around her. Her eyes locked solely on the artwork. The second painting appeared to involve splattering ink. She splattered it, half dry, then dipped into blue paint, with a stroke. She inscribed 3 characters, a name, Duan Xiuming, Chapter 64. Shattering the southern wall, jealousy in a carefree cursive. His name. Duan Xiuming raised an eyebrow, the corners of her lips curling upwards. Thankfully, she had studied cursive script. Otherwise, she wouldn't have known that she was writing about him. What is this? Does she harbor feelings for him? Next, she began to inscribe, Duan Xiuji, followed by, 3 shadows become 1, Duan Xiuming. One might forgive him for his lack of understanding regarding the artist's non-linear thought process. Yet, despite this, he remained in high spirits. Whether as Duan Xiuming or Duan Xiuji, he was still the same. Did she miss him? But soon the smile on Duan Xiuming's face faded, for she began to exhibit signs of distress. She dipped her brush into crimson paint and inscribed 3 other characters, become him. Subsequently she commenced a frenzied repetition, become him, become him, become him, become him, become him. A mad layering, overlapping, erasing, Duan Xiuming, Duan Xiuji, 3 shadows merging. He gazed at this scene, taken aback. Next she began to mix colors, producing a shade reminiscent of a nebula, akin to turquoise. After dipping her brush, she began to write something entirely different. Her stroke suddenly bore an air of rebellious defiance. Oh, how I wish for the heavenly sword, to cleave the great whale across the seas, commanded by heaven. May I endure eternal prosperity. Heaven defies me, let him perish. In a lifetime I traverse 3,000 miles, when my flowers bloom. All others shall wither. Kill, 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 kill. Each character of her wild script sent shivers down the spine. She continued, only death can quell my vow? Then let us fight. Charge at the southern wall. Break through the southern wall. Shatter the southern wall. It was a grotesque absurdity, a hysterical layering, continually obscuring the previous characters, which despite their chaotic appearance, combined with vibrant colors, rendered the artwork with an overwhelming impact. It presented an indescribable surreal beauty, quite explosive. Bang! She abruptly tossed aside her brush and lifted the ink pot with fervor. With a splash, she poured ink once more. A casual flick covered only part of the text. Yet due to the layering, it remained indecipherable, a mere whisper. During the brief interval while it dried, she did not pause. She switched brushes and mixed colors again. This time, it was another shade of vermilion. And she began to inscribe. I wish to. She halted, her breath caught in her throat, as if the air itself dared not disturb the moment. Her brush lingered in midair, droplets of paint cascading downward, staining her entire being without a care. After approximately a minute, she penned 4 large characters. I wish to ascend to heaven. The layering commenced. Ascend to heaven, 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 ascend to heaven. But then came the overlay of 2 characters, ambition. Following that, she began to write frantically, the strongest, the strongest, the strongest, the strongest, the strongest, the strongest. An insatiable ambition, her very soul seemed on the verge of bursting forth. Duan Xiuming leaned against the wall, his chiseled features obscured by the dim light, softening into a blur. My heavens, he found himself at a loss for words to describe his feelings at that moment. Was this truly how she appeared while creating? Now he understood where her concealed emotions had vanished to. It was in her art, how adept she was at wielding her craft. No wonder she could conjure works like Dawn and Xiangqi. How could her frail body unleash such terrifying spiritual power? He wished he could lend her his strength. Ink served as the backdrop, cursive as the theme, countless words of varying hues stacked layer upon layer until the characters became indistinct, presenting a unique textural quality. Ultimately, it culminated in a splash of color amidst the deep ink. The clash of green and red was truly resplendent, playing with the vibrancy of color. Both the ink splashes and the brushstrokes were executed with a fine brush. Her calligraphy also reflective of this. A fusion of literary elegance and artistry, an epitome of exquisite Chinese aesthetics. In Duan Xiuming's eyes, boundless admiration flickered to life. What a genius! She began the final touches, embellishing and accentuating. After a considerable time, she completed her piece. Duan Xiuming remained still, yet to sign it. To his astonishment, she had not affixed her name, merely placing the brush down. Duan Xiuming. Oh, it has layered up. Has it? She had written the character wild. It peeked through from the center, faintly visible, effectively serving as her signature, seamlessly merging with the artwork. Tsk, a genius, yet she had used ordinary paint. The paper was of average quality. The intricacy and detail were severely lacking. It did not do justice to the grandeur and astonishing intent of the piece. Renowned artists in this world, particularly in the realm of splashed color, utilized the rarest and most precious natural mineral pigments. Some would go to great lengths, even battling for the right stones. They poured effort and resources into grinding them down, creating art with exorbitantly priced minerals. She possessed none of these. Duan Xiuming felt a pang of regret for her. Lu Mingyu, upon finishing her work, began to tidy the chaotic surroundings. Once she had cleaned up, the painting was dry, and she started framing it. Duan Xiuming did not approach to assist but quietly observed her at work. 7 parts painting, 3 parts framing. Such endeavors were not inexpensive in Europe and America. She had no parents, no team, no money. She did everything herself. Attending the Royal Academy required a hefty sum for tuition and living expenses each year, amounting to hundreds of thousands, with no means to be choosy about materials like paint, paper, or framing. The affairs of Shizi City had nearly crushed her spirit. The Lu family's actions almost ruined her life. That she could still stand here painting was nothing short of miraculous. She herself was that miracle. Remarkably strong, the juxtaposition of her pitiable yet audacious demeanor caused Duan Xiuming's heart to race. Truly, what a madwoman! Are all artists mad? How does one pursue such a madwoman? Finally, she began to title her work. Duan Xiuming clearly saw her write 2 small characters on the side. Jealousy. The title of this piece was unexpectedly Jealousy. Duan Xiuming found himself at a loss for words, unsure of where to begin with his feelings. Was she jealous of him, jealous of his strength? He found it somewhat absurd that he, enamored with this woman, was the object of her jealousy. Ridiculous, yet it made sense. She yearned for what he possessed, things she lacked. They were 2 entirely different individuals, divergent not only in life but also in their respective fields of expertise. Not merely different, but in some respects, starkly opposed. As he observed her busily at work, Duan Xiuming softened his steps, intending to step outside and wait. At that moment, a loud crash resounded from the studio. Duan Xiuming turned back to see her collide with a shelf, eyes shut, her body beginning to topple to the ground. He swiftly dashed forward and caught her. It was already 11 at night. She had always been frail, and the intense painting session had caused her to faint. Her lips trembled, her face pale. He cradled her in his arms and hurried outside. Upon exiting the building, they encountered a woman in red, dressed in a fiery crimson dress topped with a black trench coat. Despite the winter chill, Duan Xiuming frowned, pulling Lu Mingyu closer to him, enveloping her entirely in his embrace. As they passed by the woman, unexpectedly she abruptly blocked his path. Wait. Chen Leijiu, now sober, scrutinized him and asked, "Who are you, and where are you taking her?" Duan Xiuming somewhat impatiently replied, "To the hospital." Chen narrowed her eyes. "What is the name of the person in your arms?" Duan Xiuming's patience had reached its limit. Lu Mingyu, incorrect answer. Let her go. Chen lunged forward to seize her. However, Duan Xiuming sidestepped, pulling Lu Mingyu closer. "Lu Mingji from Yadu, is that satisfactory?" Chen paused. What is your relationship with her, Duan Xiuming? I'm not certain what my relationship with her is. With that, he strode away. Chapter 65. 10 boxes of scar ointment at the hospital. In a single patient room, Lu Mingyu remained unconscious. During the examination, the doctor lifted her arm. Duan Xiuming, standing nearby, felt his pupils constrict. Even the doctor was startled, glancing in disbelief at her wrist. A gory wound, already scabbed over, appeared. Abnormal imprisonment. Chains, you are to leave, Duan Xiuming commanded in a low voice. Once the doctor exited the room, he stepped forward. Gently lifting her clothing to inspect her wrists and ankles, all 4 limbs bore injuries. He then loosened her collar to check, finding nothing in the front. Subsequently, he began examining her back. His gaze froze. After a long moment, he proceeded to check her lower limbs. The injuries were concentrated on her back, wrists, and ankles, with clear signs of shackles and whip marks. Duan Xiuming stared at the figure lying on the hospital bed. Emotions in his eyes surging tumultuously. What had the Lu family done to her? His memories flooded back, recalling the day of the forced marriage when he had slapped her, causing her to tremble all over. At that time, he had scolded her. Who could have imagined that she bore such wounds? Then in the apartment, he worried he had bruised her wrist, and when he rubbed it, she had flinched. It turned out she wasn't recoiling from his touch, but from pain. The pungent scent of perfume had dulled his senses, preventing him from noticing her battered condition. Afterwards, he had stormed off in a huff, failing to consider her plight. Could she keep up? She was in excruciating pain. Just then, his phone vibrated. Zhan Xiang, Brother Ming, this is the list of items that the Su family's younger sister requested. I've compiled it for you. Duan Xiuming quickly scrolled down to the last line. 10 boxes of scar ointment. Duan Xiuming abruptly closed his eyes, furrowing his brow deeply. It seemed this was not the first instance. It had become a norm. This was far beyond corporal punishment. No wonder she had occasionally uttered peculiar remarks. Do you have violent tendencies? Aren't you going to hit me? Do you want to strike me? At the time, he had found her comments baffling, even feeling angered by her lack of trust. Little did he know she was subconsciously on guard. She was terrified. Duan Xiuming scrutinized her face. Even in sleep she furrowed her brows, her eyelashes trembling rapidly. Was she dreaming? A nightmare? He pulled the blanket up for her and exited the room. The door of the ward opened and closed gently as doctors and nurses bustled in and out, tending to their duties. In a shadowy corner of the corridor, Duan Xiuming took out his phone and dialed Zhan Xiang. Investigate the Lu family, using any means necessary. After hanging up, a profound silence enveloped him. Leaning against the corridor wall, he raised his gaze towards the distant hospital room door, remaining utterly still. Lu Mingyu found herself in her grandmother's backyard in a dream. Just a door away, Lu chilly glanced over with a forlorn expression. Her grandmother raised a fruit knife. Lu Mingyu abruptly opened her eyes, gasping for breath, her body drenched in sweat. Yet, in the next moment, she became acutely aware of her surroundings, which were utterly unfamiliar, and the 4 drip beside her. What was happening? What were they injecting into her? She instinctively attempted to rise, but a pair of hands gently pressed her shoulders down. A familiar voice resonated beside her. Glucose. Lu Mingyu turned in surprise to see Duan Xiuming at her bedside, who gestured for her to close her eyes. Sleep, it's alright. Still in a daze, Lu Mingyu continued to stare at him. Duan Xiuming grasped her hand firmly. It's real, you need to rest. Slowly, she lay back down, closed her eyes, and drifted into a deep slumber. Duan Xiuming did not release her hand, holding it steadfastly. During the latter half of the night, she was free from nightmares, sleeping soundly when Lu Mingyu next opened her eyes. It was already noon the following day, and she felt quite recovered. There were puncture marks on the back of her hands and forearms. She had received 4 fluids and had blood drawn. The ward was empty, and food was placed nearby, still warm. Sitting up, she began to eat while trying to recollect her memories. Had she hallucinated? Had she truly seen Duan Xiuming? Had she fainted in the studio yesterday? Who had brought her to the hospital? Why had she been taken to such an expensive private hospital? Who had paid for it? A multitude of questions swirled in her mind. After finishing her light meal, she glanced at her phone to check the time, got out of bed to tidy up, and then headed to school for class. The afternoon classes were quite demanding. Lu Mingyu approached her studies with utmost seriousness. After the first class, she hurriedly exited the building, racing alongside several classmates towards the bus stop. There were 3 campuses at the Royal College of Art, and her classes that afternoon were split between 2 campuses. After finishing here, she needed to go to another campus to continue her studies. However, she had not taken more than a few steps. Snap! A sound of fingers snapping resonated beside her. Lu Mingyu halted, turning her head, and froze. Duan Xiuming looked at her. Why are you running so fast? Where are you off to, Lu Mingyu? Duan Xiuming snapped his fingers again. Why are you dazed? Aren't you in class? Where are you going? Lu Mingyu blinked. To another campus, for class. Duan Xiuming tilted his head, puzzled. Why was it so complicated to pursue a graduate degree at this school, having to attend classes across multiple campuses? At that moment, Lu Mingyu was still in shock. Duan Xiuming had appeared before her. Had only 3 days passed? Was he no longer angry? Wasn't he known for his temper? Duan Xiuming waved his hand in the distance. And immediately a car approached, stopping beside him. The driver exited and handed him the car keys. It was a pristine white Lamborghini supercar. This time, the classmates around her were utterly astonished. The supercar before them was a globally limited edition of 63 units. The Lightning, and it was in a custom color, ghost white. Duan Xiuming opened the passenger door for her. Lu Mingyu stood still, her mind still lingering on the events of last night in the hospital ward. Oh, it wasn't a hallucination. Duan Xiuming gazed at her. What are you standing there for? Get in. Lu Mingyu stepped forward and sat down. Duan Xiuming closed the door for her and walked around to the driver's seat to start the vehicle. Which campus? Direct me. He inquired. Lu Mingyu played the role of an emotionless navigator throughout the journey. Duan Xiuming drove in silence, dropping her off afterward and exiting the car to open the door for her. Just like before, every detail was meticulously attended to. Lu Mingyu walked a few steps away but turned back, hesitant to speak. Duan Xiuming gestured with his chin. Go to class first, we'll talk after. Lu Mingyu nodded and turned to enter the lecture building. During class, her phone exploded with notifications, various messages flooding in with inquiries. Some were curious, while others were laced with sarcasm. In the past 2 days, Xu Ringkuan from the neighboring major had spread rumors about her throughout the school, apparently acting on someone else's instructions. Lu Mingyu, always a topic of discussion, found herself at the center of attention. Chenla, having caught wind of the gossip, bombarded her with messages, recounting everything she had seen that night and mixing in a slew of wild speculations. Lu Mingyu ignored all the messages, silencing her phone. Unleashing her inner scholar as she focused intently on the lecture. After class, as Lu Mingyu gathered her belongings, she pondered while walking out of the building. She glanced at her phone again. The number of messages was overwhelming, giving her a headache. After selecting a few to reply to, she called Chenla, who had sent over 50 messages filled with emotional expressions and punctuation. She really didn't want to read them all. Chapter 66. This bed cannot accommodate two. Chenla answered immediately, asking, Hey, did Xu Ringkuan say anything about a bride snatching? Is he the owner of the ghost white Lightning? Do you know how much that car costs? It is not something you can just buy with money, Lu Mingyu. I know a bit. Chenla, her excitement palpable, shouted. Is he the one you mentioned before, the one who took you away yesterday? Lu Mingyu, yes, that's him. Chenla pressed on. Are you really playing both sides? Lu Mingyu, get lost. Chenla, you must be on a luxury cruise. Lu Mingyu, Chenla, were you forced into that engagement? Hurry up and tell me. Lu Mingyu, my grandmother was buried this morning, and my uncle's family insisted I get engaged this afternoon. You can figure it out. Chenla, I understand. Do you want to challenge Xu Ringkuan? I can make a banner for you. Lu Mingyu, too idle. After hanging up, she walked outside. As soon as she stepped out, she spotted Duan Xiuming standing in the open space. The ghost white Lightning was parked nearby, and he was not in the car, casually strolling and admiring the picturesque campus of the Royal College of Art. This was a school rich in artistic ambience. Lu Mingyu approached him, momentarily at a loss for words. Duan Xiuming handed her the car keys. Do you have a driver's license? Lu Mingyu, no. Duan Xiuming asked again. Can you drive? Lu Mingyu shook her head. No. Duan Xiuming's tone brooked no argument. But this car is for you. Lu Mingyu, the matte white phone, the ghost white supercar, the color he chose was both elegant and regal. Duan Xiuming looked at her. Want to give it a try, Lu Mingyu? I've never driven before. Duan Xiuming opened the car door and pressed the keys into her hand. I'll teach you now. 100 restrictions flashed through Lu Mingyu's mind in an instant. Duan Xiuming tilted his head. Drive. Hit the road. I'll handle everything else. Lu Mingyu glanced at him and got into the car. It was her first time driving, and it went surprisingly smoothly. She had observed Su Suyue driving and had studied the steps and principles, but had never operated a vehicle herself. Now, with Duan Xiuming beside her guiding her hands on the wheel, she adapted quickly. She had longed to drive. Duan Xiuming directed her to a restaurant. Finding good food in England was a challenge, as the culinary landscape was notoriously barren. However, it wasn't impossible to find decent options. The key lay in the handling of ingredients. This restaurant was unexpectedly sufficient. Inside the restaurant, they sat across from each other, the silence enveloping them as they dined. Yet, halfway through the meal, Duan Xiuming suddenly called out, Lu Mingyu. Lu Mingyu paused, her hand holding the utensils frozen midair as she looked up at him. Duan Xiuming casually glanced at her. I don't like your current name. I prefer your former name, Lu Mingyu. Lu Mingyu fell silent, nodding as she observed him, but he remained focused on his meal, calm and composed, even casually serving her food, his eyes betraying no emotion. After the meal, darkness had descended. When Duan Xiuming handed her the car keys again, Lu Mingyu, however, declined. Duan Xiuming's gaze lingered in her eyes, urging her to take the passenger seat. Where do you live? He inquired. Lu Mingyu opened her phone's navigation for him. She didn't reside in the student dorms. Her conditions were not as favorable, and her accommodation was somewhat remote. Upon arrival, Duan Xiuming parked the car, opened the front trunk, and retrieved a handbag. What floor do you live on? He asked. Lu Mingyu replied, 3rd floor. Duan Xiuming stepped inside, exploring the space as if it were his own. It was a 1-bedroom, 1-bathroom place without a living room or kitchen. On the small table lay a few books and an electric stove. The sparse furnishings almost absurdly minimalistic, as if no one lived there. She had very few material desires. Lu Mingyu stood to the side, tilting her head to watch him. Finally, Duan Xiuming pointed at the single bed. Frowning, this bed cannot accommodate two. Lu Mingyu found herself at a loss for words. Duan Xiuming, where will I sleep? Lu Mingyu blinked. You could stay at a hotel, Duan Xiuming, then you come with me. Lu Mingyu, no, Duan Xiuming. I'll sleep on the floor. Lu Mingyu. Duan Xiuming handed her the handbag. Your friend, Su, asked me to bring this for you. Lu Mingyu was taken aback. For me? Duan Xiuming. Yes. Lu Mingyu gasped. I thought this was your luggage. I just came by myself. Duan Xiuming was remarkably nonchalant, removing his jacket as he headed toward the bathroom. I'm taking a shower. Using your towel. Without waiting for her response, he stepped inside and closed the bathroom door. Lu Mingyu stood there, momentarily dumbfounded, yet the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. She couldn't just barge in. Could she? With a sigh, she opened the handbag, revealing some daily skincare products and an astonishing quantity of scar cream, about 50 boxes. Was he buying in bulk? Suddenly, her phone vibrated with a message. Suyue, has your boyfriend come to find you? Did he buy the things I asked him to? Do you have any wounds? Suyue, I included 10 boxes of scar cream in the list I gave to Zhan Xianglie. Did he buy enough? It's so annoying. I don't know if he took it seriously. Forget it, I'll just mail it to you. Give me your address. Lu Mingyu stared at the two messages in silence. Raising her eyes, she noticed shadows moving behind the frosted glass door of the bathroom. Lu Mingyu replied to the messages, tidied up her things, and stepped out onto the balcony. With a snap, she lit a cigarette. 20 minutes later, Duan Xiuming emerged from the bathroom, fully dressed, and upon spotting her on the balcony, his eyes widened to eye in the corner. There is a solitary armchair where she sits casually with her legs crossed. Gazing at the distant cityscape illuminated by night, the evening breeze tousles her hair, causing it to flutter gracefully. The cuffs of her coat conceal half of her palm, revealing only her delicate and slender fingers. She idly toys with a lighter at her fingertips, occasionally spinning it as if deep in thought. As her fingers come to a halt, the night breeze rises and falls, producing a soft rustling sound. He watches her in silence, transfixed for a full 5 minutes. Perhaps she is entirely unaware of the captivating allure she exudes in this moment, unlike her demeanor while painting, and different from her time in Shizi City. Here she embodies a sense of spontaneity and freedom, a different kind of charm. Duan Xiuming pushes open the balcony door and approaches her. Lu Mingyu glances at him. Duan Xiuming first meets her gaze before scanning the lighter in her hand. Inquiring, how are your liver and lung functions? Lu Mingyu looks at him in confusion. Duan Xiuming continues, if your internal organs are not functioning well, why are you smoking and drinking? Lu Mingyu parts her red lips in surprise at his remarks. It seems Duan Xiuming anticipates her thoughts, saying, I have a high metabolism. I can afford this lifestyle, but you cannot. After pondering, Lu Mingyu nods and sets down the lighter. Duan Xiuming adds, you should undergo a health check tomorrow. You need targeted recuperation. Once you recover, you can smoke and drink as you please. Lu Mingyu replies, I have class tomorrow. Duan Xiuming counters, on the weekend. Lu Mingyu averts her eyes, frowning slightly. Duan Xiuming's tone turns assertive, if you do not go, I will drag you there. In truth, he had already conducted an examination at the hospital the previous night, but something still feels off. Lu Mingyu lifts her gaze. I never said I wouldn't go. I'll go on the weekend. Duan Xiuming questions, then why the frown? Lu Mingyu fixes her gaze upon him, remaining silent. Duan Xiuming does not press further, instead pushing open the balcony door. It's cold outside. Let us go inside. Chapter 67. You need to see an ENT specialist. Duan Xiuming truly lays down on the floor without any fuss, casually pulling a blanket over himself to sleep. In the darkness, Lu Mingyu lies on her side, facing him, her mind a swirl of emotions. She has yet to come to terms with his presence. How did he end up here, staying at her home? Moreover, the scion of the Duan family is sleeping on the floor, unbelievable. From the ground, his characteristic brusque tone breaks the silence. What are you staring at? Go to sleep. Lu Mingyu turns over and closes her eyes. Late into the night, Duan Xiuming is startled awake by a series of rapid breaths. He sits up and sees Lu Mingyu drenched in sweat, her eyes tightly shut as she gasps, seemingly on the verge of crying out. Another nightmare. He sits at the edge of the bed, wrapping his arms around her, allowing her to rest against him as she sleeps. He carefully avoids her wounds, gently stroking her bony back, his fingers moving in soothing motions. Before long, Lu Mingyu's breathing stabilizes, and she falls into a deep slumber. After waiting a while to ensure she is peaceful, Duan Xiuming rises quietly and steps out onto the balcony. He takes out his phone and contacts Zhan Xiang. Duan Xiuming, have you found anything? Hurry up. At this time, it is daytime in the country, and a response comes swiftly from the other end. Zhan Xiang, I found part of it. But not everything. I'll compile and clarify the details after screening. I will have it ready by tomorrow night. After a moment, another message arrives. Zhan Xiang, Brother Ming, could you please treat Miss Lu well? Don T. Stray, consider this a personal request. Duan Xiuming, are you out of your mind? After replying, he pauses, contemplating what Zhang Xiang might have uncovered to elicit such a strongly emotional response. When Lu Mingyu awakens in the morning, the room is empty save for a warm breakfast laid out on the table. She freshens up and begins to eat. Before long, Duan Xiuming returns, entering through the door. The weather is quite cold, and he wears only a cardigan, its collar slightly open, revealing a hint of skin, with toned, well-defined muscles barely visible beneath. Lu Mingyu gazes at him, momentarily transfixed. Duan Xiuming, looking bemused, asks, "What's wrong?" "I went for a morning run." Lu Mingyu continues to stare and walks over to him. Duan Xiuming inquires, "What?" She reaches out, her delicate fingers brushing aside his collar, her fingertips cool as they probe. Duan Xiuming exclaims in surprise, "Hey!" Lu Mingyu points to a bruise on his chest, asking, "What is this?" Duan Xiuming's gaze follows her finger, his breath quickening. "I was shot." Lu Mingyu gasps in astonishment. Duan Xiuming explains, a bulletproof vest can prevent bullets from penetrating the body, but it cannot stop the impact. It's a bit swollen, but it will heal soon. Lu Mingyu looks at him, curiosity flickering in her eyes. What kind of life does he lead to get shot? How thrilling. She then glances back at the bruise, gently pressing her finger against it. The moment she does, Duan Xiuming's eyes darken. Lu Mingyu tilts her head slightly. Her inquisitive gaze locking onto his, they are so close that they can feel the warmth radiating from one another. She asks, "Was it in the White Eagle?" "Yes," he replies, his gaze fixed on her lips. Then, he watches as her beautiful red lips part in close. She poses another question, "What does it feel like to be shot?" Duan Xiuming diverts his gaze and responds, "With a bulletproof vest. It feels like a powerful impact." "Does it hurt?" Lu Mingyu inquires. Duan Xiuming purses his lips, choosing not to answer. "It hurts, but not as much as it does for her." Lu Mingyu lowers her gaze, continuing to observe the bruise, softly asking, "Is this your usual state?" "Yes," he answers in a deep voice, still merely responding. Lu Mingyu presses further, "Aren't you afraid of dying?" Duan Xiuming looks back at her, slowly stating, "I'm a bit afraid now." A rare glimmer of light dances in her cool gaze, blossoming softly in the morning light. She releases her grip, adjusting his collar before turning to gather her belongings. Preparing to head to class, Duan Xiuming stands still, glancing down, then furrows his brow. He now questions whether he is losing his mind. What kind of reaction is this? She merely pressed once and asked a couple of questions. Why is he reacting so strongly? As Lu Mingyu passes by him with her bag in hand, she announces, "I'm off to class." Duan Xiuming dons his coat. "I'll drive you." He refrains from suggesting that she take the wheel. On the way, Lu Mingyu feels an odd sensation. Before she turned 12, her parents would always drop her off at school, and now, at 22, Duan Xiuming feels equally strange. What is he doing driving her to school? Schooled, it feels quite novel. They remain silent until they arrive at the campus. Duan Xiuming exits the car and opens the door for her, flicking her slightly wrinkled collar with his fingers. "What time do you finish today?" "I'll come pick you up." Lu Mingyu responds, "I have to go to the studio today." Duan Xiuming frowns. "Are you going to be there until 11 again?" Lu Mingyu replies, "Not sure, it could be 10 or 11. Duan Xiuming expresses his discontent. "Your body can't handle it, don't stay out so late." Lu Mingyu retorts, "Others do the same, and some don't leave until dawn." Duan Xiuming questions, "Is it that competitive?" He hadn't paid much attention to the other students. Indeed, studying at such a prestigious institution is unlikely to be easy. Lu Mingyu insists, "I'll be late regardless, you don't need to worry about me." Duan Xiuming clarifies, "I'm not studying. I'll come by to bring you dinner in the evening." Lu Mingyu, not far away, Chenla is walking briskly. Suddenly, she comes to an abrupt halt, leaning curiously as she catches sight of the white phantom car. Moments later, it speeds away. Chenla rushes over, bumping her shoulder against Lu Mingyu, excitedly exclaiming, "Hey, are you living together now?" A hint of helplessness flashes in Lu Mingyu's eyes as she replies, "Put away your curiosity." Chenla insists, "No way, I have this class with you, you must clarify everything during the lesson." Lu Mingyu. Chenla follows her all the way to class, squeezing beside her and bombarding her with questions. "What is his name?" "Duan Xiu." "What does he do?" "A rich playboy." So he is quite idle then, studying with you." "Not sure." He seems like a tough guy. How could he drive such a light-colored car? It's a bit dreamy yet elegant." "That is mine. He gave it to you. Come on, let me drive it now." "Get lost." "Awesome. I want to show off by racing around the city 3 times. You need to go see an ENT specialist." After a day of classes, Lu Mingyu is in the studio painting. The lights in the other compartments of the building are aglow, and at this hour, students majoring in fine arts are generally hard at work. Even the playful Chenla is busy in another room. During dinner time, Duan Xiuming appears, bringing along a steaming meal. Lu Mingyu has just completed part of her work and pauses to rest. Turning around to gaze at him in surprise, Duan Xiuming remarks, "What's with that look? Didn't I say I'd bring you dinner?" Lu Mingyu questions, "How did you get in? The security is very strict." How many times has she been surprised by this? Duan Xiuming hands her the dinner. "I can get in regardless." Lu Mingyu opens the container and takes a couple of bites, bewildered. "Chinese food?" Duan Xiuming responds, "What's wrong with Chinese food? There are plenty of Chinese restaurants around. Lu Mingyu shakes her head. This flavor doesn't resemble anything from nearby restaurants." Duan Xiuming remains silent. Merely watching her eat, could it be from a restaurant? He had consulted a nutritionist to tailor the meal based on her health condition and even flown in a chef from Xiangang to prepare it for her on site. Her ailing body needs nourishment. After finishing her meal, Lu Mingyu intends to continue painting. She has delayed her return to school for several days and has a pile of assignments to catch up on. Duan Xiuming does not disturb her and quietly steps out. Meanwhile, a message arrives on his phone. Zhan Xiang, Brother Ming, you might want to brace yourself. Chapter 68. What do you want me to help you wash? In the frigid winter air, Duan Xiuming stands outside the fine arts studio building for 3 hours, braving the cold winds. Zhan Xiang has sent over surveillance videos and photos, which he has watched repeatedly. Until her phone was nearly out of battery, he witnessed the entirety of that fateful day unfold. Amidst the crimson chaos, she bore witness to the harrowing scene of her grandmother's suicide. It was evident that she was on the brink of collapse. Yet, in the aftermath, she did not hesitate. She turned and fled with remarkable composure, exhibiting an extraordinary ability to control her emotions. She was mere moments away from escaping when her cousin seized her at the doorway. She struggled yet maintained her calm, even preparing a counterattack as she pierced her cousin's arm, leaving a gaping, bloodied wound. Truly an impressive display. In that fleeting moment, the ferocity that erupted in her eyes resembled that of a fierce wolf. However, she ultimately could not evade the fate of being confined to the warehouse. The narrow, dimly lit space lacked surveillance, and no one knew what transpired within. Only the sporadic opening and closing of the door captured glimpses of the events. Her cousin had stormed in, belt in hand, while she was dragged out, clutching her neck, stained with blood. Zhan Xiang employed various tactics to capture internal photographs of the Lu family's warehouse. Days had passed since the incident. Although the photos were clear, they could not restore the complete scene of that moment. The Lu family had been overwhelmed, with all but Du Wenxin hospitalized, grappling with external rumors and having to apologize to the Qin family. They were temporarily too occupied to deal with the warehouse. The photographs revealed chains and dried blood, now dark and desiccated. Duan Xiuming, upon seeing her injuries in the hospital, could roughly surmise what had transpired. Yet the backstory was too brutal. What followed were more photographs. Zhan Xiang left no stone unturned, thoroughly searching the Lu residence. He uncovered a vast amount of discarded papers, unearthed from another warehouse. Good heavens! How many times had she been forced to transcribe the Njia? What kind of absurdity was this? Why did the Lu family compel her to copy this? The script was inconsistent, not her forte of cursive. The handwriting clearly evolved from initially crooked to increasingly fluent. Written with her right hand, she had transcribed so much that she inadvertently developed a new style of script. Lastly, there were her medical records from the past decade. Densely packed with injuries that seemed never-ending, these were not typical ailments, they were all external traumas. How many times had she been beaten? Furthermore, at the age of 12 she spent several days in the hospital. And the injuries documented were horrifying. What had transpired that year? Her parents had passed away, leaving her isolated and abused by relatives in an unfamiliar city. This torment continued for a full decade. Her body and mind had been shattered. How had she managed to attend the Royal Academy? How had she pieced together her broken self, rising once more, even revealing her claws and striking with a heavy punch? With only one battery remaining, in the night, Duan Xiuming's expression remained inscrutable as his chilled fingers dialed Yin Tian's number, inviting the 4 members of the Lu family from Zizisheng to the high seas for a proper reception. Allowing them to breathe after hanging up, the phone died completely, the screen going dark. He lingered for a moment before turning to enter the building. Lu Mingyu had finished early today and was tidying up. She turned to see Duan Xiuming entering. Just as she was about to speak, he enveloped her in his embrace. This embrace felt different. He enveloped her entirely, shielding her. She sensed he had arrived with the chill of the wind. Yet it was not cold. His arms were strong, his chest broad. He buried his head deeply in her shoulder, eyes closed, breathing heavily. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. Lu Mingyu was passively held. She tilted her head back. Eyes wide open, she perceived a weighty emotion enveloping them, indescribable and unclear. Duan Xiuming held her for a considerable time before releasing her, asking, "Have you finished the painting?" Lu Mingyu looked at him in confusion and nodded. Duan Xiuming reached out, adjusting her crumpled collar. "Let us go home." The journey home was marked by silence. He did not speak, and she followed suit. Suddenly he extended his hand, crossing the center console to grasp hers. Lu Mingyu looked down at their intertwined hands, momentarily stunned. Duan Xiuming's voice broke the silence, nonchalantly stating, "If you don't want to hold my hand, feel free to let go." With that, he gripped her hand tightly. Upon returning to their residence, Lu Mingyu discovered several pieces of men's clothing scattered about. It seemed someone intended to stay for the long haul, moving about as if it were his own home. Nonchalantly charging his phone, then casually sitting on the bed. Lu Mingyu regarded him with hesitation. Duan Xiuming, however, remained unfazed. "What are you looking at? Admiring my handsomeness?" Lu Mingyu replied, "I want to take a shower." Duan Xiuming raised an eyebrow. "Then go ahead. What do you mean? Do you want me to help you, Lu Mingyu? He stood up, smiling. I would be delighted. Lu Mingyu blinked and took a step back, saying no, thank you. What I meant is that the bathroom door is made of glass. Duan Xiuming tilted his head. Frosted glass. I can't see out. Lu Mingyu. That's strange. I'm not used to it. Duan Xiuming stood up. I'll go to the balcony. You can shower first, then I'll wash up. Lu Mingyu called after him. Did you buy towels? Duan Xiuming did not turn back. I'll use yours. Lu Mingyu. What was his deal? Charging in and taking over her home. On the balcony, listening to the sound of water running in the bathroom, Duan Xiuming's jovial demeanor suddenly vanished. He turned his back to face the cityscape outside, contemplating for a moment before dialing Duan Liqing's number. Brother, Duan Xiuming called out, I'm facing some difficulties and would like to discuss them with you. Duan Liqing, surprised, glanced at the caller ID, confirming it was indeed his younger brother, and promptly dismissed everyone from his office, clearing the space. He found it hard to believe. Since you turned 16, you've been quite independent. This is the first time in 8 years you've sought my help. Duan Xiuming replied, I've walked a different path than you. How old were you when I was born? Duan Liqing chuckled. Your call today reminds me of your childhood, when our parents were busy. You were mischievous and domineering, others couldn't handle you, so I took you under my wing. Like raising a son, memories of his childhood flooded back, which should have been heartwarming, yet left him profoundly silent. He had what she lacked, Duan Liqing remarked. In the blink of an eye, you've grown up, becoming strong and self-reliant, entering the underworld at 16, becoming the heir at 18, and then transforming into the protector of our family. Duan Xiuming lifted his gaze, his dark pupils fixated on the heart of the city. I will continue to protect you. Please maintain your position and shield against any overt threats. Absolutely, Duan Liqing replied. Transitioning to the matter at hand. What troubles have you encountered? Rest assured, brother is always by your side. Duan Xiuming. I'd like to inquire about matters of the heart. Chapter 69. She gave me a beating. Duan Liqing paused, taken aback. Are you facing difficulties in your relationship? What about the wedding? Duan Xiuming interjected. Let us postpone it. Her relatives have passed away, and she needs to mourn. Duan Liqing's tone softened. Life is paramount. The loss of a loved one is undoubtedly heartbreaking. You must be more understanding. Duan Xiuming hesitated for 2 seconds before saying, but we had an argument, almost broke up. Perhaps we already have? Duan Liqing was momentarily stunned into silence before eventually suggesting, just don't mention it, act as if you haven't broken up. Duan Xiuming, that's what I thought as well, but she is too preoccupied to date. Duan Liqing queried, how could the argument escalate so severely? Was there a misunderstanding? She must have something she hasn't disclosed to you, right? Duan Xiuming frowned. I was too harsh at that moment. She didn't get a chance to speak. Duan Liqing fell into a strange silence. Duan Xiuming added, she likely also didn't plan to tell me. Duan Liqing sighed, that's normal. There exists a type of woman who carries significant burdens within yet reveals little. Duan Xiuming countered. How do you know so much? Duan Liqing grew irritated. Your sister-in-law, she never shares anything with me. Duan Xiuming, isn't Isabel very extroverted? Duan Liqing sighed again. She has a lone wolf disposition. The extroverted aspects are trivial. She never brings up serious matters, and the more significant the issue, the less she speaks. Infuriating? Duan Xiuming asked. Such as, Duan Liqing reminisced. During our courtship, she didn't give me a heads up, wandering into the Amazon's forbidden zone, vanishing for 3 months. I thought we had been experiencing a silent breakup. I was heartbroken for quite some time. Duan Xiuming perked up, and then, Duan Liqing continued, then she suddenly reappeared, acting as if nothing had happened, living in my house, using my things, spending my money, and even climbing into my bed at midnight. I was furious and threatened to break up with her. Duan Xiuming, so did you break up? Duan Liqing, no, she gave me a beating. Duan Xiuming. Duan Liqing added, you are well aware of the dangers in the forbidden zone. It can be deadly. I didn't find out until 6 months later how much can she contain within her heart. A woman capable of great things often remains unflappable. Duan Xiuming inquired, this silence, is it a sign of distrust or a belief that they cannot be of assistance? Duan Liqing responded, both. I suppose, but you must take the initiative to ask. Duan Xiuming, understood. After hanging up, the sound of water in the bathroom ceased. Duan Xiuming, without turning, suddenly comprehended her words at the airport that day. Courage and confidence are not the same. Her abilities were top-notch, yet she lacked assurance. She had no support, no powerful elders to guide her, like a barrel constructed from unevenly sized planks, where all the other planks were tall. Only one remained low. The water within the barrel could only rise to the height of the shortest plank, unable to ascend further. That low plank represented her confidence. She was astute, attending a prestigious university to enrich herself, expanding her network, and showcasing her face in various galleries. She sought to use her reputation as a foundation to bolster her confidence. She was envious of him, yearning to become him, initially intending to exploit him as a means to pave her own path. Yet, he threw a fit in the apartment, leaving her feeling guilty. At that moment, the bathroom door swung open and footsteps echoed. Duan Xiuming turned around, fixing his gaze upon her. His eyes followed her as she moved. Watching her approach the corner of the room to dry her hair, the sound of the hairdryer roared to life before falling silent. Once she finished, she glanced towards the balcony, her expression questioning. Duan Xiuming pushed open the balcony door and stepped outside, shedding his clothes before entering the bathroom. Let her gain fame. In Shizi City, one afternoon, Susuya arrived at the wetland lounge in a new car. A moonlit silver Lamborghini. Zhan Xiang opened the door and welcomed her in. Good afternoon. Susuya surveyed the surroundings. The lounge's decor remained unchanged, evidently ready for the evening's business. She inquired, "What gives you the audacity to stay here? Are you waiting for the aristocratic alliance to demolish your establishment?" Zhan Xiang raised an eyebrow. My uncle is here. I have family, so why should I fear? Susuya rolled her eyes in disbelief. Fine, if you're not afraid of losing money, stay as long as you like. Zhan Xiang shrugged nonchalantly. Susuya continued, a strange incident has occurred recently. The Lu family was robbed, their home turned upside down. Yet nothing substantial was taken, and the surveillance cameras failed to capture anything. It's bizarre, almost like a haunting. Zhan Xiang smiled. Is that so? Did you report it to the police? Susuya shook her head. No, the Lu family had 3 members hospitalized, and another one is hiding at her parents' home. Now there is suspicion that it was an insider job, yet the cameras malfunctioned for some reason. Zhan Xiang continued to smile. Then it must be a haunting. Susuya added, by the way, Lu Mingyu mentioned her boyfriend is named Duan Xiuming. He caused quite a stir at the airport, getting into fights and having a collision on the expressway. Yet he faced no repercussions. How was that resolved? Zhan Xiang chose not to pursue that topic, glancing at the moonlit silver supercar outside. My Lamborghini is damaged, yet you've replaced it with a new one. Impressive. Su family sister. Susuya frowned. Could you refrain from calling me Su family sister? Who would willingly take on such a title? Zhan Xiang playfully asked. Suzong. Susuya was taken aback, assessing him. Zhan boss. You're quite perceptive. Now I understand. Zhan Xiang nodded, shifting the conversation. Suzong, you've been thriving lately, especially with the Qin and Lu families clashing. You've boldly stepped in, revealing such lucrative opportunities behind that art exhibition. You've hidden it well. What are your future plans? Count me in. Susuya shook her head. The art association's projects were planned long ago. They have nothing to do with the conflict. It was Lu Mingyu who provided the information and insights. As for what comes next, are you looking to invest? Zhan Xiang replied, absolutely, Mingyu is investing. Susuya waved her hand dismissively. Forget it, my plans are long-term. And you're not from Shizi City. He left, and you could depart any time. What would I do then? Zhan Xiang responded, aside from returning to Hong Kong for holidays, I'll be in Shizi City for the next 2 years. Possibly longer. Susuya was astonished. You're truly investing? Zhan Xiang chuckled. You already know his name is Duan Xiuming. Haven T. You looked into the Duan family from Hong Kong? Susuya took a moment to comprehend. Then exclaimed in surprise, the prestigious Duan family from Hong Kong? Zhan Xiang affirmed, exactly. Susuya was momentarily dazed. Wow, that's impressive. No wonder he dared to snatch a bride, no wonder you both were so reckless. Zhan Xiang proposed, so shall we collaborate? Susuya became intrigued. How shall we collaborate? Tell me your plans. Zhan Xiang held up 2 fingers. We have 2 plans. First, to penetrate the mainland market. Second, to dismantle the aristocratic alliance. Susuya's eyes glimmered. What a coincidence. I also have 2 plans. First, to ascend as the leader of the business association. Second, to dismantle the aristocratic alliance. Zhan Xiang spread his hands. Look, our plans overlap. Let us join forces, Susuya suggested. Shall we draft a contract? Zhan Xiang assured. Of course, we need a contract and a confidentiality agreement. Susuya inquired, so serious? Are you planning to invest 9 figures? Zhan Xiang teased. Guess higher, Susuya responded with confusion. Chapter 70. Deceived from childhood to adulthood. In the following days, Duan Xiuming slept on the floor of Lu Mingyu's residence. She suggested hotels several times, but he ignored her. Daily she attended classes, painted, returned home, and consumed the meals he delivered. There was no room for refusal. However, she found it peculiar that he often regarded her with a direct and probing gaze. One evening, in the cramped quarters, Lu Mingyu was scrolling through her messages when she caught him staring at her once more. Setting her phone aside, she called out, Duan Xiuming. He tilted his head, still fixating on her. I'm here. Lu Mingyu sighed and asked, why do you keep staring at me? Duan Xiuming replied candidly, you're beautiful. Lu Mingyu retorted, please stop looking. Duan Xiuming raised an eyebrow. Why not? What gives you the right? Lu Mingyu turned her head away to avoid his gaze. It's rather unsettling. The close proximity and his unwavering gaze made her uncomfortable. Suddenly Duan Xiuming asked, have you had any cosmetic procedures? Lu Mingyu looked at him in surprise, confusion evident on her face. Duan Xiuming continued nonchalantly, oh, you're a pauper. Of course, you couldn't afford surgery. Lu Mingyu thought to herself, I wish I could hit him. Yet, Duan Xiuming began to laugh, asking, why are you so pretty? Is it inherited? Lu Mingyu lowered her gaze and, after a long pause, replied, my mother is very beautiful, exceptionally so. Duan Xiuming furrowed his brow, speaking solemnly, actually, I've seen your mother perform several times when I was a child. Lu Mingyu looked up in astonishment, her emotions visibly shifting, a faint light flickering in her eyes. Duan Xiuming added, I told you before, I have some knowledge of Cantonese opera. Your mother's troupe performed in Hong Kong. And I sat in the front row. Lu Mingyu found herself at a loss for words, emotions swirling within her. After a while, she suddenly asked, didn't you grow up in the White Eagle? Duan Xiuming pursed his lips, looking exasperated. Yes, I grew up in the White Eagle, but I don't go home for the new year. I'm a core member of the family. I return for the holidays and attend family meetings and important events frequently. Lu Mingyu blinked, nodding. Oh, Duan Xiuming shot her a sidelong glance. Your mind seems to be working quite well now. Lu Mingyu offered an awkward smile. Duan Xiuming observed her and said, 20 years ago, there was an incident during one of your mother's performances. Lu Mingyu responded. Duan Xiuming suddenly smirked, his gaze teasing. Was that little girl who suddenly ran onto the stage and wet herself you? Lu Mingyu was taken aback, shaking her head. That wasn't me. Duan Xiuming raised his hand. Don't deny it. I still have the video from my family in Hong Kong. When the holidays come, you can accompany me to retrieve it, and you can identify yourself. It is normal for you not to remember since you were only 2 years old. Lu Mingyu stammered. You, how could you remember? How old were you then? Duan Xiuming replied, I don't remember, but I felt regret when your mother passed away. I even went back to watch her performance videos, and that incident was handled so classically, it left a deep impression. Lu Mingyu conceded. Alright. And Duan Xiuming interjected again. 14 years ago, before a performance, you sneaked out to play. Driving your mother mad. After the show, you returned by yourself and were scolded at the entrance. Was that you? Lu Mingyu admitted. That was indeed me. Duan Xiuming remarked. You were holding a bowl of shark fin soup in your left hand and a plate of cart noodles in your right. You had quite the appetite. Lu Mingyu stared at him in disbelief. How do you know such details? Duan Xiuming snorted coldly. I watched from the car. He continued. Before you acted, you encountered a wealthy young master at the restroom door, who sweet-talked you, claiming you had been hungry all day and looked so pitiful. Lu Mingyu responded. Duan Xiuming added, I was that sucker who gave you money. Lu Mingyu fell silent, her expression calm, but her heart was in turmoil. Duan Xiuming asked, how much did I give you back then? Lu Mingyu replied, $500. Duan Xiuming scoffed, were you happy? That was during the new year, effectively your lucky money. Lu Mingyu felt embarrassed to speak. Back then, $500 was a significant amount for her, and she had spent it joyfully, feeling like a little rich girl at school flaunting her newfound wealth. Duan Xiuming chuckled, you were quite the little con artist. Lu Mingyu raised her gaze, observing him, completely unaware of their childhood connection. Duan Xiuming looked at her, his voice softening. With the new year approaching, do you still want to receive lucky money? Shall we play the con game one more time? Lu Mingyu suddenly lowered her head, frowning. A sensation akin to a collision of souls surged within her, causing her heart to race. Con, reveal your true nature. Duan Xiuming quipped, after all, I've always been the one deceived by you since childhood. Deceiving him for money as a child, now toying with his emotions as an adult, what a remarkable turn of events. Lu Mingyu remained silent. Duan Xiuming suddenly asked, if your mother hadn't had that accident, would you have followed her to Hong Kong for performances? Lu Mingyu pondered, I would have often accompanied the troupe to Hong Kong for fun. After a moment of contemplation, Duan Xiuming remarked, eventually, we shall meet. Whether at the wedding in Shizi City or during your mother's performance in Xiangjiang, regardless of the circumstances of our encounter, I will undoubtedly notice you, and inevitably, I shall come to like you. Perhaps the person who was meant to be my childhood companion was always you. No, it was indeed you. He would always be willing to provide her with financial support, wouldn't he, even if deceived? Even if he knew of her malice. At that time, he was already honing his skills among the White Eagles, facing relentless storms. Why would he be fooled by her and shower her with money? He wouldn't spare a glance for a homeless person he passed by. It must have been those dazzling eyes from 14 years ago that captivated him so completely. Lu Mingyu took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult of emotions within. He astonished her greatly. Duan Xiuming rose and approached, crouching before her, gazing up at her from a slight angle. She frowned, a myriad of emotions playing across her face. He inquired, does anyone in your family have an affinity for Cantonese opera? Lu Mingyu's heart tightened. My grandmother does. Duan Xiuming nodded, asking, is your grandmother? Well, Lu Mingyu clenched the hem of her clothing and replied, she has passed away. He continued to gaze at her. Do you wish to cry? Lu Mingyu nodded, then shook her head. I cannot see her. Why? At that moment, her emotions felt on the verge of overflowing. He extended his hand, grasping hers, saying, you can share anything with me. I can help you bear the burden. Lu Mingyu opened her mouth but ultimately fell silent, slowly exhaling. Duan Xiuming witnessed her emotions dissipate, her eyes becoming clear and lucid. A four-character term suddenly flashed in his mind. This woman is quite remarkable. He stood, calmly gesturing towards the bed. Rest now. We have a physical examination tomorrow. Chapter 71. What is wrong with her eyes? Early the next morning, he took her to the private hospital where she had received intravenous therapy previously for a series of meticulous examinations. During the wait, Lu Mingyu was brought to the resting area. Furnished with some food and red tea, having arrived on an empty stomach, she could finally eat. Duan Xiuming entered the physician's office, closing the door behind him. What is wrong with her eyes? He got straight to the point. The doctor replied slowly, she has night blindness and optic nerve damage. Optic nerve, she has suffered a cranial injury. Duan Xiuming was taken aback, sitting up straight in shock, a flurry of names of ophthalmology clinics. Numerous connections and world-renowned doctors rushed through his mind. Decompression surgery would require a craniotomy. At that moment, his expression turned grave. The doctor hastily waved his hands. Oh no, it's not that serious. It's mild and not caused by external force. Duan Xiuming took a moment to collect himself, asking, is surgery necessary? The doctor was startled by his intensity, shaking his head. It's not at that stage yet. Duan Xiuming remained tense, continuing to inquire, what is the impact? She still needs to paint. Should she take a break from school? But she would certainly object, the doctor replied. As long as she leads a normal life, there will be some dry eyes and symptoms of dizziness and nausea. He emphasized again, it is really just mild. Duan Xiuming nodded, trying to steady his shaken emotions. Suddenly a thought flickered in his mind. Could her inability to eat be related to this? She was as thin as if she were eating cat food. He asked, since it is not caused by external factors, what are the possible reasons for its occurrence? The doctor replied, there are many, including significant mental stress, neurasthenia, and excessive eye strain. Duan Xiuming frowned. She exhibited all these symptoms. And it was far more severe than it appeared. The immense mental pressure, he didn't even know how she had endured it. She was also excessively straining her eyes, staying up late to paint. He suddenly asked, could it be due to crying? She experienced nightmares every night, sometimes screaming out, her expression filled with anguish. She must have been crying daily since the age of 12, weeping until she had no tears left. The doctor nodded. That is also possible. Crying can cause harm. Duan Xiuming, suppressing his emotions, asked, how can it be treated? Is it curable? If it cannot be cured, the last bit of motivation that drives her efforts would vanish. She had come this far solely on her indomitable spirit. If her eyes were injured and she could not paint, what difference would it make if she were to die? She could not endure any more turmoil. It would truly lead to a complete breakdown. Fortunately, the doctor provided a reassuring answer. Medication and regular checkups. Rest assured, it can be cured. Duan Xiuming replied, I cannot relax even a little. The doctor. As Duan Xiuming carried the medication back to the resting area, Lu Mingyu had just finished her meal, setting down her cup after taking a sip of tea. He approached her, and when she tilted her head up, her gaze was filled with inquiry. Suddenly, he bent down, his lips brushing against her eyes, leaving a gentle kiss. Lu Mingyu closed her eyes, reopening them in a daze. She suddenly recalled that he had kissed her eyes the very first time they met. However, the scene then was entirely different from now. Shall we go? He said. Lu Mingyu stood and asked, why did you kiss me all of a sudden? Duan Xiuming nonchalantly replied, oh, you are beautiful. I couldn't resist. Lu Mingyu. Upon leaving the hospital, Duan Xiuming quickly sent the examination results to the nutritionist to readjust the meal plan. Lu Mingyu gazed at the white ghostly car before her and said, Duan Xiuming, can I drive? Duan Xiuming paused momentarily before opening the passenger door for her. You can drive another time. Lu Mingyu thought for a second before asking the crucial question, what is wrong with my eyes? Duan Xiuming turned to look at her. You have night blindness and dry eye syndrome. If you wish to avoid affecting your painting, you must take your medication on time, rest well, and avoid staying up late. Understood. Lu Mingyu stared at him silently, her expression unreadable, not uttering a word. Duan Xiuming lowered his head, contemplating for 2 seconds. Optic nerve damage, mild. Lu Mingyu tilted her head slightly, struggling to comprehend. Duan Xiuming patted her lower back. It sounds alarming. But it is treatable. It will improve quickly. You must take care of your eyes. Lu Mingyu nodded and settled into the passenger seat. On the way back, Lu Mingyu suggested, shall we stop by the supermarket? Can you buy a bath towel? Duan Xiuming shot her a glance. Are you dissatisfied with me using your towel? Lu Mingyu replied. Be a bit more particular. Duan Xiuming raised an eyebrow. You are not allowed to complain. Lu Mingyu retorted, you, a scion of a wealthy family, insist on using my towel? Duan Xiuming scoffed. Do you still remember that I am a scion? From now on, you must obey me, understood? Lu Mingyu remained silent for a moment, ultimately unable to restrain herself from saying 3 words, shut your mouth. The corners of Duan Xiuming's lips curled into a broader smile. He then reached across the center console, grasping her arm and intertwining their fingers. Ultimately, they went to the supermarket. Duan Xiuming purchased a bath towel and some ingredients. Upon returning home, night had already fallen. Duan Xiuming placed the ingredients on the table, then looked at Lu Mingyu, as if it were a matter of course. Lu Mingyu asked, you want me to cook for you? Duan Xiuming replied, can you cook? Lu Mingyu countered, what about you? Duan Xiuming replied, I can only boil chicken breast. He continued to gaze at her with an unperturbed demeanor. Lu Mingyu stepped forward intending to prepare a meal, but in the next moment, he pushed her aside. Your hands are better suited for holding a paintbrush. He remarked, with practiced ease, he began preparing the ingredients. Turning on the induction cooker and cooking, his deftness was evident. He was clearly no novice in the kitchen. Lu Mingyu watched for a moment, exclaiming, you great liar, Duan Xiuming shot back, how dare you say that? Lu Mingyu, who is the real liar, he skillfully prepared dinner for two in the limited space. As Lu Mingyu observed, she suddenly asked, the meals I eat every day, you don't make them, do you? Duan Xiuming replied, you are overthinking it. Oh, she sighed in relief, while adding seasonings. Duan Xiuming looked up at her, you don't eat spicy food, do you? Lu Mingyu replied, I can eat it. But I don't want to. Duan Xiuming inquired, have you never eaten it since you were young? Lu Mingyu turned her head away, eventually saying, I would be scolded by my mother. Duan Xiuming subtly smirked and repeated in her tone, I would be scolded by my mother. Lu Mingyu. Duan Xiuming shot her another glance, you are a typical Cantonese person. Lu Mingyu sighed, it can cause internal heat. Duan Xiuming added, mother scolds. Lu Mingyu couldn't help but raise her voice, stop imitating. Duan Xiuming inexplicably began to smile at her. Lu Mingyu took a few deep breaths, and when she turned her head, she noticed a half-open pack of cigarettes in the corner. She walked over, picked it up, opened it, and counted. Not a single one was missing. Duan Xiuming's voice rang out, carrying a hint of warning, no smoking for 6 months. Lu Mingyu turned to face him, asking, have you not smoked for many days? Duan Xiuming continued to handle the ingredients without looking up. Yes, why? Lu Mingyu tilted her head and asked, is it because of secondhand smoke? But I saw you smoking quite a bit in Shizi City, don't you have an addiction? Duan Xiuming lifted his gaze, if I lack this level of self-control, what am I doing? Lu Mingyu was taken aback. Subsequently, she tossed the half-open pack of cigarettes into the trash. How strong, she wanted to be just as strong. Chapter 72, he is afraid of bugs. Not long after, 2 plates of food were ready and placed on the table. Lu Mingyu took a bite and said, you should refrain from cooking in the future. Duan Xiuming nodded, yet his expression remained unchanging as he finished his meal. As if he were eating merely to sustain his energy. In the evening, she opened her book to study only for him to approach and abruptly close her book. Lu Mingyu. Duan Xiuming gestured towards the light above. This illumination is hardly suitable for reading. Do you wish to ruin your eyesight? Lu Mingyu responded, shall we purchase a lamp tomorrow? Indeed, he replied casually, turning to pour himself a glass of water before approaching her. Suddenly, he seized her jaw with one hand while the other forcefully introduced a pill into her mouth, presenting her with the water cup. He was merely a breath away from pouring water down her throat. Lu Mingyu protested, you administer medicine as if you were forcing poison down my throat. Duan Xiuming asserted firmly, swallow it before you speak. Complying, Lu Mingyu took the medication, left in a daze by his actions. He exhibited an air of unyielding authority, suggesting that refusal would lead to a confrontation, his vigilance palpable. It was merely a matter of taking medication, she was not opposed to it. I'm going to shower and retire early tonight, he stated, grabbing a towel as he entered the bathroom. Lu Mingyu did not object. The dim lighting was indeed unsuitable for studying, and it was a rare weekend. She organized the books on her desk. Lying on her bed to gaze at the ceiling while listening to the sound of running water. Lu Mingyu felt an odd sensation, despite hearing it daily for the past few days. She still found it unsettling. How long did he intend to stay here? Would he continue to sleep on the floor indefinitely? Suddenly, the sound of water ceased. Lu Mingyu, come in, came his deep voice from within. Lu Mingyu paused, surprised, glancing at the steamy bathroom where she could discern a vague silhouette through the frosted glass. He was clearly in the midst of his shower. Why was he calling for her? Come on, hurry, Duan Xiuming urged again. Lu Mingyu got up and walked over to open the door, revealing a scene in the bathroom. At that moment, Duan Xiuming was wrapped in a towel, leaning against the wall of the shower. Water cascading down his chest amidst the steam. His physique was extraordinary, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, every muscle defined and exuding a raw power with even the slightest movement. His hair, still wet, had strands falling across his forehead, glistening with droplets. He appeared strikingly different from his usual self. When he looked at her, his dark eyes were cold, his thin lips pressed together. Lu Mingyu averted her gaze, inquiring, what is it? There's a bug, he responded nonchalantly. Lu Mingyu felt perplexed, then catch it or kill it. Duan Xiuming shot her a glance. I'm afraid. Lu Mingyu was taken aback. You're afraid, he reiterated. I am afraid, gesturing towards a corner of the bathroom. Following his, she spotted a tiny, harmless spider. Her eyes widened in astonishment. You're afraid of bugs? He seemed utterly composed. How could someone so formidable be frightened by such a trivial creature? Just before dinner, she had admired his strength. Duan Xiuming crossed his arms, maintaining his indifferent demeanor. The phone is on the table, the password is Cunning. Girl, call my brother and ask him if I've been afraid of bugs since childhood. Lu Mingyu, but he then refocused on the spider. It moved. Lu Mingyu silently walked over, grabbed a tissue, and swiftly dispatched the spider before discarding it. After completing her task, she turned and closed the bathroom door behind her. At that moment, her emotions were quite strange. The sound of running water resumed. Shortly, Duan Xiuming finished his shower and looked at the makeshift bed. Are there bugs in this room? He asked. Lu Mingyu replied, I am not sure. Duan Xiuming insisted. Lu Mingyu, we're moving. I'm afraid of bugs. Lu Mingyu suggested, you can sleep at a hotel, don't sleep on the floor anymore. Duan Xiuming became aggressive. Aren't you moving? Say it again, you're not moving? Lu Mingyu replied, moving, smack. He turned off the lights and went to bed. The next day, early in the morning, Lu Mingyu opened her eyes to find that more than half of her belongings were missing from the room. Shortly after, Duan Xiuming entered, carrying a cardboard box, and proceeded to organize another box of items. Now, very little remained in this residence. He had moved everything out. In the last instance of entering the room, he had taken her away. To be honest, Lu Mingyu was taken aback, as it was still quite early. Typically, he would be out for his morning jog. Had he replaced his morning run with moving? Their new residence was a luxurious apartment near the Royal Art School, a spacious flat with splendid views. One of the large rooms had been converted into a studio, significantly larger than the studio provided by the school. Duan Xiuming pointed to the studio, saying, "It has a bathroom, making it convenient for you to wet mount. I noticed the partition at your school lacks one." Lu Mingyu nodded. Yes, Duan Xiuming continued, the lighting has been adjusted. It won't be too dim or glaring. If inspiration strikes and you can't make it to school, feel free to paint at home instead. It won't strain your eyes. Lu Mingyu merely nodded. Yes, Duan Xiuming added, the apartment has been purchased. You needn't worry about dirtying the walls or floor. Feel free to create. Lu Mingyu continued to nod. Yes. It was evident he had prepared everything in advance. Merely awaiting her agreement to move in, Duan Xiuming glanced at the time. Alright, shall we go for breakfast now? Lu Mingyu also checked the time and replied expressionlessly, alright. By 8 in the morning, they had yet to eat breakfast. Yet he had already completed the move, such astonishing speed. In the morning, they organized their belongings in the apartment. At noon, a knock echoed at the door. Lu Mingyu was taken aback, wondering who could be knocking on their door on the very first day of their move. However, Duan Xiuming called out without looking back, "Come in." Lu Mingyu was puzzled. How can someone enter without opening the door? To her surprise, the password lock clicked open, revealing a person with a food cart, who proceeded to place an array of dishes on the dining table. After setting everything up, the individual bowed to Duan Xiuming and left with the cart. Lu Mingyu. Duan Xiuming wrapped an arm around her shoulders and guided her to sit at the dining table. Nutritional meal, eat. Only then did Lu Mingyu realize that the dishes on the table were reminiscent of the meals he typically delivered to her. He had been providing her with nutritional meals every day? Who was that person? She inquired. Duan Xiuming replied, the chef, skilled in Cantonese cuisine. He was invited from Hong Kong. Lu Mingyu was at a loss for words. Duan Xiuming served her some food. The chef and nutritionist live next door and are responsible for your meal planning. Lu Mingyu replied, this is quite extravagant. Duan Xiuming remained silent for a moment before looking at her, saying, Lu Mingyu, talent is more dazzling than wealth. Please remember this. Chapter 73. Who taught you to react without feeling? In the afternoon following lunch, Duan Xiuming sat on the sofa engrossed in his phone. Lu Mingyu stood to tidy up a bit. An arm reached out, pulling her back onto the sofa. The owner of the arm continued to focus on his phone, stating lightly, this is inappropriate. Before long, another knock sounded at the door, and another person entered, pushing a small cart to clean the table and take away the trash. Lu Mingyu fell silent, and after a long pause, she asked, housekeeping? What else would it be? Duan Xiuming replied matter-of-factly, I dislike cleaning, and you don't have the time. Lu Mingyu nodded, that's reasonable. Suddenly, he reached out again, pulling her into his embrace, his knees spread apart, forming a barrier, while his arms encircled her from behind. Lu Mingyu nearly lost her balance, instinctively placing her hands on his shoulders. They were seated closely, his gaze fixed straight ahead, aligning with her chest. However, he lifted his eyes to meet her gaze. At that moment, her expression was quite amusing, a mix of astonishment and a hint of fluster. Ignoring her unease, he continued to gaze at her with a fierce intensity, exuding a domineering and sharp aura. His eyes seemed to penetrate her very soul. Then, he observed as the woman, previously flustered and at a loss, closed her eyes briefly before reopening them with clarity and calmness. What are you doing? She inquired with a smile. Her previous uncertainty vanished. Duan Xiuming nodded slightly, asking, is there anything you wish to ask me? Lu Mingyu pondered for a moment before asking, I've always wanted to know. Who is your brother? His name is Duan Liqing. Duan Xiuming replied. Lu Mingyu fell silent, turning her gaze to the window, lost in thought. After a lengthy deliberation, she realized that his brother was indeed Duan Liqing. One was the heir to the Duan family, admired and glamorous, every action scrutinized by the public eye, easily stirring public sentiment. The other was the young master of the dark faction, living incognito, scheming in the shadows, creating chaos. The two brothers were playing a duet. Just then, Duan Xiuming shifted his knee, nudging her leg to bring her back to reality. Continue. Do you have more questions? He urged. Lu Mingyu turned back to him, contemplating for a moment before asking, is it forbidden to disclose your identity as the young master of the dark faction? In the next moment, she distinctly noticed him raise an eyebrow, a fleeting glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes. Who have you told? He inquired with a smile. Lu Mingyu shook her head, her voice barely above a whisper. I haven't told anyone. If I did, would someone die? Duan Xiuming mused, actually, I shouldn't tell you. I was originally planning to say it during our wedding. Lu Mingyu was momentarily taken aback, gazing into his eyes. He remained calm. She asked, why did you tell me that day in the apartment? Duan Xiuming contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. I don't know. I just felt like saying it. Lu Mingyu pressed on. Is it okay to tell me? Will it have an impact on the Duan family? If I say it's okay, then it is, Duan Xiuming replied. Suddenly, he shifted his knee again, this time with greater force, nudging her forward. Lu Mingyu lost her balance, falling against his chest. He steadied her with one hand on her lower back while the other grasped her wrist. His fingers resting on her pulse. At the same time, he narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing her expression. Observing her, he noticed her heartbeat quicken slightly, yet as she steadied herself and closed her eyes once more, her pulse gradually calmed, her complexion regained composure, and her gaze became devoid of emotion. Locking onto his Duan Xiuming nodded once again, then posed a question. Who taught you the concept of emotional detachment? Lu Mingyu was taken aback. What? The Duan Xiuming pondered for a few seconds, released her, and patted the space beside him. Come sit and chat, don't be afraid, I was merely testing you. Lu Mingyu seated herself beside him. Gazing at him in confusion, the air of aggression that had surrounded him dissipated in an instant. At that moment his eyes sparkled with clarity, and he even smiled while shaking his head. Lu Mingyu grew even more perplexed. Her face a canvas of questions. Duan Xiuming appeared somewhat helpless, sighing as he remarked, I'm amazed, unfamiliar with hunter mentality, yet adept at emotional detachment. Lu Mingyu tilted her head, puzzled. Duan Xiuming elucidated, emotional detachment refers to bypassing emotional responses to stimuli. Elevating one's thought process. It can be considered a form of self-hypnosis, enabling one to handle tricky situations with composure. He had intentionally made her anxious, and she had instinctively employed this tactic the last time they spoke of sorrow. She had reacted similarly. It seemed she could swiftly utilize this method for any negative emotions. Of this way, she replaced emotional outbursts, never losing control, always responding rationally to everything. Lu Mingyu blinked. No one taught me. Duan Xiuming furrowed his brow. You figured it all out by yourself, aren't you afraid of developing a mental disorder? Lu Mingyu appeared momentarily stunned. Did he imply that it was dangerous? That it could drive one mad? Duan Xiuming regarded her. Would you like to learn systematic training to help you master it more proficiently? Lu Mingyu raised her eyes. Will you help me find a teacher? Duan Xiuming replied. I will teach you. Lu Mingyu tilted her head. You, my defeated opponent, teach me. She had maintained her emotional stability, while he had been the one to express anger at the slightest provocation. Duan Xiuming suddenly closed his eyes, speechless, then opened them again to gaze out the window. After a moment, he spoke with incredulity. You apply these concepts to romance? Lu Mingyu responded. Romance easily stirs emotional fluctuations. Is that wrong? Duan Xiuming could no longer contain his laughter. How can you engage in romance without feeling emotional changes? Are you a robot? Lu Mingyu scrutinized him. But you appear to easily become emotionally agitated. Duan Xiuming raised an eyebrow. Is there anything wrong with opening your heart in romance? Life should be naturally experienced, with balance, do you understand? Lu Mingyu turned her head aside. I am not like you. Duan Xiuming fell silent, his gaze fixed upon her. Indeed, for him, love was a delightful indulgence born from a place of mental abundance, while for her, it was a luxury she could not afford, having weathered numerous personal lows. She could no longer bear further emotional turmoil, she could not afford to lose. He lowered his gaze, saying, Let us not discuss this topic for now. It's a rare weekend. Do you have anywhere in mind to visit? Duan Xiuming, she suddenly looked at him, calling out. He was taken aback. Noticing the glimmer in her eyes, she asked, Could you tell me about that hunter mentality? In that moment, the sparkle in her gaze transformed into an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Beneath which he could clearly discern her ambition vibrant, the sunlit apartment, with its floor-to-ceiling windows, offered a breathtaking view of the renowned city's stacked buildings. From this vantage point, one could see the 3 campuses of the top art institution. Chapter 74, Let me be your support. Duan Xiuming studied her intently for a moment before smiling. In fact, you've employed the hunter mentality more than once in Shizi City. Lu Mingyu, huh? Duan Xiuming, you may not have realized, but the Lu family, the Qin family, and even I are all your pawns, or rather, your prey. The hunting ground is the entirety of Shizi City. You seamlessly switch roles, creating chaos while effortlessly retreating, executing precise hunts to achieve your goals. Just as you stated, must the protagonist be a small boat, break the rules and become a sea monster? Lu Mingyu suddenly grasped his meaning. However, at this moment, Duan Xiuming's expression shifted as he said, I have a little story. Would you like to hear it? Lu Mingyu nodded. Yes. Duan Xiuming smirked. When I was around 7 or 8 years old, at the White Eagle base, my brother took me to a facility where Isabel was not yet my sister-in-law but one of my instructors. Lu Mingyu was momentarily taken aback, slowly responding. So Isabel was his sister-in-law and childhood instructor. What an impressive person, Duan Xiuming continued. The base was quite remote, far from the city. Before meeting the instructors, a sheep walked past me. Lu Mingyu rested her chin on her hand, quietly listening. Duan Xiuming chuckled, saying, I asked my brother if I could hunt that sheep. Lu Mingyu, was it normal for a 7 or 8-year-old to want to hunt a sheep at first sight? Duan Xiuming, my brother asked why I wanted to hunt it. I replied that I was hungry and wanted to eat roasted lamb. Lu Mingyu. Reasonable but quite odd. She was at a loss for words. Duan Xiuming. My brother told me that the sheep had an owner and looked like a pet. Not food. So I abandoned the idea of hunting it. However, my brother then instructed me to buy the sheep. Lu Mingyu couldn't help but ask, and then, Duan Xiuming, I went to buy it and brought it before my brother. Feeling quite displeased, I didn't want to raise a sheep as a pet. As he spoke, he turned to her and asked, can you guess what happened next? Lu Mingyu shook her head. Duan Xiuming, my brother said, now this sheep is yours. If you want it as a pet, it can be a pet. If you want to eat it, it can be today's dinner, roasted lamb. Lu Mingyu asked in astonishment, did you eat it in the end? Was it a pet or food? What about the sheep's owner? Duan Xiuming smiled. Does it matter? Lu Mingyu's pupils contracted, and her scalp tingled slightly. Duan Xiuming looked at her, a little enlightenment, perhaps. About 5 minutes later. Lu Mingyu lifted her head. Break the rules, establish rules, become the rules. Duan Xiuming's eyes sparkled with admiration. Excellent. Lu Mingyu frowned. The key lies in the people behind you. Your brother is the one who sets the rules. A rather domineering approach that strikes at the target, somewhat inhumane, yet effective. Duan Xiuming's smile faded, and he nodded. The Duan family is my support. I have few restrictions in my endeavors, not needing to consider others' opinions. This is not only a resource utilization but also a source of confidence. After saying this, he surveyed her features and stated, you need a support system. Lu Mingyu lowered her head, frowning in contemplation. In the stillness, sunlight streamed through the nearby floor-to-ceiling window, casting a glow on the tidy floor, bright and dazzling. She could sense him rising and approaching, getting closer and closer. His breath brushing against her neck, she anticipated that he might embrace or kiss her, but he did neither. Instead, he grasped her hand, placing it in his palm. Lu Mingyu lifted her gaze to meet his soft expression. A unique and rare softness beneath his rugged exterior. He seldom exhibited such a gaze, devoid of any aggression. Lu Mingyu, he called gently, let me be your support. The afternoon sun at 3 o'clock streamed in. Elongating his shadow and casting it onto the adjacent wall, the light played across his face, giving him a golden hue that softened his sharp features. A ray of sunlight illuminated his gaze, transforming his once deep-set eyes into something bright, even warm. Lu Mingyu felt a surge of astonishment within her. Her heart raced, not for manipulation, but for support. She needed to ponder this question deeply. However, someone was not giving her the time or opportunity for reflection. Shall we collaborate? He suddenly spoke again, catching her off guard. As he released her hand, he turned back to his original position, retreating to a spot where sunlight could no longer reach him, once again embodying a sharp, unyielding presence, like a knife poised to be drawn. Lu Mingyu, collaboration. The swift shift in topic left her momentarily disoriented. Duan Xiuming nodded. I know what you wish to achieve, and I am well aware that you will succeed. Yet, this path is yours alone. Whether it takes 10 years or 20, it is too long. You require a team, capital to drive your ambitions, all of which I can provide. Lu Mingyu steadied herself, inquiring, since this is a collaboration, what do I need to provide you? Duan Xiuming, art, in the style of traditional Chinese aesthetics. This is the foundation of our collaboration, or else we shall not discuss further. Lu Mingyu, be more specific. Duan Xiuming fixed his gaze on her. Shanhai Jing, for instance, that piece titled Xiongqi. Lu Mingyu was astonished. He had discovered it so quickly. The authoritative demeanor of Duan Xiuming emerged. The Duan family will fund this project, with the artist Lu Mingyu as the lead, spearheading the team to create a full series of Incanwash-style Shanhai Jing, and I will provide the exhibition venue. Lu Mingyu, this seems to benefit only me? What is the purpose of the collaboration? Duan Xiuming shook his head. Your work will not only be exhibited. I want commercial licensing. I cannot disclose specific business opportunities, but I can assure you it is a mutually beneficial arrangement. If you seek profit, consider the benefit to the world. Lu Mingyu gazed at him with intense focus. Duan Xiuming, if you agree, I will have someone draft a contract, and we can discuss the specifics further. Lu Mingyu, okay. Duan Xiuming, I look forward to a pleasant collaboration. Lu Mingyu, thank you. Duan Xiuming suddenly smiled. After all, you are my wife, Lu Mingyu. Afterwards, Duan Xiuming made a phone call while Lu Mingyu busied herself organizing items in the large studio. The series inspired by the Shanhai Jing and the Inkwash national trend is, in essence, a dream of hers. The entire collection, the team, and its commercial use. She needs to approach it with caution, to organize her thoughts and refrain from writing in the near future. As dusk fell, she unfurled a vertical canvas against the wall. Standing silently before it, she remained still, lost in contemplation. At that moment, the voice of Duan Xiuming resonated at the doorway, laced with surprise. Are you accustomed to leaving the door open? Lu Mingyu turned to him and replied, there's no one home. After all, besides, the studio at school doesn't have a door. It's not a big deal. Duan Xiuming pointed to himself. Am I not a person? Lu Mingyu responded with a pause. Suddenly Duan Xiuming seemed to realize something, raising a hand to stop her from speaking. Don't answer that. You don't regard me as an outsider, that is good. Lu Mingyu gazed at him intently, remaining silent. Duan Xiuming inquired, "What's wrong?" Lu Mingyu replied, "I want to paint a picture right now." Chapter 75, The Puppet Master Rebirth. Duan Xiuming asked, "Am I avoiding it?" Having said this, he lifted his foot, intending to leave, yet a pale and slender hand reached out, grasping his wrist. Her fingers were cool to the touch, applying a gentle pressure that sent a slight tingling sensation through him. Lu Mingyu spoke softly, "Stay with me and chat." Duan Xiuming's gaze swept over his wrist as he followed her into the studio. "Will this disturb you?" Lu Mingyu shook her head. "I want to paint while we talk." She began mixing colors, leaning against the wall. He watched her work and asked, "What shall we talk about?" Lu Mingyu replied, "You start." Duan Xiuming pondered for a moment before saying, "I recall you mentioning you have 2 female friends. One of whom is from Zizisheng, Sudatsu Suiwe. Lu Mingyu glanced at him. "Why haven't you remembered her name twice?" Duan Xiuming shrugged nonchalantly. "I didn't think much of it. If you're keeping score, I'll remember next time." "And the other friend, is she the one who wears a red dress in winter?" Lu Mingyu nodded. "Yes, her name is Chenla." Duan Xiuming fell silent for a while before suddenly asking, "Am I allowed to get angry?" Lu Mingyu looked at him in surprise. "Why would you be angry?" Duan Xiuming replied, "I just wanted to check if I could. A big outburst, to scold you." Lu Mingyu chuckled softly. "Go ahead, how would you like to scold me?" Duan Xiuming's expression soured, his voice rising. "If I'm not mistaken, that person is your classmate in the same major. And you've only been at Huangyi for 2 semesters, right?" Lu Mingyu affirmed. "Yes, it's only the 2nd semester." "What of it?" Duan Xiuming's displeasure deepened. "Then you've only known her for a few months. How does she know you as Lu Mingyu? Why am I in the dark? She even used your name to trick me the other day. What is she showing off?" Lu Mingyu responded with a hesitant, Suddenly Duan Xiuming's mood shifted, asking, "Was that too harsh?" Lu Mingyu shook her head. "Continue, don't hold back." Duan Xiuming erupted. "Why didn't you tell me? You say nothing at all. What is the point of having a mouth if it's only for kissing and soft sighs?" Lu Mingyu, having mixed her colors, couldn't help but laugh. Duan Xiuming, exasperated, remarked, "You always laugh when I scold you. It's truly infuriating." Lu Mingyu dipped her brush in paint and began painting the background, speaking as she worked. "First off, I've known Chenla since 2016, not just a few months." Duan Xiuming was momentarily speechless, left without a retort. Lu Mingyu added, "When she met me, I was already called Lu Mingyu. So she has always referred to me that way. We first met when I was 6 years old at a national competition." Duan Xiuming was at a loss for words, incredulous at such a revelation. Lu Mingyu continued, "Before I turned 12, she couldn't keep up with me. When we reunited at Huangyi at 22, she had been studying painting all along, but I had a 10-year hiatus without guidance. Last semester, I couldn't paint as well as she did, and she was quite impressive." Duan Xiuming let out a light huff and asked, "Are you friends or rivals?" Lu Mingyu replied, "Both are friends who share hardships, as well as competitors and sworn foes." A sense of rivalry sparked within Duan Xiuming as he declared, "We met 20 years ago. I've been supporting you financially for 14 years. I've known you longer than anyone else. Do you hear me?" Lu Mingyu quipped, "A bond forged in a puddle of urine." Duan Xiuming insisted, "I have the final say." Lu Mingyu laughed it off, ignoring him. By now she had completed the background, depicting a sea of flames. Duan Xiuming frowned at the fiery depiction. Just then, Lu Mingyu switched brushes and dipped it in paint, suddenly sweeping a long stroke across the canvas as Duan Xiuming fell silent, watching her intently as she painted. The initial strokes were fine lines, and soon she began to illustrate a small figure, battered and bound in bandages, seated amidst the inferno, with strings attached to it, each controlling its movements. A puppet. The puppet stood helpless in the flames. It was suffocating. Duan Xiuming furrowed his brow. "Is that you in the painting? Do you have to be so tragic?" "Am I tragic?" she countered. Meanwhile, she began painting the upper half, which remained largely blank save for a few strings. Lu Mingyu explained, "That reflects your subjective consciousness." As she painted, her tone remained calm, seizing the initiative in the conversation. Duan Xiuming paused, shifting his position to continue watching her. She applied another stroke, and this time a glimmer sparkled in her eyes, growing from faint to bright. Lu Mingyu continued, "Since childhood, I have been a prodigy, a national treasure, garnering countless accolades." Duan Xiuming nodded. "Indeed." Next she sketched a shadowy figure, devoid of features, almost ethereal. Lu Mingyu remarked, "Upon growing up, I was accepted into Huangyi, a world-renowned institution, pursuing my studies alone with nothing to my name." Duan Xiuming praised, "Impressive." As Lu Mingyu continued to outline, she added, "I chose the strongest man to sleep with, possessing a grand vision." Duan Xiuming smirked. "Go on." Lu Mingyu elaborated, "I don't have many friends, but those I do are unique, their support cutting to the quick." Duan Xiuming raised an eyebrow, and then Lu Mingyu stated, "I have a keen eye, meticulously planning my life." With that, she added another stroke, depicting the shadow's back, from which a bloodied bandage fell, hinting at some revelation. Was this shadow the puppet? Or perhaps the soul of the puppet? Lu Mingyu declared, "Am I tragic? Not at all. I am strong." Finishing her words, she suddenly rotated her brush, rolling the paint, and forcefully stamped it onto the canvas. The sound echoed like a long knife. Since it was the brush handle that struck, it left a blurred effect resembling the trajectory of a blade. Was it a residual image, or a knife in the void? It was ambiguous, yet full of meaning. One end of the long knife rested in the shadow's grasp, the other entwined in the strings controlling the puppet. Severing them, Duan Xiuming gazed at the artwork, his eyes widening in awe. But then, she unexpectedly seized his hand and dipped it into the nearby paint. Duan Xiuming was taken aback. He didn't dare resist, merely watching as she smeared his paint-smeared hand against the canvas with a casual sweep, covering the fire in much of the puppet's body as if a torrential downpour had extinguished the flames. After releasing his hand, she disregarded the bewildered Duan Xiuming and began to refine the details. Soon, she had clarified the intricacies of the artwork. Duan Xiuming glanced at his paint-splattered hand, then at her droplets still cascading down. What was he supposed to do now? He hesitated to wash his hands. Would she still need them? He didn't dare ask at this moment. Lu Mingyu switched brushes, employing her uniquely personal style of wild cursive to inscribe her signature. Rebirth, Yi Chapter 76. What did she unveil? Upon completion, she set down her brush. Beside her, Duan Xiuming still held his hand aloft, glancing at the painting and then at her. It was truly spectacular, both in content and process. Lu Mingyu also regarded the artwork. It depicted her own life. Suddenly, Duan Xiuming snapped back to reality and asked, "Can your hand also serve as a painting tool?" Lu Mingyu responded calmly, "Break the rules. You just mentioned today that anything in this world can be used for painting. Why impose limitations?" Beyond just her hands, she had a plethora of whimsical ideas in her mind. "Wow, you," Duan Xiuming exclaimed, his gaze transfixed on her, marveling at her rapid integration of concepts into her art. Lu Mingyu took his hand, leading him to the wash basin to clean up. Duan Xiuming's gaze lingered on their intertwined hands. She had naturally pulled him along twice today. Was she really helping him wash his hands? He was grateful he hadn't refused when she first suggested they sleep together. It had been a decisive choice, with her looks and artistic talent, coupled with her unique spirit and mental depth. He couldn't fathom how many rivals he might face. Her artwork was captivating, but she herself was even more alluring. Duan Xiuming suddenly declared, "I like you. Shall we date?" "Do you like me?" Lu Mingyu replied. Duan Xiuming raised an eyebrow. "Is that a no?" Lu Mingyu blinked. Duan Xiuming nodded. "Then I'll bring it up again next time." That he found it rather normal. She had endured the harshness of society. Seeing through the inherent evils of human nature, she wouldn't easily trust in feelings, resisting the establishment of intimate relationships built on mutual trust. Her life had been too burdensome to withstand such emotional turmoil. She was unlike him. More than romance, she was fervently intent on achieving success. Yet, he added, "But you mustn't sleep with anyone else. If you do, for each one I will take one down." Lu Mingyu was momentarily stunned. And then, unable to contain herself, she burst into laughter. Duan Xiuming asked, "What are you laughing about?" Lu Mingyu retorted, "What if I slept with someone else?" Duan Xiuming furrowed his brow and replied, "Then I would snatch them away." Lu Mingyu continued, "What if I got married?" Duan Xiuming declared, "I would simply make you a widow before taking action." Lu Mingyu pressed on, "And if I became pregnant?" Duan Xiuming tightened his grip. "Shut up. Do you want to drive me mad?" Lu Mingyu winced. Duan Xiuming quickly released her hand, gently massaging her fingers. "My apologies." Lu Mingyu gazed silently at him, her eyes revealing a hint of peculiarity as she pondered. Aren't they in a relationship? She hadn't mentioned a breakup. It was the first day in their new home, and Lu Mingyu had already endured several waves of cognitive dissonance. That night, lying in bed and staring at the ceiling, she found herself lost in thought. Suddenly, the door swung open. Duan Xiuming entered and casually laid out his bedding beside her. She was bewildered and asked, "Why are you sleeping on the floor? Isn't there another bedroom?" This was a spacious 3-bedroom apartment, with each room quite ample. Duan Xiuming responded nonchalantly, "I converted the study into a bedroom." "There is no bed." Lu Mingyu protested, "But you can't sleep on the floor. I moved here so you wouldn't have to." Yet, Duan Xiuming ignored her and lay down. Lu Mingyu attempted to get up. "Should I sleep on the sofa, letting you take the bed? What is wrong with you?" "Lu Mingyu," he interrupted her. She replied hesitantly. "On the floor." The man's voice resonated. "I've slept in places far worse than a floor, including barns, pigsties, and snake pits." Lu Mingyu looked at him in astonishment, unable to see his expression. He lay there calmly, eyes closed, continuing, "I've faced death multiple times, killed men, and nearly been killed myself, ventured into the human forbidden zones of the Amazon, traversed through gunfire, and raced against avalanches. You need not worry about me. I can withstand anything." Lu Mingyu found herself at a loss for words. He added, "Try trusting me. Aside from not being able to marry you under the name Duan Xiuming, I can do anything for you." As he finished, he reached out and turned off the light. The room was instantly enveloped in darkness. Outside, the bright moon illuminated the night. Lu Mingyu's heart raced, pounding fiercely. She could not articulate the sensation. It was an emotional upheaval she had never experienced before. This time, she did not respond with indifference. She allowed her emotions to roam freely, shattering the chains of rationality. Time passed unmeasured. Finally, she remarked, "But you're afraid of bugs." In an instant, the man's breathing quickened. Short and seemingly agitated, she felt an intense gaze piercing through the darkness, an undeniable sense of scrutiny. It was as if he longed to leap onto the bed. She quickly turned over, facing away from him. Feigning sleep, Duan Xiuming withdrew his gaze, his emotions too complex to describe. After a moment's hesitation, he exhaled softly, caught between laughter and frustration. His intention had been to open her heart, yet what had she revealed? In the dead of night, the man on the floor opened his eyes and glanced at the bed. The occupant was breathing evilly, no nightmares haunting her sleep. Of the next morning, Lu Mingyu was still sound asleep when she suddenly felt her body being turned over. Then, slap, someone playfully smacked her backside, just 2 light taps, but they roused her from slumber. Lu Mingyu opened her eyes in shock, staring at the person before her. Duan Xiuming, with an impassive expression, announced, "Get up, I've customized a physical training plan for you." Lu Mingyu, still dazed, responded, "Huh?" The Duan Xiuming gave her 2 more pats and muttered, "Is the only flesh on your body in your chest and backside?" Lu Mingyu gasped, and just like that, she was forcibly dragged out of bed. They hurried downstairs. By the time Lu Mingyu realized what was happening, she found herself standing on the street. The cold wind outside sent a shiver through her, waking her up considerably. What time was it? Beside her, Duan Xiuming stood like a stern instructor, issuing commands. "Move, walk 2 laps." Lu Mingyu, puzzled, asked, "Aren't we supposed to run 2 laps?" Duan Xiuming replied, "Do you know why humans walk on 2 legs instead of using 4 like animals?" Lu Mingyu admitted, "I don't know." Duan Xiuming explained, 2 legs are meant for walking, not running. With that, he began to walk ahead at a steady pace, following his rhythm and breath. Lu Mingyu walked around the vicinity for 2 laps. To her astonishment, she managed to do it. After completing the laps, she was slightly out of breath, but once she found her rhythm, it wasn't so tiring. Just when she thought they would continue or speed up, Duan Xiuming led her back. Lu Mingyu was astonished. "I'm not too tired. Aren't we going to continue?" Duan Xiuming replied, "Progress gradually, understand?" Lu Mingyu nodded. "Oh." Duan Xiuming asked, "Did you remember the pace we just set?" Lu Mingyu affirmed, "I did." Duan Xiuming instructed, "For the next week, we will train like this. You will walk at this time every morning." Lu Mingyu agreed. Okay. After exercising, her appetite improved, and she consumed more of her nutritious breakfast than usual. When it was time for class, he escorted her to school. However, just as she was about to get out of the car, Duan Xiuming suddenly grabbed her arm. "I'm going back to Shangjiang today." Lu Mingyu was initially taken aback but then softly replied, "All right." The new year was approaching, and he was returning home to celebrate. Chapter 77. Your future daughter-in-law. Duan Xiuming reminded her, "Don't forget to take your medicine." Lu Mingyu smiled brightly. "I won't forget." His exaggerated style of administering medicine had left a deep impression on her. Duan Xiuming continued, "I'll have someone deliver nutritious meals to the school. Eat well, avoid smoking and drinking, maintain a regular sleep schedule, and protect your eyes, understand?" Lu Mingyu replied, "I know." Duan Xiuming added, "I'll drive you to the airport. Once your eyes are better, you can take your driving test." Lu Mingyu nodded. Duan Xiuming looked at her and asked, "Is there anything you want to say to me?" Lu Mingyu shook her head. "No, have a safe trip." He nodded, then stepped forward and embraced her. Lu Mingyu remained silent, enveloped in his arms. He gently patted her back before releasing her. "I'm leaving." Lu Mingyu replied, "Goodbye." He took one last glance at the time before driving away. The exhaust fumes billowed into the cold winter air, creating long trails of white smoke. Arriving alone and departing empty-handed, Lu Mingyu watched the white silhouette vanish into the distance before turning and entering the building for class. On the way, her phone buzzed. "Chen La, how are you spending New Year's Eve in a few days? Are you celebrating with your boyfriend?" Lu Mingyu, "He is back in Shangjiang." Chen La, what a scoundrel. Lu Mingyu, "Chen La, after class, why don't you come with me? There's a gathering for Chinese expats. We can celebrate the new year together. It'll be your first time celebrating abroad. Right?" Lu Mingyu, sounds good. Shangjiang Duan family residence, conference room. The head of the family, the dark master, the heir, and the young master sat on separate single sofas. Duan Bifeng offered a cigar. Duan Xiuming raised his hand to refuse. "No need." Duan Bifeng offered another cigarette. "How about this?" Duan Xiuming declined again. Duan Zhongxin glanced over and asked, "Have you quit?" Duan Xiuming replied, "Not really, just not smoking for the past 6 months." Duan Liqing looked at him curiously. "Isn't that quitting? It's for your health, uncle. You should cut back on cigars too." Duan Bifeng retorted, "Don't boss me around, I'm your elder." Duan Liqing nodded, "Yeah, smoke if you want and don't worry about your health. My brother is probably looking forward to you kicking the bucket so he can take over." Duan Bifeng turned to Duan Zhongxin, "Can't you control your 2 sons? Can't they act like decent people?" Duan Zhongxin shrugged, "They've grown up. I can't control them anymore." At that moment, assistants began to file and distributing documents to the 4 men. Suddenly, Duan Xiuming raised his hand and made a gesture. All the assistants in the room immediately turned and exited the conference room, regardless of whose aid they were. Meanwhile, one person approached from a distance, setting up something beside them and covering it with a cloth. Duan Bifeng raised an eyebrow and turned to Duan Zhongxin. "I'm telling you, big brother, has he been spoiled by you? He is even daring enough to drive my people away?" Duan Zhongxin replied. My people haven't been driven away either. If anyone is spoiled, it's because of Qing. I wasn't around to raise him, I was too busy. Duan Liqing countered, it's not being spoiled, you two are just getting old and can't handle it. Duan Bifeng lit his cigar, scolding, damn, each one more arrogant than the last. I can't outtalk the older one, and the younger one is fierce, acting like the head of the family, not putting me in his sights at all. At this point, the person had finished setting up and exited, closing the conference room door behind them. Duan Xiuming glanced at the three of them and declared, from now on, I'm the boss. You three will listen to me. Duan Zhongxin was speechless. Duan Bifeng glared at him, you little brat. Duan Xiuming walked up to the setup and lifted the cloth. The three men focused their eyes, their expressions varying. Duan Bifeng asked, what is it? A painting. The artwork was quite striking. Duan Zhongxin furrowed his brow, examining it, then chuckled. Who knew a painting could have such presence? Quite rare. Duan Liqing remarked, it resembles a tiger or leopard with wings. What a unique creature. What is it? Duan Xiuming pointed at the painting. What animal it specifically is doesn't matter. I'll give you a general idea. Ink wash and colors, mythical beasts of mountains and seas. What are your thoughts? Duan Bifeng waved his hand. No thoughts. I only know how to fight, kill, shoot, and blow up buildings. Duan Zhongxin pondered for a moment and inquired, the standard is remarkably high. Whose work is this? Duan Liqing added, Shan Hai.it possesses a striking visual impact, yet why is this painting so diminutive? Duan Xiuming clarified, to be more precise, it is an ink wash reflecting the national trend. Duan Beifu squinted. Ming, do not tell me this is your exploratory endeavor. Duan Xiuming replied affirmatively. Duan Beifu fell silent, gesturing in confusion, while Duan Liqing contemplated using ink wash and traditional Chinese aesthetics as a catalyst. Is it not in line with the Duan family's positive image in entering the mainland market? Duan Zhongxin's gaze sharpened as he asked, what about the business opportunity? Ming, have you considered it? Duan Xiuming raised a finger, tapping the painting, producing a series of tap-tap sounds. Do you know how popular this painting is online? He asked, smiling. Duan Liqing frowned, appreciating art, its value. No. Duan Xiuming shook his head, it has little to do with the quality of the painting or fame. It is simply a matter of the national trend. Duan Zhongxin urged him to continue. Duan Xiuming elaborated, exceptional painting skills account for only a small portion. How many can truly appreciate it? Its popularity stems from its aesthetic appeal, ink wash, national style, and mythical creatures. Duan Liqing expressed surprise, and what else? Duan Xiuming responded, aesthetics, to be precise, encompass packaging design, everyday clothing, entertainment such as films and animations, even culinary experiences, all of these intertwine with culture, and there is so much more. Duan Zhongxin grasped the concept. Are you suggesting creating a brand? A comprehensive one? Duan Xiuming affirmed, it is IP, national trend, the aesthetic sensibilities of our people are ingrained in their very genes. Duan Liqing pondered for a few seconds, then nodded, I understand, utilizing aesthetics instead of brainwashing advertisements, whether for products or entertainment, to pioneer an entirely new domain, a visual feast. Duan Xiuming returned to his seat, you all can discuss the specifics, I merely initiated the idea. Duan Beifu remarked oddly, Ming, you are constructing an art exhibition hall in Shizi City, are you not already planning this? Duan Xiuming cast a sidelong glance, that is funded by my personal savings as a pilot project. If you want to do it, I will, and all profits will be mine. Distinctly separated. Duan Beifu rolled his eyes, no one intends to compete with you. Duan Liqing suggested, Ming, let us trial this, aesthetics is an eternal topic. If we broaden our thinking, the national trend is quite suitable and may bring us unexpected surprises. Duan Zhongxin decisively stated, this project deserves emphasis. Duan Beifu added, however, the Duan family does not engage in small businesses. If we are to proceed, it must be on a grand scale, creating a series showcasing in galleries, investing in online promotions, and then expanding into commerce to penetrate the mainland market comprehensively. Suddenly, Duan Zhongxin interjected. If we truly wish to develop a grand IP such as Shanghai's national trend, it should extend beyond the mainland. The other three momentarily froze. Duan Zhongxin continued, the aesthetic of national style can indeed reach the world. Duan Beifu clasped his hands together, as expected of my elder brother, I truly admire your business acumen. Duan Zhongxin cheerfully inquired, who is the author of this painting? Have you contacted them to see if they are willing to collaborate? Duan Xiuming replied, oh, your future daughter-in-law, ahem. Duan Beifu choked on his cigar. Chapter 78, Invitation. The conversation among the four continued throughout the afternoon. The National Trend Project was merely one facet of the Duan family's expansive strategy to penetrate the mainland market. After their confidential discussions concluded, Duan Liqing and Duan Xiuming were the first to exit the conference room, while Duan Zhongxin and Duan Beifu remained to discuss other matters. On the outdoor terrace, Duan Liqing smiled and asked, you have never inquired about the family's visible business before. Today you specifically brought up this project for your girlfriend. Duan Xiuming replied, just giving her a little push. Her talent is quite remarkable. Duan Liqing contemplated, entering the mainland market is of utmost importance. Although there are business opportunities, we must proceed with caution. You were rather forceful just now, I felt a bit anxious for you. It can only be said that the youths are fearlessly audacious. As Duan Xiuming shot him a glance, it's not as if we cannot afford to lose. Duan Liqing nodded, laughing. What sort of person is she? You truly seem to hold her in special regard, Duan Xiuming remarked. She has been mischievous since childhood. Duan Liqing paused. You've known her for a long time, Duan Xiuming replied, the daughter of that beautiful aunt from the Cantonese opera. Duan Liqing exclaimed in surprise, the daughter of that Qingyi? Duan Xiuming smirked, indeed, she has inherited her beauty. She is quite stunning, Duan Liqing mused, such a serendipitous connection, but is it really appropriate to label her as mischievous? Duan Xiuming huffed, she is indeed mischievous, dating her requires considerable mental effort. Let your guard down, and you 1T outsmart her. Duan Liqing's expression turned peculiar. Who enters a relationship without using their wits? We are not children, isn't it simply a matter of mutual affection? Duan Xiuming looked astonished. Did you have to think hard when you were with Isabel? Duan Liqing's mouth twitched. With your sister-in-law, it was a battle of wits. Duan Xiuming asked, how did that go? Share some tips with me. Duan Liqing waved his hand. It was life and death. She held a dagger to my throat while I aimed a gun at her temple. Duan Xiuming looked at his brother with sympathy. You truly endured a lot to survive. Duan Liqing sighed. Lu Mingyu rose early for her morning exercise, walking alone, completing 2 laps, sometimes 3. This weekend was no different. She diligently engaged in her physical routine. After finishing, she returned to her apartment for breakfast. While resting after her meal, she looked up and noticed the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows that allowed light to flood onto a nearby white wall, creating a large patch of illumination. Lu Mingyu gazed at the light for a while before entering her studio, retrieving a piece of transparent acrylic and a small knife, meticulously carving away. Time slipped by unnoticed until she finally finished standing to affix the transparent board to the window. Then she paused, bewildered. Why had she suddenly taken this action, without that temperamental individual by her side? It felt oddly strange. Was this person truly so impactful? They had so forcefully intruded upon her daily life, and now, just a few days after their departure, she found herself somewhat unaccustomed. Xiangshanao. A cruise ship sailed into international waters. The Lu family of 4 had been invited and were currently waiting in the hall. However, the state of the 4 was far from favorable. 2 of them were in wheelchairs. Lu Lin and Lu Qiuliang both had broken legs and were in recovery. Duan Xin pushed Lu Qiuliang, while Lu Qian pushed Lu Lin. The family felt an overwhelming sense of unease, for the invitation had come from the Duan family of Hong Kong. The Duan family was an overwhelming behemoth. Not to mention the Lu and Du families, even the Qin family would crumble before the Duan clan. The Lu family could not refuse the invitation, as they had to attend regardless of its nature. If they could ally with the Duan family, they would no longer be confined to Shizi City, perpetually fawning over the Qin family. Yet, they were uncertain who among the Duan family had invited them. The one there to greet them was Yen Tianzhua. He still wore a floral shirt and sunglasses even in the dead of winter. Following him were 30 men in black suits, who were not ordinary bodyguards but formidable figures with bulging waists. Upon the first glance, the 30 black-suited men encircled the 4, shocking them. The Lu family had never encountered such a scene and were taken aback. The mentally unstable Lu Qian turned pale. Yen Tianzhua, however, smiled, lowering his sunglasses with a finger, revealing his eyes as he gazed at the 4 before him. He first assessed the Lu family men, who were pitifully seated in wheelchairs with their broken legs in braces. Then he shifted his gaze to the mother and daughter, who also appeared unwell, seemingly troubled by psychological issues. Are these the guests that Mingyu said to treat well? They are in such dire straits. Continuing to entertain them feels akin to tossing them into the sea to feed sharks, yet still leaving them breathing. What a predicament. Welcome aboard, 4 of you, Yen Tianzhua greeted with a smile. Lu Qiuliang, attempting to maintain his composure in the wheelchair, said, hello, I apologize, my legs are not cooperative, so I cannot stand to shake hands. Lu Lin then asked, may I ask, are you Mr. Duan? With so many members in the Duan family, it was uncertain which Mr. Duan they were addressing. Yen Tianzhua raised an eyebrow. No, my surname is Yan. Lu Lin. Not with such a grand affair. He is not Mr. Duan himself. Just as the father and son were about to engage in further conversation, a commotion arose in the distance as a throng of media reporters surged toward them, surrounding someone. Amidst the flashing lights, a large entourage of bodyguards followed closely. Lu Qian looked on in astonishment. Is that a celebrity? Duan Xin countered. No, they are not entertainment reporters. They are all financial media. Lu Lin quickly caught on, asking, is it Mr. Duan? Yen Tianzhua smiled. Indeed, he is a young master of the Duan family. Lu Qiuliang frowned, shaking his head. This is not the Mr. Duan who invited us. He observed more closely. The level of the black-suited men was markedly higher than that of the bodyguards, who were merely ordinary protectors. Yen Tianzhua did not respond, merely smiling faintly. Suddenly, Lu Qiuliang grew agitated. Could it be that the one who invited them was a highly significant figure in the Duan family? Lu Lin also considered this, excitedly sharing a glance with his mother and sister. At that moment, the bodyguards and media had already escorted the central figure closer to them. Yen Tianzhua abruptly raised his hand, calling out, make way for young Master Duan Heir. The 30 black-suited men immediately parted, forcibly guiding the Lu family aside, disregarding the wheelchairs entirely, pushing them aside with little care. Lu Choliang and Lu Lin nearly toppled over. After such an upheaval, the Lu family understood that any young master of the Duan family held an unparalleled status. For individuals remained silent, passively lingering by the corridor, yet they were irresistibly drawn to peer into the crowd. As the throng drew nearer, the figure of the man at its center became increasingly distinct. Soon, the members of the Lu family beheld a visage they would never forget for the rest of their lives. In that fleeting moment, their hearts nearly exploded with a cacophony of emotion. Chapter 79, The Ultimate Prodigal. Duan Xiuming. Amidst their profound astonishment, the four witnesses observed the tall man abruptly halt his stride. This pause prompted the surrounding throng of admirers to come to a standstill as well. Although the bodyguards obstructed the financial journalists from approaching too closely, they seized the opportunity to hurl a barrage of questions. Young Master Duan, you have been in the States for many years. What prompted your sudden return to the homeland, your ostentatious homecoming? Are you vying for the heir's position? Do you intend to pursue a future in the bright or dark lineage? Is your presence aboard this cruise a result of an invitation from the young master of the dark lineage? Have you chosen the dark path? As the second son of the Duan family patriarch, have you truly never considered usurping your elder brother's place? With young Master Duan approaching 25, do you have a fiancée? Duan Xiuming refrained from answering these inquiries, instead casting a gaze towards the reporter who had broached the subject of romance. The journalist faltered, a hint of panic evident. Had he crossed a line? Was it forbidden to inquire about personal matters? To his astonishment, Duan Xiuming replied, I have a girlfriend. The reporter's spirits soared, and he hastily pressed on with further questions. May I ask, where is your girlfriend from? What is her surname? Did you meet her in the States? Although the romantic lives of the affluent have little to do with financial matters, they certainly attract considerable attention. Duan Xiuming continued, her surname is Lu. And she hails from Yadu. With that, he strode away, disregarding the other journalists. The bodyguards forged a path, escorting him through the throng with great urgency. Once the crowd dissipated, the four members of the Lu family found themselves drenched in cold sweat. Only Lu Choliang maintained a semblance of composure, suppressing his emotions to inquire, Mr. Yan, may I ask who this young Master Duan is? Oh, him. Yan Tianzu shot a glance in their direction. He is the late-born son of Duan Zhongxin, the patriarch of the Duan family and the biological brother of Duan Liqing, the heir apparent. He is the epitome of a spoiled scion to Duan Xiuming. Boom, the four individuals' minds went blank, and a wave of dread washed over them. Duan Xiuming, a late-born son, a biological brother, a top-tier prodigal. The weight of these labels underscored his favored status within the Duan family. Though he had not cast a single glance their way, his words in response to the reporter felt deliberately directed at them. Girlfriend. Surname Lu, from Yadu. Lu Qian was on the verge of insanity, her mental state unraveling as she yearned to scream, yet, a figure clad in black warned her, on the open sea cruise, loud noises are prohibited. Duanxin, in a state of panic, queried, who invited us here? We must disembark. Disembark. Lu Lin's mind was in turmoil. Who owns this vessel? Is it his brother's, or perhaps his father's? Lu Choliang, too, was engulfed in panic. Asking Mr. Yan, which young Master Duan invited us, what is their intention? Initially believing they had secured a powerful ally, they now sensed something amiss at every turn. Yan Tianzu offered no response, his smile inscrutable. Let us go. Esteemed guests, with that, he strode ahead, and 30 black-clad individuals seized the four, escorting them along. Yan Tianzu continued to chuckle, reveling in the surprise visit from Mingyu, which had utterly terrified the four. How amusing. As the spring festival approached, Lu Mingyu concluded a day of classes. Having attended the last period alongside Chen La upon exiting the building, the two walked side by side. Chen La was resplendent. Her hair styled in waves, her makeup meticulously applied, adorned with sparkling rhinestones on her lashes, exuding a vibrant and radiant aura. Once outside, she exuberantly declared, tomorrow is the weekend. We must celebrate New Year's Eve to the fullest. Lu Mingyu replied, no, I am focusing on my health. Chen La retorted, are you out of your mind? Thank you for the compliment. Lu Mingyu responded nonchalantly. Chen La scrutinized her before suddenly asking, are you in need of money? Lu Mingyu shook her head. Not at all. Previously, she had been quite frugal, meticulously budgeting every penny, fearful of being unable to pay tuition in the future. However, after receiving the transaction funds from Qiangqi, her situation had greatly improved. Duan Xiuming had orchestrated a transformation, arranging her expenses and even changing her residence. Although she was not wealthy, the financial pressure had lifted. Chen La began to chastise her, then why not buy a new outfit? Aren't you going to wear new clothes for the new year? Lu Mingyu replied indifferently, it doesn't matter to me. Chen La could no longer contain herself, at least wear something nice. Don't you ever get tired of wearing old clothes? Lu Mingyu calmly stated, clothes are merely for wearing, whether new or old is irrelevant. Chen La was flabbergasted, can you not have some material aspirations? Are you an alien? Lu Mingyu tilted her head, pondering the question. Indeed, Chen La had a point. Why did she possess such low material desires? Her clothing choices were exceedingly simple, and her dining habits were unrefined. Her life lacked a certain elegance. Chen La continued to lament. What about your boyfriend? He gifts you limited edition cars but doesn't he even buy you a few new outfits? Lu Mingyu chuckled, you might not believe it, but he himself doesn't own many clothes. Duan Xiuming had only 2 or 3 outfits in rotation. In their apartment's wardrobe, their clothing barely filled a small cabinet. Chen-La was astonished. What a quintessential straight man. Lu Mingyu wholeheartedly agreed with that description. Chen-La tugged at her, forget it, I can't be bothered to argue with you, let us go to the Chinese restaurant. Tonight's New Year's Eve dinner is a reunion of over 20 people. When they arrived at the restaurant, night had just fallen. The 2 largest round tables in the Chinese restaurant were already filled with patrons, all Chinese students. Most were familiar faces to Lu Mingyu. Along with 5 or 6 new ones. As Lu Mingyu followed Chen-La over, both tables erupted in excitement to greet them. Wow, the dynamic duo is here, you two walking together is truly a feast for the eyes. Chen-La had succeeded today, bringing Lu Mingyu along. Yes, Lu Mingyu rarely attends gatherings, it's such a rare sight. Well, it's the new year, huh? Whereas your boyfriend, he drives the white phantom lightning to pick you up every day. Why isn't he here to celebrate the new year with you? Perhaps he doesn't love you enough. As soon as this remark was made, the atmosphere shifted. Someone quietly remarked, what a pointed question. Lu Mingyu chose not to respond, merely glancing at the speaker after taking her seat. She was directly opposite a stranger, a male classmate she did not recognize. Was he from Pure Arts, or perhaps another major? Chen-La quickly scanned the area and diverted the topic. Is everyone here now? Happy New Year, everyone. Both tables rose, raising their glasses in mutual toasts. Lu Mingyu, however, lifted her teacup. The male classmate opposite her spoke again. Lu Mingyu, why aren't you drinking? We're all drinking, and you're the only one having tea. How unsociable. Lu Mingyu raised her gaze to meet his. Who are you? The 2 tables fell silent. As if her question were utterly bizarre, Chen-La winced slightly and explained, he is Shu Renkun. Lu Mingyu asked, oh, so this is Shu Renkun. Chen-La leaned in closer to Lu Mingyu and whispered. I didn't know he would be here. This isn't my group. If you're uncomfortable, I can graciously accompany you elsewhere. Lu Mingyu replied, no, why should I? Chen-La insisted, no problem, let us confront him. Chapter 80. Oh, are we drinking? Shu Renkun felt his pride wounded, his expression darkening. So, Lu Mingyu doesn't know me. That's understandable, considering you're a beauty from Pure Arts, floating high above the rest. Lu Mingyu raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. Suddenly Shu Renkun stood, raising his glass. It seems we may have a misunderstanding. Since this occasion is rare, let us resolve it over drinks. Lu Mingyu met his gaze directly. What misunderstanding? Please clarify. As Shu Renkun's expression shifted. You truly are one of those privileged individuals who forgets easily. He had clearly offered her an olive branch, yet this woman refused to acknowledge it. Sensing the tension in the air, others hurried to mediate. Come now, it's the new year. Let us not make this awkward. Someone suggested. Lu Mingyu doesn't drink. So what? It's not a big deal. The essence of New Year's Eve dinner is to enjoy oneself, so let us put this to rest and dine together. We are all far from home. Fellow countrymen are like family. Let us end the quarrel here. In the end, the mediation proved effective. Shu Renkun fell silent and resumed his seat. Lu Mingyu focused on her meal. The earlier incident was merely a trivial affair to her. Chen-La, however, was deeply disappointed, feeling as though they had been forced to halt a fight midway. In the spacious apartment, the door creaked open, revealing a pitch-black interior. Duan Xiuming paused, looking at the time. It was quite late. He set down 2 large bags and dialed a number. Where is she? The atmosphere in the Chinese restaurant was jubilant. The owner, accompanied by the kitchen staff, greeted each table, wishing them a happy new year amidst a festive ambience. Lu Mingyu's appetite was robust. Her daily nutritious meals had gradually improved her health. This feast was a grand affair, featuring an array of signature dishes. From time to time, she gazed out at the night scenery. In truth, this New Year's Eve dinner was the most joyous she had experienced in a decade. Among the 20 attendees, there was only one rotten apple, rather than 4 neurotics collectively attacking her. The dining table was filled with her classmates, individuals from her social circle, representing a different life she yearned for. It felt like a dream. She was celebrating the new year here, with Chen-La by her side. As the gathering neared its conclusion and the restaurant prepared to close, the group discussed whose house they would visit next, aiming to ring in midnight together. Once they reached a consensus, Chen-La stood up. Declaring for the final round, let us all raise a glass together. After this, we'll switch venues. Everyone rose, exchanging auspicious greetings. At that moment, Chen-La's hand descended, lightly tapping the wineglass before Lu Mingyu, producing a crisp ding sound. Chen-La exclaimed, Happy New Year. Lu Mingyu pondered for a moment, raised the glass, and reciprocated, Happy New Year, wishing you prosperity. Chen-La urged, let's drink up. Initially intending to take but a small sip, Lu Mingyu suddenly felt a surge of joy. After all, New Year's Eve comes but once a year, so why not indulge? Before long, she had consumed half a glass. Just then, ding-a-ling, the restaurant's glass door swung open, and the wind chimes jingled a melodious sound. A chill accompanied the footsteps that intruded into the room, heavy thuds echoing from boots striking the floor. A tall man turned the corner of the corridor and appeared beside the 2 large round tables. His slick-back hair revealed all his features, a colorless suit draped beneath a black coat. The laughter and chatter at the table gradually hushed, many gazing in astonishment at this unexpected arrival. Only Lu Mingyu, with her back turned, continued to sip from her wineglass, until, snap, a finger snapped sharply at someone's fingertips. Lu Mingyu, caught off guard, turned around, her glass still raised. In her line of sight was the black coat of a man. Lifting her gaze, she met a pair of profound eyes. In the next instant, gag, she choked on her drink, followed by a bout of intense coughing that echoed throughout the room. Qianla was jolted back to reality. Teasing, you can choke on a drink. Lu Mingyu waved her hand, utterly at a loss for words. Duan Xiuming cast a sidelong glance at her. She looked quite pleased, just moments ago exuding a bold demeanor ready to toast. Was this the atmosphere she cherished during a gathering with classmates? He glanced at the wineglass in her hand, half empty, snatching it away. He took a whiff. Oh, drinking, are we? He inquired with a mocking tone. Lu Mingyu coughed a couple more times. A smirk danced on his lips, laced with amusement. He extended his hand, gently patting her back a few times, causing her face to flush from the coughing. At this moment, the two tables fell completely silent. Was this Lu Mingyu's boyfriend, the one Shuriken mentioned as having interrupted a proposal? Some attendees had seen Duan Xiuming from afar, but this was their first close encounter. He wasn't a student, yet he was well known at the Royal Academy. After all, that white phantom lightning was undeniably flashy. Observing him up close made everyone feel somewhat tensed. He was taller than they had imagined, exuding a commanding presence. Surely one punch could incapacitate someone, right? In any case, he was vastly different from the artistic temperament of their fellow students. Lu Mingyu finally finished coughing and looked up at him. What brings you here? Aren't you in Shangjiang? Duan Xiuming tilted his head. Came to catch you in the act. What had he said before leaving? She had called him good repeatedly, truly a master of deception. Lu Mingyu glanced at her wineglass, stubbornly asserting, I haven't been drinking. You must have seen wrong. Duan Xiuming regarded the half-empty glass, chuckling. Shall I refill it and propose another toast? Lu Mingyu calmly retrieved a tissue to dab at the corner of her mouth. That's not out of the question. Duan Xiuming scanned the dining table, asking, is this all that's left to eat? Lu Mingyu nodded. His arrival was indeed fortuitous. Duan Xiuming lightly flicked her collar. Stay and have another meal with me. And thus Lu Mingyu was whisked away. The gathering had just concluded. Others began to rise, laughing and discussing the scene. What a surprise. I suspect this person has blood on their hands. Their aura is too fierce. I couldn't even muster the courage to speak when he looked my way. Is he naturally intimidating, or is he angry? He looks like he forbids Lu Mingyu from drinking. At that moment, Qianla approached the front desk, calling out, boss, the bill please, for 25 people. Someone inquired, now that Lu Mingyu has left, can we still count her as one of the 25? Qianla replied, is fine, I'll pay for her share first. Shuriken scoffed, do you think she'll reimburse you later? She might just be the type to straddle two boats. Qianla turned around, retorting, you can save those words for her next time. She's quite disappointed we didn't end up in a fight today. Shuriken persisted, her boyfriend drives a limited edition Lightning and skips out on the bill. Just then, a waiter peered from the front desk, announcing, the gentleman from the two tables just now has settled the bill. He wishes you all a happy new year and prosperity. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, then erupted. What a delightful surprise, how generous, we ordered quite a bit, after all, no wonder he drives a Lightning. I thought he was angry and just snatched Lu Mingyu away, but he bought us dinner instead, and even shared blessings. What a grand gesture, plus, he came to spend New Year's with his girlfriend. Truly a devoted partner. Shuriken's expression darkened. Having just mocked him, he was now faced with a slap in the face. Chapter 81. Congratulations on turning 23. The White Phantom arrived at another restaurant atop a towering building. It was Lu Mingyu's first visit, having no prior knowledge of the existence of such an establishment, appearing to offer bespoke dining experiences, not merely by reservation, but by invitation only. Lu Mingyu instantly regretted overindulging at the Chinese restaurant. Duan Xiuming led the way, neither hastening nor slowing his pace. The restaurant's lighting was dim, creating an exquisite ambience, yet it was unfriendly to those with night blindness. Lu Mingyu halted, unwilling to proceed further. A hand grasped hers, while another gently rested on her shoulder, guiding her inward. Just follow me, he said in a low voice. Lu Mingyu nodded, blindly trailing him through the twists and turns until they reached a table by the window. The area was much brighter, adorned with lit candles. Once seated, Lu Mingyu gazed out the window, enjoying a sweeping view that captured the Big Ben across the river. Duan Xiuming began to tease her. Still able to eat more? Lu Mingyu shook her head. Duan Xiuming continued, this place offers invitation-only royal gourmet cuisine. Lu Mingyu responded with a non-committal silence. Duan Xiuming pressed on, are you planning to have another New Year's dinner with someone else? Lu Mingyu countered, I didn't know you were coming today. Duan Xiuming fixed his gaze on her. If you had known, would you have chosen to dine with me alone? Lu Mingyu nodded. Duan Xiuming appeared satisfied. The restaurant had a rhythm to its service, keeping the dining experience within 2 hours. From appetizers to soups, main courses to desserts, each dish was exquisitely presented and enticing. Lu Mingyu sampled only a few bites. Regretting her earlier indulgence at the Chinese restaurant after the meal, Duan Xiuming flicked his empty wineglass with his fingers, producing a crisp sound. Still want a drink, sickly one, Lu Mingyu sighed. I truly only had a small sip. Duan Xiuming retorted, half a glass. Unable to maintain her fib, Lu Mingyu turned her face away to gaze at the nightscape outside. At that moment, the hands of Big Ben pointed to midnight. Boom! Suddenly fireworks erupted across the river. From Lu Mingyu's vantage point, she could see the entire spectacle of fireworks. Bursts of color shot up rapidly, blooming in the sky. Happy New Year, someone called from across the way. Lu Mingyu replied, Happy New Year. Aiming that, he smiled gently, lifting his glass to lightly clink against hers. Ding! At the moment their glasses met, a grander display of fireworks soared into the heavens, illuminating the night sky with countless stars. The sky is aglow. Congratulations on turning 23, the fireworks show will last for 23 minutes, he announced. Lu Mingyu's lips parted in surprise. The fireworks were prepared by you. Duan Xiuming met her gaze, continuing, Lu Mingyu, your life has just begun. His tone was calm yet resolute. Lu Mingyu felt a stir deep within her, ripples of emotion spreading outward. The ever-blooming fireworks, in vibrant hues, cast their light through the glass, illuminating her face in a dance of shadow and light. She turned her gaze back to the window, watching the display erupt across the bridge. Such a grand celebration was solely for her. In the student dormitory, those celebrating New Year's collectively marveled at the fireworks outside. Whipping out their phones to record the moment, which bigwig prepared this fireworks show, this year's spring festival feels quite atmospheric. It has a distinctly domestic flavor. Such a high-level fireworks display must have been difficult to arrange. Right, so who could possibly be behind this? Who cares? It's simply stunning. As the 23-minute extravagant display came to an end, the sky returned to a serene silence. Once the flames faded, Lu Mingyu remained lost in thought. Staring out the window, the glass reflected her silhouette alongside another pair of eyes. Finally, Lu Mingyu turned to him. It's past midnight. Shall we head home? Lu Mingyu inquired. Why aren't you celebrating the New Year in Shangjiang? Duan Xiuming replied casually, to accompany you. Lu Mingyu pressed on. Shouldn't you be with your parents? He shrugged, they enjoy their time alone, and besides, my brother and sister-in-law are around. Lu Mingyu hesitated, asking, and the family? In a prominent family like his, could a core member truly be absent? Duan Xiuming reassured her, are you worried about me? It's nothing, I've long been independent, with my own ventures, and I have my freedom. Lu Mingyu gazed at him, remaining silent for a long while. Duan Xiuming asked, what's wrong? Lu Mingyu's eyes flickered, and she softly called, Amingage. Duan Xiuming. This time, it was his turn to nearly choke. He was utterly taken aback, taking a moment to regain composure before nodding. Yes, what is it? What a delightful title, Amingage. Was she serious? He nearly believed her. Lu Mingyu lowered her head, from a certain angle. She appeared quite pitiful. She softly murmured, I've never worn new clothes in my life. Duan Xiuming. He was momentarily dazed, then frowned, realizing he had overlooked some details, practical matters. Yet, was it too exaggerated to say she had never worn new clothes in her life? Could she really lie so effortlessly? Lu Mingyu displayed little emotion, her words light as feathers brushing against the heart. I want to buy a coat. Duan Xiuming nearly lost his composure, taking a moment to collect himself before nodding. Yes. Let's buy it. It was his oversight. He had failed to notice this particular need. Preoccupied as he was with other matters, he had a team of assistants, capable of resolving everything with just a word. But she did not. Lu Mingyu furrowed her brow slightly and added, but it's a bit expensive. Duan Xiuming raised an eyebrow. How expensive? Lu Mingyu replied, $5,000, unable to suppress a laugh. Duan Xiuming shook his head in amusement. Truly, the little deceiver had graduated to a grander deception, inflating the price from $500 to $5,000, and the good brother had transformed into Brother Ming. She certainly knew how to play her cards right. He looked at her, guiding her further. Is there anything else? What else do you wish to purchase? Tell your good brother. He was eager to see just how far her fabrications could stretch. Lu Mingyu began to speak again, her lovely red lips moving in rhythm as she uttered words that could not be trusted, not even the punctuation. I want to buy 10 pieces. I've never had pocket money since I was a child, my socks are tattered, and I've never owned 10 pieces of clothing at the same time. Before she could finish, the sound of moving furniture broke the air. Upon lifting her gaze, she saw him already standing grasping her hand, and without a word, he pulled her outside. Lu Mingyu was jolted back to reality, whereto Duan Xiuming replied, Paris. Lu Mingyu was taken aback. Huh? Duan Xiuming continued, a 5-hour drive, you can sleep and we'll be there. Lu Mingyu questioned, but why are we going to Paris? As Duan Xiuming declared, to buy clothes for the grand deceiver. A flurry of restrictions raced through Lu Mingyu's mind. Yet ultimately she kept her mouth shut, not uttering a single word. Duan Xiuming swiftly led her out of the restaurant. They got into the car, and with a rev of the engine, they sped off to another country. Another city. The night scenery rushed past the window, and by the time Lu Mingyu regained her composure, they had already left the city behind. What astonishing speed and decisiveness! He was truly the embodiment of spontaneity. disregarding the constraints of time and space as if nothing in this world could hold him back. Lu Mingyu's thoughts wandered. If there were a spaceship, would he blast off into outer space? Would he engage in combat with aliens? Lost in her thoughts, she smiled, closed her eyes, and boldly surrendered to slumber. The white specter mingled with the Nordic winds and snow, racing along the road. The tire tracks carved a straight line, as if racing against time. Breaking through the darkness to chase the dawn. Chapter 82. What am I to you? Hours slipped by in an instant. When Lu Mingyu opened her eyes again, the sky was tinged with the pale light of dawn. Her head had tilted to the side, and she momentarily felt dazed. Have we arrived? Indeed, she had slept through the journey ahead. The morning light gradually ascended, casting a gentle red glow that was not harsh on the eyes. Through the windshield, she spotted Duan Xiuming standing on the Parisian streets, his black coat billowing slightly in the wind, the ends of his hair dancing. Was it not cold? Moments later, two men in black approached. Handing him a carry bag, another carry bag not large, its contents unknown. He turned back, noticing her gaze from within the car. He stood there, raising an eyebrow and smiling at her, inviting her. Lu Mingyu shifted her limbs. Feeling the tingling in her legs and feet, after a brief pause, she opened the car door and stepped out. They stood on a very famous street, beside a hotel with an excellent location. Duan Xiuming approached and said, "Let us freshen up first, then have breakfast." Lu Mingyu asked, "Are you going to sleep?" Duan Xiuming replied, "Sleep. The grand deceiver wants to buy clothes." Lu Mingyu scrutinized him in surprise. "Aren't you tired?" He had driven all night yet appeared remarkably alert. Duan Xiuming casually brushed a few strands of her hair aside and replied, "What kind of physique do I have?" Afterward, he wrapped an arm around her shoulder and led her towards the nearby hotel. She did not witness him checking in. They ascended directly to the room. The space was modest, featuring only a bed, a sofa, and a set of tables and chairs, along with a balcony. The balcony faced the world-renowned street, where the logos of various luxury brands were visible. Duan Xiuming handed her the carry bag. Upon opening it, she found some skincare products and scar cream, her usual daily essentials, but all brand new. Clearly, they had been procured locally and delivered. Lu Mingyu thought to herself, truly, poverty had limited her imagination. Duan Xiuming pointed to the wardrobe. "There are temporary clothes for you to change into." Everything had been prepared for her. After saying this, he moved to the balcony door and stepped outside, taking a seat on the outdoor chair, turning his back to the room. Unlike their long-distance relationship in Zizisheng, where they cohabitated in London, he had long since discerned her habits from their time together. She felt awkward showering if he could hear her. I in the room. Lu Mingyu wandered aimlessly, overwhelmed by his rapid pace, like a rocket. After a brief tidying up, she was whisked away for breakfast and shopping. By the end of the day, Lu Mingyu felt numb. It was her first time experiencing shopping in such a manner. Wherever they went, a red rope would be strung across the entrance of the stores, signaling exclusivity, while others were limited in entry. Duan Xiuming cleared the space entirely. Shopping was not at all as she had imagined. It was devoid of trying on or selection. He had seemingly summoned a group of women models who closely matched her height and figure, to follow her. Whenever she glanced around, store staff would present outfits for these models to try on, who would then strut in front of her. Lu Mingyu remained silent, like a machine selecting merchandise, devoid of emotion. As for Duan Xiuming, he maintained an indifferent demeanor throughout, showing no inclination towards the clothing's aesthetics. Eventually, he remarked, "I'll arrange for you an assistant team to deliver ready-to-wear clothes every quarter." Lu Mingyu shook her head frantically in terror. "No, please don't. Having too many clothes will give me a headache." Duan Xiuming nodded. "I agree. Too many clothes can be a headache." Lu Mingyu sighed in relief. "Please keep my wardrobe minimal and tidy." "Oh no, extremely minimalist, thank you." Otherwise, she feared she might go mad. "Even contemplate murder." Duan Xiuming regarded her for a moment before nodding. "Indeed, I concur with minimalism." He had not anticipated her alignment with him in this regard. The staff of the luxury boutiques felt quite disappointed. Despite the exaggerated spectacle of their arrival, they ultimately purchased very little. The remaining garments were taken by his assistant team. Returning to the apartment, Lu Mingyu stood by the roadside, the cold wind tousling her hair. He naturally reached out, tucking her hair behind her ear. She looked up and asked, "Is this how your family shops for clothes?" Duan Xiuming reflected for a moment and replied, "Mostly, it's direct delivery from brands. My sister-in-law prefers shopping herself. That is how she does it." Lu Mingyu nodded. "Oh, your sister-in-law is like that." Duan Xiuming added, "When I was young, I once accompanied my brother and sister-in-law shopping. It nearly drove me insane. I never went out shopping with them again." Lu Mingyu inquired, "Why?" Duan Xiuming's expression turned peculiar. "Isabel's shopping is a bottomless pit." "Huh?" Lu Mingyu exclaimed, taken aback. Duan Xiuming explained, "She has so many clothes that she requires an entire building to store them. It's quite terrifying." Lu Mingyu could not help but be curious. "What does your sister-in-law do? Wasn't she a drill instructor in your childhood? How does she live like a celebrity?" Duan Xiuming chuckled. "She is a mercenary. A bounty hunter." Lu Mingyu. Duan Xiuming suddenly proposed, "Would you like ice cream or chocolate?" Lu Mingyu replied, "I don't mind, we can have some." Duan Xiuming took her hand. "I want some." Come with me. Lu Mingyu was puzzled and asked, aren't you controlling your sugar intake? Duan Xiuming responded, I do, but with high exercise consumption. I crave sweets. Lu Mingyu considered this. She glanced at his physique. Clearly a result of extreme physical conditioning. What had he been like in his past as a white eagle? Was he also a mercenary and bounty hunter? She allowed him to lead her in search of a dessert shop. Suddenly he paused, turned around, and looked down at their intertwined hands. Lu Mingyu asked, What's wrong, Lu Mingyu? He called out. Yes, she had grown accustomed to him addressing her by that name. He faced her, gazing into her eyes, and asked, What am I to you? Lu Mingyu's heart nearly skipped a beat. As she looked up, she met his deep, penetrating gaze. He was asking her with utmost seriousness. Boyfriend, she replied. The corners of his lips curved into a broad smile as he swiftly leaned down to kiss her. He then asked, We haven't broken up, have we? She answered, No, we haven't yet. He took her hand once more, and as they walked, their fingers remained entwined. In the evening, the two returned to the hotel early, a suggestion made by Lu Mingyu. She had no idea how many hours he had gone without sleep, having flown from Hong Kong to London, dined, and then driven all night without a moment's rest, followed by a day of shopping. Lu Mingyu could not comprehend how he still had energy, let alone appeared so lively. She rarely commanded him to wash up first, though Duan Xiuming resisted. He was indeed weary. By the time Lu Mingyu emerged from her shower, he had already fallen asleep on the sofa. Tonight, he opted for the couch instead of the floor. Lu Mingyu turned off the main light, leaving only a floor lamp on to prevent the room from plunging into darkness. She would be unable to see. As she approached the bedside, she paused, glancing at the man on the sofa. Chapter 83. The moment you speak, it's a deep water bomb, isn't it? The man on the sofa lay with closed eyes, breathing steadily. He had even managed to grab a pillow, lying flat under a thin blanket. Was he sleeping deeply? While his closed eyes softened his demeanor, the sharp angles of his face still lent him an air of seriousness. Lu Mingyu treaded lightly, approaching him. As she leaned closer, extending a finger, she had yet to make contact. Suddenly, he opened his eyes without warning, his gaze deep and penetrating. Lu Mingyu nearly jumped out of her skin, her body instinctively recoiling. A hand reached out to steady her. His expression remained inscrutable as he scrutinized her, inquiring, What are you doing? Lu Mingyu took a breath to compose herself, replying, I was about to ask you the same. Aren't you asleep? I was, Duan Xiuming replied, his gaze fixed on her, but I can sense when someone approaches. They were close enough that her recent deep breaths brushed against him, sending a tickling sensation through him. His eyes roamed over her features, his peripheral vision catching sight of his hand resting on her waist. He withdrew his hand, lying back to observe her. Lu Mingyu, regaining her composure, asked, How did you know? I was very quiet, Duan Xiuming replied. How do I explain this? After numerous assassination attempts, one becomes attuned to such things. Lu Mingyu gasped in surprise. Assassination? Duan Xiuming spoke with a calm demeanor. Yes, in the past. Lu Mingyu found herself at a loss for words, grappling with the unimaginable experiences he recounted. She climbed onto the bed, reaching to turn off the floor lamp. The room plunged into darkness, enveloped in silence. Are you asleep? He suddenly asked. No, she replied tersely. The shock had rendered her unable to find sleep for a while. After a moment, his voice cut through the stillness again. May I ask you a question? I posed this before, but your answer was rather vague. What is it? She inquired. Why did you choose me for your first time? Without hesitation, Lu Mingyu answered honestly. It's because you look good. In the next heartbeat, the figure on the sofa materialized on the bed, pinning her beneath the covers. She was taken aback by his swift, almost supernatural agility. In an instant, she felt ensnared, like a silkworm wrapped in its cocoon. Unable to move. In the darkness, she could not see him, only feel his breath hovering above her, warm and tantalizing. He uttered a cryptic remark. You usually keep quiet, but when you speak, it's like dropping a depth charge. Isn't it? He was so close that his words brushed against her nose, delivered in a calm tone devoid of discernible emotion. Lu Mingyu, unable to see his expression, found herself perplexed by the implication of his words. Falling into silence. Lost your voice? He teased, shifting slightly, as if nudging her with his knee. Lu Mingyu managed to sound, but he leaned in closer, their proximity intensifying beyond mere breath. Lu Mingyu felt trapped, cocooned in the covers, his closeness rendering her speechless. He froze, ensnared in a prolonged silence, so lengthy that she felt a tingling in her neck. Then, unexpectedly, he lowered his head. She felt his lips brush against hers, though he did not pursue further. He lingered there, their lips barely touching, and asked, Are you feeling any better? His voice was husky and low. Lu Mingyu suddenly sensed something extraordinary. I suppose so, she replied. Then, she heard him emit a soft laugh, faint and mingled with a sigh. You should rest a bit more, he advised, his breath warm and heavy against her. The heat enveloped her, prompting her to stretch her hand out from under the covers. Yet he restrained her, even tucking the blanket tighter around her shoulders. Sleep now, he instructed, rising from the bed to return to the sofa. Lu Mingyu turned her head to glance sideways. Forget it. Night blindness won't let me see anything anyway. The day trip to Paris concluded, and they returned after lunch. Duan Xiuming seemed inexhaustible, even accelerating to shorten their travel time. Lu Mingyu, weary from the journey, pushed open the apartment door to find two large bags filled to the brim on the floor. What is this? She inquired. Dried snacks from Xiangshanao, he replied. Lu Mingyu gasped. Xiangshanao, not Shangjiang. Duan Xiuming opened the bags, revealing jerky, almond cakes, and flaky pastries. Have you tried any of these before? I've only had the jerky. Lu Mingyu admitted. I brought a variety. Taste them all, and let me know which ones you liked. I'll have more sent over. Suddenly Lu Mingyu fell silent, and after a lengthy pause, she murmured, that day on the cruise. I should have gone with you. He had offered to take her around, but she had been eager to visit the cemetery, subsequently encountering Lu Lin, enduring a beating and being captured in Shizi City. A series of events that made her wish for the downfall of the entire Lu family. What? He bent slightly, trying to discern her expression. In that fleeting moment, she appeared profoundly saddened, yet, when she lifted her gaze again, her emotions had vanished. Lu Mingyu shook her head. It's nothing. She turned and retreated to her room, lying on the bed to rest. Just then, her phone began to vibrate incessantly, bombarded by messages from Chen La. Chen La, did you finish your homework, the one assigned on New Year's Eve? Chen La, I can't believe I got so caught up watching fireworks that I drank too much. Slept for a whole day and night, and woke up 20 hours later. Chen La, are you going to the studio? I'm completely devoid of inspiration. Chen La, help, where are you? Damn it. I forgot about the homework, she exclaimed, resigned, as she climbed out of bed and hurried towards the door. An arm barred her way, blocking her path. Duan Xiuming frowned. Where are you off to in such a rush? Having just returned, she was in a hurry to leave. Lu Mingyu began to change her shoes. I have unfinished homework. I need to go to school. Duan Xiuming glanced at the clock. Now, until what time will you be painting? Lu Mingyu wore a look of despair. All night. Duan Xiuming nodded, grabbing the car keys and some snacks for her. An hour later, Chen La burst into the art studio, her hair disheveled. Instead of heading to her own station first, she dashed to Lu Mingyu's side. Let me copy your work, she shouted upon arrival, but after calling out, she realized Lu Mingyu had yet to begin painting. Instead, she had pulled up a stool in front of the canvas. Munching on snacks, Chen La instantly forgot about her homework, asking, what are you eating? Let me try. Lu Mingyu handed her a piece. Chicken cake. Chen La asked, what is that? Lu Mingyu replied, a specialty from Xiangshanao. Chen La took a bite, her eyes lighting up as she reached into Lu Mingyu's bag for a handful, munching eagerly. Speaking of Xiangshanao, she said, still eating, did you go on that cruise I told you about? Did you see those masterpieces? Weren't they breathtaking? Lu Mingyu abruptly froze, turning to gaze at her with a heavy heart. Chen La continued to eat, her expression puzzled. What's wrong? Lu Mingyu snatched the bag away. Give it back. No more for you. Chen La jumped up. Why are you changing your tune suddenly? Are you losing your mind? I won't. I'm going to eat it. Lu Mingyu seized the packaging, ignoring her protests. She had truly fallen victim to Chen La's whims, agreeing to that Xiangshanao cruise. But there were some benefits. She did manage to snag a boyfriend. Lu Mingyu pulled an all-nighter in the school studio. Skipping her morning exercises the next day and heading straight to class, she was so tired that she kept yawning. Chen La fared worse, still not finished with her painting before class, sporting dark circles under her eyes and on the verge of tears. Chapter 84, Engraved Shadows. In the morning, Duan Xiuming returned to the apartment after delivering a nutritious breakfast to someone. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting large shadows on the adjacent white wall as something had created a striking silhouette. He paused, taken aback. A transparent acrylic sheet had been affixed to the window, bearing clusters of scratches. The sunlight hit it at just the right angle, projecting those scratches and shadows onto the wall, forming a portrait in light and shadow. It was his half-length portrait, the most recognizable image of him, slicked back hair and a colorless suit. What an ingenious creation! Just a piece of transparent acrylic, some scratches made with a knife, and through the interplay of sunlight and the wall, it had resulted in such a lifelike shadow portrait. It seemed to breathe. Even the expression vivid, his usual demeanor was captured perfectly, slightly raised eyebrows, a hint of fierceness and seriousness, as if he were looking down on everyone. Duan Xiuming moved closer to examine it, then turned to the acrylic sheet. On its side, two small characters were etched. A Ming had her artistic tools evolved from brushes to this. What else could she use to create art? This was not mere painting. It was a work of art. When had she carved this? What a delightful surprise! In the following days, a light snow fell, but it melted quickly from the warmth of passing vehicles. This city, despite its northern location, rarely saw snow due to the island's warm currents. Lu Mingyu walked early each day, undeterred by the cold, while Duan Xiuming would always insist she walk 2 to 3 laps, regardless of the chill. The daily regimen of breathing exercises, simple training, nutritious meals, and medication significantly improved her health, and her eye discomfort notably diminished. However, Duan Xiuming seemed peculiarly fixated on her, watching her while she painted, ate, and even before sleep. The last time she felt such scrutiny was when they reminisced about their childhood intersections. One evening, as Lu Mingyu prepared for bed, she called out, Duan Xiuming. He was seated on the floor, leaning against the wall, his gaze unwavering as he met hers. What is it? He asked. Lu Mingyu sighed. Why do you look at me like that? Duan Xiuming tilted his head, appraising her features. You are beautiful. Be honest, she challenged. His gaze dropped, surveying her form before he retorted. Are you sure? Lu Mingyu was taken aback, staring into his candid eyes. How could he so effortlessly utter such disconcerting words? So much that Lu Mingyu could no longer bear it. She shifted her gaze. He continued to look at her, fixedly, without even blinking. As he observed her, he reached out and switched off the light. In the ensuing darkness, Lu Mingyu could still sense that penetrating gaze, prompting her to lie down and turn away from him. Suddenly, he climbed onto the bed and embraced her from behind. Lu Mingyu. I need to visit the white-headed eagle. He spoke, his warm breath brushing against her neck. Lu Mingyu stirred, attempting to turn around. Don't move. He pressed down on the blanket, preventing her from shifting. She ceased her insistence and asked, Is there any danger? Duan Xiuming. No, but Lu Mingyu. But, Duan Xiuming. But I will miss you. Lu Mingyu fell silent. Duan Xiuming leaned closer and kissed her earlobe. Will you miss me? Lu Mingyu softly replied, yes. Duan Xiuming's breath mingled with his laughter. You must take good care of yourself, understand? Lu Mingyu understood. He gently patted her back and said, sleep now. With that, he slid off the bed and returned to the ground. Lu Mingyu took a deep breath and called out, don't sleep on the floor. He firmly rejected, I will continue to sleep on the floor until you recover. Lu Mingyu. Duan Xiuming, so you must get better quickly. The annual leave had long since passed, yet the aristocratic families of Shizi City suddenly buzzed with excitement as discussions erupted in various groups over a particular event. Unlike the elder groups that hinted at matters subtly, the younger crowd in the Shizi circle was unabashedly vocal and relished the drama. How lushing! Breaking news! My goodness, it's unbelievable that there is still gossip about the Lu family. Come out. He-san, what? Su Wenjun, what gossip about the Lu family? Did Uncle Lu and Lu Lin get discharged from the hospital? How lushing, they almost kicked the bucket. Su Wenjun? He-san, hurry up and explain what happened. How lushing, last month, the Lu family quietly took a trip to international waters, and when they returned, 4 of them were covered in injuries. Su Wenjun, how could that be? How lushing, you know how international waters are, they belong to no nation free of constraints. In short, they woke up in a basement enduring a dark ordeal, with no idea who was behind it. He-san, what kind of torment? How lushing, beatings, and threats, the kind that leaves you bleeding. Rumor has it they were even tossed into the sea in the dead of night and fished back out. All battered, and you know there are sharks in those waters. He-san, I was wondering why the Lu family disappeared for so long. How lushing, moreover one of them had their tendons severed irreparably, and all their fingernails were ripped off, vanishing without a trace. He-san, how brutal, who? Su Wenjun, Lu Lin, did he gamble and owe money? International waters are notorious for that, debts can be disastrous. How lushing, you've hit the nail on the head, it's not Lu Lin, it's Lu Qian. He-san? Su Wenjun, why Lu Qian, who did she provoke? He-san, sounds like targeted revenge. How lushing, I don't know if that's all the information I have, why don't you visit the hospital, the whole family is lying there in a row. He-san, a group outing? I am so curious, should I bring some fruit to visit? Susuya, 1, Su Wenjun, that's too vicious, too terrifying, it's simply lawless. Yeah, don't be curious about these matters, they're not for you to inquire about. Susuya, Su Wenjun, you can go die, you foolish thing. In the next moment, Susuya, Lu Qian, come out and tell us if this is true, who did you offend, why were only your tendons severed? Su Wenjun was struck with terror. Was his sister out of her mind? How could she openly mention the victim in the group? How Lusheng was equally stunned, realizing he had overlooked the presence of the Lu siblings in the group chat due to their long silence. At that moment, a group message popped up. Lu Qian has exited the group chat. The once passive members of the group erupted into chaos, quickly offering Su Suya their respects. How fierce was this girl? Among them, He-san was the most dramatic, executing a smooth kneel, utterly impressed. Chapter 85. My brother went a week after Duan Xiuming's departure. Lu Mingyu was in the studio at school organizing her assignments when her phone rang. It was a call. Upon answering, a familiar voice resonated on the other end. Wifey, he called out, his voice rich with charm. Lu Mingyu's lips curled into a smile. What's up, Duan Xiuming? The contract has arrived. Since I'm not around, can someone else sign on your behalf? Lu Mingyu, sure, Duan Xiuming. My brother has gone. Lu Mingyu was taken aback. Wait, your brother, Duan Xiuming? I don't trust anyone else. I asked him to fly over. Lu Mingyu, but no, you two brothers are being overly dramatic. Did this minor issue really warrant such a grand gesture? Duan Xiuming seemed to sense her thoughts and explained. The Shanghai Guochao project is a key initiative, very serious, with significant future implications. I cannot disclose commercial secrets or details. My brother's presence is quite appropriate. Lu Mingyu hesitated. Is that so, Duan Xiuming? Yes. I just wanted to inform you of this. Lu Mingyu, Alright, can I have your brother's contact information, or should I wait for him to call? Duan Xiuming, he is already here. Lu Mingyu, he is here? Duan Xiuming, yes, he is outside the Cunning studio building, at the main entrance. Lu Mingyu took a deep breath and heavily called out, Duan Xiuming, yes, what is it, wifey? Lu Mingyu, could you please inform me of such things in advance next time? Duan Xiuming, no. Lu Mingyu gritted her teeth, just you wait. She quickly hung up on him, rushing outside without time to prepare. Outside the building, students passing by paused in surprise, casting curious glances. A fleet of cars was parked there, creating a grand spectacle. One of the vehicles was surrounded by a large group of bodyguards clad in black, standing alertly in various positions. Nearby, several cars had their doors opened, from which emerged individuals holding briefcases, appearing to be a team, all dressed in suits. When Lu Mingyu appeared in her painting attire, the onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Was this the lead artist for the Duan family's key project? Shanghai Guochao, it was excessive to be this young, not to mention her disheveled appearance, splattered with paint, even wearing a pair of rain boots. This was utterly contrary to their expectations of a high-profile figure. At that moment, the door of the vehicle surrounded by bodyguards opened, revealing a man dressed in traditional Chinese attire, the heir of the Duan family. Duan Liqing. Lu Mingyu had seen his photos and videos in news reports, but encountering him in person was still surprising. An air of refined elegance emanated from him. He appeared younger than anticipated, tall and well-preserved, hardly resembling a 36-year-old. He looked more like he was in his late 20s. Duan Liqing was momentarily astonished to see Lu Mingyu, surprised by her attire, but quickly broke into a smile and approached her. A painter, how fitting, Miss Lu, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. He initiated with a smile, extending his right hand. This was intended to be a handshake, but Lu Mingyu, in her rush, had paint all over her hands. As she extended her hand halfway, she retracted it. Caught in an awkward moment, seeing this, Duan Liqing laughed heartily. Don't worry, it was my oversight. Lu Mingyu found herself at a loss for words and could only greet him. Hello, Mr. Duan. Duan Liqing nodded. In the future, you should call me Big Brother. Would you like to give it a try, Lu Mingyu? What, Big Brother? She realized that the members of the Duan family were quite direct. Duan Liqing did not press her further, smiling as he changed the subject. I've brought a team of lawyers. Shall we review the contract first? Lu Mingyu nodded. Sure. The several individuals holding briefcases stepped forward immediately, commencing formal negotiations. The surrounding bodyguards quickly formed a circle to shield the onlookers' gaze, ensuring the confidentiality of the signing process. Lu Mingyu watched in astonishment as the lawyer team seemed equally stunned, striving not to let their eyes wander to her vibrantly colored attire. Once the signatures were secured, the group gathered their briefcases and returned to their vehicles, sneaking a few glances at her as they left. Duan Liqing, however, stayed behind, seemingly with more to say. Lu Mingyu looked at him and expressed her gratitude. Thank you for the investment from the Duan family. I will make sure to paint well. Duan Liqing, you are still in school, take your time to adapt at your own pace. This is a long-term plan, and Ming will assist you, so take it slow. Given his age, he regarded Lu Mingyu as one would a child, his tone and demeanor radiating warmth. This kindness was in stark contrast to the fate of Lu Qiulian, emanating from within. At that moment, Lu Mingyu suddenly comprehended a profound saying: gentleness is the grace bestowed by the strong. It is the broad-mindedness of those in power, embracing imperfections, allowing for errors and failures to occur. Lu Mingyu's mindset relaxed, and as she looked at the man before her, her heart gradually found peace. No wonder Duan Xiuming often referred to him as my brother. He frequently mentioned this sibling. Truly, he was an admirable figure. She felt envious of such a family. Duan Liqing then handed her a list. This is your assistant team. They can handle material procurement or auction events on your behalf. Lu Mingyu remarked. Auction, the assistant team can comprehend. Duan Xiuming mentioned it once before, yet she still needs to sift through materials at the auction. Just how grand of a project does the Duan family intend to undertake? Duan Liqing added, moreover, there is another matter I wish to discuss with you, regarding the members of the artist team, specifically your assistant artists. Do you have any thoughts on the quantity and selection? The Shanghai Guochao project is an entire series, and the workload is immense. It is impossible for Lu Mingyu to complete all the artwork alone. There must be a division of labor. Commercial collaboration is not merely about creative inspiration. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Mingyu inquired, may I ask if you have any candidates in mind? Duan Liqing raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised by her reaction. He replied, I assumed you would choose from among your classmates. Lu Mingyu shook her head. That would not be appropriate. I prefer the Duan family to make selections, but please choose assistant artists whose style aligns closely with mine. The high tuition at the Royal Academy serves as a barrier. Many who study fine arts have not only passion but also higher aspirations. Lu Mingyu aims for the pinnacle, and so do the others. Each student here possesses a distinct personality, with an array of unique artistic styles. It is unrealistic to work as an assistant under someone else's shadow. Not just style, but also creativity and affiliations. There are too many factors that could lead to discord. Disputes could arise over minor details. Potentially escalating to serious confrontations. Art and commerce can indeed intertwine, yet they remain fundamentally distinct. The Shanghai Guoqiao project is of great significance. We cannot afford to waste time on such trivial disagreements. Duan Liqing nodded appreciatively. You truly are as clever and rational as Ming described, and it is quite impressive. Lu Mingyu felt somewhat dazed, as the Duan family seemed fond of showering compliments. Duan Xiuming might have a temper and be prone to scolding, but he always praised her. Was her brother the same? It gave her the illusion that anything she did would be validated. Perhaps it was not merely an illusion. Chapter 86. Eyes glimmering after discussing serious matters, Duan Liqing glanced at the car behind him. It was as though he were explaining, your sister-in-law has yet to adjust to the time difference and has fallen asleep in the car. I couldn't bear to wake her. I will introduce you to her next time. Lu Mingyu responded. Alright. So now she was addressing them as brother and sister-in-law. Duan Liqing continued, your sister-in-law worked exceptionally hard in her youth, leaving her with some lingering ailments, and she takes her health quite seriously, so I hope you don't mind. Lu Mingyu shook her head. Not at all. She glanced towards the car, catching sight of a pair of long legs resting on the front seat. The silhouette of a tall figure. Was that Isabel? She looked quite formidable. Duan Liqing continued to chat casually. Ming was spoiled by the family since childhood, and he can be temperamental. If he ever annoys you, feel free to give him a good hit. Lu Mingyu's expression became somewhat peculiar. It felt like advice from an elder. However, could she really hit Duan Xiuming? Duan Liqing chuckled. He wouldn't retaliate against you. You could easily strike him. Lu Mingyu was taken aback, unable to respond to Duan Liqing, then asked, are you planning to go to Hong Kong with Ming during the holidays? My parents are very eager to meet you. Such an invitation was utterly impossible to decline. Lu Mingyu nodded. Alright, then I shall impose. Duan Liqing's smile broadened. We are family. It is no imposition. Lu Mingyu's emotions were difficult to articulate at that moment. Once their conversation concluded, Duan Liqing bid her farewell and entered his car, driving away. Lu Mingyu stood still, watching the convoy set off. Just a few meters down the road, the rear window of the middle car suddenly rolled down. A woman leaned halfway out, appearing as if she had just awakened. Her hair tousled, yet her eyes sparkled brightly as she looked back. It was Isabel. Lu Mingyu was taken aback and waved in return. The convoy sped away, disappearing from her sight. She turned and returned to the Pure Art Studio building, only to collide with Chenla, who rushed towards her. Chenla seized her arm, excitedly asking, who was that just now? Why were there so many bodyguards surrounding you? What a grand affair. Who were they? Lu Mingyu replied, Duan Xiuji's brother. Chenla paused, frowning. Did he offer you money to break up? How much? If it's less than 50 million. I wouldn't agree. Damn, Lu Mingyu corrected. He invited me to Hong Kong to meet his family. Chenla's eyes widened. You're meeting the family already? What kind of celestial family is this? Lu Mingyu added. There is also a collaboration. I need you to keep this confidential for now, Chenla exclaimed. A collaboration? Wait, what kind of form does it take? Lu Mingyu tilted her head. I'll be the lead artist for a project. Chenla was ecstatic. Is that for real? Let us celebrate. Lu Mingyu confirmed. Yes, let us. Inside the car, Isabel was being pulled back by Duan Liqing. She kicked him lightly on the calf, scolding, Didn't I tell you to wake me up? Duan Liqing sighed. Do you want to take a look? You were sleeping so deeply, you were even drooling. Isabel responded. What? She glanced down and noticed a small wet patch on her collar. Duan Liqing patted her hand gently. There is still time. I invited the young lady to visit Hong Kong during the holidays, and she agreed. Isabel tilted her head. Alright, I'll sleep a little longer. Lu Mingyu's identity had shifted. In addition to being a student at the Royal Academy, she was now the lead artist for a significant project with the Duan family. She would create Shanghai Guoqiao under the name Lu Mingyu. The selection of the artist team members was ongoing, and once confirmed they would come to meet her, possibly settling directly in this city for convenient future collaboration, renting a workshop and establishing a studio? In any case, she found herself busier than ever, balancing her daily exercises and nutritious meals, with hospital checkups every half-month. The last checkup was with Duan Xiuming, but this time she was alone, which left her feeling somewhat dazed. It had been a while since he had been away for such an extended period. Their last argument had nearly led to a breakup, and he had flown across the ocean to find her after just 3 days. Now, however, it had been 15 days, and the separation seemed to stretch on. He showed no signs of returning. If not for his daily texts and phone calls, she might have thought he had vanished. Days passed, and Lu Mingyu was working on her assignments in the studio at school when her phone screen lit up repeatedly with group messages. Lu Yi was the name of her artist team. Totaling 8 members, including herself as the lead artist, the 7 assistants were all talents chosen by the Duan family, with varied ages and experiences, yet united in their artistic style, all passionate practitioners of traditional Chinese painting. Initially, 2 of them were quite resistant to Lu Mingyu, but after seeing her piece Jiangqi, their dissenting voices faded once they learned of her high proficiency in calligraphy and her enrollment at the Royal Academy. The 7 became admirers. At that moment, the assistant artists were discussing the sequence and details of Shanghai Guoqiao in the group chat. The overarching framework and direction had already been established by Lu Mingyu and documented. She shared it in the group, requesting her team to help organize, summarize, and refine it. Such preparations were essential before putting pen to paper. Leading a team differs from individual creation. She needed to ensure that each member could contribute their utmost. Once Lu Mingyu completed a piece of work, the discussions in the artist group were nearing their conclusion. She glanced through the chat and instructed them to compile their notes into a document and send it back to her. Next, she dialed a phone number. Shortly after, a female assistant entered the studio to help Lu Mingyu with mounting and organizing her work, and now, in addition to her artist team, Lu Mingyu had an assistant team as well. 3 assistants accompanied her, 1 life assistant responsible for her daily needs, transportation, and scheduling, 1 executive assistant liaising with the Duan family for work, sourcing rare minerals worldwide, or running errands at auction houses. And the assistant in the studio, who helped with mounting and other mundane tasks. This assistant, named Xiaoan, was around 30 but appeared youthful, almost like a little girl. Xiaoan had been there for several days and was familiar with the tasks. A mere glance from Lu Mingyu would suffice for her to understand what needed to be done. She was remarkably professional and responsible. With the assistants, Lu Mingyu felt considerably more at ease. She no longer had to handle everything personally and could focus her time and energy where it mattered most. Boldly forging ahead, watching Xiaoan busily at work, Lu Mingyu opened a bottle of mineral water and began to drink. It was quite late, already 10 in the evening. Xiaoan was focused and quiet, but as she turned to grab her tools, she caught sight of Lu Mingyu finishing her water and casually tossing the bottle into the trash can. She froze momentarily. Lu Mingyu, puzzled, asked, "What's wrong?" Xiaoan snapped out of her daze and smiled. "President Lu, just now, you look like a star." Lu Mingyu, confused, inquired, "What?" Xiaoan shook her head. "I can't quite describe it. Your eyes were sparkling, so bright." Lu Mingyu paused, reflecting. She had indeed been feeling increasingly well lately, perhaps due to her dietary adjustments and exercise. Everything was falling into place. She felt busy yet not fatigued. Finding joy and boundless energy in her pursuits. Sparkling eyes, were they as bright as they were in her childhood? Chapter 87. "You're back." Lu Mingyu exchanged a few words with Xiaoan before leaving early. Knowing that Xiaoan would handle the remaining organization. As she exited the building, she instinctively walked towards the right. For the past few days, her life assistant had been picking her up, and the car was always parked on the right, a spacious and luxurious white van. The Duan family seemed to favor white, likely a reflection of Duan Xiuming's preferences. However, after taking just a few steps, she halted. Where was the car? How peculiar. Her life assistant had never been late before. Usually arriving well in advance, regardless of how long the wait. The assistants arranged by the Duan family had all been meticulously selected, and not far behind her, Duan Xiuming leaned against the side door of a white ghostly vehicle. Silently observing her, awaiting the moment she would realize others in vehicles lingered at the entrance, she emerged without a glance, veering right, lost in her thoughts, so deeply absorbed. Lu Mingyu did not linger too long. Not because she noticed the presence of others nearby, but rather due to the chill. Intending to retreat indoors to make a call, however, as she turned around, she beheld that ethereal white ghost of a car and the man who smiled at her. It was unclear how long they had exchanged glances, nor how long he had smiled. He retained his familiar visage, showing little change. The night breeze tousled his hair, 2 strands brushing against his forehead. Gently swaying. Lu Mingyu hurried over, her eyes suddenly sparkling like stars. Duan Xiuming. Duan Xiuming stood momentarily stunned, forgetting to greet her. It was not until she reached him, arms outstretched embracing him, that warmth enveloped them. "You're back?" She looked up, radiating joy. He felt something within him unfurl, as her eyes struck his soul with a profound force. "Yes, I have returned," he replied softly, suddenly feeling a bit shy. Lu Mingyu released her hold. It had been over 20 days, nearly a month. To see him again, coming to pick her up after school as he used to, filled her with elation, yet he did not let go, pulling her closer. Burying his head into her shoulder, this was how it should be. It should have been this way long ago. They embraced for an eternity, long enough for Lu Mingyu's neck to ache, before he finally released her. He opened the door for her, assisting her into the seat, then started the car. As they drove, he reached for the passenger seat. This time, she didn't hesitate, placing her hand in his palm. Duan Xiuming grasped her hand and inquired, "Are you hungry?" Lu Mingyu replied, "Just a little." Duan Xiuming asked, "Is your body feeling better? Would you like a late-night snack?" With improvements in her condition, it was no longer necessary to rigidly adhere to a strict diet. Occasionally indulging would not cause harm. In the future, she ought to enjoy more freedom, to eat whatever her heart desired, savoring culinary delights from around the world. Suddenly, Lu Mingyu declared, "I want to drink some alcohol." Duan Xiuming glanced sideways, his tone firm. No, a bit of indulgence was acceptable, but drinking was out of the question. Lu Mingyu protested, "But I'm feeling a bit happy. I want to have just a sip." Duan Xiuming tightened his grip on her hand. "Let us wait a while. Once you're fully recovered, I'll drink with you until dawn. How does that sound?" Lu Mingyu acquiesced. "All right, then I want to eat barbecue." Duan Xiuming let out a long sigh. "Don't make this difficult for me. Choose something healthy." Lu Mingyu added, "I also want to smoke a cigarette." Duan Xiuming raised his voice. "Lu Mingyu." He realized then that she was feeling better, her spirits lifted, her eyes shining brightly, she was starting to act mischievously, not transformed, her true nature had always been there, previously lurking in the shadows, now brazenly displayed. Gaining confidence, Duan Xiuming couldn't help but smile at the corner of his eye, observing her with a fondness he couldn't quite explain. Ultimately, he did not indulge her whims, ensuring they ate healthily. They returned to the apartment late at night. Duan Xiuming forbade her from staying up late, urging her to wash up and go to bed. When she emerged from the shower, he had already prepared a makeshift bed. Leaning against the wall atop the blanket, Lu Mingyu asked, "Did you wash up?" Duan Xiuming nodded. "I washed before coming to pick you up." Her gaze swept over his long-sleeved shirt, and suddenly she commanded, "Take off your shirt, Duan Xiuming." Lu Mingyu insisted. "Hurry up." Duan Xiuming stood and complied silently. She noticed something amiss. He had never worn a shirt to bed before. Upon removing it, several bruises became visible, scattered across his chest and back, the result of bullets striking his bulletproof vest. His arms bore injuries as well, though treated, they evoked images of past horrors. This once formidable physique now appeared battered and bruised. Lu Mingyu frowned and stepped closer, extending her hand to gently touch his wounds, her fingers cool, like a feather brushing against him. "Does it hurt?" she asked. He maintained his composure, merely shaking his head. "Weren't you supposed to be in no danger?" She pressed. He blinked, hesitating, unsure of how to respond. Lu Mingyu nodded in understanding, stating, "These to you are not considered dangerous." Duan Xiuming's expression was neutral. "Yes, not significant." Lu Mingyu lowered her gaze, softly inquiring, "What did you do at the White Eagle?" Duan Xiuming replied, "I cleared out a small underground faction." Lu Mingyu raised her eyes to meet his, her brow furrowed, a hint of skepticism in her gaze. Duan Xiuming smiled slightly, grasping her wandering fingers. "Don't touch." There truly was no danger, it was precautionary. He lied, this was not merely a small faction, but neither was it large. He withheld the fact that this faction had ties to art, which could potentially impact her in the future as the national style sought to reach the world. Lu Mingyu pondered for a moment, asking, "Will there be danger for you in the future?" Duan Xiuming closed his eyes briefly, then answered, "Most likely not. I've already faced the risks. Danger is a thing of the past." Lu Mingyu, is that the truth? Duan Xiuming nodded. Indeed, he was not lying. He cherished life more than ever, yearning for longevity. Lu Mingyu nodded, then suddenly said, "When you engage in these minor dangers in the future, could you take me along?" Duan Xiuming raised an eyebrow. Lu Mingyu carefully chose her words. "I'm just curious. I want to see." Duan Xiuming gazed into her eyes, unexpectedly leaning down to kiss the corner of her lips. "Lu Mingyu." Duan Xiuming smiled playfully. "You think your frail physique could keep up? You'd just hold me back." Lu Mingyu withdrew her hand from his grasp, falling silent as she climbed into bed. Duan Xiuming found amusement in her retreating form as she turned her back to him. He switched off the light and, in the darkness, proposed, "How about we enhance your physical training? I'll teach you to fly a helicopter in a year." With a swift motion, she turned in bed, her movements exaggerated. Duan Xiuming could even feel her shift to the edge of the bed, her gaze fixed intently on him. He wondered what she, with her slight night blindness, could see, but those eyes must have been shining brilliantly at that moment. His lips curled into a wider smile as he began to tempt her. "How about a fighter jet in 5 years?" Thump, thump, thump. The heart of that little trickster raced with excitement. Duan Xiuming warned, "Protect your eyes, otherwise you won't be able to do anything. Understood?" Lu Mingyu, "Yes, sir." Chapter 88, Fiancé. On a weekend morning, Duan Xiuming, as before, woke Lu Mingyu, altering her usual morning exercise routine by presenting a brand new physical training plan. For the first time, she truly understood what it meant to be utterly exhausted after the session. Her heart raced for 2 hours without respite. Duan Xiuming observed her, employing various professional instruments to record and compare her heart rate, blood oxygen levels, and respiratory frequency, subsequently refining the training regimen. Lu Mingyu sat on the sofa, leaning back, passively allowing him to conduct the measurements without moving. Duan Xiuming asked, "Shall we continue tomorrow?" As a coach, he was utterly relentless. Lu Mingyu shook her head vigorously, unable to endure it. Duan Xiuming teased, "Don't want to fly a helicopter anymore, Lu Mingyu?" Duan Xiuming took out a pen, sketching and adjusting the plan. "Reduce it by 1/3, take it slow." She had improved significantly, yet still fell short of normal standards. In simple terms, her condition remained rather feeble. He didn't want to push her too hard. Lu Mingyu exhaled deeply, continuing to lean on the sofa, letting herself empty. Duan Xiuming casually initiated a topic. "Have you met my brother and sister-in-law?" "What did you think?" Lu Mingyu contemplated. "They're both such fascinating individuals." Duan Xiuming inquired with a smile. "Did you notice how they interact?" Lu Mingyu shook her head. "I didn't observe how they relate. But they look remarkably youthful. Your brother appears a decade younger than his actual age. Is your sister-in-law even 25? Duan Xiuming replied, "My brother is 36 this year, and my sister-in-law is 38." Lu Mingyu tilted her head in surprise, asking, "What is their secret to maintaining such youth?" Duan Xiuming shrugged casually. "How would I know? Skincare, injections." Lu Mingyu. Duan Xiuming glanced at her, suddenly deepening his gaze. "But I know another way to stay youthful." Lu Mingyu, intrigued, asked, "What is it?" Duan Xiuming approached her, leaning in closely, stopping just a few centimeters away. She felt his breath grow heavier, warmer against her skin, and he locked his gaze on her, uttering two words: abstinence. Lu Mingyu was taken aback. What? Duan Xiuming leaned in closer, encircling her with his arms, his body hovering above hers, gazing intently into her eyes. He tilted his head and repeated, abstinence. Lu Mingyu blinked, bewildered. He was so near. Close enough to kiss her, yet he audaciously uttered those words. She found it difficult to articulate the situation. Duan Xiuming's gaze drifted down to her lips, pausing, his eyes filled with ambiguity. After a moment, he leaned back, increasing the distance between them. His gaze returned to her eyes, and a smile graced his lips. "Let us stick to injections." Lu Mingyu. In the days that followed, Duan Xiuming took on the role of escorting her, transforming the responsibilities of her life assistant, alleviating the workload significantly. The artist team gathered in London, but contrary to Lu Mingyu's expectations of renting a studio, they resided in the same apartment as her. It was unclear whether this was Duan Xiuming's grand gesture or the extravagant nature of the Duan family, but after allocating residences for the 7 individuals, they also purchased an entire floor for their artistic endeavors. Lu Mingyu was left utterly speechless. The days of heightened busyness have arrived. She is either attending classes or immersed in painting at the studio. The preparatory work for Shanghai Guoqiao has been completed, and she has commenced her brushwork, each piece grand in scale, with several stretching several meters in length. Her daily physical training has not been neglected, and she has even advanced a level, her physical capabilities strengthening day by day. Duan Xiuming has not ventured far from home, residing in the apartment daily, idling about like a true wastrel. He continues to sleep on the floor, yet he possesses an odd quirk. Each morning, he awakens her by playfully slapping her rear. Despite his insistence, she remains unresponsive. The weather has warmed. Time swiftly progresses to the end of the semester, and academic pressures are mounting. One afternoon, Lu Mingyu ventured into the studio's partition to finalize her incomplete study project. Chenla charged in, irate, exclaiming, "Lu Mingyu, it's the end of the semester." Lu Mingyu nodded. "I am aware it is the end of the semester. Why are you making such a fuss?" Chenla retorted. "Have you completed your feedback?" Lu Mingyu replied, "It's done and submitted." Chenla lamented, I detest writing summaries. How can you submit it so quickly? Let me copy yours." Lu Mingyu cast a sidelong glance at the person beside her. "Our styles are so vastly different. There is no similarity in our summaries. Are you trying to fail?" Chenla exclaimed in exasperation. "Save me, it would be easier to paint a picture." She stormed off, her voice echoing in the corridor as she expressed her frustration. Other petitions intermittently resonated with shouts, mirroring her chaos. As the semester draws to a close, everyone tends to lose their composure, driven by stress. Lu Mingyu feels the pressure too, yet she prioritizes efficiency and practicality, quickly dismissing the recent commotion to focus on her academic projects. Failing is not an option. She has a scholarship to apply for. Once engrossed in her work, time slips away unnoticed. Approximately 3 hours later, she completed a piece and was about to continue when suddenly a voice rang out from behind. "Lu Mingyu, long time no see." It was neither a classmate nor Duan Xiuming. Lu Mingyu paused, turning to see 2 individuals, Xu Ringkun and Qin Lian, blocking the door, wearing an indescribable grin, hand in hand, a fish in a barrel. In an instant, Lu Mingyu furrowed her brow, ignoring Qin Lian's greeting as she focused on Xu Ringkun. "You aren't a pure art major. How did you get in?" she inquired. "The studio building has strict access controls. One must apply via email to visit, not to mention Duan Xiuming has his ways, but why is Xu Ringkun not a pure art major?" "Allowed entry," and he brought Qin Lian along. With Qin Lian, who has come all the way from Shizi City, Xu Ringkun smiled. "I am also a student at the Royal College of Art. Obtaining permission to visit is quite simple." Lu Mingyu then turned her gaze to Qin Lian, her expression unmistakably clear. "Unwelcome, disgust." Qin Lian opened his arms. "It's been months. Shall we share a hug?" As he spoke, he stepped forward. The partition was spacious enough for one person to paint, but with Lu Mingyu's increasing belongings, including shelves and numerous frames, the 3 of them appeared cramped and suffocating. Lu Mingyu calmly regarded Qin Lian, taking a step back while her peripheral vision swept over Xu Ringkun. Understood, these 2 are acquainted. No wonder Xu Ringkun harbors such hostility toward her, tirelessly spreading rumors about her at school, and it also explains how Qin Lian managed to find this place. She looked at Qin Lian and said, "Didn't you injure your hands? Are you seeking another injury?" Qin Lian's expression darkened instantly. "Lu Mingyu, don't be ungrateful." A few months ago at the airport, he had never experienced such humiliation. Xu Ringkun quietly advised, "Qin, keep it low-key. It's better to discuss this outside." Qin Lian, unfazed, retorted, "I merely came to greet my fiancée. It's not a crime." Lu Mingyu snapped her gaze to him. "Fiancée, chapter 89, then you should perish and go to the underworld to propose." Qin Lian smirked, confidently asserting, "Isn't that the case? I have indeed proposed." Lu Mingyu questioned, "Who did you propose to?" Qin Lian replied, "Of course, to the Lu family." "You, Lu Mingyu, cannot deny it. Your family accepted the bride price. Please maintain your integrity." Xu Ringkun nodded in agreement. you're engaged, you should tone it down, yet he continues to flirt and cohabit with someone else at school? Do the families of that lightning speed boyfriend know about this? The thought made Xu Rinkuan smirk. Lu Mingyu interjected, what the Lu family says is irrelevant. Qin Lian scrutinized her, then who holds the authority? If necessary, I'll propose again, worry not, I have plenty of patience. After months apart, she has grown increasingly beautiful, tantalizingly so. Lu Mingyu replied, it is undoubtedly my parents who hold the authority. Qin Lian frowned. Sensing something amiss. Lu Lin had privately informed him of Lu Mingyu's situation. She is not the biological daughter of the Lu couple, yet she has been raised by them and is included in the family tree. Why then, was she suddenly mentioning her biological parents? Qin Lian pondered before asking, who are your biological parents, where are they? If necessary, he would propose again. After all, Lu Mingyu was destined to be his. Lu Mingyu smirked, my parents have passed away. If you insist on proposing, you might as well die and go to the underworld to ask for their blessing. Xu Rinkuan was momentarily taken aback, his shock evident as he gazed at her. Such venomous words. Qin Lian's expression soured. Are you cursing me? Your tongue is truly malicious. Have you ever tasted what it's like to be kissed? With that, he stepped closer in the confined space. Extending his hand toward her, Xu Rinkuan intended to intervene, but upon glancing at the corridor, he noticed that everyone was preoccupied with their final projects and feedback summaries, even if Qin Lian were to forcefully approach. What could it matter? Thus, he stood still. However, at that moment, Lu Mingyu swiftly grabbed the utility knife from the nearby table. With a swift motion, she extended it fully, and as Qin Lian's hand reached out, she swung her arm, slicing down. There was no hesitation. She was no longer the person she once was. Her morning training over the past few months had proven beneficial. In the blink of an eye, her movements were swift, ruthless, and precise, devoid of even a millisecond of doubt. Qin Lian cried out in pain as blood gushed forth, not dripping, but spraying onto the ground, splashing, gaping wound in his palm. Blood gushed forth profusely. Xu Rinkuan was taken aback, his pupils constricting in horror as he witnessed the scene, nearly fainting at the sight of blood. What just happened? How did it escalate to this? Qin Lian clutched his other hand to staunch the bleeding, while still shouting in anger, Lu Mingyu, how dare you cut me? Are you insane? You're completely deranged. Lu Mingyu remained composed. This is laughable. Who are you to enter here? You barged in to disrupt my painting and attempted violence. It would be normal for me to kill you. Who doesn't know that this studio has strict access controls? The works of pure art students are highly valuable. They cannot be shown to just anyone. Moreover, I haven't moved an inch. It was you who rushed in and initiated the attack, even if I severed your carotid artery. It would simply be a slip of the hand. So what? Xu Rinkuan flustered exclaimed. Qin, let us go. Qin Lian forcefully shook him off. Why should I leave? She attacked me with a knife. Why should I be the one to flee? Xu Rinkuan was frantic. I brought you in here illegally. He had never anticipated that the situation would spiral so out of control. Amidst their struggle, Qin Lian's wound tore open further, blood splattering onto both of them. The volume of blood so substantial that it appeared he might bleed out. Xu Rinkuan grew increasingly anxious. Qin, we need to get to the hospital. Hospital? Lu Mingyu observed the two, pulling out her phone. Did I grant you permission to go to the hospital? Calmly, she dialed a number. The school's reporting hotline. Unauthorized entry into the Pure Art Studio. No1 is leaving. The commotion attracted the attention of other students in adjacent partitions, and soon individuals began to gather to see what was happening. Upon witnessing the scene, a wave of screams began to ripple through the corridors, echoing back and forth. The crowd swelled, encircling the area, all pure art students who had been drawn by the noise. Their expressions collectively one of shock. They were oblivious to the details, only aware of the argument and the blood everywhere, on the floor, on the walls, and on the two men, an atmosphere of gruesome horror. Some well-meaning students attempted to restrain them, eager to call an ambulance. Now Xu Rinkuan found it impossible to take Qin Lian away. Frustrated, Xu Rinkuan felt the urge to curse. Moments later, school staff arrived, issuing a loud reprimand. Qin Lian, unable to articulate in English, was shouting erratically, blood continuing to spurt from his hand. Xu Rinkuan, clear in his speech, focused entirely on exonerating himself. Lu Mingyu succinctly narrated her account, then awaited the school's intervention. The situation was dire and chaotic, blood pooled everywhere. The staff, pressed for time, quickly took Qin Lian to address his injury before asking for details. Lu Mingyu had truly not held back. She had delivered a decisive slash. Who knows if she had even reached the bone? She was unfazed. Ultimately, the injury resulted in Qin Lian bleeding profusely, the blood trailing from her partition all the way to the entrance, creating a truly shocking scene. It was as if the pure art building had been stained with blood. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Once the injured were taken away, an eerie silence enveloped the corridor, and the gazes fixed upon her conveyed an indescribable fear. This woman, after committing such an act, showed no sign of remorse. She appeared completely unperturbed, even crossing her arms, leaning against the wall of the corridor, frowning as she regarded the blood-soaked floor. Her expression seemed to convey, Disdain, disgust, Chenla rushed over, and by then, Qin Lian was already gone, leaving only a pool of blood. It resembled a crime scene. What on earth happened? She exclaimed. Had she missed a grand spectacle during her brief absence? No one responded to her. The crowd remained engulfed in a state of shock. Lu Mingyu also remained silent, her anger palpable. At that moment, Shuriken snapped back to reality, seemingly unable to contain himself as he interjected. Lu Mingyu's fiancé has arrived. The one she is engaged to, the one who has paid the betrothal gifts, Chenla asked. What fiancé? She was asking about blood, Shuriken added hastily. Lu Mingyu intends to murder her husband. The people in the corridor turned in unison to look at Lu Mingyu. They were still reeling from the previous shock, and now they were confronted with yet another piece of gossip. A fiancé? Who was that handsome man who brought her meals every day? Could it be true that the rumors of her leading a double life were real? That knife just now nearly killed someone. Shuriken relished the moment, indulging in his own words, but suddenly realized something was amiss. This was not his concern. Lu Mingyu's demeanor had clearly indicated her indifference to the lives of others. And that knife was not wielded in self-defense. Was she targeting Qin Lian's life? As this realization struck him, Shuriken's hair stood on end. Simultaneously, a piercing gaze shot towards him from behind. He turned around and saw Lu Mingyu lifting her foot, approaching him, a utility knife in her hand, glinting ominously as it was pushed down, still stained with blood, Qin Lian's blood. She smiled and spoke. If you have a loose tongue, perhaps you should cut it off. At chapter 90. Say that again. What fiancé? The crowd in the corridor collectively parted to give her a clear path, no one daring to obstruct her. This woman had just spilled blood in the pure art building. Who would be brave enough to stop her? Shuriken's mind exploded with panic. He didn't have time to think as he bolted for the exit. He truly had spoken too carelessly, time and again. He failed to learn his lesson. He ran swiftly, not daring to look back, escaping as if his life depended on it. Lu Mingyu pursued him for a couple of steps before halting at the entrance. Shuriken stumbled out, breathless, momentarily dazed by the sight of the sky outside. He had truly been terrified. The very knife that had just drawn Qin Lian's blood was being held by her, her expression devoid of emotion as she approached. It was undeniably frightening. Shuriken gasped for air. At that moment, the door behind him swung open with a thud. Something was tossed out. Shuriken turned in horror to see a broken knife blade, sharp and glistening. Stained with blood, lifting his gaze, he found Lu Mingyu leaning against the doorframe, smiling at him. Shuriken, he had provoked a lunatic. His legs turned to jelly. He dashed forward once more, vowing never to return to the pure art building. How could this woman be so terrifying? Once Lu Mingyu saw him vanish from sight, she turned back, her expression darkening. Qin Lian's unexpected appearance had not only disrupted her plans but also marred her good mood. The Lu family accepted the betrothal gifts from the Qin family. How could the Lu family be so audacious? A mere stabbing could not resolve the underlying issues. The Qin family would soon learn of her presence here. And eventually, so would the people of Zizishang. The Lu family would find out. The shackles that Lu Mingyu had finally broken free from seemed poised to ensnare her once more, tearing at her rationality. She had been so joyful recently. Meanwhile, the crowd in the corridor remained, staring blankly as Lu Mingyu returned with a sullen expression. They were too afraid to ask, even to breathe. Chenla, unafraid, rushed over and inquired. What on earth happened? Tell me, Lu Mingyu replied. I just informed the school that someone illegally entered my studio and attempted to attack me. I instinctively grabbed something to defend myself, unaware it was a utility knife. Chenla, look me in the eyes and tell me you think I believe that. Lu Mingyu, believe it or not, you must. Chenla, fine, I'll be your witness. The crowd collectively shuddered, regarding the two as if they were monsters. The pure art prodigies, one pure spicy, the other pure insane. By the time Lu Mingyu returned to her apartment, it was already evening, and an entire afternoon had been wasted. At this hour, no one was home. Duan Xiuming was likely in the gym downstairs. His training regimen was entirely different from hers, existing in two separate worlds. Lu Mingyu, covered in the remnants of that vile man's blood, immediately took a shower upon returning. Changed into fresh clothing, and then went to the kitchen island for a drink. She needed to calm down and think. Just then, the apartment door opened. Duan Xiuming returned, pausing at the entrance to look at her. Lu Mingyu met his gaze while drinking water, and suddenly blinked. The shadows in her eyes gradually faded. Oh right, she was not alone. She had Duan Xiuming. Duan Xiuming first furrowed his brow slightly upon seeing her. Then with a decisive click locked the door behind him. Lu Mingyu, the password for the apartment door was well known to the chefs and housekeepers next door, and it was almost dinner time. Someone was bound to come by with food. Why was he locking the door? She watched as Duan Xiuming stepped forward, snatched the water cup from her hand and set it aside, then leaned against the kitchen island. Surrounding her with his arms. You came back today without calling me, he stated. Lu Mingyu, Duan Xiuming nodded, asking, why did you change your clothes? Lu Mingyu, they got dirty. Duan Xiuming narrowed his eyes. Dirty? Lu Mingyu, that fiancé from Zizishang. Before she could finish her sentence, he suddenly lifted her, and in the next instant, she found herself seated on the kitchen island. Her voice faltered, surprise washing over her as he supported her lower back with one hand and restrained her movement with the other. Forcibly spreading her knees apart, easily encroaching into her space, Lu Mingyu found it hard to articulate this position, feeling trapped. He lowered his head, obscuring his expression from view. Say that again, what fiancé? He asked, his tone devoid of emotional fluctuation. After speaking, he abruptly leaned in, biting the first button of her shirt collar, twisting his head. With a snap, the thread was pulled apart, and he cast it aside on the island. His gaze met hers. Cold and indifferent, Lu Mingyu stood momentarily stunned, glancing down at her torn collar. Duan Xiuming spoke again. He is your fiancé, so what am I? Lu Mingyu suddenly understood that he was jealous, that he was angry, and not just simply angry. She could clearly see the coldness in his gaze. He continued to lower his head, biting and tearing again. The second button of her collar popped open, yanked off with force and thrown aside. The button bounced on the marble surface of the island, making a tap-tap sound before rolling to a stop in a corner. Her collar gaped open, exposing a significant expanse of skin. He tilted his head, watching her intently, and asked once more, tell me, what am I to you? As he finished speaking, he pressed closer, almost forcing Lu Mingyu's knees to part as wide as they could go. His hand on her lower back exerted slight pressure, pinning her against his chest. Lu Mingyu gazed at his face, now devoid of any human emotion. His anger and possessiveness soared to a critical point, threatening to erupt. All that filled his mind were two words: his. Lu Mingyu glanced at him, then at her own clothing. In that fleeting moment, he leaned down for the third time, descending towards her. She could feel his nose brushing against her second rib. If he bit open this shirt, it would be as if she were wearing nothing at all. As his head lowered, you are my husband. She uttered those four words. He paused, stopping in his tracks, raising his eyes. The shift in his gaze indicated a return of human emotion. In the end, he loosened his grip slightly, not pressing as tightly. Lu Mingyu adjusted her position, nearly cramping her legs in the process. He helped her sit properly but had just regained his composure, still slightly frowning. Lu Mingyu leaned against his shoulder, speaking softly, it hurts. Duan Xiuming immediately reached out, rubbing the base of her thigh. Sorry, I lost my temper. Lu Mingyu, don't touch there. Duan Xiuming quickly withdrew his hand, and when he raised his eyes again, his expression had become animated, though he remained angry. He asked grumpily, so why did you mention that person? Lu Mingyu, he came to the Royal Academy. Duan Xiuming narrowed his eyes. Where, is he seeking death? Lu Mingyu, he was taken to the hospital. Duan Xiuming, Lu Mingyu added, I stabbed him. Duan Xiuming first fell silent, then after a moment, praised, well done. After the compliment, he leaned down and kissed her on the cheek. Chapter 91, Moonlit Frost. Lu Mingyu patted him. Alright, put me down. I need to drink water. Duan Xiuming set her down, asking, so you showered and changed because there was blood, dirty. Lu Mingyu, what else? Duan Xiuming nodded. Lu Mingyu picked up the water cup again, glancing at him from the corner of her eye. He spoke forcefully, you are not allowed to use those three words with anyone else. At that moment, he was genuinely furious. Lu Mingyu nodded, fine. It was her slip of the tongue. After finishing her drink, she set the cup down and looked at him. This man had always been prone to anger, but now he seemed even more easily provoked. Like a powder keg, he was so upset that he had bitten off buttons, even suppressing her own anger. As Duan Xiuming's mood began to settle, he asked, did I scare you? Lu Mingyu, no, but what? He pressed. Now it's my turn to be angry, she replied before walking into the art studio. Duan Xiuming. He watched her retreating figure, observing as she began to busy herself with her work. The collar he had torn open remained unadjusted, revealing a significant expanse of skin from the side view, her neck delicate and pale, as if it could be snapped by merely 2 fingers. Duan Xiuming silently observed, seeing her focused demeanor without turning back, a smile tugging at his lips. A spoiled brat, but suddenly, his gaze fell upon the 2 buttons on the kitchen island. He paused for a moment. Just now, what was he subconsciously intending to do to her? In the art studio, she had already begun mixing colors and wound teapots for a while. He lowered his gaze, retreating from the surging emotions that had surfaced in his eyes. After a moment, he stepped onto the balcony and closed the glass door to muffle the sounds. His gaze drifted towards the distant skyscrapers as he dialed a number. What is going on? There is always someone beside her. Bodyguards. She simply remains unaware. However, these bodyguards do not intrude upon her studies and life within the pure art building. So today's incident, the voice on the phone methodically reported the situation. Upon finishing, Duan Xiuming issued a command, find a vagrant to guard the hospital entrance, offer some money, and then stab him twice. After hanging up, he turned back, peering through the glass into the studio. She painted without closing the door. He smiled and pushed the sliding door open, approaching her to cheer up his wife while she painted. The days that followed were filled with bustling activity for Lu Mingyu. Xu Ringkuan had not returned to the pure art building, deliberately avoiding the campus and roads frequented by Lu Mingyu, maintaining a respectful distance. Rumor had it that Qin Lian had been hospitalized again, but Lu Mingyu couldn't be bothered to inquire about the details. Chenla finally completed the summary feedback, utterly exhausted, needing to lean against Lu Mingyu's shoulder to walk, appearing completely drained. Besides waking her for morning training each day, Duan Xiuming's gaze had grown peculiar. He often scrutinized her with an unwavering stare, as if something unsightly marred her face, especially every night before bed. His gaze resembled a CT scan, lingering until the lights went out. One night, unable to endure any longer, Lu Mingyu called out to him with a heavy tone, "Duan Xiuming, Duan Xiuji." Hearing his name, Duan Xiuming responded, sitting on the floor and staring at her. Lu Mingyu let out a heavy sigh and said, "Close your eyes." Fine. Duan Xiuming actually complied, but less than a second later, he reopened them, continuing to stare at her. Lu Mingyu thought she was on the verge of madness. "What exactly are you looking at?" she asked. Duan Xiuming's response was candid, "You're beautiful." He gazed even more intently, his expression blank, leaving her to wonder what was on his mind. Lu Mingyu turned her head away, utterly speechless. It was like talking to a stubborn alarm clock, saying things he completely ignored. Following his own whims, days passed, and it soon arrived at the last day of this semester. Lu Mingyu's second semester at the Royal Academy had finally concluded. She was busy at the Pure Art Studio, briefing her assistant Shaon on various matters. With the semester's end, there was much to organize, deciding what to take home and what to discard, and a fair amount of tasks to attend to. Additionally, she needed to take farewell photos with several graduating classmates. It was indeed quite a busy time. By the time she wrapped up, the sky had darkened, and the white phantom had been waiting by the entrance for quite some time. The weather had warmed up, and Duan Xiuming no longer wore heavy clothing, just a simple shirt with sleeves rolled up to his forearms, leaning against the side of the car as he awaited her exit. His daily presence, picking her up and dropping her off, had become a picturesque scene at the Royal Academy. Though some had considered approaching him, they were quickly deterred by his piercing gaze, which was quite intimidating in moments of silence. As Lu Mingyu stepped out of the building, the man leaning against the car shed his fierce demeanor, his gaze softening as he looked over. Lu Mingyu hurried forward, and he had already opened the car door for her, assisting her as she settled in and then gently closing the door. Once inside, Duan Xiuming glanced sideways and arranged, "Let us take 2 days to rest for the holiday, and then return to Shangjiang with me?" Lu Mingyu nodded, softly replying, "All right." The last time Duan Liqing invited her, she had agreed and could not go back on her word. The 2 days of rest would be just right for her to plan the project for Shanghai Guochao. During the academic break, she could not neglect her work. As Duan Xiuming drove, he caught glimpses of her from the corner of his eye. Lu Mingyu was lost in thought, oblivious to his gaze. Suddenly Duan Xiuming spoke, "No nutritional meals today, how about something different?" Lu Mingyu's eyes brightened. "What are we having?" After an entire semester of nutritional meals, coupled with morning exercises and regular medication visits, she truly yearned for a bit of indulgence. "Italian cuisine perhaps, with a little wine," he suggested with a smile. Lu Mingyu paused. "Can we drink?" Duan Xiuming shook his head. Next time. Lu Mingyu was momentarily speechless, ready to roll her eyes. "Then why suggest it?" Duan Xiuming uttered something quite perplexing. "Stay sober." Lu Mingyu inquired, confused. "What?" But Duan Xiuming did not elaborate, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips as he led her to a pre-arranged restaurant. It was an Italian establishment, somewhat distant, requiring a lengthy drive to reach. Once they arrived, it was a place Lu Mingyu had never dined at before. Completely unaware of its existence, upon entering, they navigated through a maze of twists and turns, only to find the restaurant devoid of any signage or other patrons. An exceptionally courteous waiter guided them to a secluded booth. As Lu Mingyu walked in, she was taken aback. A candlelit dinner awaited them, adorned with a plethora of roses scattered across the floor. The clusters of roses were artfully arranged, with petals strewn about, filling the room to the brim, leaving only the area around the dining table unencumbered. Moreover, the roses were of a unique hue. Gray. Lu Mingyu had never encountered roses of this color before. Each gray rose was dusted with something that illuminated its muted tone, reflecting a silvery glow in the candlelight. At her current vantage point, she could also glimpse the bright moon outside the window. Candlelight, the moon, and silvery glimmers. Lu Mingyu found it challenging to articulate the breathtaking scene before her. It was simply stunning. "Moonlit silver frost," Duan Xiuming remarked from behind her. "What?" Lu Mingyu turned around, her face a mixture of astonishment and uncontainable delight. Duan Xiuming's eyes sparkled with a fleeting smile as he looked down at her. The name of the gray rose, moonlit silver frost. Chapter 92, 3, 2, 1. "Do you like it?" he asked. Lu Mingyu nodded. "I like it so much I can't find the words." She was at a loss to describe her feelings at that moment. Her ability to express herself swallowed up, leaving only her heart racing in her chest. Duan Xiuming tilted his head with a smile. "Then how about a kiss?" Lu Mingyu turned back, standing on her tiptoes to place a gentle kiss on the corner of his mouth. In truth, they rarely kissed, as Duan Xiuming intentionally maintained a distance. Apart from the daily morning alarm clock routine, he seldom touched her beyond holding hands. After kissing, Lu Mingyu's eyes sparkled as she draped her arms around his neck. Wishing to embrace him, he appeared to have showered, the scent of body wash lingering around him, yet, oddly, he remained still, not returning the embrace or responding to her kiss. He simply gazed down at her with a somewhat indifferent expression. Almost devoid of emotion, this made Lu Mingyu feel awkward, prompting her to withdraw her hands. Duan Xiuming then strode toward the dining table. Let us try this Italian cuisine. Lu Mingyu. Oh, the atmosphere during the meal was peculiar. Duan Xiuming seemed lost in thought, deeply focused, keeping his head down while occasionally furrowing his brow in a serious manner. Lu Mingyu contemplated asking several times, but upon meeting his serious demeanor, she ultimately refrained from voicing her inquiries. What was going on? She couldn't comprehend that he had his own troubles, and if he didn't want to share, that was his choice. Overall, the Italian meal was quite delicious. After dining, Lu Mingyu remained in a state of happiness. Even taking out her phone to snap photos, posting the dinner on her social media, she seldom shared her life on that account, and this was her first post unrelated to her artworks. As expected, the moment she posted, a flurry of likes and comments flooded it seemed she had successfully managed the account. Duan Xiuming's contemplation appeared to have concluded, as he lifted his gaze and asked, "Home?" Lu Mingyu nodded. Alright, yet something felt off. She couldn't quite discern what was bothering him. Was it family matters, or something related to the White Eagle? Lu Mingyu was unsure if she should even inquire about such matters. As Duan Xiuming drove back, he remained silent, his words sparse compared to his usual demeanor. Lu Mingyu mirrored his silence, her earlier joy gradually dissipating. Was there something troublesome? Were they unable to go to Shangjiang? Upon arriving at the apartment building, Duan Xiuming did not immediately go to open her door but remained seated in the driver's seat. Lu Mingyu, having unbuckled her seatbelt, sensed something was off and paused to look at him. Duan Xiuming's expression was calm. I suddenly feel like smoking. Lu Mingyu replied. There are no cigarettes at home. Duan Xiuming, resting one hand on the steering wheel, pondered for a moment. You go up first. And I'll stop by the supermarket to buy a pack of cigarettes. Lu Mingyu nodded. Okay. She opened the car door, stepped out, waved goodbye to him, and turned to head upstairs. Duan Xiuming watched her enter the apartment before restarting the vehicle. Not long after, the roar of the white phantom echoed as it left the apartment complex, disappearing down the street. Lu Mingyu returned to the apartment alone, riding the elevator up. At that moment, a message from Chenla arrived. Bursting with her characteristic exuberance, Chenla, what is the plan for the holiday? You're not going back to Shizi City, right? Traveling, Southeast Asia, or North America? Chenla, mainland travel is also an option. Where are you? Chenla, oh right, I saw the candlelit dinner photo you posted on your account. Wow, your boyfriend is quite the romantic. Do you know the language of the moonlit silver frost gray rose? Chenla, you probably don't know, let me tell you. Chenla, reckless passion and romance. Chenla, ha ha ha. Seeing the incessant barrage of messages from her talkative friend, Lu Mingyu couldn't help but silence her phone, placing it on the nearby table. Chenla was truly a handful. However, after her commotion, Lu Mingyu's worries were alleviated significantly. She glanced at the time but refrained from inquiring when Duan Xiuming would return. It was evident he desired solitude, so she chose not to disturb him. Lu Mingyu unfastened her circle of friends and proceeded to the bathroom for a shower. By the time she left school, night had already fallen, and after finishing a meal, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Once she had completed her shower and dried her hair, she heard the sound of the apartment door's keypad lock click open, followed by the approach of footsteps. Stepping out of the bathroom, she encountered Duan Xiuming, who was just about to enter the bedroom. She opened her mouth to speak, but an inexplicable tension filled the air. Even more peculiar than during dinner. He strode purposefully towards her, snatching her frosted white phone from the table and placing it in her hand. Lu Mingyu, what? With an expressionless demeanor, he instructed, call the police. Lu Mingyu was taken aback. What did you just say? Duan Xiuming looked at her, his tone languid and calm. We are starting a countdown. You have 30 seconds to call the police. Lu Mingyu, with a look of shock, exclaimed, why would I call the police? Duan Xiuming remained impassive. To arrest me. Lu Mingyu's eyes widened. Why would I call the police to arrest you? Duan Xiuming tilted his head slightly. Not going to report. Lu Mingyu was taken aback into silence, a deeper concern bubbling within her. Duan Xiuming lowered his gaze. Don't worry, report it. 0.5 seconds left. Lu Mingyu shook her head vigorously, asking, what is going on? What happened to you? Duan Xiuming did not respond, merely stating nonchalantly, time's up, you missed your chance. Lu Mingyu furrowed her brow fiercely. What on earth? Why is this so absurd? Duan Xiuming raised his eyes, his gaze penetrating, fixed intently on her. Now, I will do what I wish to do. Lu Mingyu's lips parted slightly, her face a canvas of astonishment and uncertainty. What on earth was happening? She was genuinely worried. His eyes darkened momentarily, deepening in hue. 3 he suddenly began the countdown, employing astonishing agility and speed to snatch her phone and toss it aside. 2 he extended his arm, extinguishing the lights. 1 he seized her wrist, pinning her against the wall, and kissed her forcefully. The kiss was fervent, laden with an unmistakable sense of aggression. Lu Mingyu's mind went blank, the kiss deepened, and his hands began to wander restlessly. It suddenly dawned on her. Wait, what was this about calling the police? What was with the countdown? Relaxed, his voice brushed against her lips, then delved into her mouth, prying open her lips and teasing her tongue. Her mind erupted with noise. Her heart raced as her body trembled. He offered her no time to react. After a dizzying whirl, she found herself pressed onto the soft bed. Amidst the kiss, his fingers deftly unfastened her buttons. Then came the sound of wrapping paper being torn apart. He hadn't bought cigarettes. He had procured something entirely different from the supermarket. The floor-to-ceiling window was ajar, allowing a gentle breeze to stir the sheer curtains. Moonlight illuminated their entwined bodies, fingers interlaced, as their backs rose and fell, resembling undulating hills. Chapter 93. Call me husband. Duan Xiuming had lost all rationality. His nature was one of reckless abandon, and for Lu Mingyu, he had restrained himself for far too long. After spending 4 months together, sharing a room, he had been concerned about her well-being, contemplating whether she should attend classes the following day, and monitoring her endurance. This entire series of considerations had left him feeling caged. At that moment, he was devoid of thought, driven solely by instinct. Whether the woman beneath him was Lu Mingyu or Lu Mingyu was inconsequential. She was his wife. This was unlike the experience of their first wedding night, nor was it comparable to their second encounter aboard the cruise. When she pleaded for him to stop, he ignored her. When she declared it was enough, he disregarded her. Any semblance of tenderness was a facade. When pushed to the limit, he subjected her to an experience more intense than mere force. It was akin to a volcanic eruption. Lu Mingyu lost count of how many times she fainted, only to realize upon waking with the dawn that she had dozed off again, and by the time she was roused, it was already noon. She had no idea how much time had passed. She sensed herself being lifted, wrapped in a blanket that left only her head exposed, and carried to the living room sofa. He fed her morsels of food. Spoonful by spoonful. Lu Mingyu had no strength to eat but was compelled to swallow under the pressure of his gaze. He declared, "You need to replenish your energy." Before long, a housekeeper entered, ignoring the two of them, and proceeded to change the bed linens. All of this transpired under Lu Mingyu's watchful eye. Duan Xiuming paid no heed, continuing to feed her. After they finished, the housekeeper departed, and she was once again carried back to bed. A new round commenced. Lu Mingyu felt as if she might go mad. At that moment, she suddenly understood what he had meant in the car when he said, "Take a couple of days off." It was far from the rest she had envisioned. She finally comprehended why he had suggested she call the police beforehand. No, she truly wanted to call the police now. In a daze, she instinctively reached for her phone, but it was just out of her grasp. Duan Xiuming, however, extended his long arm, still in motion, and placed the phone in her hand. He spoke with a brazen nonchalance. "Call if you wish." Lu Mingyu, he added, "Do you believe that when the police arrive, I will still be on top of you?" Lu Mingyu, not in the midst of their fervor, he suddenly became animated, leaning in closer, his breath cascading over her neck. His voice soft yet beguiling. "Wife, may I bite your neck, Lu Mingyu? Save me." Goodness, she was going to lose her mind. Duan Xiuming truly meant 2 days. Lu Mingyu didn't miss a single meal. Being fed all the while, she also managed to sleep, albeit in broken intervals, for several hours. After the second change of linens, he finally permitted her to enjoy a prolonged slumber. Once she had dozed off, he gently massaged her bones and muscles, helping her relax. After he finished, he too fell asleep beside her, holding her tightly from behind. Lu Mingyu slept deeply, awakening without knowing what day or time it was. Utterly oblivious to how many days had passed, the days had blurred together. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself alone. The room was eerily empty. Lu Mingyu sat up, initially expecting to feel sore and stiff, only to be pleasantly surprised to find she felt quite well. She got up to walk, experiencing no discomfort whatsoever. How strange. She donned some clothes and went to freshen up. It was then, before the mirror at the sink, that she caught sight of her neck. He had indeed taken a bite, but fortunately it was in a concealable spot. In silence, Lu Mingyu tidied herself and exited the room. Upon stepping out, she spotted Duan Xiuming seated on the sofa. Clad in a bathrobe with the collar open, he appeared to be in a tranquil state, doing nothing but sitting there, gazing out at the sunset. Lu Mingyu approached the living room. He turned to look at her. His expression was normal, devoid of the previous madness and aggression, yet he tilted his head, gesturing with his eyes for her to come closer. Fine. Lu Mingyu walked over. As she drew near, he reached out and pulled her onto his lap. At that moment, she noticed something stirring back to life. Lu Mingyu, he supported her waist with one hand while the other began to unbutton her top. What youthful preservation! This was utterly insatiable. Lu Mingyu firmly grasped his restless hand, admonishing, "If you touch me again, I will cut it off." With scissors, Duan Xiuming ceased his advances, merely raising his eyes to look at her with a playful smile. "Why are you so fierce, wife?" Lu Mingyu turned her head away. "I truly can't deal with this. What kind of person are you?" Duan Xiuming then adjusted her face, forcing her to look at him. "Look at your husband when you speak." Lu Mingyu was compelled to meet his gaze, encountering his pure and bright eyes. Duan Xiuming regarded her with a look of sincerity and affection, intense and fiery. Lu Mingyu blinked, inquiring, "You weren't like this before. What's different this time?" The disparity in experience was bewildering. Duan Xiuming replied, "Spending day and night together, I've fallen in love." Lu Mingyu. Duan Xiuming suddenly shifted again, initiating a playful threat. "Call me husband. Otherwise, we'll continue." Lu Mingyu gazed at him in shock. Could he really continue? Duan Xiuming urged. Hurry, Lu Mingyu, I want to hear you call me husband. Lu Mingyu. Husband. Duan Xiuming halted, planting a kiss on her cheek. Good wife the following day. The two flew to Hong Kong. Lu Mingyu had no time to properly brief the artist team, so she allocated tasks in their group chat. Thankfully, they had already established a rapport, and the 8 of them understood the critical points. She had anticipated encountering a multitude of people in Hong Kong, engaging in endless conversations with relatives or being scrutinized from various perspectives. She was prepared to handle it with 1,000 watchful eyes. However, to her surprise, on the first day, Duan Xiuming did not allow her to meet anyone, bringing her instead to a luxurious mansion nestled halfway up a mountain. My home, he announced as he pushed the door open. It wasn't the Duan family residence, it was his personal abode. Lu Mingyu beheld a lavish black stone floor stretching towards the floor-to-ceiling windows, offering a breathtaking view of the mountainside. A spiraling staircase connected 3 levels. The home's decor was strikingly cold and minimalistic, lacking any sense of warmth. Duan Xiuming remarked thoughtfully, "How fascinating, my home is beginning to have a female master." With that, he took her hand and led her inside. The house exuded an air of desolation, stripped down to the bare essentials. Lu Mingyu adored this minimalist aesthetic, finding it clean and luminous. As Duan Xiuming guided her upstairs, he suddenly posed a question: "Shall I put it in your name?" Lu Mingyu. Duan Xiuming continued, "Since you're observing mourning and cannot hold a wedding, how can I pass on the empire I built to you? It's troublesome to send it. Shall we just get our marriage certificate first?" I must confess that his thoughts leap in a most erratic manner. He has already considered this level of depth. Lu Mingyu was taken aback. Stunned by the impact of his words. Chapter 94, Joint Burial. Within this house, Lu Mingyu was astonished to discover a dedicated art studio prepared just for her. It was fully equipped with various tools and materials, all of which she was accustomed to using. Initially, she had worried that her trip to Shangjiang would delay the progress of her project, Shanghai Guoqiao, but it appeared that her concerns were trivial in his eyes. This left her at a loss for words. During dinner, Duan Xiuming began to outline the arrangements. "Tomorrow, my parents and my brother and sister-in-law will come over for a formal introduction." Wait a moment. Lu Mingyu was dumbfounded and asked, "Aren't I supposed to go to them?" Duan Xiuming replied with an air of certainty, "For a first meeting, it is only right to take place in my domain, or rather our domain." Lu Mingyu was rendered speechless. Yet she could comprehend and even concur with his logic. How bold! There was a powerful confidence emanating from him, commanding the situation. Duan Xiuming continued, "The day after tomorrow, my third uncle and aunt, along with other relatives, will come. Lu Mingyu listened intently, committing every detail to memory. Duan Xiuming added, "The Duan family is quite united. Our ancestral teachings dictate this. In short, you need not harbor any concerns. Should any issues arise, I will handle them." Lu Mingyu nodded silently. Though she did not doubt his capabilities, she remained cautiously observant, prepared for any eventuality. When the family arrived, Lu Mingyu found herself at a loss for how to navigate the situation. The essence of the Duan family was singular. Once a decision was made, it was final, without inquiry or investigation into any background details. Duan Xiuming made it clear that one could choose to speak or remain silent as they pleased. This led Lu Mingyu to recall the first time he proposed marriage back in Shizi City. When she had asked him what would happen if she had a criminal record, his response had been a casual, "Not a big deal," indicating that the Duan family was entirely unconcerned with such matters. As for conflicts, what conflicts? If there were conflicts, they should be resolved. Conflicts that cannot be resolved, impossible. Nothing in this world is insurmountable. Such a situation left Lu Mingyu momentarily disoriented. What an exaggerated sense of trust, not only in Duan Xiuming but also in herself. It was no wonder that Duan Xiuming possessed such a character. He had indeed grown up enveloped in pure affirmation. Moreover, every individual, from Duan Xiuming's parents to his siblings and aunts and uncles, possessed their own unique personalities, unconfined by definitions, so much so that even the most peculiar traits were met with acceptance. The most typical example was Isabel, who unexpectedly dozed off at the dinner table, right in front of everyone. Lu Mingyu pondered how to respond to this surprising turn of events. Duan Liqing calmly called for a blanket to cover Isabel. During the first week, Lu Mingyu did not step outside this grand mansion after meeting the core members of the Duan family. This was her first experience of socializing without fatigue. She felt completely at ease being herself. The formidable Duan family exhibited maximum external aggression while maintaining unparalleled internal inclusivity. Once all the guests departed and only the 2 of them remained, Lu Mingyu was still reeling from the overwhelming impact of it all. Duan Xiuming urged her to head upstairs, saying, "Get some rest. We have plans for tomorrow." He was eager to seize the moment to accomplish what he wished to do. Lu Mingyu allowed him to lead her but suddenly remarked, "Ah Ming, your family is so cool." Duan Xiuming replied, "Yes, you are quite cool yourself." In the following days, she was guided by Duan Xiuming to visit his parents, then his third uncle and aunt, and subsequently his elder brother and sister-in-law. With a side trip to see Isabel's expansive room dedicated to clothing and shoes, the Duan family was indeed a large clan, with a considerable number of core members, not to mention the extended branches. After meeting everyone, Lu Mingyu had spent half a month in Shangjiang with her holiday already halfway through. Subsequently, the two set off for Yaodu to pay respects to her parents, the last time she had been here. She was taken away at the cemetery entrance point. 4 months had passed since that visit, and Duan Xiuming accompanied her. As they walked along the path in the cemetery, Lu Mingyu held a bouquet of flowers in front. "Have you been here before?" she inquired. Duan Xiuming, walking behind her, replied calmly, "Yes, I came once to gather some information." Lu Mingyu nodded, not probing further into what he had discovered. Duan Xiuming's gaze lingered on her silhouette, sweeping over her exposed neck, and suddenly he smiled, calling out, "Lu Mingyu, huh?" She replied, not turning around. Continuing forward, Duan Xiuming tilted his head and asked, "Will you marry me?" Lu Mingyu's steps faltered as she turned around, astonished to look at him. In a cemetery, a proposal? Was that what was happening? Duan Xiuming gestured to the side. "We're here." Lu Mingyu snapped back to reality, placing the two bouquets at different graves. Duan Xiuming asked, "Should we consider a joint burial?" Lu Mingyu gazed at him, her expression touched. Duan Xiuming nodded and took out his phone. "I'll handle this. You talk to your parents." With that, he stepped aside to make a call. By the graveside, Lu Mingyu furrowed her brow, trying to ease the discomfort in her sinuses and around her eyes. She still couldn't cry, no tears came, yet the ache within her was profound. After 10 minutes of silence, she stood up and took a deep breath, her eyes slightly reddened. After a while, Duan Xiuming returned and asked, "When do you want to move the graves? Should we choose a date?" Lu Mingyu turned back, her voice barely a whisper. "You decide, if that's alright." Duan Xiuming looked into her eyes, stepped closer, and embraced her. "Alright." Her eyes brimmed with redness, but no tears fell. Duan Xiuming's efficiency was almost frightening. He arranged for her parents to be reburied together that very day, relocating them to a more desirable spot and handling everything anew. All matters were resolved in her presence. Many of the things she had been concerned about, the burden she had carried, were effortlessly alleviated. It seemed that with a single word from her, he could promptly take care of anything. As they left the cemetery, Lu Mingyu and Duan Xiuming sat in the back of a Rolls-Royce adorned with 3 different license plates. Accompanied by an extravagant motorcade, 9 cars formed a convoy, boldly marching in 3 rows down the road. Inside the vehicle, Lu Mingyu was rather silent. Duan Xiuming held her hand, equally quiet. As the city lights began to twinkle, the convoy departed Yaodu, heading towards Shangshanao. Lu Mingyu withdrew her gaze from the window and turned to look at the person beside her. Duan Xiuming sensed her gaze and said, "We'll be staying at Shangshanao tonight." Lu Mingyu nodded, not inquiring further, feeling too indifferent to ask. Duan Xiuming, however, took the initiative to explain, "The cruise ship you wanted to escape on last time is mine." Lu Mingyu was taken aback, immediately asking, "What about those famous paintings?" Duan Xiuming replied, "My collection. Did you not have the chance to see them?" He had noticed her interest in the artwork last time, and after a series of events, he had intended to take her back but had been delayed. Lu Mingyu was filled with a whirlwind of emotions, a mixture of disbelief and sudden clarity. Her gaze lingered on his profile as she observed him. Was her life truly on a fast track? Chapter 95, Lu Mingyu, marry me. Duan Xiuming. She looked directly at him, her eyes brimming with curiosity, prompting Duan Xiuming to return her gaze, finding her expression quite amusing. It was reminiscent of a child caught in wonder, yet curious, unable to resist. He playfully pinched her cheek. Lu Mingyu snapped back to reality, swatting his hand away, her expression shifting to seriousness. Duan Xiuming chuckled and asked, "So fierce and unyielding, not allowing me to pinch your cheek?" Lu Mingyu replied, not aloud. The more defiant she became, the more intrigued Duan Xiuming grew. His gaze deepened as he scanned her features, as if exploring her. And when his eyes grazed her neck, he withdrew. He then glanced down at himself, thinking it was absurd to feel stirred in the car. Duan Xiuming decided to shift the conversation to a serious topic. "When I proposed in front of your parents, can that be considered an official betrothal?" Lu Mingyu paused, suddenly realizing earlier in the afternoon he hadn't merely proposed at the cemetery, he had sought her parents' approval. The subsequent plans for joint burial and other arrangements were part of what he deemed a ceremonial process. A detail that caught her off guard. An overwhelming sense of astonishment surged within her. Duan Xiuming continued, "So now, you are my legitimate fiancé?" Lu Mingyu nodded softly. "Alright," she accepted. A smile crept onto Duan Xiuming's lips as he added, "The Duan family will hold a press conference to announce the engagement of Duan Xiuji. Whether your fiancé status is public will be at your discretion." Lu Mingyu tilted her head, questioning. "Duan Xiuji?" Duan Xiuming confirmed, "Yes, Duan Xiuji." Lu Mingyu asked earnestly, "Are you Duan Xiuming or Duan Xiuji?" Duan Xiuming explained, "Duan Xiuji is the second young master of the Duan family. Duan Xiuming is your husband." Lu Mingyu was left speechless. Duan Xiuming chuckled and continued, "Duan Xiuji is a name for appearances, a layer of protection and disguise. You, being so clever, must have always known this." Lu Mingyu inquired, "And Duan Xiuming?" Duan Xiuming replied, "That's my real name. Just as you are called Lu Mingyu, I have always been Duan Xiuming since childhood." Lu Mingyu responded. "Oh." Duan Xiuming looked at her and said, "The engagement is under Duan Xiuji. But when we marry, the registered name will also be Duan Xiuji." Lu Mingyu frowned slightly, unable to articulate her feelings. When introducing him, she would refer to him as Duan Xiuji. She understood what aspects of him she needed to conceal. Yet it felt peculiar. Duan Xiuming seemed to sense something, asking, "Do you not like the name Duan Xiuji?" Lu Mingyu shook her head but nodded again. "I don't know, Duan Xiuji feels so unfamiliar to me." Duan Xiuming, Lu Mingyu is to become engaged and wed to Duan Xiuji. Lu Mingyu was momentarily taken aback. What Duan Xiuji intends to marry Lu Mingyu, but he grasped her hand and placed it upon his chest, allowing her to feel the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. He gazed deeply into her eyes, his voice low yet resolute. "Lu Mingyu, marry me, Duan Xiuming." As Lu Mingyu listened to his declaration, the sound of her own heart thundering in her palms echoed within her. She found it difficult to articulate the emotions swirling within her. The fluctuations were immense. She recalled that he had initially introduced himself as Duan Xiuming, seemingly unperturbed by the repercussions of his name being revealed. Had he made his decision from that very moment, as he stated? Was it all merely a matter of choice? In the end, a flicker of clarity dawned upon her, and a certain obsession suddenly dissipated. Lu Mingyu was to marry Duan Xiuji with Duan Xiuming. It was Lu Mingyu who was truly with him. The one who possessed everything was also Lu Mingyu. On the ocean liner, prior to its departure, the boarding had yet to commence. Yan Tianzhua had prepared early, waiting in the grand hall, still clad in his floral shirt and oversized sunglasses. His back was slightly protruding, accompanied by 30 men clad in black. He knew the guest would be Miss Lu from Shizi City, as Zhang Xiang had informed him that Miss Lu was discussing marriage with Brother Ming. In truth, Yan Tianzhua felt somewhat unconvinced. He firmly believed that the one he had seen with Brother Ming in the penthouse was the most stunning. It was inconceivable that anyone could surpass her beauty. Clinging to this mindset, along with a competitive urge to compare himself with Zhang Xiang, Yan Tianzhua's expression appeared rather rigid, even somewhat fierce, leaving the 30 men in black beside him feeling utterly bewildered. Why did Yan Gu seem displeased when welcoming Brother Ming's fiancée? Eventually, the moment arrived. Duan Xiuming appeared, wrapping his arm around Lu Mingyu's shoulders as they stepped into the center of the hall, proceeding forward. He had specifically brought her to appreciate the paintings. The 30 men in black immediately followed, their demeanor grave. Only Yan Tianzhua stood rooted in place, dazed, until Brother Ming and his entourage passed by him, still in a stupor. Finally, he came to realize, the same person, the one who had spent a night with Brother Ming on the upper deck of the cruise, was indeed Miss Lu from Shizi City. Upon this revelation, Yan Tianzhua's mindset nearly crumbled. What had he and Zhang Xiang argued about that day? They had fought fiercely, guns drawn and threats exchanged. How absurd! At that moment, Duan Xiuming turned around, frowning, and inquired, "Yan Tianzhua, what on earth are you doing?" This man stood there in a daze, seemingly oblivious to the need to greet his future wife. What was going on? Upon realizing, Yan Tianzhua immediately reacted, jogging forward with a sycophantic grin until he reached the couple. Lu Mingyu tilted her head, unable to comprehend his contradictory emotions. Just moments ago, he had appeared fierce and ready to fight. Now he seemed overly cheerful. What could possibly amuse him? Such a peculiar individual. Duan Xiuming patted Lu Mingyu's hand, saying, "Perhaps his mind has wandered. Do not pay him any mind." Lu Mingyu replied, "I can see that." With that, the two resumed their forward march to admire the paintings. Yan Tianzhua. This marked Lu Mingyu's second time aboard the cruise ship. Her mindset now entirely different from her previous visit. She no longer harbored any anxieties, nor did she need to calculate how to evade others and escape. She could freely appreciate the artwork, lingering as long as she wished. Duan Xiuming was indeed a collector, passionately devoted to gathering renowned paintings. The grand hall of the cruise was adorned with numerous masterpieces, all authentic. This left Lu Mingyu once again marveling at the extraordinary wealth of this individual. As they strolled and conversed while admiring the paintings, Yan Tianzhua fervently messaged Zhang Xiang. Explosive revelations. Duan Xiuming timed their visit perfectly. As Lu Mingyu finished appreciating the artwork just as it was time to board and set sail, he led her through a private passage, ascending in a dedicated elevator to the top deck. Once more, Lu Mingyu found herself aboard this elevator, arriving at the corridor that housed only a single room. Nothing had changed. The scene was identical to her previous visit. Her emotions were quite peculiar. "What are you thinking?" Duan Xiuming took hold of her hand, pulling her into the room. Lu Mingyu smiled, a playful curve at her lips. "I was pondering why I didn't deduce that this cruise ship belonged to you last time." In truth, the signs had been quite apparent, yet she had been preoccupied with other matters. Duan Xiuming raised an eyebrow. "What would happen if you had guessed?" Lu Mingyu flashed a cunning smile. "Naturally, I would have swindled you out of your money to the utmost extent." How wicked! As he spoke, he pressed her against the wall and kissed her. Chapter 96, Human Anatomy Dimensions. Lu Mingyu spent 3 days aboard the cruise ship, after which Duan Xiuming guided her on a tour around Changshan. It was then that she discovered, aside from being the clandestine heir of the Duan family, he possessed other enterprises, the most significant of which was the cruise line. And not just a single vessel. This was truly astonishing. On the journey back to Shangjiang, Lu Mingyu inquired, "How did you manage this?" Duan Xiuming replied, "Are you referring to time or capability?" Lu Mingyu clarified, "Time. Do you have a doppelganger?" The dark heir could not possibly have that much leisure. With a family as vast as the Duan clan, the internal affairs must be countless. Just like last time when he hurriedly left for the white-headed eagle, he hadn't even had a meal before departing. Moreover, being in a high position entails considerable responsibility. How could he afford leisure time to engage in the cruise industry on the high seas? Alongside numerous smaller vessels, this left Lu Mingyu perplexed, seeming illogical. Duan Xiuming explained, "Normally, I truly wouldn't have the time, but my third uncle once made a bold move, clearing a path for me, allowing my subsequent journeys to be much smoother. He remains in the position of Dark Master, so if the sky were to fall, there is someone tall to hold it up. My brother has it even easier. He has Isabel by his side, which means I rarely need to intervene. With these dual factors combined, I've had a rather relaxed couple of years. Lu Mingyu understood, nodding. Absurd. Duan Xiuming, fortunate. Lu Mingyu, with a blank expression, remarked, jealous. Duan Xiuming, well, now you're envious again. The two returned to the hillside mansion just as noon arrived. After lunch, the doorbell rang. Duan Xiuming rose to answer the door. Turning to her, my third uncle is here to discuss some matters. Lu Mingyu nodded, yet she did not retreat immediately. They had just talked about the Dark Master of the Duan family today. Although she had met him once before, it had been amidst many people, and she hadn't had the opportunity to observe him closely. Her curiosity piqued. As Duan Bifu entered, he had not yet laid eyes on anyone before exclaiming, "Damn it! You little rascal, you're quite arrogant. Now I have to knock when I come to see you, is that it? What is going on?" Lu Mingyu blinked, hearing only the voice without seeing the person. The third uncle had quite a loud voice. Duan Bifu continued his tirade. "What a nuisance, have you even changed the door code? What code did you change? Are you hiding anything from me?" Duan Xiuming remained silent, his expression neutral as he walked alongside him into the main hall. Duan Bifu intended to continue scolding, but upon turning the corner, he spotted Lu Mingyu standing in the hall. The young girl tilted her head, gazing at him with wide, curious eyes. Duan Bifu, but he suddenly came to his senses, his mouth twitching as he glanced at his nephew beside him. Duan Xiuming wore an expression of amusement. Raising his hand, "Go on, keep scolding." Duan Bifu looked utterly defeated, having opened his mouth several times but finding himself at a loss for words. He realized that his nephew was no longer alone. There was a young guest in the house, which was inappropriate. He had barged in shouting, and the little girl had heard everything. It was quite unbecoming of an elder. Moreover, it was rather foolish. Duan Bifu found himself in a moment of awkwardness, his expression devoid of emotion as he stared at Duan Xiuming, waiting for him to resolve the situation. Duan Xiuming, ignoring the plea for help in his gaze, merely smiled at Lu Mingyu. Duan Bifu, he was truly exasperated, yet Lu Mingyu broke the silence first, smiling as she addressed Duan Bifu. "Third uncle, you two chat. I'm heading to the studio." Duan Bifu, visibly relieved, nodded. "Oh good, yes, what a good child." Lu Mingyu smiled once more before departing the main hall, making her way to the studio on the second floor. What a fascinating uncle. Duan Xiuming stood nearby, arms crossed, watching his uncle with amusement. Duan Bifu punched him in the chest, growling, "You little rascal. Didn't you think to warn me?" Duan Xiuming, unfazed, replied calmly, "What should I have warned you about? You're getting old, forgetful." "Then step down." Duan Bifu gritted his teeth in frustration, pulling out a cigar with the intention of lighting it. Slap! Duan Xiuming snatched the lighter from him, warning, "No smoking in my house." Duan Bifu was taken aback. "Are you out of your mind? Just because you don't smoke doesn't mean you can dictate whether I do or not." Duan Xiuming asserted firmly, "Not for the next 2 months. If you wish to smoke, do it outside." Duan Bifu's expression was rich with emotion as he began to curse. What a ridiculous situation. "I must be seeing things." Duan Xiuming remained indifferent to his outburst, settling onto the sofa. "Let us discuss serious matters, and once we're done, be on your way. I need to spend time with my wife." Duan Bifu, "But what else with you two brothers?" Lu Mingyu remained in the studio for several hours, deeply engrossed in her painting. However, she had a habit of leaving the door open. By the time Duan Xiuming and Duan Bifu concluded their discussion and ascended the stairs, just as they reached the final step, they beheld Lu Mingyu, paintbrush in hand, within the studio. She was quite minimalistic, not one to indulge in numerous garments. Her few pieces were frequently worn yet still appealing, especially in her focused state while painting, standing before the wall adorned with canvas, her back turned to him. The delicate curve of her alabaster neck was enticing, prompting a desire to reach out and touch it. Duan Xiuming made no effort to tread softly, simply strolling towards her. He understood she was indifferent. However, as he approached the doorway, his steps abruptly halted. Previously, he had only seen her silhouette outside, failing to notice the artwork. Now, stepping inside, he was taken aback, his expression betraying a loss of composure upon witnessing the painting before him. As Lu Mingyu heard a sound, she turned her head with an air of indifference, then resumed her task of adding color to the canvas with her brush. Duan Xiuming, suppressing his emotions, entered the room while closing the door behind him, saying, "Wife, don't you think it's a bit inappropriate to paint without closing the door?" Lu Mingyu nodded lightly. "Yes, I forgot." Duan Xiuming hesitated momentarily, then finally said, "Wife, this painting should be kept private." Lu Mingyu turned to him, puzzled. "Why?" Duan Xiuming pointed at the painting with a strange expression. "It's rather explicit." Isn't it? Lu Mingyu assessed him from head to toe and replied, is it the size that bothers you? Duan Xiuming clarified, no, the size is fine, but since you chose to depict a bathrobe, why not cover up a bit? Lu Mingyu responded with a sense of inevitability, why should I cover up? You were just like this when you sat on the sofa in the apartment that day. She had captured the moment after a few days of wild revelry, portraying Duan Xiuming gazing out at the scenery from the sofa in their London apartment, wearing an open bathrobe, unfastened, with nothing beneath. The visual impact was striking, leaving Duan Xiuming momentarily speechless. Just moments ago, while discussing serious matters with his uncle downstairs, she had been engrossed in this artwork. Duan Xiuming pondered for a moment and asked, is this art? I can understand. Lu Mingyu nodded, it's about human anatomy. Duan Xiuming proposed, how about we strike a deal, let us keep this painting out of sight, shall we? Lu Mingyu countered, no, I intend to submit it for a competition. Duan Xiuming's pupils constricted, and his voice rose sharply. Lu Mingyu replied softly, why are you shouting, are you not confident about your own size? With that, she deftly added 2 strokes in the most significant area using a fine brush. Duan Xiuming stepped closer, saying, wife, it's not about size, it's about your husband's privacy, this is something only you should see. Ignoring him, Lu Mingyu switched brushes and illustrated a droplet of water at the forefront of the important area. Duan Xiuming was left utterly astounded, rendered speechless by her audacity. The fact that she continued to refine her work, striving for an exquisite finish, left him dumbfounded as he waited for a full hour by her side. At last, she set down her brush and he rushed forward to secure the painting in his safe. Locking it away, she observed him with amusement as he furrowed his brow after concealing the artwork. Duan Xiuming approached her, asking how much. Lu Mingyu raised an eyebrow. His expression was a complex mix of emotions as he stated, for this painting, I'll buy it outright, okay, you must not take it out. Lu Mingyu chuckled, that would be quite expensive, beyond your means. Duan Xiuming's gaze intensified as he stepped closer, gripping her wrists firmly and twisting her body to pin her against the wall. Forcing her to face away from him. Lu Mingyu found herself completely at his mercy, unable to move her arms behind her back. His breath warmed her ear as he inquired, how expensive, in trade? Lu Mingyu remained silent, his breath grew heated as he pressed further, with such intricate detail. Have you measured it with a ruler? Would you like to measure it again? She struggled momentarily but could not break free. He tightened his grip, his body pressed against her back, leaving no room for rejection. A few days later, the prestigious Duan family of Shangjiang announced significant news concerning a core family member. The second young master, Duan Xiuji, was engaged, though details about his fiancée remained undisclosed. Major media outlets scrambled to uncover information, but only a rumor from months prior surfaced, suggesting that the fiancée bore the surname Lu and hailed from Yadu. Nothing more was revealed, her age and appearance remained a mystery, tightly guarded. The buzz gradually faded in Shangjiang, yet the Lu family in Zizisheng spiraled into a state of panic. Since returning from Shangshanao, the family of 4 had become frequent visitors to the hospital, whether for physical treatment or emotional healing, and it was clear that recovery would take time. Concurrently, they quietly monitored the Duan family of Shangjiang. A formidable clan rarely seen in mainland China. The more they observed, the more fear gripped them. Upon the announcement of the engagement, the Lu family was thrown into disarray. Internal strife and discussions of divorce were set aside as the 4 gathered to deliberate. Lu Qian was the most agitated, shouting throughout, Lu Mingyu has been missing for 4 months, she is in Shangjiang, she has always been in Shangjiang. Lu Lin interjected, I know, so please, calm down, we've known this for quite some time. Haven Tiwi, Duanxin, red-faced with anger, declared this is outrageous, she has latched onto a top-tier family, the incident at sea must have been orchestrated by her, this isn't her first time pulling such stunts. The 4 had nearly perished at sea. Suddenly Lu Qian turned to the patriarch, Father, I've always said we should starve her or do worse, why didn't he listen, what do we do now? What do we do? Lu Choliang remained silent, yet it was clear that he struggled to maintain his composure. His poisoned demeanor had vanished entirely following their trip to Xiangshanao during the holiday. Lu Mingyu indulged in leisure and freedom, her physical training did not wane, and on the occasional mornings she overslept. Duan Xiuming would drag her out in the afternoon for exercise. Gradually, her health improved, and the discomfort in her eyes became infrequent. 2 days before the new term commenced, Lu Mingyu returned to their London apartment to schedule a follow-up appointment. Duan Xiuming, acting like a true playboy, followed her. You really don't need to accompany me, Lu Mingyu remarked while packing her belongings. Duan Xiuming leaned against the wall, arms crossed, coolly stating, I'm bored, it's what playboys do, Lu Mingyu replied. I have dinner plans with Chen La. Duan Xiuming asked, and what about me? Lu Mingyu retorted, you can eat by yourself. Duan Xiuming was displeased, oh, so I have to drop you off and then pick you up afterward. Right, Lu Mingyu shot him a glance, I could have the assistant drive me, there's a car and a driver. Duan Xiuming grew more irate, I'll be bored alone, Lu Mingyu countered, aren't you supposed to handle matters in the study regarding Bai Ying and Shangshanao? And what about the affairs of the Duan family's hidden networks? Duan Xiuming fell silent. Ultimately he relented, sullenly escorting Lu Mingyu to the restaurant, grumbling as he departed. Inside the restaurant, Qianla was already there. Upon seeing Lu Mingyu enter, she leaped up, exclaiming, "Hurry, I ordered fried chicken." Lu Mingyu felt overwhelmed. Qianla had once again chosen this fried chicken place. Qianla loved it, while she did not. Nevertheless, she attended since they hadn't seen each other throughout the entire holiday. And Qianla was quite the chatterbox. As soon as Lu Mingyu sat down, barely having caught her breath, Qianla began to chatter away. "Goodness, I never paid attention to Shangjiang news before, now that I finally do." "I see your big news," Lu Mingyu replied. "Why are you even paying attention to such things?" Qianla exclaimed, "How come you didn't tell me about your engagement, and your boyfriend is actually the second young master of the Duan family? Quite the playboy, huh? But being a playboy has its perks. He is free and can accompany you." Lu Mingyu could only respond with silence. Qianla continued, "You must treat me to a meal for this." "You're repaying for this one," Lu Mingyu agreed. "Fine." Qianla quickly waved at the waiter. "Hello, add 2 more portions. And this, the most expensive one," Lu Mingyu teased. "Your hearing seems to have improved just in time." Ignoring her sarcasm, Qianla changed the subject. "Are you continuing with your MA next semester? The MA program at Royal College is a 1-year course, and the academic pressure is intense, cramming all coursework into a single year." Balancing her studies and working on the Shanghai Guoqiao project kept Lu Mingyu extremely busy. After a moment of thought she nodded. "I'll continue until I reach the pinnacle." Originally, her plan was to finish this year and leave, given the financial constraints, but now those issues were resolved. Moreover, the apartment had been purchased. It would be impractical to abandon it after just 2 semesters. Since circumstances permitted, she would delve deeper into her studies at this prestigious institution. Qianla chimed in, "I'll continue too. However, I have other ideas regarding my major. Besides pure art, I want to try something different." The two continued their discussion about life aspirations, planning for the future together. Lu Mingyu focused on her creative endeavors, while Qianla explored various projects related to online media, which she had already begun to operate. Chapter 98, a stinging slap. The two spent a considerable time dining, the conversation becoming increasingly profound, almost to the point of necessitating a night of revelry with drinks. By the time they finished, the restaurant was nearly closing. Qianla hurriedly slung her bag over her shoulder, announcing her plans to go for drinks. Lu Mingyu waved her goodbye, unhurriedly proceeding to settle the bill. However, as she approached the front desk, she collided with Duan Xiuming, who was coming her way. Lu Mingyu thought to herself, "I forgot to text him to come pick me up. It just crossed my mind." Duan Xiuming stood there, expressionless, having already taken the liberty of paying her bill. Lu Mingyu glanced at the time and walked over. "Well, it's only 10 o'clock. Duan Xiuming raised an eyebrow. You've been eating from 5 until 10. If I didn't know better, I'd think you traveled abroad." Lu Mingyu linked her arm with his. "Are you upset?" Duan Xiuming feigned indifference. "What do I have to be upset about? It's just that you didn't reply to my message. I come to see you, and you're still eating away." "You big eater, still going strong." Lu Mingyu nodded and said, "I didn't finish it. I packed a whole portion. Are you planning to have it as a midnight snack tonight?" Duan Xiuming glared at her and replied, "You really are something else, Lu Mingyu. You want me to eat the leftovers, and it's high-calorie fried chicken." Lu Mingyu clarified, "It's not leftovers. I ordered an extra portion." Duan Xiuming retorted, "I'm scolding you." Lu Mingyu responded, "Yes, go ahead and scold me." Duan Xiuming fell silent. With a calm expression, she took his hand, leaving him with nowhere to vent his frustration. On the way back, Duan Xiuming contemplated while driving. He couldn't fathom what kind of wife he had chosen, one who could infuriate him daily. Upon returning to the apartment, Lu Mingyu leisurely went about her evening routine and then went to bed. By the time Duan Xiuming lay down beside her, she had already fallen asleep. The next morning, Lu Mingyu woke up early, opening her eyes just a few minutes before Duan Xiuming playfully slapped her bottom. As she gazed out at the drawn curtains, an odd sensation washed over her. After completing his morning run, Duan Xiuming returned to the apartment. When the time came for his daily playful slap, which he cherished, he pushed open the door only to find her sitting on the bed, staring vacantly out the window. He called out. She turned her head to look at him, tears streaking down her cheeks, clearly visible. Duan Xiuming's pupils constricted as he rushed to her side, frowning and almost instinctively reaching out to wipe her tears, but he hesitated. He gazed into her eyes, utterly at a loss. "What's wrong, huh?" he softly inquired, unaware his voice trembled. She remained silent, merely looking at him, tears flowing down like pearls on a string. Suddenly, he pulled her into a tight embrace. "What's going on? Tell me." Lu Mingyu snapped back to reality and replied calmly, "I'm just trying to see if I can cry." Duan Xiuming, bewildered, released her and looked at her. She wiped her own tears, still crying, but her expression bore no trace of sadness. For a moment, Duan Xiuming looked as if he had seen a ghost, yet Lu Mingyu's eyes sparkled with a hint of surprise. "I haven't cried in 10 years. Oh, it's been 11. The corner of Duan Xiuming's eye twitched as he felt an urge to curse her, but seeing the tear stains on her face, all his angry words were swallowed back. What kind of person is this? Crying at home for fun, is it entertaining? In the next moment, Lu Mingyu felt herself flipped onto the bed. A couple of playful slaps followed. Why are you crying when your eyes aren't even fully better? He scolded fiercely. Oh, Lu Mingyu replied, somewhat dissatisfied, I was just trying it out, but could you not always slap my bottom? I'm an adult, after all. With that, he playfully slapped her again, as if unable to contain himself. Lu Mingyu turned to face him. I'm getting angry, don't slap my bottom. Duan Xiuming's demeanor grew more severe. Does it hurt? Next time I'll make sure it hurts. Lu Mingyu regarded him in silence. Pursing her lips, Duan Xiuming lowered his gaze and reached out to gently rub her. Does it really hurt? No, it's just unfair, she replied. His hand froze, and he looked at her. In an instant, a tremendous slap landed on his backside. Delivered with no restraint, her small strength produced a sound that echoed, clearly indicating she had put all her might into it. Afterward, Lu Mingyu expressionlessly withdrew her hand, got up, and went to wash up. Duan Xiuming turned his head, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on her as he followed her with his eyes. He watched her wash her face, comb her hair, and put on her coat, not sparing him a single glance. Just as she was about to leave the room, he sprang into action with the speed of a cheetah. In an instant, she was pinned against the wall, and passionate kisses rained down from her lips to her neck. What are you touching? He gasped breathless. Lu Mingyu replied, that's not touching, I was hitting you. How could he say she was touching him? She wanted to speak, but as she opened her mouth, he silenced her with a kiss. As if trying to kiss her into submission, his strength left her no chance to resist. She felt as if she might be crushed. His passionate touch traveled from her fingertips, up her arms. Pulling her hands around his waist, guiding her downward. Let us do it again. With that, he kissed her more fervently, seemingly on the verge of losing control. His body was heated to an alarming degree. Blood coursing through him. Lu Mingyu was bewildered by what had triggered such a fervent response from him. Finally, as he moved his lips from hers to her collarbone, she seized the moment to speak. Her breath uneven. I have a follow-up appointment today and I haven't exercised yet. He gradually halted his movements, turning to look at her. She distinctly noticed the redness at the corners of his eyes. And his gaze was unsettling, almost predatory, as if he were hunting his target. His eyes roamed downward, from her swollen lips to her collarbone, observing her without a hint of modesty. His throat bobbed as he swallowed. After a long pause, he released her and began to button her collar one by one, his expression inscrutable, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, as if harboring some premeditated scheme. In the morning, they headed to the hospital. Lu Mingyu underwent a thorough follow-up examination, reviewing all her health indicators. Her eyes had recovered remarkably well, and her overall health had improved significantly, no longer appearing sickly. Her spirit was markedly brighter. Well, she can even hit people now. The health report was firmly in Duan Xiuming's hands as he analyzed it all the way back to the apartment. Continuing to scrutinize it while seated on the sofa. Lu Mingyu was baffled by his intense focus. He flipped through the pages repeatedly, comparing various data points, occasionally frowning, seemingly dissatisfied. What's wrong? Lu Mingyu inquired. Duan Xiuming shook his head, setting the paper down, and approached her. Before she could react, he had her cornered. He really enjoyed using his physical advantage to confine her, limiting her movement. Lu Mingyu pushed against his chest with her palm. But it was futile. She leaned back against the sofa, striving to make herself comfortable, but he pressed closer, even resting a knee against her. He loomed above her, looking down. Do you want to try losing control? He asked. Lu Mingyu was taken aback. What are you talking about? He leaned in closer. Can we add a bit of strength today? Alright. This was likely the last wild moment before the semester began. Duan Xiuming was acutely aware that once classes resumed, she would be swamped with her studies, facing immense pressure in the third term. With her painting project on top of that, she would hardly have time for such playful antics. Over the next 2 weeks, Lu Mingyu indeed became overwhelmingly busy, either at school or painting in the apartment. At times, Duan Xiuming felt as if his wife were a robot. One weekend, Lu Mingyu arrived at the studio downstairs, where the 7 members of the artist team were hard at work. She stood before a large white wall, completely still for 3 hours, clutching a pile of documents, the paper showing signs of wear from being read repeatedly. Initially, the 7 members cast curious glances her way, but as time went on, they returned to their tasks, focusing on completing the assignments given by their lead artist. After a workout, Duan Xiuming came to find Lu Mingyu and was greeted by the sight of her standing there. Seemingly in a trance, he approached her and pulled the thick stack of documents from her hands, interrupting her reverie. What are you daydreaming about? He asked. Lu Mingyu snapped back to reality and suddenly asked, can we push this wall down? The 7 members collectively widened their eyes in horror, staring at her. Had they heard her correctly? This brilliant yet somewhat eccentric lead artist was losing her mind again? While the entire floor had been purchased, it didn't mean they could just demolish walls at will. Moreover, why would they want to? Each section of the studio was already quite spacious. Duan Xiuming glanced at the wall before pulling out his phone to make a call. After a brief conversation, he confirmed, non-load-bearing wall, it can be pushed down. Once he hung up, he turned to her and asked, why do you want to push it down? Lu Mingyu pointed at the wall, explaining, it's not long enough. I want to connect these two sections. Duan Xiuming nodded. It will be done by tomorrow evening. Alright, Lu Mingyu agreed. Once the wall was pushed down, they would have a larger surface area to hang extra long sheets of paper. Their conversation was completely transparent, leaving the 7 members in utter shock. Terrifying. They had bought an entire floor of an expensive luxury apartment to use as a studio, and she was casually talking about demolishing walls. As long as Lu Mingyu confirmed it could be done, she didn't concern herself with other matters. Duan Xiuming would ensure the wall-less evenness. Afterward, she returned to their upstairs residence to begin searching for materials and researching literature. Detailing her ideas, although Duan Xiuming was unsure of her intentions, he didn't intrude, and after wandering around aimlessly, he headed back to the gym. He had chosen this wife, and if she wanted to act eccentric, what could he do? He might as well indulge her. It was just a wall, it could be pushed down, and when they returned to their home country, he would build her a larger studio. Once Lu Mingyu got into her work, she easily lost track of time, but thankfully her health had improved, or she wouldn't have been able to handle such a daunting workload. Duan Xiuming felt a tinge of concern but refrained from disturbing her. Instead, he discreetly placed some nourishing products in her mouth before she went to sleep and initiated the mode of forced medication. He was uncertain whether she remembered to take them, but he decided not to worry about it. After all, he was there to feed her. The following evening, the wall that Lu Mingyu mentioned had been completely breached. Members of the artist group, busy in other compartments, came to observe, standing before the enormous wall that made them appear diminutive in comparison. Their expressions were a mixture of awe and astonishment. The apartment was already lofty, and with the wall now removed, the space felt overwhelmingly vast. What could possibly require such a grand, towering wall for painting? The wall had been meticulously prepared, its surface exceptionally smooth, and the floor was spotless. In short, Duan Xiuming was all about efficiency, managing to resolve everything in a single day. Lu Mingyu fetched a ladder and distributed the copied materials to the 7 assistants of the artist group, promptly beginning to cover the wall with sheets of paper. These were enormous, densely layered sheets that covered the entire wall, astonishing in their scale. She then commenced her work, starting with an extremely fine pen to outline the general framework. Given the size of the painting, merely establishing the framework would take considerable time. She toiled away from dusk until deep into the night, and then into the early morning, non-stop. Duan Xiuming checked on her twice during this period, bringing her meals and nutritional supplements, yet he could not decipher her intentions or the meaning behind the outlines she sketched, which were still in a preliminary phase. He remained silent, feeding her before departing. The last visit occurring at 3 in the morning, she was still perched on the ladder, diligently sketching. Who knows how many hours she had put in. By 4 o'clock, the last assistant could no longer endure the strain. Setting down their supplies and preparing to leave, however, just as the door was about to close, Lu Mingyu suddenly turned and said, "Don't close the door." The assistant halted mid-motion. I'm still here." Duan Xiuming's voice resonated from a corner, and Lu Mingyu turned to see him seated in a corner of the expansive workspace, having somehow procured a chair, engrossed in his phone. She nodded and reassured the assistant, "It's fine, you can close the door and go." "Okay, understood, Teacher Lu," the assistant replied, puzzled but not pressing for explanations. Gently closing the door, Lu Mingyu turned her gaze back to the enormous sheets of paper before her, slightly adjusting her emotions, and then resumed outlining with her paints. Shortly thereafter, in the vast, quiet workspace, Duan Xiuming called out to her from the corner. Lu Mingyu continued her work without missing a beat. Duan Xiuming's eyes were fixed on her back, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, "I will always be here, so you can focus on your painting without worry." Lu Mingyu softly replied. Duan Xiuming added, "In this lifetime, I will accompany you. Do not be afraid." Lu Mingyu affirmed. Chapter 100, Do you still remember I am your husband? Lu Mingyu had lost track of when she started painting and had not monitored the exact hours spent. All she knew was that the day had transitioned from daylight to night and then to the dawn. Exhaustion finally compelled her to stop when she could no longer continue. As she descended from the ladder, her muscles trembled with fatigue. After a brief moment of recovery, she glanced towards the far corner of the room. Duan Xiuming was asleep in his chair, eyes closed, his head slightly tilted back against the wall. That he had spent the previous semester sleeping on the floor, and now, while she painted, he had simply leaned against the wall to doze off. Without even a blanket to cover himself, his handsome face was undeniably striking, yet he was utterly unconcerned about his comfort. Lu Mingyu observed the scene, treading lightly as she approached. She dared not get too close. Stopping 2 meters away, aware of his heightened alertness, from that distance she scrutinized him, her gaze tracing from the tips of his hair to the contours of his features. It was absurd, someone of his stature sleeping in such a manner. Yet before she could study him for more than a few seconds, he opened his eyes. Lu Mingyu, their gazes locked, and Duan Xiuming tilted his head slightly, his eyes filled with inquiry. Lu Mingyu blinked. "Are you asleep or awake?" Duan Xiuming, "Asleep, but I sensed someone was watching me." Lu Mingyu dropped her gaze. What an eerie sense of awareness. Duan Xiuming tilted his head in another direction. "Oh, so it turns out my wife is watching me." Lu Mingyu. Duan Xiuming stood and glanced at the massive wall, asking, "Are you done for today?" It was morning. Had she really painted for over 10 hours straight? It was utterly insane. The painting was so vast that it would take considerable time to complete, perhaps even a month or two. Lu Mingyu nodded. "Today was a bit rushed. I'll plan better next time." Duan Xiuming replied, "You need to plan better. Your biological clock is all over the place." With that, he stepped closer, wrapping his arms around her and guiding her outside. Lu Mingyu allowed him to lead, though her steps were slow, her body weary from standing on the ladder for so long. Not only were her arms sore, but her legs ached, and her entire body felt exhausted. Duan Xiuming scooped her up, frowning as he scolded, "Eat something first, then go to bed." Was his wife not only a workaholic but also a bit deranged? In the following month, Lu Mingyu was consumed by an overwhelming workload. Juggling the intense academic pressure alongside the project Shanghai Guoqiao, the monumental painting began to take shape, yet it remained unfinished due to its complexity, requiring the collective effort of the entire artist group working day and night. The large compartment now housed multiple ladders, and Duan Xiuming often visited, witnessing the team climbing up and down as they painted. Particularly striking were the days when all 8 members collaborated, their movements orchestrated across the vast space, creating a truly spectacular scene. The grand artwork, a tapestry woven by the artist group, unfolded before Duan Xiuming's eyes as he bore witness to the birth of a map. Lu Mingyu had astonishingly managed to illustrate the entire text of the Shanghai Jing in map form. This map rivaled the world map in its scale. Remarkably, she rendered it with incredible detail, meticulously studying every mountain and river, confirming dimensions before committing to paper with utmost precision. In addition to this masterwork, numerous other pieces were in progress, depicting mythical beasts, sacred trees, and various landscapes, all meticulously organized and illustrated according to her interpretations. Each creature she painted surpassed the quality of Xiangqi, owing to her careful selection of materials and paper. When financial constraints were lifted, her resources became virtually limitless, even extending beyond mere pigments. The capable assistant she had was adept at sourcing whatever she desired, returning with items in an instant. She even reimagined a piece titled Xiangqi Treading the Sea, this time on a grand scale, adorning the creature's eye with a ruby. The members of the artist group were astounded, and even Duan Xiuming was taken aback by her extraordinary creativity. Her tools for painting began to evolve into an eclectic assortment. Her brushes varied in size and texture. Each time Duan Xiuming visited, he encountered new wonders: an array of brushes, toothbrushes, bristle brushes, and metal wires, among other curious instruments that left him baffled as to their intended use. Yet, without fail, she found innovative ways to employ them, often resulting in delightful surprises that left onlookers exclaiming, "I didn't know it could be used like that." Thus, Duan Xiuming oscillated between confusion and enlightenment daily. The busy days flew by. As of now, the progress on Shanghai Guoqiao had reached just 1/10 of completion. The extensive content of the Shanghai Jing was vast and rich, and capturing it all was no small feat that could be accomplished in just a few months. Even with the artist group working collaboratively, this was a long-term endeavor. However, the daily companionship and witnessing her creativity filled Duan Xiuming with admiration, even a sense of reverence for her ingenuity. The 7 assistants of the artist group were invigorated by her enthusiasm, driven by her fervor. The future trajectory of the project was expansive, and her creative vision was ambitious. Yet, in her busyness, Lu Mingyu had little time for romance. Duan Xiuming calculated that despite sharing a bed every night, it had been over a month since they had meaningfully communicated. Had she completely forgotten about that aspect of their relationship? On this particular day, Lu Mingyu returned to the apartment late at night, covered in paint. Duan Xiuming had been following closely behind her, having kept her company in the evenings when she painted alone. Even when he had matters to attend to, he remained by her side, ensuring she was never alone in a space that frightened her. Upon returning to their room, he watched as she changed clothes and washed up, then slipped into bed, ready for sleep. Duan Xiuming furrowed his brow and suddenly lifted the blanket. Lu Mingyu looked at him, bewildered, her expression devoid of any emotional nuance. Duan Xiuming spoke with a tone that held a hint of irritation, surveying her from head to toe. "Lu Mingyu, do you still remember that I am your husband?" Lu Mingyu blinked and nodded. "Yes, husband." Duan Xiuming was almost taken aback by her casual acknowledgement, yet he maintained a displeased expression. "Oh, so you do remembered. I thought you regarded me as a mere pillow." Lu Mingyu pondered briefly before shaking her head. "No, you're not soft." Duan Xiuming. Lu Mingyu earnestly explained, "You're hard as a rock. Not soft at all, nowhere near as comfortable as a pillow." Duan Xiuming found himself momentarily at a loss for words, struggling to grasp her logic. Lu Mingyu continued, "And could you please not always place your hand under my neck while sleeping? It is so rigid. I don't want to use your arm as a pillow." Duan Xiuming stepped closer, gripping her firmly. "Repeat that if you dare." Lu Mingyu. Duan Xiuming. "I couldn't hold back today.